This film is purely fictional. Please do not imitate it. Your like and subscribe are the motivation for me to update. Chapter 1: A Life Like Garbage. I didn't expect that I lived like a grass in my last life. And I lived like garbage in this life. Yang Bo, wearing blue pajamas, stood behind the large French window and looked up at the starry sky. In the starry sky, there is a shining ring, which is so dazzling no matter day or night. It is a spaceport more than 30,000 kilometers away from the planet. There is also a long and shiny reflection under the ring. It is the space elevator connecting the ground and the airport. In his previous life, Yang Bo lived like a grass. He was trampled by school bullies when he was in school, trampled by workshop managers when he went out to work, and even bought a house that was unfinished. He dared not speak out. Otherwise he would be severely taught a lesson. A series of misfortunes made Yang Bo feel depressed. After sending his parents away, he also gave up. Unexpectedly, when he opened his eyes, he actually arrived at a civilized world with very advanced technology. This world has conquered galaxies. Humans have weapons that can destroy planets and even stars. Huge warships hundreds of kilometers long, and mechas that exceed the speed of sound on the ground. You don't need to study, just a biochip, and you can master all the knowledge of human beings now. But these have nothing to do with Yang Bo. Yang Bo's new body doesn't know who his parents are, because Yang Bo is a factory baby. That is, the offspring of his father, who paid a sum of money and reproduced through technology. And his mother doesn't know who it is, because they said it was confidential. In this world, humans themselves are also undergoing tremendous changes. Humans are gradually divided into two parts: citizens and residents. Citizens are people who have successfully injected genetic drugs and can move freely in the Interstellar Federation. Residents are people who have failed to inject genetic drugs. These people cannot leave their own cities for the rest of their lives. Genetic failures cannot implant biochips and cannot master multi-galaxy languages. Their physical strength cannot withstand the underground vacuum high-speed tunnels at a speed of tens of thousands of kilometers per hour for a long time, let alone the high-speed operation of space elevators, and cannot resist the cosmic particles and space radiation encountered in interstellar travel, let alone the strong energy impact of spacecraft jumping space. So, in the name of protection, they let residents live in one city, do not do any work, and receive unlimited and sufficient food at the food bank. You can play games, walk around in the city, free housing, and free various living supplies. But there is no right to reproduce, even if you want to find a female companion to live with. They will suggest buying a robot to solve all problems. If you want to force offspring, then they will take necessary measures. Of course, they don't know how expensive it is to buy a beautiful robot. They will also give you a lot of advice. When you play games for 2 hours, they will suggest you go offline for 20 minutes. When you stay at home for a day, they will suggest you go out for a walk. They will suggest you do volunteer work several times a month. Meet other people and make friends. They can monitor your weight, heart rate, breathing, and pulse through smartwatches, and then provide you with advice. When you don't listen to the advice, they will send a psychologist to evaluate you. If you fail the psychological evaluation, you will be taken to the corresponding institution for free recuperation. At the end of the year, those politicians will come up with a perfect report on their care for vulnerable groups. And the data is perfect. If you don't want a smartwatch, sorry, you can't enter any door. You can't enter any elevator. And you can't take any means of transportation, even the so-called door of your home. As for factory babies, this is allowed, because professional factories have enough technology to ensure that your next generation is healthy. And if you don't raise them, the factory will send these babies to welfare institutions. Yang Bo's predecessor grew up in a welfare institution, with a happy childhood, a happy youth, and a happy house after adulthood, and his own home. Maybe being a pig is also good, but I don't know what kind of person the last pig who lived here was. No. Pig. Even if Yang Bo had thousands of ideas, he couldn't do anything in the end. In the era of high technology, personal ability is very small. If Yang Bo wants to jump off the building now, the drone police will arrive within 30 seconds and shoot you first, because jumping off the building may cause harm to others. Any information you receive is visible to you, because your citizenship level is F. Since you are here, enjoy it. Although Yang Bo also wanted to go to the airport to take a look, he could only accept the reality in the end, no matter how angry and helpless he was. And the original owner died very strangely. With a half-year physical examination and the support of smartwatches. And the schedule according to their suggestions. What is the probability of sudden death of the original owner? Click. In the living room of about 25 square meters. There are sofas, coffee tables, simple and elegant decoration, and a virtual image transmitter. A goldfish jumped out of the fish tank. Master, your goldfish jumped out of the tank. According to Article 482 of the Federal Animal Protection Act. If the pet dies due to the owner's mistake, the owner's qualification to continue to adopt the pet will be suspended. In the room, a coquettish voice sounded. Yang Bo immediately said, "Got it." Yang Bo went to pick up his goldfish. But he didn't pay attention to the carpet on the ground just after taking over this body, and fell to the ground all of a sudden, and then felt cold hands. Swimming +1. A message flowed through his mind, which made Yang Bo, who got up immediately, stunned. Is it a benefit for the time traveler? Or is the original owner's gene medicine not failed? But the ability is very mysterious. The extremely powerful gene warrior has various abilities, controlling all elemental particles, metallization, etc. Master, according to the chip data in the pet's body, the goldfish is dead. The video has been submitted to the court. The court will judge your behavior just now. Please use the number 16 environmental protection bag to collect the goldfish corpse and wait for the next instruction. Yang Bo took a deep breath and stood up. He felt pain in his legs. But the smart system didn't care. It only cared about the goldfish. This is the so-called priority of the event level. There are standards for throwing garbage here. Without smart biochips and smart watches, individuals cannot know which type of garbage needs which type of environmental protection bag. Once they make a mistake, they will face various penalties. Master, you are holding the number 18 eco bag, which is for discarded electronic waste. The number 16 eco bag is in the third box on your left hand. It is recommended that you clean the room within the next 16 hours. The number of bacteria in the room is showing an explosive trend. It is recommended to use number 2 detergent to inhibit the growth of bacteria in the room and provide fresh air. The sound of the smart speaker in the room sounded again. Congratulations to the master. The video of the goldfish's death has been submitted. According to the video, the master is not responsible for the death of the goldfish. The court recommends that you receive free psychological treatment when you raise a new pet. Thank you. Yang Bo took a deep breath and had to say thank you. Master, the robot for recycling goldfish has arrived. It is recommended. Yang Bo took a deep breath. He will find a job tomorrow and work part-time. He will buy a house even if he works hard. Because the house he buys is a personal territory according to the law. And the current house belongs to the government. So it is under various surveillance. I have to find a time to verify whether the welfare of the time traveler is real. Yang Bo muttered to himself. Master, it is recommended to wear gloves when cleaning the blood of goldfish. And use number 5 absorbent cotton. It is recommended to put the used absorbent cotton into number 8 garbage bag. And the used gloves into number 2 garbage bag. It is also recommended to wash hands afterwards. Chapter 2 Cleaner. In the bathroom, Yang Bo looked at himself in the mirror. He was 1.82 meters tall, weighed 75 kilograms, had black hair, black eyes, and a handsome appearance. The original owner was 19 years old this year, and had just become an adult for 3 years, while the latter was 16 years old. The original owner strictly followed the advice, so her figure looked perfect. But Yang Bo felt that it was a bit fake, as if she was occupying someone else's body. I'm looking for a job. Please help me screen, Yang Bo said as soon as he came out of the bathroom. In this world, renting a house also has personal privacy. You don't need to sort the garbage because you have to pay the fee. And you don't need to listen to the advice of these smart programs. Because renting a house is the same as buying a house. The interior of the room belongs to the personal territory and has many privileges. Now I live in a government house, so I don't have any privacy. Because they are in the name of protection and care. Of course, it is mainly because someone once died in a government room. And the government was criticized for not being responsible for the vulnerable groups. Master, according to your education, you can do the job of a cleaner. The smart system gave the answer. I suggest you go to the community service center, where you will find more detailed information. When Yang Bo heard about the cleaner, he thought, in this world, the buying and selling of small animals and the killing of small animals are strictly regulated. Many small animals have microbiochips in their bodies. So being a cleaner may be the best way to verify the welfare of the time travelers. System Dad? Turn on? He silently called out in his heart. After tossing for a long time at night, no information came out. Yang Bo was a little depressed. The next morning, Yang Bo had breakfast. The lunchbox was placed in the refrigerator. He could just put whatever he wanted in the microwave. All the free food was like this. After eating and dressing up, he went out. The door opened automatically. When he got to the elevator, the smartwatch would guide him to which elevator to go. The elevator door was already open and waiting. Downstairs, the spacious and clean streets, the smart cleaning robots were working hard. The greening was also done well, and the ground was paved with stone tiles. People coming and going were all at a normal speed. Occasionally, someone stood on the anti-gravity skateboard and passed by in the envious eyes of the crowd. The main road was divided into 2 layers. The first layer was the public transportation, the maglev bus, the anti-gravity taxi, which was in the space below 4 meters. The second layer was a space of 4 to 8 meters, which belonged to private cars, mainly anti-gravity cars. Private cars were also unmanned. The owner set the itinerary, and the private car would take the owner anywhere. The owner did not need to move a finger to control the temperature, humidity, music, automatic door opening and closing, etc. in the car. Advanced? So damn advanced. Yang Bo walked while looking at various means of transportation. The skateboard is like an ordinary skateboard, but it uses superconductivity and anti-gravity systems. There are no wheels or anything, and there are handrails on the skateboard. Those wearing watches are residents, and those without watches are citizens. Their status is clear at a glance. The citizen level is related to the degree of gene activation. C level can learn mecha driving. B level can learn air-to-ground fighters. A level can learn space battleship driving. A plus level can also learn space carrier driving. As for the legendary S level, one person can destroy a fleet. The Interstellar Federation is divided into 3 major forces: the Blue Water Empire, the Crimson Federation, and the Eden Alliance, where Yang Bo is now. The 3 forces fight each other, but also restrain each other. Yang Bo is in the city of Wall on the Pato Star. The Blue Water Empire is an imperial system. The Crimson Federation is a constitutional monarchy system. And the Eden Alliance is a true federal parliamentary system. In terms of technology, the 3 countries are similar. Anyway, the 3 empires are still as huge as ever. As for gene development, it was divided into 2 schools in the early days. The first is the ancient martial arts school, which stimulates one's own potential. The second is the technology school, genetic medicine. Obviously, genetic medicine has great advantages, and the ancient martial arts school has almost disappeared in recent years. Wong's technology company launches the 14th generation of quantum chip technology. Ping and Technology Company launches the 12th generation of individual weapons. Sky splitting. Yang Bo looked at the billboard on a blue building. An S-shaped weapon, like 2 scimitars put together, without a handle, with a transparent crystal in the middle, emitting charming fluorescence. The entire weapon was golden, flashing in the air, leaving a golden light. Yang Bo looked at the weapon and shook his head even more. This kind of weapon requires at least sea-level citizens to use. The crystal in the middle of this weapon is an energy stone. 500 grams of energy stone is equivalent to more than 50 billion kilowatt-hours of electricity. The higher the purity, the more terrifying the energy contained. 90% of the weapon is superconducting material. There is a quantum chip inside the weapon, which can be connected to the biological chip in the human body without delay. In addition, this weapon has an anti-gravity system and an energy system that can vibrate tens of thousands of times in 1 second, unless it is the energy shield of a battleship. Any other object is like air in front of this weapon. With the support of the communication system, the time it takes for the user to kill the North Pole from the South Pole of the planet depends on the performance of the weapon and the ability of the user. This thing is more powerful than the flying sword in the novel. Yang Bo muttered to himself after reading the advertisement. Of course, this weapon also has a weakness. That is, communication. So the general user will not put it too far away to avoid interference. And such weapons are registered in the entire Federation. And many areas are prohibited from carrying such weapons. Community Service Center. There are robots and real people here. The young lady is very beautiful and has a good attitude. But it is all formulaic. Yang Bo consulted his education and resume. He can only be a cleaner. Or the lowest level. Cannot operate large intelligent machinery. The training is here at the community center. The low-level cleaner training is very simple. That is, how to protect yourself. What kind of equipment to wear for various environments. What kind of material to use, what kind of cleaning agent. And provide services for individuals. Respect personal privacy. And do not secretly take pictures or steal anything. It takes 12 hours to train. And there is only one person participating in the training. But there are several teachers. And the training time is only 12 hours. The food at the training center is better than what I eat here. You can see that the food is freshly made. Not from an assembly line. The next morning, Yang Bo looked calm. But he was about to explode. The smartwatch was even more nagging than his mother. The key point was that he could ignore his mother's advice. But if he didn't listen to the advice of this smartwatch, he would be sent to psychological treatment. Yang Bo thought it was like a mental hospital. Surprisingly, after the assessment in the afternoon, there was a job. A middle-aged fat man with silver white hair, black eyes, wearing a blue plaid shirt, jeans, and sneakers, looked to be in his 30s, with not much hair on his head. And he didn't look like a boss. Mr. Yang Bo, would you like to join our Anziji service company? The fat man looked at Yang Bo, mainly because there were too few people who wanted to find a job in this era. And his business required manual labor. And this kind of resident status was required. Mr. Liu, I am willing. Yang Bo looked at it, and saw that there was a probation period of 3 days. And he signed a contract at the community center. Oh, that's great. Mr. Yang Bo, I'll treat you to dinner, and tell you about our company's business. Our company pays very well. Chapter 3 Acoustic Positioning 1. Chapter 3 Acoustic Positioning Plus 1. After entering a seemingly ordinary restaurant and sitting at the table, the fat boss Lu Jijia said, Mr. Yang Bo, you may have a lot of questions. Let me talk first. Yang Bo nodded. And Lu Jijia said, our company mainly provides high-end cleaning services. That is, providing home cleaning services to some celebrities and politicians. Mr. Yang Bo may ask, don't these people have smart cleaning robots at home? No. I have also seen Mr. Yang Bo's information. In today's technology, as long as there are machines, there are no secrets. My company's employees are all residents. When they participate in work, their watches need to be kept separately. So they must listen to instructions during the service process. Because these celebrities have many valuables. Of course, as a service staff, keeping confidentiality for customers is the first priority. I don't want anyone to disclose anything they see. When Yang Bo heard this, he almost understood that those celebrities must have their own secrets or privacy. Smart robots are good. But the risk of leaking secrets is too great. I understand. I will do it according to the company's rules and regulations. Yang Bo nodded. Very good. Mr. Yang Bo, I have read your resume. I would like to ask why you are looking for a job. Lu Jijia looked at Yang Bo again. Yang Bo glanced at the watch on his hand. And Lu Jijia said, Mr. Yang Bo, don't worry. This restaurant is a private custom restaurant. Any intelligent system that enters this restaurant will be in a dormant state. Yang Bo was shocked. The background of such a restaurant must be extraordinary. But he didn't say anything else. He just said, I want to buy a house. I see. Our company provides dormitories. Are you interested? Mr. Yang Bo? Lu Jijia understood and asked again. Not for the time being. Yang Bo didn't know the other party's background. So he didn't rush. Living in someone else's dormitory. Would he be monitored by others? This is the traditional barbecue lamb chops, which are grass-fed and grown naturally without adding any technological products. All the seasonings are also grown naturally. After a meal, Yang Bo went home. He didn't have the opportunity to test the time traveler's welfare. Yang Bo was not sure if the watch had other functions. Master, I suggest you exercise for 20 minutes more tomorrow. Your exercise today did not meet the standard. Master, I suggest you change to a thinner carpet to avoid the danger. Master, I suggest you lower the temperature by 0.8 degrees. Your pulse is a little fast. Yang Bo felt that his head was about to explode. He didn't know how the original owner could accept it before. Yang Bo lay on the bed and felt very strange about himself. Didn't he just want to have enough food and drink in his previous life? He wanted to play games and sleep. Now that such conditions are in front of him, why should he go to work instead? Master, I detected that you have insomnia. I suggest you play soothing music. Yang Bo got up the next morning. He was not in a very good mood. He hurriedly ate breakfast, sorted the garbage into categories, and took it out to throw it in various trash cans. Entity Service Company is an independent building in a high-end community, similar to a villa, with simple decoration. Yang Bo, welcome to the company. Most of our service staff here take on projects individually. This is Wu Bing. He will guide you for the first 2 days, and you will be on your own after 2 days. Lu Jijia introduced an old worker to Yang Bo. The old worker also wore a watch, a sweatshirt, and jeans. He was about 30 years old, with black hair and black eyes. He was about 1.8 meters tall, but he looked a little fat. It was guessed that he at least had his own house. Hello, Yang Bo, Wu Bing said with his hand. Brother Wu, please give me more advice. Yang Bo also said with his hand. Wu Bing then took Yang Bo to pick up the equipment, and said, our services here are all private customized services, with high salaries. But there are various requirements. In a word, don't look at what you shouldn't look at, and don't know what you shouldn't know. Do you understand? I understand. Yang Bo nodded. Today's task is to clean the garden. As long as you take the task list, the logistics department will prepare everything. Wu Bing looks like an ordinary, slightly fat man. After receiving the equipment, Wu Bing said, the company has a car. Of course, many service objects will send people to pick us up in person. This time is one of them. After getting on the car, we can't see the outside, because the service has already started from the moment we get on the car. Before the service, we are required to take off our watches, and they will be returned to us when we leave. There is no need to worry about this. The company can guarantee the safety of every subordinate. The two changed into work clothes and took the equipment, and Wu Bing handed the task list to Yang Bo before getting on the car. Take a closer look at the service content. Does this garbage not need to be sorted separately? Yang Bo asked after looking at the service content. No. The communities where our owners live are very high-end, and the property will provide garbage resorting, Wu Bing said. Yang Bo nodded. Not long after the two of them went out, they saw a champagne-colored luxury anti-gravity car stopped. Wu Bing looked at the license plate and took Yang Bo into the car. After the two got in the car windows turned gray and they couldn't see outside, even the front of the car. The upper half of the car was a bit like the bubble cockpit of a fighter plane that Yang Bo saw in his previous life. Relax. The watch is also in dormant mode now, because this is a private car, according to federal law. Unless the judicial authorities, the space of this private car is considered private territory, with absolute privacy and rights. There are too many federal laws. Without a lawyer, you don't know if you have violated the law. Of course, if you violate the law unintentionally and it doesn't affect others, you are generally not punished. When the car window showed the scenery outside again, it was found that they were already at the gate of a manor. Wu Bing took Yang Bo out of the car and equipped himself. At the entrance of the manor, a security guard verified the identities of the two people, and then asked them to put their watches in a box and gave each of them a paper badge. Only then did they enter the manor, which was very large. There were lakes, grasslands, castles, and stone-paved roads. An old electric car stopped, and the two got in. The castle seemed to have a Gothic style, but not completely. Yang Bo didn't know if this world was related to the Earth. Anyway, he didn't find any information on the internet. The car stopped on the left side of the castle, and a butler in ancient costume was waiting here. Excuse me, gentlemen. Please don't leave this garden. If you have any needs, please press this button here. The butler looked to be in his 50s, serious and unsmiling, with a voice that could not be questioned. Understood. Wu Bing and Yang Bo nodded. The two began to clean up the garden. That is, to pull out all the plants in the garden, put them into bags, level the soil, and clean the ground. Yang Bo and Wu Bing were wearing work clothes and officially started working. Yang Bo was cleaning some vines, and suddenly a black shadow flew up, and Yang Bo subconsciously slapped the shovel in his hand, and a bat fell to the ground, and then blood slowly seeped out. Sonic positioning +1. Encore. Yang Bo didn't care about the welfare of the time traveler, and hurried to find Wu Bing. Chapter 4: The First Mission. Yang Bo couldn't help but get anxious. Who knows what kind of punishment will be faced if you kill these animals? It is said that there are more than 3,700 regulations on the protection of small animals in this world, and more than 500 of them can sentence people to life imprisonment. Wu Bing was packing these plants in the back and putting them all into a big bag. After seeing the bat, Wu Bing said with surprise, "It's okay. Party A will pay us more. Bats carry many kinds of viruses. We don't have this service in our service content. I will contact the housekeeper immediately." Brother Wu. Killing small animals is a serious problem. Brother. Don't worry about it. After we finish this order, I will tell you in detail and contact the housekeeper. Wu Bing put the bat corpse in a transparent bag and went to find the housekeeper. The housekeeper came here quickly, looked at the bat in his pocket, and said something to Wu Bing. Then a man dressed like a servant took a black bag and took the bag in Wu Bing's hand away. Yang Bo felt the division of society. The information he got from his original body was that no animal could be harmed. Otherwise, there would be serious consequences. But he didn't care for the time being. Yang Bo found that the plants in the garden should be very precious. While working, Yang Bo was thinking about the welfare of his time traveler. Suddenly, Wu Bing exclaimed. A mouse jumped out of the soil and rushed directly towards Yang Bo, because there were many plants that Yang Bo had not cleaned up. "Kill it," Wu Bing said anxiously. When Yang Bo heard this, he threw the shovel in his hand and hit the mouse. The mouse bounced and died. Dynamic vision +1. Yang Bo looked at it carefully this time, and such a message did appear in his mind. System? Character panel? Yang Bo called various things in his mind, but it didn't work. He was even more confused. How did he get this ability? Don't be afraid. It's okay. This kind of thing is very common. Do you know why others would ask us residents to serve? It's because of these things. If you want to hire a professional rat extermination company, you need to submit a series of applications, various agencies' reviews, and pay a large amount of fees. Wu Bing looked at Yang Bo, who was stunned, and explained while cleaning up. Just like the rats we killed today, we need to apply once. If we want to drive away bats, it will be more troublesome. And all of this will be recorded. For rich people, the garden is their own garden, not someone else's. The bodies of these small animals are handled by professional companies. Rich people just need to pay a sum of money, which is simpler, Wu Bing said in his work clothes. Then why can't their own servants do it? Yang Bo asked with some doubts. If they do it themselves, it will be intentional injury, and people will say it is premeditated. When our service company was cleaning, it accidentally injured the small animals, which is different in nature. Wu Bing continued. Then do we have any responsibility? Of course not. We will have a generous compensation, and maybe we will have to see a psychologist. After all, no one wants to kill a cute animal. Wu Bing said to Yang Bo seriously. I don't believe you. Who just shouted to kill him? But this kind of words can only be said in this place. These rich people's manners cannot be invaded by any equipment. After taking back the watch, you must pay attention to your words and deeds. Wu Bing continued. Thank you, Brother Wu. Yang Bo knew that rich people have many rights. I will not admit what you said here. So, Wu Bing said again. I understand. Yang Bo nodded to show that he understood. In the future, when you provide individual services, just remember one thing. If it exceeds the service content, no matter what happens, these parties are capable of handling it. And you have to pay. Kill a mouse. Dynamic vision +1. Kill a mouse. Dynamic vision +1. Kill a mouse. Dynamic vision +1. When cleaning up later, Yang Bo killed 4 mice and a few centipedes, and found an ant nest. But only killing mice gave the traverser benefits. Centipedes and ants did not have any benefits. Wu Bing also killed a snake. At noon, the two of them ate the lunch provided by Party A, and then continued to work. After working for 3 hours in the afternoon, they finally finished the cleaning. In the garden of about 300 square meters, only about 100 square meters were planted with plants. All the plants were pulled out. The flower beds were leveled. The ground was cleaned, and the garbage was loaded into the car. And the service was over. Yang Bo, how do you feel today? When he returned to the company, Lu Jijia asked Yang Bo with a smile. Boss, I feel it's acceptable. Yang Bo did not say that he was looking forward to it, and answered, today your salary is 462 credit points. In the future, if you go on a mission by yourself, your salary will be higher. In addition, After you officially join the company will purchase insurance, pay pensions, fertility funds, etc. Lu Jijia was very satisfied with Yang Bo's reaction. A large part of them would not work after one mission. After all, working is not as comfortable as having food and drink at home. I will consider it carefully. Yang Bo nodded. Lu Jijia watched Yang Bo leave and took Wu Bing into a room. Before entering the room, he took off his watch. How is it? Lu Jijia asked in a lazy tone, which was completely different from the conversation with Yang Bo just now. The chance of staying is very high. Today this newcomer killed 4 mice and a bat. Especially the first time he killed a bat. It was almost subconscious. Wu Bing reported in a respectful tone. People who want to work out want to experience life. And the other is to be free. I think Yang Bo wants freedom. Lu Jijia said. That's even better. Give him some lucrative tasks, so that he can afford to buy a house and a car. Then he'll know what freedom is. Wu Bing said with a grin. Take him to see something more violent tomorrow. If he can do it, then it's fine. If not, then forget it. Some people have violent genes in their genes. Lu Jijia said. Okay. Thank you for your hard work. I still need you to lead the newcomers. Lu Jijia said again. Sir, you're joking. Without you, I wouldn't be where I am today. Let's go. It's time to get off work. Lu Jijia stood up, patted Wu Bing on the shoulder, and said, I hope our newcomer can become a real cleaner. Yes, our business is getting harder and harder. The business volume is so damn high. Lu Jijia shook his head and went out. Chapter 5 The Second Mission. After returning home at night, Yang Bo checked the real estate transaction prices in the city, and then took a breath. Real estate prices vary greatly. Even a bad community requires hundreds of thousands of credit points. Buying a house is not the key. The key is the annual expenses. First of all, the property tax, property fees, and other things are calculated according to the value of your property. For a property worth 1 million, the various expenses for 1 year are almost 10%. Then Yang Bo searched for information about citizen levels and gene levels. The stronger the gene level, the stronger the ability to show. A-level gene people can command tens of thousands of combat units on a space mothership. Although there is assistance from the mothership's main brain, the reaction prediction ability is also jaw-dropping. As for the S-level, it is just a legend that an S-level strongman singled out a space battleship fleet and won. No one knows the specific information. The most common thing for a genetic warrior is the increase in physical fitness. Only when the physical fitness reaches a certain level can you learn to control the mecha. Because when the mecha is fighting on the ground, the maximum instantaneous speed can reach 15 times the speed of sound. Ordinary people would have been finished with such a speed. The abilities of the genetically evolved are varied. They can manipulate various elements: gold, wood, water, fire, earth, magnetism, electricity, etc. Some have evolved the ability to see through, even to be invisible, etc. Some have evolved to change. They can metallize, woodize, or enlarge their body parts, etc. It's amazing. The memory Yang Bo received was not very clear, but in the video, someone manipulated the flames, just like the wizard in the game. Master, you have been online for 2 hours. It is recommended that you move around for 20 minutes. Yang Bo was watching intently, and a red triangle area appeared on the virtual image. At the same time, the voice of the smart butler came from the headset. Yang Bo silently took off the headset and started to move around. Master, I suggest you change the carpet to reduce potential threats. Master, I suggest you apply to adopt a new pet. According to statistics, with the company of a pet, life expectancy will increase by 12.4%. Master, you took 5 minutes to take a bath today. It is recommended to extend the time. According to statistics. Master, your activity frequency is too fast, and your pulse is accelerated. It is recommended that you do soothing exercises. Master, the food bank will have your favorite broccoli tomorrow. Master, your favorite star Lee Idwa will come to Wadwa City for a concert in half a year. It is recommended that you go to the community to volunteer. The community has free tickets. Master, it has been half a year since your last physical examination. It is recommended that you make an appointment with a doctor for a physical examination in advance. Yang Bo was calm, but he still slowed down his exercise speed and took another bath. He was angry. And this anger made Yang Bo almost cut off his hand and smash the watch. But he didn't dare. The watch was issued to the user by the government. If it was damaged, the consequences, they had the final say. At night, Yang Bo lay in bed, thinking about something else. That is, the benefits of the time traveler during the day, not entangled in the origin of this thing. Then what is the result? System. Character panel. Settings. Skills. This time, just after Yang Bo called for skills, a message appeared in his mind. Swimming, primary, 1/10. Acoustic positioning, primary, 1/10. Dynamic vision, primary, 4/10. Yang Bo was a little dumbfounded for a moment. He seemed to have called the system daddy last time. But why didn't he do it? But this didn't seem to be a system, but a self-perceived message. Yang Bo tried to make himself breathe evenly and calm down. Otherwise the damn intelligent system would give suggestions again. And the things he knew in his previous life didn't seem to be in it. And the original owner's original abilities didn't exist either. Could it be that he had this ability after crossing over? This is a house provided by the government, so it is impossible to renovate the house. Nor can it turn off the so-called intelligent security system inside. If it is his own house, it can be made into anything without intelligence. If Yang Bo forcibly turns it off, the police may break in a few minutes later, mainly because they are afraid that someone will cause trouble inside. How should the bat's acoustic positioning be used? Dynamic vision is hard to say. There is nothing to test at home. Acoustic positioning. Yang Bo's heart moved and he whistled. In an instant, Yang Bo felt very strange. The originally dark room suddenly formed a three-dimensional image in his mind. And he could even vaguely see the inside of the wall. How to say it? This image is like the three-dimensional line design seen in the computer. Not the colorful world seen by the naked eye, but black and white. Yang Bo was so excited that he almost sat up. But this ability only lasted for 3 seconds, and the image in his mind disappeared after 3 seconds. He whistled again, and the feeling came again. Yang Bo felt it carefully this time. He could feel some pipes behind the decoration wall. But for the wall, the image was only 1 or 2 centimeters, and the back could not be seen. Now this ability seems a little weak. Is it because of myself, or the ability itself? And the whistle is a little too conspicuous. Yang Bo excitedly tried it 3 times. And then he felt very tired. Mentally tired. It seems that this ability consumes a lot of energy. I wonder how other genetic evolutionists replenish their energy. Yang Bo thought about things before going to bed. Early the next morning, after Yang Bo got up, he didn't feel anything wrong. So he breathed a sigh of relief. At the suggestion of the smart housekeeper, he put the quilt and sheets into the washing machine, which has a built-in drying system. The window had been opened by the smart housekeeper a long time ago, and Yang Bo was too lazy to worry about it. It feels like this is not home. It feels like a prison cell with many surveillance cameras. If I stay in there for 1 more minute, I will feel like I am going crazy. Taking a deep breath, Yang Bo knew that he might have some psychological problems, and took things too seriously. Yang Bo did not test anything on the road, because there are many energy sensors in this public area. According to federal law, gene enhancers are not allowed to display their abilities at will in communities where humans live. I don't know whether it is to restrict those gene evolvers or to prevent those people at the lower level from seeing envy and jealousy. Yang Bo, how did you sleep? Lu Jijie handed Yang Bo a bottle of water with a smile as usual, and then asked, "No problem, boss." Yang Bo nodded. "Go and take the task. There is a big order today." Lu Jijie patted Yang Bo on the shoulder and said, "Thank you, boss." Yang Bo nodded and left. Lu Jijie looked at Yang Bo's back as he left, and a smile appeared on the corner of his mouth. A person who had never killed any small animals, killed a bat and a few mice yesterday, and was fine the next day. Either this kind of person has a very strong psychological quality, or there are violent factors in his genes. In such a technological society, the status of small animals is higher than that of humans. So these people have been educated since childhood not to touch those strange small animals and stay away from them, because it will bring unknown serious consequences. And pets that they raise themselves must be very careful, because pets have chips in their bodies. And some institutions will command pet owners to do this, or that at any time based on the data transmitted by the chips. Yang Bo had no idea that Lu Jijie would look at him like this. In his previous life, he had killed countless chickens, ducks, geese, voles, snakes, fish and shrimps. Not to mention mice and bats. How could he have psychological pressure? Brother Wu. Yang Bo greeted Wu Bing as he saw him. Yang Bo. You're just in time. You'll be my assistant today. Today's mission is not something you can handle at your level. I'll show you around. Pay attention to my instructions. Wu Bing said as he saw Yang Bo coming. Chapter 6 Weird. Brother Wu. What do you mean? Yang Bo was a little confused. This sentence seemed a little wrong. Wu Bing asked with a chuckle, Yang Bo. You don't think I'm an F-level resident? Brother Wu. You are wearing a watch. Yang Bo was even more confused. Watch? This is officially certified. There are many secrets in this world. You only see what they are willing to show you. Let's go and finish the work first. If you still want to do this job at that time, I will explain it to you in detail. Wu Bing shook his head and said. Yang Bo felt something was wrong. Very wrong. Could it be that this cleaning company does dirty work? You have to pay for doing dirty work. Thinking of doing dirty work, Yang Bo was a little excited. His previous life was ordinary, and he died once. He didn't want to be ordinary again. He lived like a blade of grass. Even if he turned into a butterfly, it would be enough to fly for a few days. At least his life was wonderful. Wu Bing was holding the task list. Yang Bo was not at a high enough level to show it to him. However, the equipment he got made Yang Bo feel abnormal. There was a password box and a handbag with a stack of garbage bags inside. However, he had never seen such garbage bags before. They looked like ancient snakeskin bags. Someone came to take the task. After Yang Bo got on the car, he felt that he had found the reason for his extreme dissatisfaction with his current life. He did not want to live like a blade of grass or a pile of garbage that was monitored and watched by others. Wu Bing looked at Yang Bo with a serious face and muttered in his heart, if it were not for the fact that the social welfare was too good and it was difficult to find people. Such young people would not be able to enter the company at all. Many people would rather be a happy pig than come out to work. This time the car arrived at the foot of a mountain. With a high wall. Security personnel could be seen at the gate. The two were taken to the house for inspection. The watches were taken off and placed in a special box. The two exchanged their ID cards. And then someone led the way. A security guard led the way. Entering the gate was a road paved with stone slabs. The stones looked a bit old. There were green trees around. It was obvious that they were not planted artificially, because many of the trees were very sloppy. After walking for a while, we went up the mountain. There were layers of irregular stone slabs paved with stairs. There were some plants, ferns, and weeds in the gaps between the stone slabs. There were also vines and shrubs around, which made people feel like it was a remote path that no one had walked on for a long time. When we reached the halfway point of the mountain, Yang Bo accidentally looked back and found that there was a helipad at the foot of the mountain. In addition, the area here was very large, and the specific direction could not be seen at all. There were mountains all around. A temple? When he climbed up a flight of stairs and saw the building in front of him, Yang Bo was a little surprised. After a closer look, it seemed to be a Taoist temple. Several people did not enter the temple or Taoist temple, and they could not tell whether it was a Taoist temple or a temple without entering. Following a bamboo forest next to the Taoist temple, there is a stone-paved path. It can be seen that it leads to different places because there are several forks. You too. This is your work area. Please be sure to abide by the contract. When they came to a small courtyard, the staff said, Understood. Wu Bing nodded. The courtyard looks like a small pastoral courtyard, with a bamboo fence, stone paved inside, flowers and plants, and a fish pond, which seems to have some goldfish in it. The whole house is also made of bamboo. The color looks like it has been there for many years. It looks very artistic. And the surrounding environment. But it gives Yang Bo a gloomy feeling. The surrounding bamboo forest is too dense, and the mountain behind is too high. This environment looks good, but it is not good to live in it. First of all, it is humid, and the bamboo forest is dense and not ventilated. There are also many mosquitoes. Maybe there is some sunlight at noon every day. Yang Bo has not seen today's task yet. So he asked, Angkor, what is our task today? You are in this yard. I will go in to get the things, and throw them all into this pocket after taking them out, Wu Bing said while opening the box. Okay. Yang Bo nodded. Wu Bing opened the box, which was about 50 centimeters long, 40 centimeters wide, and 30 centimeters high. Yang Bo was also very curious about what was in the box. After Wu Bing opened the box, he found a piece of shield the size of a frying pan lid. The whole shield was bronze in color, with some mysterious patterns on it. It looked very much like the bronze artifacts he saw in the antique street in his previous life. The box also had a second layer, and under the second layer was a dagger that looked like copper. Remember? Don't touch anything here. Wu Bing held the dagger in one hand and the shield in the other, and instructed Yang Bo. Yang Bo nodded, with many questions in his mind. He looked around and didn't see the third person. The plants in the yard looked very ordinary. Boy, don't doubt my words. This world is far more complicated and colder than what you see. Let me ask you a question. Since people can be divided into various levels of gene enhancers, what about other creatures? Wu Bing looked at Yang Bo and said meaningfully. Yang Bo was shocked when he heard this. Yes, since humans can become gene enhancers. What about other organisms? Since human genes can be changed, then any other organisms with genes also have the opportunity to change. Yang Bo did not ask why, and he regretted coming to work as a cleaner. He didn't know what mystery this company had. Then Yang Bo felt a little strange. Why was he not afraid? Was it because he had died once? Thinking of Wu Bing's instructions, Yang Bo automatically stayed away from the bamboo house. If there was any danger, he could just run away. Yang Bo looked at the things in the small courtyard at the door of the house again. The green stone slabs and the discolored bamboo fences were covered with various plants. They looked unusual. The plants were planted in various pottery pots. There was also a small pool near the bamboo house. It was rectangular and irregular. There was also a rockery inside. There were some plants on the rockery. The whole environment gave people a simple, elegant, and full of pastoral style. At this time, Wu Bing came out, but he was empty-handed. Yang Bo felt strange. He made such a big scene, but he came out empty-handed. Brother Wu. Yang Bo quickly approached and asked, "You go and clean up over there." Wu Bing's face was a little stiff, and he pointed at the fish pond and said. Yang Bo heard this and subconsciously replied, "Okay." Then he turned around and left. But at the moment he turned around, Yang Bo felt something was wrong. Wu Bing's voice seemed to be a little wrong. He was clearly speaking in front of him, but he felt that the voice seemed to come from the side. The ability of sonic positioning discovered this clue. He looked up at the direction where the sound came from, and it turned out to be a small and inconspicuous fish pond. He whistled with a move in his heart. Chapter 7 Experimental Product. Accompanied by a whistle. Yang Bo's face was startled, because the image reflected in his mind by the whistle sound waves. Wu Bing, who had just spoken to him, did not exist at all. But he felt that this part was a little abnormal. In the direction of the fish pond, it was like a black hole. A large area was pitch black. Yang Bo felt his legs trembling, but not because of fear, but excitement, as if his legs were out of control after a fight before. Yang Bo took a deep breath, took out his tools, a shovel, and walked towards the fish pond step by step. The fish pond was not big, maybe only 3 or 5 square meters, with a rockery inside, moss and ferns on the rockery, water plants in the water, and more than a dozen small goldfish. Bang! Seeing that he was about to approach the fish pond, Yang Bo swung the shovel in his hand and smashed it into the fish pond. Without looking at the result, he rushed directly to the door of the yard. Whether it was right or not, he ran first. At the moment of rushing out of the courtyard gate, Yang Bo saw from the corner of his eye that the shovel hit the fish pond directly. And then, the water splashed everywhere. A black fish appeared in the pond, very ferocious, opened its mouth and sprayed a mouthful of water at Yang Bo. Seeing the black strange fish in the fish pond, Yang Bo knew that it was not good, and quickly rolled on the ground and rolled out of the yard in an instant. Disguise +4. A message appeared in his mind, and Yang Bo was stunned. Then Yang Bo continued to run, and ran behind a stone more than 10 meters outside the door. And then he looked into the yard with a big breath. He was stunned when he saw this. Wu Bing was holding a short sword, and in front of him was a big black fish with a very big head, no abdomen, no waist, and a fish tail behind it. The short sword in Wu Bing's hand was nailed on the head of the fish. Yang Bo, come in. Wu Bing saw Yang Bo popping his head out from behind a stone, and he also wiped his sweat. If Yang Bo confessed here today, he would become a joke. Brother Wu, is it really you? Yang Bo was still a little afraid to go in. afraid that this Wu Bing was fake. So he asked, "It's me. I made a mistake this time. Come in," Wu Bing continued. Hearing this, Yang Bo continued to shout, "Brother Wu, what did we do yesterday? Go to help others clean up the garden. What did you eat for lunch?" Wait until Wu Bing finished answering. Yang Bo came out, and now his legs are still shaking. "Sorry, I made a mistake this time," Wu Bing said apologetically when he saw Yang Bo's appearance and felt Yang Bo's heartbeat speed up. "Brother Wu, what's going on? My brain seems to be like paste." Yang Bo saw the fish. The head diameter is about half a meter. The length is only more than 1 meter. It looks very deformed. "Take out the bag first. I will tell you in detail after I clean it up," Wu Bing said. Yang Bo picked up the bag he had received, and Wu Bing threw the ferocious fish into the bag, and then cleaned up the black and red blood on the ground. Wu Bing threw his gloves and the shovel that Yang Bo had thrown into the bag, and after sealing the bag, Wu Bing said, "Let's go in and talk," Wu Bing said while holding the bag. "Yang Bo, you'd better not go out and tell me what I'm going to say next, because if you tell me, you will disappear," Wu Bing said. Yang Bo nodded, and Wu Bing said, "First of all, I want to tell you that humans are not actually the masters of the Interstellar. Humans are actually very small in the Interstellar. If you don't believe me, go back and check how many administrative stars humans have. And then you will find that there are several administrative stars that have no news, because these administrative stars have been destroyed. Genetic evolution was not invented by humans first, but by interstellar creatures. You may not know that the technology that humans have created to destroy planets is not aimed at humans, but at unknown alien creatures. As for what you just saw, it is actually because of humans. The blood or living waste of some genetically evolved humans will pollute other creatures. And then, the beasts will also begin to evolve. The most powerful creature discovered by humans in this world is indescribable. I don't know the specific information, but I know that a main fleet of humans was crippled. Now let me talk about my job. In fact, it is to serve the rich. These rich people have their own interstellar spacecraft. So it is difficult for you to imagine what incredible things these rich people have in their collections. The garden we cleaned yesterday. I recognized it. There are 38 species of plants on the endangered protection list of the Interstellar Federation. Ordinary people will face severe punishment if they touch these plants. But in other people's gardens, we clean them up like garbage. I don't know what happened to the owner here today, but I personally guess that he should be dead or something else. We only know that the employer is a powerful genetic evolutionist. You can't see the information of this fish anywhere. I can only tell you that this fish is rated as D level, and has the ability of illusion and camouflage. This fish is also one of the raw materials for genetic evolution potions. Hearing this, Yang Bo muttered in his heart. This fish has 2 abilities, and he only got 1? Speaking of genetic evolution potions, Yang Bo, don't you think that those B-level or even higher genetic evolutionists are really their own efforts? Wrong, because they use B-level or higher level genetic medicines, and the materials and levels of genetic medicines are different. Your genetic evolution failed. I personally guess that the pharmaceutical company has developed a new genetic medicine, or it is not a genetic medicine at all. You are just a test subject, or they don't need so many genetic evolutionists. Hearing this, Yang Bo's heart skipped a beat. Could it be that the original owner died for this reason? Let me tell you another fact. Genetic medicines have been 100% successful hundreds of years ago. It's just that everyone's results are different. Yang Bo was a little dumbfounded, but it was normal to think about it. If everyone's genetic evolution is successful, how can the social class gap be shown? Think about it carefully. If I hadn't been negligent today and almost caused your death, you might never know these things. After Wu Bing finished speaking, he waited for Yang Bo to digest what he said. Yang Bo thought about it carefully in his mind, and then asked, "Brother Wu, is society so dark?" "Uh-huh. You should study history, and see what society was like in history." Wu Bing still looked at Yang Bo with new eyes. He said so many things, but this guy was still calm. Yang Bo thought about it. That's right. As long as there is a society composed of humans, the dark side is inevitable. After waiting for a while, Wu Bing saw that Yang Bo hadn't asked him yet. So he asked, "Don't you have anything to ask? Brother Wu, what level of strength are you now?" Yang Bo asked curiously. Chapter 8 The Truth? According to the federal standards, it should reach sea level. But Yang Bo, Don't worry too much about this level. The equipment has a great impact. Brother Wu. Why do you still use a watch at sea level? Yang Bo. You won't believe those guys' nonsense. Biochips are absolutely safe. Right? Let me tell you another fact. 90% of the bigwigs you see on the internet will not implant biochips. As for the remaining 10%, it's because their own abilities are too poor. Or they are puppets. Yang Bo opened his mouth wide. Although he had guessed it in his heart, he was still shocked when Wu Bing said it. Of course, there is no harm in implanting biochips for ordinary people. But there are benefits. Why? Because as an ordinary person, you have nothing worthy of others' attention. In fact, many years ago, when the internet started, individuals had no secrets. Everything you say, your health, your family, your savings, everything about you. As long as they want to know, they will know. Will you listen to my advice? Wu Bing continued to ask. Brother Wu, you tell me. First, buy a house of your own. Second, as long as you feel fine, try not to go for a physical examination. I only had a few physical examinations when I was young. Third, change a watch. After Wu Bing finished speaking, he waited for Yang Bo's reaction. Yang Bo thought for a while, I don't have that many credit points. I can lend it to you. But you have to make sure you don't tell anyone what happened today. In our industry, this kind of thing has a great impact. Wu Bing thought to himself, let this kid buy a house, get a mortgage, and then he will have to work. When this kid enjoys the fun of freedom, he must work harder. Wu Bing did not ask how Yang Bo discovered this genetically evolved creature. Brother Wu, I need to think about it carefully. Yang Bo actually wanted to know more about genetics. Okay, give me an answer tomorrow. Let's go. It's not finished yet. It's finished. This mission is to check here and solve the possible dangers. The rest will be handed over to other low-level cleaners. That is to say, you should be more careful when you do the mission yourself in the future. Wu Bing shook his head and said. Yang Bo understood. There were many questions in his mind. But Yang Bo was not a real teenager. And he would not completely believe Wu Bing. He had lived for decades in his previous life. And he had seen many people who were human in front of him, but ghosts behind his back. Wu Bing took Yang Bo back along the original route. The two did not say anything along the way. Wu Bing gave the pocket to the staff. And then the two took back their watches and took the car back. After returning to the company and completing the task, there was nothing to do in the afternoon. Yang Bo sat on a bench in the park, looking at the lake in the park. Most of the people here were single, and there were very few couples. These people gave Yang Bo the feeling that they were soulless. Everyone had the same expression. Some were lazy. Some didn't care. And their walking postures were also similar. Occasionally, a couple would smile and have extra expressions. Yang Bo thought a lot. But he didn't dare to go back to check things online. Maybe if he checked something, it would attract the attention of some people. This is much more advanced than the technology in the internet era. In the last life, if you said you wanted to buy something, you would open the shopping software and it would be recommended to you. Let alone now. The ability I gained today is disguise. What does this disguise +4 mean? The previous times were +1. Yang Bo thought of his own ability again. Yang Bo really wanted to know what this genetic evolution was all about. What abilities it had. And what were the early manifestations? Huh? Just as Yang Bo was thinking about the problem, a middle-aged man passed by in front of him and glanced at him inadvertently. Yang Bo immediately felt something was wrong. This person seems to be looking at me specifically? Yang Bo had a feeling that this person seemed to be looking at him specifically when he passed by here. Yang Bo observed carefully and found that other people who passed by him, even if they turned their heads to look at him, did not have the feeling just now. Is this the ability brought by disguise +4? Yang Bo muttered in his heart. Who is staring at me? The company? Or something else? Or is it related to the death of the original owner? Yang Bo looked normal, thinking about many things in his mind. At the company, Wu Bing and Lu Jijia were still in this room. TSK. This kid seems to have something, Lu Jijia said with interest after listening to Wu Bing's detailed explanation. Well, Yang Bo might have some secret abilities. If the shovel hadn't been thrown into the fish pond, I wouldn't have discovered it. I just don't know what genetic drug this kid injected at the beginning. Could it be an experimental drug made by some company? Wu Bing nodded and said. Lu Jijia rubbed his forehead. This is not easy to check. Once the other party knows about it, It will be difficult to deal with it. What I am doubting now is whether Yang Bo will be watched by someone. After all, if he is really a test subject, it is impossible not to be noticed. Wu Bing heard this and expressed his thoughts. Lu Jijia heard this and smiled. Isn't it better that way? Generally, the raw materials of genetic drugs used in experiments must be relatively rare or newly discovered. As long as he enters our company, he will be a member of our company. I am afraid that Yang Bo does not want to join our company. His current status is still a temporary worker. It's okay. Once a person like Yang Bo wants to work, he will definitely have ideas, and will not go back to being a happy pig. I will ask someone to try to find out which company's genetic drug Yang Bo injected that year. Lu Jijia said. Do you want to take him again tomorrow morning? If not, I'll make plans in advance. Ask him what he thinks tomorrow morning. And then go. I'm sorry for keeping you here these few days. We're talking to each other. No. I'll talk to him tomorrow. Okay. Yang Bo went back to his so-called home. He felt like he was watching a movie called The Truman Show. He didn't know how many people were watching him in an unknown place. He reminded himself in his heart that he was just an ordinary person. Master, I suggest you make an appointment with your family doctor for a physical examination. As soon as he entered the door, the smart speaker in the room sounded. In an unknown place, in an office, someone was looking at Yang Bo who had just entered the room. When the smart speaker sounded, someone said, Supervisor, the target person's reaction is abnormal. According to our previous big data records, after the smart system prompts, the target person has an 80% chance of immediately issuing an appointment order, a 12% chance of answering yes, and an 8% chance of not answering. In addition, the target person has recently lost the signal for a total of more than 20 hours. Did you find anything? A bald middle-aged white man looked at the virtual image and found Yang Bo entering the bathroom. So he asked, Chapter 9 More Secrets. We found out that the target person has joined a company. But this company is a private company. Here are the company's specific information. A young man with golden hair took out a document and said. The bald man looked at the paper document and realized the seriousness of the problem. After opening it, he took a breath and said, It's this company? Yes. Supervisor. Anziji Service Company. One of the 3 giants in the gray area. Often handles some inconvenient things for those celebrities, politicians and rich people, but does not touch the black area. The young man said, What do you do? When did the target person have an abnormal reaction? The supervisor's scalp tingled when he heard this. No one knows who is behind this kind of dirty work for those politicians. The target person's observation level is the lowest. There is no problem with the physical examination report 6 months ago. In another 3 months, when he turns 20, he will completely give up observation. If it weren't for the missing monitoring data of the target person's watch, almost none of us would see any data of the target person again. The young man said with reason. The bald man asked again, what was the success rate of this batch of test targets? No, not a single case. But there was a 12.4% mortality rate. The young man shook his head again. The bald man looked at Yang Bo in the virtual image, stretched out his hand, and a series of data appeared. He found that the data in red exceeded 50%. The bald man had a headache even more. The red data represented that the person's current performance was completely different from before. As for those green normal ones, they were the monitoring data of the watch. Heartbeat, pulse, etc. The young man said at this time, there is good news. The target person has not signed a formal contract with NGJ yet, and there is still 1 day left in the probation period. Find a way to prevent him from joining the company, and give me the plan as soon as possible. The bald supervisor immediately spoke when he heard this. Yes. The young man immediately went to prepare when he heard this. The bald man looked carefully at Yang Bo in the virtual image, and then looked at the dazzling big data next to him, which made the bald man frown. According to big data statistics, the target person's average speaking frequency per hour has also decreased, and it is almost zero recently, which means that there is almost no speaking in the room. There is a problem. The bald man looked at Yang Bo, who was working silently. Although Yang Bo tidied the room according to the advice of the intelligence system, but the intelligence system prompted more than 5 times that there were potential dangers in the carpet, and the target person did not change it at all. This is abnormal. Extremely abnormal. The bald man carefully looked at Yang Bo's current data and did not find any trend of genetic evolution. Should we create an accident to get the overall data from the hospital? The equipment provided by the government does not have the ability to detect energy. The bald man touched his chin. Because the equipment provided by the government is strictly regulated. It does not have the energy detection function. Yang Bo, who was working at home, forced himself to calm down. In his previous life, he worked for others, which was even more difficult. Over time, he became numb, and now he has this mentality. After cleaning up, Yang Bo moved a chair and sat behind the French window, looking at the airport in the sky, like a dazzling ring. His mind was thinking about what Wu Bing said today. How dark this world is, and what creatures are hidden in the starry sky. As for what Wu Bing said, Yang Bo did not search for it. The world he lived in his previous life was so backward that if you searched for something, it would trigger the attention of some organizations. Not to mention this place. He thought of his own ability again. Killing ordinary animals is +1. And this strange fish D level is +4. So is it that ordinary ones are 1? E level is 2. D level is 4. And C level is 8. So it doubles? When can I verify it myself? In addition, is my welfare as a traverser incomplete? Or have I not fully developed it? Then how should I develop my welfare as a traverser? Yang Bo thought about it in his mind. What about the ancient martial arts school with genetic evolution? Ask carefully tomorrow. With a lot of things in his mind. He couldn't sleep. The bald supervisor also didn't sleep. The bald supervisor looked at the submitted plan. Because of some confidentiality reasons, many things on the bald supervisor's side were handwritten on paper. Because there would be many traces left on the internet. This plan won't work. The bald man looked at the young man and shook his head. The young man heard this and said, according to big data, the target person likes games and the actress Li Idwa. And his biggest wish is to buy a robot like Li Idwa. In the field of games, the companies involved are ranked higher than us. There is no choice but to start with this actress. The young man continued. The bald man looked at the game that Yang Bo liked. This was made by a subsidiary of a company ranked in the top 10 in the world. How powerful is this company? Those smart camera devices will automatically block the game screen of this company when they detect it. Otherwise they will go bankrupt. The bald man's scalp was tingling. This involved an entertainment company, which was beyond his authority. The bald man thought for a while and said, how about an accident? No problem. But the price must be very high. But supervisor, if there is a problem, then our department will be the first responsible. And the previous plan needs to be reported to the superior. The young man whispered. The bald man was shocked when he heard this. The company is the company. And the employees are the employees. If something really happened, the company would definitely not admit it. So I am afraid that I will be. And supervisor, the target person has an abnormality, which is not very related to us. But the target person is implicated in the company because of the accident. Will those guys in the company let us take the blame? The young man continued. I will report it immediately. The bald man agreed with the young man's words. Yang Bo couldn't sleep at home. He had received too many things today. And this room was no longer a home. As if it was a prison cell. The next day, Yang Bo entered the company in a bad mood. Wu Bing took Yang Bo to a room and took off his watch before entering. How do you think? I can lend you some money to buy a house. Wu Bing looked at Yang Bo, who looked a little unhappy, and asked directly, Brother Wu, I feel that what you said is a little unbelievable. You said that those celebrities and politicians don't have chips. Aren't those celebrities and politicians genetically evolved? Yang Bo rubbed his forehead and asked. Wu Bing shook his head, of course not. They are all very strong. Then how did they become genetically evolved? This is what Yang Bo wanted to ask. Yang Bo, your thinking has gone into a misunderstanding. Can't we just use genetic drugs without biochips? Wu Bing said with a laugh. Yang Bo was a little dumbfounded. Why didn't he think of this? These people have many ways to become genetic evolutionists. The first is to use genetic drugs. The second is ancient martial arts. And the third is some secret techniques. Let's not talk about genetic evolution drugs. These celebrities and politicians must use genetic drugs made by their own families. Genetic drugs can also be made by yourself. It seems to be illegal. Right? It is not illegal to make genetic drugs. But it is illegal to make and sell genes for profit. In addition, it is illegal for genetic drugs to cause serious harm to others. It is not illegal to make them for your own use. Wu Bing continued. Chapter 10. Ancient Martial Arts. This origin is very early, and there are many schools of ancient martial arts. Each school is different. As for the secret method, it is mysterious and not mysterious. It is to use some methods to stimulate the body to achieve the effect of genetic evolution. Wu Bing explained while looking at Yang Bo. Wu Bing guessed Yang Bo's little thoughts and thought that Yang Bo must want to become a genetic evolutionist. As for why, it was because almost every resident wanted to. Brother Wu, then am I always being watched in the house I live in? Yang Bo thought for a while and asked. Wu Bing laughed, as long as they want. They can see anything about you. Seeing Yang Bo's face change, Wu Bing said, do you want to become a genetic evolutionist? Brother Wu, do you have a way? Yang Bo asked hurriedly, looking a little anxious. Of course. This was for Wu Bing to see. After all, the original owner was only 19 years old. You can talk to the boss. Is the boss that powerful? The more powerful the employees are, the more profits they can create for the boss. So you can give it a try. I became a genetic evolver. No. To be precise, I have the current strength because the company gave me the opportunity. Yang Bo was a little conflicted. He lacked opportunities with his abilities, but he seemed unwilling to work hard for the company. I'll let the boss talk to you. Wu Bing felt that he had said enough. As for what would happen to Yang Bo in the future, one was to see opportunities, and the other was to see himself. However, most of those who failed in genetic drugs had limited growth limits. Lu Jijia walked into the room and said directly, Yang Bo, Wu Bing has told you so much. As long as you sign a contract with the company and become a formal employee, the company will train you. Genetic medicine, ancient martial arts, and even secret methods are all available in the company. But don't hold too high hopes. The most important factor for a strong person is his or her own talent. In fact, you don't know that except for some families. Most of the rest of the people will be predetermined through genetic testing at birth. The success rate of genetic testing can reach 80%. The first-class talents have long been targeted by the military, and the rest are divided up by various major forces. Even if there are still some fish that slip through the net, they will be targeted by other forces after the genetic medicine is injected. Yang Bo asked, Boss, will there be any problems after signing the contract? Of course there are. Any job is dangerous. Last year alone, there were hundreds of accidents in the universe. Here we are referring to simple accidents. The loss of hundreds of A-level gene evolvers, high-energy cosmic rays, undetectable by human technology, and unidentified objects with a speed of more than 100,000 kilometers per second. Of course, our work safety factor is very high, and we can't do anything to you. After all, you are also a member of the country. If something happens to you, we will spend a greater price to eliminate the impact of this incident. And the contract is also a formal contract. Yang Bo pondered for a while, and then said, Boss, I can sign the contract, but I want to move. I hope the company can provide free housing, and the environment is not bad. Do you yearn for freedom? Lu Jijia was relieved. Lu Jijia originally just thought that the company was short of people. But last night Lu Jijia asked someone to check what company the genetic drug Yang Bo injected was from, which is all on the government website. Then Lu Jijia combined some things that happened decades before this company injected Yang Bo with genetic drugs, and locked in that this company might be testing some new genetic drugs. Because according to Wu Bing's description, Yang Bo escaped the monster's attack yesterday, which is not normal for ordinary people, because Wu Bing did not find the monster's disguise. As for what Yang Bo's ability is, Lu Jijia doesn't want to know, because this is everyone's biggest secret, as long as this person can work for the company. As for Yang Bo, if he doesn't sign a formal contract, then Lu Jijia will sell Yang Bo's information to interested people. Yang Bo signed a formal contract with an Jijia service company. Lu Jijia looked at Yang Bo's contract and felt relieved. Because of the special nature of his company, he needs residents, not just his own company. As long as he does similar services, he needs residents. But most residents don't want to work out. Yang Bo, our company implements a points system. Points can be exchanged for anything. This is a list of points exchanged for junior employees. Each task will not only give you rewards, but also corresponding points. Lu Jijia took out a piece of paper and handed it to Yang Bo. D-level gene evolution potion. 1 million points. Yang Bo looked at the D-level gene evolution potion, which actually required 1 million points. E-level gene evolution potion. 100,000 points. Yang Bo looked at it again. In the final point mode, you can get as many points as you get paid. In addition to gene potions, there are also anti-gravity skateboards, anti-gravity flying cars, houses, etc. Our company also provides loan services, with lower interest rates than financial institutions. Lu Jijia said again. Yang Bo shook his head and asked, Boss, how do I accept the task? It's very simple. Just connect it to your watch. You don't even need to come to the company. Of course, the logistics department will charge you for sending tools. Lu Jijia said again. Boss, is there any ancient martial arts? My last gene medicine failed. And the success rate of exchanging for gene medicine again is also a problem? Yang Bo took a sip of water and asked. Of course. Here are the relevant materials. Yang Bo took the information and was a little dumbfounded. The ancient martial arts methods are also divided into many levels. The highest is hundreds of millions of points. And the lowest is free. However, they must be carried out in professional training institutions, because there are people there who will guide and take emergency measures. The minimum 1 hour in this training institution is 1,000 credit points. Yang Bo, in this society, you have to remember one thing. If you want to live a better life, there is no free thing. The company's policy is fairness. Of course, I can give you advice on some issues, but my advice is from my perspective and may not be very suitable for you. No matter who gives you advice in the future, you must consider it carefully. Lu Jijia said again. Okay, boss. You can prepare the watch yourself or pick it up at the company. Of course, if you get a higher level in the future, you will need a watch customized by our company. Now your level is not high enough. Once you get your own watch, you can move out of your current place and live in the dormitory arranged by the company. I will take you to the dormitory first. Don't worry about our company dormitory. Yang Bo nodded. The business of this company is obviously not that simple. If you don't have enough strength, you dare not engage in this business. I just don't know who are the people behind this company. Chapter 11. The ability brought by camouflage +4. The dormitory is in a private community in the suburbs. A small apartment with only 3 floors. There are about 5 units on each floor. It is a single room with 1 bedroom and 1 living room. It is much smaller than the one Yang Bo lives in now. The decoration is also simple. The door here is the old-fashioned door that you can unlock by yourself. There is network service in the house. This is your employee card. You need it when you enter the door. We don't have many employees here. Most of them have their own residences. This is your access card. There are security guards at the entrance of the private community. The security guard Lu Jijia mentioned is a laser transmitter. A security weapon. Once someone forcibly breaks into the security area, this thing will emit lasers. Lu Jijia drove Yang Bo to buy a watch and went to the community to apply for the return of the house. The community staff came together. Yang Bo brought a few of his own clothes and didn't bring the rest. The watch belonging to the government was also handed in. In the dormitory, the environment of the private community is better than where Yang Bo lives. It is almost impossible to see the residents next door here. They are all shaded by trees. The room is simple, with a manual flush toilet, manual faucet, and manual temperature adjustment. Even the windows have to be opened manually. And the air conditioner is also manual. Damn. How cheap of me to come to the future world and live in a rental house similar to my previous life. Yang Bo felt around and felt a lot more at ease for no reason. The watch is a product of Ping and Technology Company Limited, although it is an old model. But according to what Lu Jijia said, for you, those hackers would provoke Ping and Technology Company Limited, which is completely impossible. The implication is that you are not qualified enough to let others provoke Ping and Technology Company. This watch does not have a smart housekeeper system. Everyone in the government house must wear it because the government is responsible for the safety of these people. Otherwise, if something goes wrong, those politicians will be criticized. This watch is completely owner-centered. Yang Bo removed most of the functions, leaving a contact function, similar to making a phone call, and an email service function, and the rest are gone. As for buying things, you can buy them on a wired virtual computer, and then the property staff here will deliver them to the designated location. The locker in the lobby downstairs, or the locker at the elevator entrance. There is no need to sort the garbage. Just throw it away casually. The property has this service. You can eat whatever you want and drink whatever you want. Yang Bo came out of the shower and found that the watch had a message prompt. It was a game that the original owner used to play. The game held an event. The original owner used to follow a female star's concert event. Continue to play the game to get concert tickets. Yang Bo was not interested. He blocked the message sending game. And then sat in front of the French window in the living room in shorts. Skills. Yang Bo's mind moved. And he called for skills. The information appeared in his mind. And Yang Bo thought to himself, the ability of sonic positioning is still good. But where are there so many bats to kill? If I went back to my hometown in my previous life and found a cave, it would be pitch black everywhere. Disguise? I saw someone watching me yesterday. And I immediately sensed it. Is it also the ability of camouflage? Yang Bo muttered in his heart. With his eyes closed, Yang Bo silently thought about camouflage in his heart. And suddenly Yang Bo seemed to understand something. Coming to the bathroom, looking at himself in the mirror, Yang Bo's heart moved. And a magical thing happened. Double eyelids turned into single eyelids. Then his heart moved again. And his big eyes turned into squinted eyes. Then his heart moved again. And his eyebrows changed. A minute later, Yang Bo looked at himself in the mirror. And he changed from a pure boy to a greasy uncle. And the squinted eyes. The kind of lecherous. Ahem. You can change muscles and hair. But you can't change bones. Is it because the camouflage level is not enough? The change lasted for 20 minutes. And the ability disappeared. Yang Bo felt a little empty in his body. Just like the Sage mode. Yang Bo also tested that this level of camouflage can change muscles and hair. I just don't know if there will be energy fluctuations after the change. Should I buy an energy detector? Forget it. Feeling very hungry, Yang Bo was thinking about the ability of camouflage while buying vegetables. It's probably difficult to hunt that kind of creature now. Let's check ancient martial arts online. Yang Bo planned to check the ancient martial arts excitation gene after dinner. Homemade food is delicious. But it's a bit troublesome. The virtual computer used here is also a big brand. According to Lu Jijia, try to choose a big brand. Because the reputation of a big brand is very important. Unless your value is so great that it cannot be estimated. No one wants to mess with these big brands. Fuck. Yang Bo manually searched the ancient martial arts gene school. And the information displayed made Yang Bo swear directly. The virtual image showed a square metal fragment, on which were the acupuncture points and meridians of the human body. One of the people in the front was complete, and the person in the back was incomplete. It is also stated that 4,500 years ago, the Blackstone Empire, the predecessor of the Three Alliances, conducted the first space jump test, and this piece of metal rushed out from the alien space. According to research, this is an unknown civilization. This civilization is very strange. The method of making metal fragments is very poor, but the content depicted on it is shocking. Scientists initially thought that this metal plate was a joke. Isn't the human body just blood vessels and nerves? What are these markings? But one scientist may be crazy. He stimulated these marked points with electric current, and then opened up extraordinary abilities. This made scientists continue to study. And then scientists found some suspicious information behind this golden plate, which was translated into ancient martial arts methods. Looking for death. Stimulating acupuncture points with electric current. Yang Bo looked at the metal piece. Could this be a probe launched by the Earth? Or are humans on Earth also from aliens? Keep watching. The use of electric current to stimulate acupuncture points has developed into a secret method to open genetic evolution. As for genetic drugs, there is no introduction on the internet. Only the introduction of advanced biological genetic technology. I don't know how to practice, but I know how to massage acupuncture points and tendons. In his previous life, Yang Bo knew how to massage because his parents were old and had pains here and there. So he taught himself a lot of massage techniques. In his previous life, Yang Bo also liked to read novels. When he was young, he liked to read martial arts novels and bought some martial arts secrets to read. But what kind of martial arts is it? Is it the same as on Earth? Are the people on Earth also aliens? Yang Bo didn't dare to try it easily. Things on the internet may not be true. And there are no specific martial arts methods. Let's make money first. In the end, Yang Bo only thought about making money first, and then talking about it after making money. Chapter 12 on the job training. The next day, Yang Bo made breakfast at home, and threw the garbage downstairs when he went out. There was no need to sort garbage here, which was great. After walking out of the community gate, Yang Bo was ready to go to the company. He had to take public transportation here. Yang Bo didn't need to pay before, but now he has to pay. The prices are different for different time periods and distances. There are not many people waiting for the bus at the bus stop. More than 90% of the residents will not go out to work, and most of those citizens have their own anti-gravity cars. Yang Bo was looking forward to what tasks he would have today. When he arrived at the bus stop, he found that the bus would arrive in 5 minutes. So Yang Bo found a place to sit down. Just after he sat down, a young man also walked into the waiting area. This young man was dressed very ordinary, but Yang Bo felt different. The first thing this person did when he walked in was to look at him, while the others walked in to see if there were any seats. Being followed again? Thinking of the feeling of being followed the afternoon before yesterday, Yang Bo frowned slightly. The young man walked into the waiting room and immediately saw the target person, a 19-year-old resident. The mission was too simple. However, it was not possible to take action here. This was a public area. Once he took action, the drone police would arrive in less than 20 seconds. The young man found a seat and sat down. He looked at the target person out of the corner of his eye. He was a very ordinary resident. He could tell by his clothes. The young man didn't know who needed the blood sample of this resident. The young man touched the ring on his finger. The bus was coming in a few minutes. He took the opportunity to get the other person's blood sample with the ring. This mission was to send money to himself. It was too simple. Yang Bo looked at a bus entering the station, stood up suddenly, and then boarded the bus in an instant. Although this bus was not going to the company, the young man was stunned by Yang Bo's action. According to the intelligence, the target person should not be this bus. The young man stood up quickly, but it was too late. The bus had already started. Damn it! The young man cursed secretly, and then rushed to the taxi place, which was not far away. After Yang Bo got on the bus, he walked to the end of the bus and saw the young man rushing to the taxi stand in a hurry. Yang Bo frowned. It seems that he is really coming for me. Yang Bo was sure of this. Yang Bo thought about it, then looked at the bus route carefully, and then got off at the next stop. After waiting for a few minutes, the bus to the company came. Yang Bo felt a little heavy in his heart. Who was following him? Was it the company? It shouldn't be. What should I do now? Yang Bo felt a little flustered. After arriving at the company, Yang Bo was hesitating whether to tell others that someone was following him. Yang Bo, this is the next arrangement. Although your current level is very low, you will receive a series of on-the-job training to deal with possible dangers. Lu Jijia took out a piece of paper and handed it to Yang Bo. Yang Bo was a little suspicious. Training? Training only after formal employment? In fact, this is Lu Jijia's resource allocation to Yang Bo. Because Yang Bo may have genetic evolution, Lu Jijia gave him this opportunity. If it were an ordinary person, he might have to work for a period of time before receiving on-the-job training. Boss, where is the training? Yang Bo looked carefully and found that it was mainly to identify some dangerous creatures or objects and then deal with them correctly. Virtual training. We have a virtual helmet. You have 1 month. Because there is no biochip to assist, you need to get at least 60 points in the assessment. Because of the customer groups we are dealing with, no one knows what these people will put at home to seek excitement. Lu Jijia said. Those rich people can do anything for excitement. Boss, I will try my best. Take the virtual helmet back, and you can train at home. You need to be online for 4 hours a day. In addition, you will be paid for this month. Lu Jijia said again. Understood. Then Yang Bo left the company with a box and took a taxi directly back to his place. If someone followed him, he would follow him. He lived in a private community and was not afraid. Yang Bo made himself a cup of tea, then sat on the sofa and opened the box. Inside the box was an old virtual helmet, just like a motorcycle helmet, with a large mask, and a pair of silver-white gloves, with wires connected to the virtual helmet. The virtual helmet has been activated. Yang Bo looked at the brand of the virtual helmet, which was from Ping & Company again. After putting on the helmet, Yang Bo found that his vision was like that of riding a bicycle. There was only one software on it, which was named E-Level Safety Training. After opening the software, there were several options. The first was dangerous plants. The second was dangerous animals. The third was how to deal with dangerous plants. The fourth was how to deal with dangerous animals. The fifth was how to save yourself. And the sixth was a simulated assessment. TSK. Yang Bo moved his hands and opened the first option. There were strange and toxic plants in it. There were plants that killed people and plants with exploding fruits. There were also plants with strong paralysis and poisonous spikes all over the body. There were also ordinary ones, but poisonous all over the body. There were also mushrooms that released poisonous spores, etc. Yang Bo felt that these were nothing. Because when he was a cleaner, he would wear protective clothing. Generally speaking, after the task was issued, someone in the company would evaluate it. And then when you received the task, the protective clothing would correspond to different environments. At noon, he made a bowl of mixed noodles by himself and continued to watch after eating. After all, Yang Bo didn't want to die in his future work because of mistakes or inaccurate intelligence. Because it was a private territory, the service personnel might not get timely treatment because they needed the company's people to treat them, not the official agencies. Once the official agencies intervened, the fact that the service objects privately planted and raised these creatures would be exposed. For the next 10 days, Yang Bo stayed at home and tried to remember the knowledge he learned, because it was related to his financial prospects. Yang Bo was at home, and someone outside was getting anxious. The person who was following Yang Bo originally thought that it was easy to get some blood samples from an ordinary person. He could get a little blood by meeting him on the bus or walking. He didn't expect that the other party would not come out after returning to his residence. Damn bastard. I'm going to kill this bastard, the young man who took the task shouted in his heart. Yang Bo was ready to take the simulation test. He took a deep breath and clicked on the simulation test. He saw that he was in a garden. The test was to find the dangerous items in the garden and clean them up. After finding a few plants, he put on protective gear and put them into special garbage bags. Because different plants need different garbage bags, and poisonous plants need special garbage bags. There were some goldfish in the fish pond in the garden, and Yang Bo knew it was not that simple. After all, it was an assessment, and soon found a black thing under a rockery. Electric eel. Yang Bo saw this thing, took a shovel in his hand, and hit the rockery hard. Swimming +1. Swimming +1. Swimming +1. As the goldfish in the fish pond rolled, Yang Bo was dumbfounded, and a stream of information flowed in his mind. Was sure. Is this scene real? Yang Bo was a little dumbfounded, but then stared at the electric eel discharging electricity in the fish pond with shining eyes. Chapter 13 Light Energy Control. Yang Bo didn't care why this assessment scene was real. He changed into an insulating protective suit and poked the electric eel with a shovel. The electric eel was stimulated and continued to discharge electricity. All the goldfish in the fish pond died and turned over. Crack! The electric eel was hurt by Yang Bo's shovel and jumped out at once. Yang Bo, who was quick-eyed and quick-handed, shoveled it down. Electric energy control +1. Yang Bo smiled in his heart. But on the surface, he still took out the garbage bag and cleaned up the body of the electric eel, whose head was blown by the shovel, and the bodies of the goldfish. The whole garden was cleaned up. The final evaluation score of the simulation assessment was 85 points. The deduction items were the special tools that should be used when dealing with electric eels. In addition, there was a poisonous plant that was not found and mixed with other plants. Just now, I reacted quickly. As soon as the electric eel moved, I almost knew where this guy was going. Is this the ability of dynamic vision? Yang Bo took off the virtual helmet and pondered while drinking tea. Skill. He silently recited the skill in his heart. TSK. This company's strength is abnormal. I just felt something was wrong when I entered the simulation training. It was too realistic, but not real. Could it be that the image was processed? Electric energy control. What's going on? Is it the same discharge as the electric eel? Yang Bo was thinking about how to test it. In an Jijia company, Lu Jijia got a piece of data and looked at the data. The data was red, green, and gold. The nerve reaction is so fast. Could it be that this ability has been awakened? Lu Jijia turned on the computer and carefully watched the image of Yang Bo breaking the head of the electric eel with a shovel. It was fast, fierce and accurate. Ordinary people could never do it. It was easy to cut the body of the electric eel, but the head was still in the water. Let's observe first. However, Lu Jijia was not sure. After all, some abilities were still useless. Yang Bo decided not to do any experiments for the time being. What should he do first? Of course, he would take advantage of the situation. The mock exams were held at most twice a day. Due to time constraints, one exam was to clean the garden, clean the room, clean the basement, etc. Yang Bo regretted not discovering it earlier. But there was nothing he could do because the previous items did not meet the time limit, and he could not start the exam. Kill a fluorescent poison frog. Light control +1. Kill an electric eel. Electric control +1. Kill a bat. Sonic positioning +1. Kill a snake. Thermal imaging vision +1. One day before the 1-month training, Yang Bo checked the skills he had acquired. It's a pity that there are no mutant creatures. Otherwise, there would be many skills. Yang Bo looked at his abilities, mainly because the abilities he acquired were random. There were poisonous creatures in the mock exam, and there were many insects, such as spiders, centipedes, and ants, which would not acquire abilities if killed. Otherwise, Yang Bo felt that he was rich. Looking forward to the final test tomorrow, Yang Bo stood in the window, looking at the community outside. It was already dark outside, except for the lights on the road. There was no light anywhere else. He thought. Thermal imaging vision. Then Yang Bo found that his vision had changed, and it became a thermal imaging mode. And the distance was only about 100 meters. Light energy control. Electric energy control. How to test it? Yang Bo was afraid of making a big noise. Although there was no intelligent system monitoring, who could guarantee that the release of electricity would not cause a power outage in the room? While Yang Bo was hesitating, Lu Jijia was also paying attention to Yang Bo's training progress. TSK. This kid has a violent gene. He is not slow to act on this little animal. That's good. Other branches recruited some people, took the task in front, and reported the company later. Lu Jijia was relieved. Although there was no evidence for other people's reports, the impact was very bad. What would Party A think? On Yang Bo's side, in the bathroom, Yang Bo, lying in the bathtub, looked at the glowing fingers, which felt like a 15-watt energy-saving lamp, and was a little confused. Is this light energy control? Is the level too low? Yang Bo looked at the glowing fingers. He had just tested it. The glowing part can be anywhere, but it can't be separated from the body. With a thought in his mind, Yang Bo looked at the glowing index finger, and then raised his middle finger. The front half of the two fingers glowed, and then the light became brighter and brighter. It really works. Yang Bo clearly felt the heat emitted from his fingers, then put his fingers in the water of the bathtub. Zzz. Steam immediately came out of the water in the bathtub, and there was a sizzling sound. Yang Bo looked down at himself again, thinking, if this thing is heated, ahem. The key is that the light is eye-catching. It seems that the ability is not enough. Can it be like a light spell at the intermediate level? The light on his fingers dissipated, and Yang Bo wanted to test the electrical energy, but was afraid of making a noise. Slowly get familiar with the release of light energy. It's a big useless. The release time is long and the temperature is too low. I can't see any application scenarios for now. Yang Bo tried it and felt a little tired, but the effect was not ideal. And this skill increase can only be obtained by killing prey. I have released the skills several times, but the skills have not increased. The skill level points increased tenfold. 10 for primary, 100 for intermediate, and 1000 for advanced. So what are the levels later? Yang Bo thought about it and went to rest. It consumes a lot to release superpowers. The next morning, he got up early, washed up, cooked some food, made tea, and prepared for the final assessment. The higher the score of the final assessment, the more tasks he can take later. Putting on the virtual helmet, Yang Bo prepared for the final exam. To put it bluntly, this kind of exam is programmed, and different tools and different operating procedures are selected for different poisons. The first is self-safety as a prerequisite. But if you encounter these poisonous substances during the mission, you have to pay more. The virtual image turned, and Yang Bo found himself at the gate of a garden. Yang Bo didn't know whether this assessment was real or not, because the image can be optimized, and the real one can be optimized into a fake one, and the fake one can be optimized into a real one. The countdown begins. The real assessment task has a time limit. A voice sounded in Yang Bo's ears. Chapter 14 Mecha Driving +8. Alas, after looking around the bare garden, Yang Bo was speechless. The garden was mainly filled with poisonous plants and poisonous insects, but no animals. That is to say, the idea of gaining ability through the expected assessment was dashed. The assessment score was 98 points. And the deduction item was the irregular behavior of dealing with a poisonous spider. The spider, which was the size of a pigeon egg, was slapped to death by Yang Bo. Yang Bo really didn't mean it. The spider jumped out all of a sudden. And it was a subconscious behavior. According to the regulations, he should retreat to keep a safe distance, and then use tools to deal with it. Try not to directly contact poisonous animals and plants. Even if you are wearing protective clothing. Forget it. I'll go to work tomorrow. After Yang Bo finished the assessment, he was very depressed. Yang Bo's assessment results came out, and Lu Jijia widened his eyes and looked at Yang Bo's ranking. It's 98 points. Is Yang Bo's genetic evolution direction related to IQ? Lu Jijia knew the difficulty of the test, because it is difficult for ordinary people to remember all the poisonous plants and animals. So Lu Jijia specifically said that 60 points are enough to pass the test. However, Lu Jijia is not sure, because to determine the direction of genetic evolution, very complex tests are required, and the most basic one also requires blood samples. Even now, no one knows how many directions genetic evolution has. The first reason is that everyone's physique is different, and the direction of genetic evolution is also different. The other reason is confidentiality. Gene evolvers keep their personal abilities confidential, because once others know their genetic evolution abilities, they can make various plans for them. The next morning, Yang Bo woke up and felt very comfortable, because Yang Bo used light energy to control and consume his energy every night. So he slept very comfortably, and woke up in one sleep. After packing up and coming to the bus station, Yang Bo thought about going to the company to ask his boss some questions to see if the boss would answer. Yang Bo did not notice a young man wearing sunglasses and a hooded sweatshirt. The young man's eyes were cold under the sunglasses, and he looked at Yang Bo with anger. There are many people in this world who go out wearing sunglasses, sweatshirts, and hats, because most of them are residents. These residents have formed a nerd personality over time, and have almost no social circle. The bus came, and Yang Bo lined up to get on the bus. Unconsciously, the young man wearing sunglasses approached Yang Bo and touched the back of Yang Bo's hand. Suddenly, the young man was shocked. His mind was a mess. He didn't know who he was and where he was, and he looked around with a confused look. He was pushed by the person behind him, and the young man entered the car. Yang Bo felt a sudden shock, as if he was electrocuted by static electricity, and looked around suspiciously. After getting off the car and entering the company, Lu Jijia called Yang Bo to the office and asked, "The results are good. How do you feel?" "I feel like I am a little abnormal. I feel like I killed those animals. But I don't feel guilty?" Yang Bo hesitated and said, "This is human nature. You can check history. The number of human deaths in wars far exceeds other things, such as disasters, plagues, etc. Humans are also advanced animals, standing at the top of the food chain. Look at the beasts among the animals. What do they rely on to ensure their position at the top of the food chain? They rely on killing and hunting. You don't have to care too much. You can choose the task. If you feel it's not right, you can choose the order without animals." Lu Jijia spoke. Yang Bo nodded. "Okay, boss. Go down and take the task. You are now the lowest level E level, and you can only take E level task orders," Lu Jijia said again. Yang Bo nodded, and then went to take the task. Unexpectedly, there were quite a lot of orders. At least 10 orders. But some orders disappeared in the middle, probably taken by others. Clean up the basement. Yang Bo took an E-level task of 1,500 credit points to clean up the debris in a basement. With the equipment required for the task, Yang Bo got in the car, and it was the car sent by the client to pick him up. Lu Jijia said before that most of the clients are celebrities and politicians. These people don't want certain things to be exposed. Just like the garden that was cleaned last time. Dozens of endangered protected plants. Once it is made public, these celebrities will have a lot of fun. At the same time, hundreds of kilometers away from Yang Bo, a young man wearing sunglasses and a sweatshirt got off the car in a daze. The young man didn't know who he was, where he was, and what he did. There were some fragments in his mind from time to time. Ring. The word ring appeared in the young man's mind. The young man looked at the ring on his hand. took it off and walked while looking at it. Suddenly, the young man convulsed and fell to the ground. And the ring flew out, and was knocked to the ground by the bus speeding behind him. Although the bus has an intelligent system, the young man's behavior is special, and the intelligent system did not successfully warn. After the bus stopped, it immediately opened the door, and a voice sounded inside the car, "Dear passengers, please evacuate urgently. Please evacuate urgently." In 10 seconds, 2 black and white drones were suspended in the air. These were drone police, carrying laser systems. 25 seconds later, 2 anti-gravity suspension vehicles arrived. One was an ambulance, and the other was a policeman. At this time, Yang Bo, who was still in the car, was a little confused, because just now a message suddenly appeared. Mecha driving +8. Oh my god. Yang Bo was confused again. And then he silently recited the skill in his mind, and found that there was indeed such a skill. This is fucking. Yang Bo was a little confused. What happened? I didn't kill anyone. Then Yang Bo thought carefully. From getting up in the morning to going to work, he didn't find any problems. Then he thought about it again. And then he remembered that he was electrocuted by static electricity on the bus. Did someone plot against me? Yang Bo looked carefully at the back of his hand, and found a very light red dot, like a pinhole. When Yang Bo was suspicious, the young man who had a car accident over there. The 2 policemen frowned. "Sea-level citizen. We don't have enough authority. It's not something we can handle." Report it. The young man was sent to the ambulance. But the doctor found that the victim was no longer breathing. But the rescue procedure was still necessary. However, because the identity of the person involved was unknown, the rescue methods were the most basic. Because some people are allergic to certain drugs, or some genetic evolutionists cannot touch certain drugs. Yang Bo, who got off the bus and prepared to work, probably figured out what happened. The death target was given 8 points, which should be considered a sea-level gene enhancer. A sea-level gene enhancer took the bus. Is it specifically targeting me? That person poked me with something, and my own electrical energy controlled the discharge, which should have destroyed the other party's biochip. The static electricity I felt was actually the electrical energy released from my body? Go back and watch the news to see if there are any deaths today. The death of a sea-level citizen is not a small matter. Yang Bo packed up and went into the basement. He muttered to himself and prepared to start work. Chapter 15 Intermediate Electric Energy Control. After entering the basement, Yang Bo frowned slightly. This basement looked like a training room, with sandbags, wooden stakes similar to those used for martial arts on Earth, some fitness equipment, and some cold weapons. Hush. Yang Bo whistled first. The last incident made Yang Bo a little scared. If he hadn't discovered such a strange fish, he would have taken his life in one bite. After blowing a whistle, the sound wave did not find any abnormalities. So he took out the garbage bag and started to clean up. He dismantled everything here and threw it into the garbage bag. The most conspicuous thing was a few cushions. I don't know what kind of fur they were made of. As soon as I saw the beauty of these furs, I knew they were not ordinary animals. In addition, these woods for practicing martial arts were very heavy, and probably not made of ordinary wood. Yang Bo didn't know how to deal with these garbage in the end. But since the company dared to accept the order, it must have its own way. The reason why residents were asked to do these things was that, on the one hand, residents could not recognize all the protected animal furs and protected plants. And on the other hand, even if residents went out to say it, there was no evidence. The evolved judge with a chip can use some instruments to confirm the fluctuation of the chip to determine whether the person is lying. All the cold weapons were broken into lengths that could be put into the garbage bag. Spears, axes, two-handed swords, etc. all looked ordinary in material. Then the carpet on the ground, which was not ordinary at first glance, was cut. The wooden rack for practicing martial arts was smashed and bagged. The cushion made of unknown fur was also thrown into the garbage bag. After cleaning up, nothing valuable was found. There was probably something on the wall, but it was taken away. Perhaps the ancient martial arts practice method or something. And the things that were placed were gone. After finishing the cleaning, the garbage had to be transported to the designated location. Looking at the empty basement, Yang Bo considered that he had completed the task. Yang Bo didn't know where this basement was, because when he came, he got off the car in the underground garage. And when he went back, he walked from the underground garage Back to the company. Lu Jijia touched his head and asked Yang Bo, "This is your first time to go on a mission alone. How do you feel?" "No problem." Yang Bo was also surprised to see Lu Jijia's sparse hair. There shouldn't be too many genetic drugs to treat this. The boss is Lu Jijia, and the company is in Jijia. It's unclear if there is any relationship. "Any questions?" Lu Jijia asked, seeing that Yang Bo had no intention of leaving. "Boss, what are the conditions for E-level training and more advanced training?" Yang Bo still felt that it was safe to brush the training. "You need points. A simulated training of E-level requires 3,000 points. D-level requires 10,000 points. And the rest are higher. According to your current level, you can only participate in D-level training at most. Of course, if your personal ability reaches the corresponding level, the company will provide free induction training." Lu Jijia answered. Yang Bo asked again, "Thank you, boss. I think I can take tasks with higher value. Pay attention to the task platform, which is updated at 8 o'clock every morning. High-value tasks on the task platform are very popular." Lu Jijia now treats Yang Bo like an ordinary employee. "I understand." Yang Bo understood. But the probability of taking tasks to brush up skills is too low. After all, his current level is the lowest. Yang Bo left the company. To be honest, the salary was quite high, and the work intensity was not very high. But it was also true that in such a technologically advanced civilized world, if workers were exploited again, they would not work. At most, they would go home and live like pigs. After returning home, Yang Bo first checked the local news. And soon a piece of news attracted Yang Bo's attention. A sea-level citizen had an accident in a certain place. And there were photos of the scene. Looking at the man lying in front of the bus, Yang Bo's eyes shrank. "Isn't this the person I suspected of following me a month ago?" Yang Bo looked at this person. "Wasn't it the person who seemed to be following me when I went to the company last month?" Yang Bo looked at the man's dress again, and a cold sweat almost came out. This person was behind him in the morning, but he was wearing sunglasses and a hooded sweatshirt at the time, so he didn't notice it. Damn. Who is it? Yang Bo felt very depressed. Who is the other party? He was staring at him last month and came again this time. Sea-level citizens. This kind of people are elites. Yang Bo then searched for biochips. According to the chip company, biochips are very safe and can be integrated with brain tissue. Damn. I don't know how the other party died. Did he really electrocute himself? Yang Bo cursed in his heart. Things seemed to be in the fog. Yang Bo then took out the virtual helmet and took a look. Now he needs 3,000 credit points for simulation training. If he chooses the scene and poisonous creatures, he will add 1,000 points each time. Yang Bo looked at his points. There are more than 20,000 points. And Jijia's guaranteed salary is 15,000 credit points. Add the tasks completed every day, and you can definitely make 30,000 to 50,000 a month. The minimum for a single person's task is basically 1,000. And the working time is 6 hours a day. If you exceed the time, you will be charged 150 credit points per hour. You work 5 days a week, and double overtime on Saturdays and Sundays. The good welfare benefits made Yang Bo feel that he would be sorry for not working. But compared with those who have no worries about food and drink, it doesn't feel that good. If you buy vegetables by yourself, the price is very expensive. Vegetables and meat. Yang Bo cooks by himself, and the minimum is more than 100 yuan a day. Fortunately, he doesn't have to pay property fees, water and electricity fees. The salary is good, but if you really have your own house, think about the property fees of 10% of the house value per year, garbage disposal fees, and taxes. That is to say, if Yang Bo buys a house of 1 million now, he needs to pay 100,000 various taxes and fees every year. And his own expenses are calculated separately. Buying things is the same as America on Earth. There are various taxes. The price of things does not include taxes. You add taxes when you buy. Start brushing. Yang Bo looked at his points and could brush several E-level simulation trainings. So he decisively brushed them. And he chose the electric eel. And 4,000 points were gone after one simulation. For Yang Bo, points are nothing. And strength is the most important. 5 hours later, Yang Bo was lying in the bathtub. This bathtub was not as comfortable as the free bathtub provided by the government. The water was automatically drained and the temperature was automatically constant there. But here he had to adjust the temperature and drain the water himself. Yang Bo stretched out his palm, and blue electric energy slowly appeared in his palm. Electric energy is invisible. The reason why it is blue is the phenomenon caused by contact with the air. Is this the ability brought by intermediate electric energy control? When you reach the intermediate level, you can leave the body. Yang Bo felt the hot water temperature in the bathtub, and his heart was also excited. After 2 simulation assessments just now, the level of electric energy control reached the intermediate level, 11 out of 100. After half an hour, Yang Bo had a preliminary grasp of the release of electric energy. I just don't know how powerful this electric energy is. This Anziji company seems to be very powerful. They dare to use real electric eels for employees to practice. But it's good. It's better to lean on a big tree to enjoy the shade. Yang Bo's heart moved, and the electricity in his palm slowly entered his body again. I don't know if the electricity in my body is the same as the electricity I use. If they are the same, can I recharge myself? Yang Bo sat up suddenly. Chapter 16 Rechargeable. Yang Bo looked at the batteries on the internet. The cheapest ones were graphene batteries, with a few dozen credit points. And the most expensive ones were nuclear power batteries, with hundreds of thousands or millions of credit points. Nuclear power batteries are used for mechas. Yang Bo bought a graphene battery with more than 1,000 credit points, which can be adjusted. An hour later, the battery was delivered downstairs. Because it is a private community, drones are not allowed to deliver goods in. They can only be delivered to the entrance of the community, and the property staff will deliver it downstairs. The battery is a rectangle, 20 centimeters long, 15 centimeters wide, and 12 centimeters high. It is black all over, and the positive and negative poles are 2 hidden sockets. This battery has about 5,000 kilowatt hours of electricity. Yang Bo found 2 forks, and first inserted 1 fork into the positive pole. In an instant, Yang Bo knew that his guess was right, and felt a stream of heat flowing from his hand into his body. That feeling seemed to be the feeling of soaking in hot water in a bathhouse on Earth. And every cell seemed to be very excited. After 20 minutes, the battery power was reduced by 20%. And Yang Bo felt a little sore all over. So he stopped. After putting the battery away, Yang Bo fell into bed and fell asleep, feeling as if he was too tired. When he woke up the next day, Yang Bo felt full of strength. But he was very hungry. So he quickly drank 2 boxes of milk. Could it be that the electric current stimulated the physique? Yang Bo guessed again. I don't know if there is a black market in this world. It would be great if I could get a live electric eel. I'll talk about it when I get back from get off work in the afternoon. Since this E-level training is a real thing, will there be other training or similar things that are also real? Can I play mecha games when I come back tonight? Controlling mecha requires hand speed. While Yang Bo was washing and making breakfast, many ideas popped up in his mind. As for why Yang Bo didn't ask Lujijia, because everyone's genetic evolution ability is confidential. Unless you join the army or other large forces, you will have the opportunity to contact it. But this is also the ability of some genetic evolutionists of the same type, which can only be used as a reference, because everyone's genes are different. The activated gene sequences are different, and the combinations are different, which will lead to different abilities. This has long been known on the internet. Of course, it is not ruled out that some institutions have monopolized this kind of information. Some people ask why. This is the same as those big killer weapons on the earth. Why are they monopolized by big countries? It's the same reason. These big forces hold this information. Nothing more than fearing that others will get the information. If you want to get the information, you have to join them. That is what is commonly known as class monopoly. Lu Jijia also said that everyone is born with genetic testing, and the military has already reserved the best talents. Yang Bo checked last night again, and saw the news of the sea-level genetic evolutionist who had an accident on the bus he took. The police announced that it was an accident. Yang Bo frowned, and had a feeling that this person was coming for him, and he was sure to die in his hands. Otherwise, how could he have the ability to drive a mecha? But how exactly did he kill the other person? Yang Bo was not sure. Today Yang Bo took a taxi, an unmanned one, and just told the destination when he got in the car. In the past, Yang Bo lived in a government house, and was not allowed to take a taxi. And even some high-end shopping malls were not allowed to enter, because it would lead to criticism from other people in society, saying that those who enjoy federal benefits would actually take a taxi. Of course, compared to the fact that a large number of people living in low-rent housing on Earth drive luxury cars. This world is still relatively beautiful. When he arrived at the company, he first looked at the tasks. Yang Bo tried to choose tasks like gardening. Maybe there would be some unexpected gains. But unfortunately, cleaning the garden was very popular. Because rats, poisonous spiders, or other things outside the service were found in the garden. The employer would have to pay extra money. Yang Bo's authority level was the lowest. A person with high authority and a person with low authority took orders together. The one with high authority would get the task, and the one with low authority would have no choice. Clean the swimming pool. Since there was no garden, the one with the highest price would be fine. After accepting the task, Yang Bo went to collect the equipment. There was a lot of equipment this time. There were also various medicines and various equipment. The company sent a separate car, and Yang Bo got in the car. After arriving at the place, he unloaded the equipment outside the gate. And then the people here actually used internal combustion engine cars to deliver the tools to the side of the swimming pool. Even though Yang Bo had seen the area of the swimming pool, he was still shocked when he saw it. It was at least a huge swimming pool of 2,000 square meters. The style was a bit like the puddle in the stream seen on Earth. And the appearance was a water drop. Put on the protective clothing. First sprinkle the disinfectant into the swimming pool, and then arrange the pumping equipment. Because there are a lot of moss and impurities in the water, various filtering equipment is needed. And the water can be directly discharged to the forest on the side. Opposite the swimming pool is a 3-story villa. The huge floor-to-ceiling windows can see the layout of the house. And there are people walking inside. And you can also see the very abstract artwork on the wall. I don't know which celebrity it is. Yang Bo muttered to himself. After the disinfectant time was up, he started the pumping equipment and checked the filtration facilities. This pumping equipment was still the most primitive electric motor, but it was equipped with a battery. There was no intelligent control system. Just some buttons. Yang Bo picked up the water gun again and high-pressure washed the swimming pool. He pumped water while flushing, and then used a cleaning device, just like a lawn mower. But it was battery-driven and had a brush head in front. After cleaning, rinse once, continue to spray with special disinfectant, and finally clean it again, and then drain the water. This job was just like playing for Yang Bo in his previous life. The filter element and the filtration equipment and other things were all put into the garbage bag. After completing the task, the housekeeper carefully inspected and accepted it. And then Yang Bo left. 1,200 credit points were obtained. Not to mention, this simple physical labor actually made money quickly, which was higher than the income of ordinary genetic evolutionists. But it was also true that most residents grew up in welfare homes and were accustomed to that kind of pig-like life. Who would come out to work? After finishing this order today, Yang Bo couldn't wait to go back and brush the electric eel. He could also brush 3 E-level simulation training, seeing that D-level training requires 10,000 points. And then choosing a simulated assessment object by yourself. You need to add 3,000 points. It's still more cost-effective to brush E-level. Brushing an electric eel at E-level is +1. I was lucky yesterday and 3 electric eels appeared at once. Even if the D-level is a genetically contaminated beast, it may be at most +2. But the points required for D-level assessment are 3 times that of E-level. Yang Bo calculated carefully and felt that D-level was not cost-effective. No matter what. Brush the electric energy control first. Yang Bo thought about it and put on the virtual helmet. Because of the death of the sea-level gene, Yang Bo felt very insecure. Chapter 17, Pay-to-Win Game. Speechless. I did an E-level simulation test, but I didn't expect that I only got an electric eel, and only +1 in power control. This made Yang Bo very angry. If he scored +1 each time, he would need dozens of times to reach the advanced level, and each time would require 4,000 points. It would take almost a year to get so many points. Forget it. Let's experience the mecha game first. Yang Bo decided to relax himself. The original owner had played mecha games before, but because he didn't pass the initial simulation test and didn't get a driver's license. Yes, playing this game requires a test of hand speed. This mecha game is called Mecha World. It is said to be the most powerful game for paying to win. Of course, some people say it is the most profitable game. If the mecha is damaged, if there is not enough currency in the game, then you need to recharge. But if you have good skills and get a lot of loot, you can also make a lot of money. The most important thing is that this game does not require identity authentication. That is, no real name is required, and anyone can play it. Unlike real-life mecha driving, you need a genetic evolver. Reality requires genetic evolutionists. First, because of physical strength, mechas are ground combat. On the ground, the maximum acceleration of mechas can instantly exceed 15 g, even if there is a pressure suit. If the physique is not up to it, the whole person will explode instantly. Second, because mechas have many instructions. Some people may ask, is there no automatically controlled mecha? Mecha battles are close combat, interfering with each other, and suppressing each other. In addition, computers are all programmed. At the beginning, mechas were fully intelligent. But once your algorithm is cracked by others, all mechas are finished. Since then, human mechas are mainly human-based. After entering the game and creating an account, Yang Bo randomly gave himself a nickname, the long-winded Mr. 8. Looking at the strange nickname, Yang Bo didn't care. What if he failed the assessment? He couldn't enter the game. The assessment began. The assessment was the hand speed. The minimum required was 120 times per second. With 10 fingers on both hands, Yang Bo operated like a tiger, but only 65 times per second, and failed the assessment. However, this game provides simulation training, and Yang Bo entered without hesitation. In his previous life, as an Earthling, he came to this interstellar era. If he didn't see the mecha, it would be a waste. Even in the game, wearing virtual sensing gloves on both hands, Yang Bo's hands kept flying, and he became more and more familiar with the training again and again. The hand speed of the assessment is also related to the model of the mecha assigned in the game. Since the birth of the mecha, there have been more than a dozen generations, and there are many types. When the simulation training met the requirements, Yang Bo entered the game again. Congratulations, Mr. Ba. You have obtained the E-Class driver's license. Please choose the type of mecha. A message flashed on the virtual screen. Then Yang Bo looked at the mecha, which has 3 forms. The first one is like a big spider with 12 legs. Different legs have different weapons, such as laser launchers, plasma cutting, etc. The second one is a beast form, simulating beast combat. And the tail is a laser cannon. Yang Bo didn't even look at these two, but looked at the third one, which is a humanoid mecha that looks a bit like a transformer. The mecha codename is Blade. It is the most classic assault mecha produced 300 years ago. It comes with a laser sword, an energy shield, and a rocket backpack on the back. It uses nuclear batteries, but the burst time is 20 minutes and the cooling time is half an hour, which means that the full power can only support 20 minutes. And then the power must be reduced before entering the game. The official gave a detailed explanation. That is, take care of your mecha. Once damaged, it will cost a lot of money to repair. It also stated that this is not an ordinary game, and each IP address can only create one account. If you want to cancel this account, you need to repair the mecha to its original state. No wonder there is a lot of criticism online. Yang Bo looked at it and thought, if you accidentally break the mecha, and then you don't have money to repair it, it is impossible to re-register the account. This IP address will be useless, and you can only charge money to repair it. Then, there is simulated combat training. Mecha against mecha. Mecha against monsters. The mecha cockpit is like a C-type office desk. It is a 270-degree dome full screen, showing a 270-degree exterior view, with voice-assisted control. The left hand controls the mecha posture, walking, running, jumping, instant acceleration, etc. And the right hand is responsible for various functions. Yang Bo looked at this virtual game, which was so damn real. If he hadn't turned his head to see the sofa behind him, he would have thought he was in the mecha cockpit. Of course, the virtual image transmitter equipped in this dormitory is also very good. Continue tomorrow. Unfortunately, Yang Bo failed the combat training in the next hour. The official does not recommend entering the game. To put it bluntly, noobs, don't play. In his dreams at night, Yang Bo felt like he was driving a mecha. As a native of a backward civilization, it was his first time to play this kind of game, and he felt addicted. When Yang Bo woke up the next morning, he realized that today was Saturday. He wanted to rest, but he thought of the double salary. Damn, in my last life, let alone doubling my salary, I was lucky that my boss didn't deduct my salary for some excuse. I hurried to work. Garden mission. When I arrived at the company, I found that there was a garden mission on Saturday. So I quickly took it. The cost was as high as 1,600 credit points, plus the 500 credit points given by the company for full attendance, which was doubled to 3,700. The area of the garden that needs to be cleaned is 1,200 square meters. And I don't know what the rest is. And there is no map or anything. This is how it is in this business. You don't know what's in the garden until you get there, get the equipment, and then the client will come to pick it up. When you arrive at the destination, check it, and take off the watch. Yang Bo looked at the garden near a lake, and saw at a glance that there were at least several red endangered plants in it. If ordinary people touch these plants, they might have to spend their lives in prison. But to these powerful people, they are just garbage that they are tired of seeing. The garden is 1,200 square meters, with a long pool with various aquatic plants. In addition to the flower beds and other facilities, the garden has an area of about 800 square meters. Of course, this is part of the huge garden. The entire garden is at least hundreds of acres, surrounding an ancient building, which looks a bit like a temple. The vermilion walls, glazed tiles, various shapes on the roof, and wooden hollow windows. Yang Bo first cleaned the plants. The plants were uprooted. The plants in the garden were not very tall. The plants were pulled out and put into garbage bags. Then, the flower beds were turned over with special equipment. As for whether there are grass seeds and pests in the soil, sorry. That is the business of the planters. See if there are any surprises in this fish pond. Yang Bo finally cleaned the fish pond, put on another protective suit, and cleaned the plants in the fish pond first. Chapter 18. Not doing one's job. What made Yang Bo speechless was that there was something in the fish pond. A group of colorful shrimps, which seemed to be protected animals. Party A increased the budget by 500. It's really nice to work on Saturday. Yang Bo returned home from get off work and carefully calculated that he earned 4,200 credit points today. Let's test it and see if the light energy can be replenished by charging after it is consumed. Yang Bo thought of it today. What is consumed by controlling light energy and electric energy? Is it one's own force? In the bathroom, Yang Bo's palms made a sizzling sound in the bathtub. Frying fish in the palm of his hand is no longer a dream. It lasted for half an hour. Yang Bo felt a little weak. He got up and put on a bathrobe. This was the feeling of excessive consumption. Then Yang Bo put his hand directly on the positive pole of the battery. A numb and warm feeling spread along the palm, arm, and then spread to the whole body. The reason why he didn't test it in the bathtub was that he was afraid that leakage would cause unnecessary trouble, such as circuit tripping. 20 minutes later, Yang Bo was full of energy and looked at himself in the mirror. Do I have to carry such a large battery when I go out in the future? He entered the mecha game with full energy. Mecha driving tests the reaction ability. The strongest mecha warrior can fight at a speed of 15 times the speed of sound. Fighting at this speed is almost invincible. And the combat training Yang Bo conducted in the game only needs to reach supersonic speed. Of course, the sharp blade mecha that Yang Bo is driving in the game now can't reach 15 times the speed of sound. Blade, the third generation humanoid mecha, 8.2 meters high, weighing 115 tons, equipped with a rocket backpack, a maximum speed of 5 times the speed of sound, a maximum operating time of 20 minutes at full power, equipped with a plasma cutter, and an energy shield. Most mechas are in melee mode, and there are very few long-range ones. Why? If you really need a long range, you might as well summon a space battleship laser cannon. It is still difficult to lock and hit an object moving at several times the speed of sound from thousands of meters away. Of course, it is not impossible. What is needed is a genetic evolver with special abilities. Otherwise it will not be able to react. Yang Bo controls his mecha and is now familiar with it. His left hand quickly makes several consecutive movements, and he squats and rolls to avoid the attack of a mecha. Accelerate. After a series of controls, the mecha kicked with its left foot, and the rocket backpack behind it exploded. Yang Bo's mecha instantly rushed towards the opponent at twice the speed of sound. And at the same time, the plasma cutter in his hand flashed a dazzling light, vibrating up to 180,000 times per second. Congratulations to the long-winded Mr. Ba. You have completed the primary combat training and can enter the game. A pleasant voice sounded as he watched the other mecha being cut into pieces by himself. Entering the game. The background of the game is that a virus spreads in a certain anti-human laboratory of human beings, and some people become mutants with many incredible abilities, and even wild animals have mutated. Yang Bo took a general look at the background of the game and didn't pay attention to the rest. Yang Bo just came to experience it. After all, this is a legendary thing. It's really dark. It's really dark. An hour of information service fee of 300 credit points. Yang Bo looked at the scenery in front of him. It was beautiful. A huge steel fortress stood on the top of the mountain, with an endless plain on the right and endless mountains on the left. The birthplace of the game was a base called number 16. Information service fee. What exactly is it for? Similar to a point card. Forget it. I quit the game after playing for an hour. This bastard game is probably really profitable. Yang Bo found that there were many players. At least hundreds of players could be seen in the field of vision. Looking at the small map, the official divided the map into safe and dangerous areas according to the skills of the game players. And it is not recommended for players to go to the dangerous areas marked by the official. Yang Bo walked out of the steel fortress along the road's sign. The huge laser cannon on the steel fortress was so realistic. Looking at the sky again, it was gray. After leaving the base, there were two roads. The mountains were dangerous areas. Yang Bo was a person who listened to others' advice and went to the plains. Yang Bo controlled the mecha while performing various actions, such as picking up the plasma cutter and waving it, just like a toy in a child's hand. Accelerate from time to time to experience the speed and passion. But unfortunately the body has no feeling. Only visual feeling. There was a big tree in front. Yang Bo smiled. Charged. And the rocket backpack was quickly opened. The mecha jumped out at supersonic speed. And the plasma cutter in his hand instantly passed through the tree. Fly +1. Fly +1. Fly +1. Yang Bo was stunned. What was going on? Stopping the mecha, Yang Bo looked at the half-cut tree crown, then turned back and carefully searched the tree crown, and soon saw a bird's nest with 3 birds on the ground. What's going on? Does this planet really exist? Are the so-called mutants and anti-human organizations real? No wonder I can't see the starry sky. Countless thoughts flashed through Yang Bo's mind. He didn't know if it was because of his enhanced ability, but now Yang Bo felt that his mind was very agile. Yang Bo silently recited the skills and soon saw flying, primary, 3 out of 10. Oh my god! Could this skill allow me to fly in the flesh? Yang Bo was excited and turned on the mecha radar to scan the bird. Soon, many bird traces appeared on the radar. This is a new technology of the future. Each plant and animal has a different structure and gene. The waves emitted by the search radar distinguish various organisms through different waves refracted back. Let's put it this way. With such a radar, it's very simple to find fungi. After going up the mountain, scan the fungi you want to find, or the ones in the database. Once this radar scans, you will know where the fungi are. So many players saw a strange scene. A primary mecha, waving a plasma knife, jumping up and down, occasionally a catapult, and then, a 5-meter-long plasma knife, chopped a bird weighing no more than 2 kilograms. Of course, the bird was easily chopped in half, and the players who saw it were talking about it. Is this person sick? I guess he's a novice. He's killing small animals. Report him. What is this dog doing? He charges 300 yuan for information service per hour. And he actually kills small animals? There are strange things every year. When this guy goes back to maintain the mecha, you will know how powerful he is. I guess he is honing his skills? What the hell? To hone his skills to find these small animals, he must go to the plains to find mutant animals. Right? Maybe he is a coward who is bullied in reality and comes to vent in the game. Yang Bo didn't care so much. And now Yang Bo regrets it. If I had known this, I should have chosen other mechas with laser weapons. Chapter 19 Prelude to the Feast. I want to see how many levels my skill has, and whether the flying skill can be used to fly in the end. Yang Bo left the game. He played for 2 hours. And the information service fee was 600 credit points. And the mecha maintenance fee was 1,500 points. It's a pity that the laser gun used by the mecha requires at least millions of credit points. That's right. Because Yang Bo has no currency in the game. He can only use credit points. The currency in the game is exchanged 1-to-1 with the currency in reality. I don't know where there are electric eels. Yang Bo looked at his newly added flying skill. Flying, advanced, 135/1000. That's right. In just 2 hours, at least 135 birds were chopped by the 5-meter-long plasma knife. What Yang Bo didn't know was that some guys in the game had already filmed Yang Bo flying over and chopped the bird. It was also equipped with text, "Thief bird, take my knife." The photo shows Yang Bo driving a sharp blade mecha, slashing a small bird in midair. This is not killing a chicken with a butcher knife, but killing a mosquito with a butcher knife. Is this person a psychopath? This person must have problems in real life. Yes, maybe he is here to vent. Is this the keyboard warrior in Ancient Legends? Haha. It's possible. Who is this player? I want his detailed information. Damn. He dared to kill small animals. Dude, this is a game. Who hasn't killed small animals? I think this player is honing his combat skills. Combat skills are shit. Idiot. You are the idiot. There are all kinds of people in the game. And all kinds of things are said. Some are small animal protectors who criticize Yang Bo. And others are like, I do whatever I want. What's wrong with you guys still talking in the game? Of course, Yang Bo's information could not be leaked. No one knew who was inside the mecha, and the game name was not displayed. Feeling very hungry, Yang Bo was about to wash his face and eat something, when suddenly he had an idea. Charge directly. 20 minutes later, Yang Bo was a little stunned. He felt full of strength and was no longer hungry. Am I still a human being? No. I have to drink a box of milk to calm down. Yang Bo felt that his body was a little weird. Moreover, the power consumed by charging this time increased by 10% compared to the afternoon. There was a display on the battery. What does this mean? Does it mean that the total amount of energy that my body can accommodate has increased? Then Yang Bo found that his reaction seemed to be a little faster. I will go to work first tomorrow, and improve my dynamic vision first after get off work. Yang Bo thought carefully and found that he had overlooked an important ability. Dynamic vision. If he drove the mecha by himself without the help of dynamic vision, he would basically not be able to predict the flight trajectory of the bird. Although the mecha has computer assistants, who can tell the trajectory of the bird in the air clearly, and it takes time from the computer prompt to the driver's reaction, which is slower than his own reaction. In supersonic combat, the minimum distance in 1 second is 400 meters. 1/10 of a second is 40 meters. And a slow reaction of 0.01 second is also 4 meters. Lying on the bed, Yang Bo remembered what Wu Bing said, that is, some administrative stars of mankind have disappeared. So is it a planetary explosion? Or is it just like in the game? I earned 5,400 credit points with double salary on Sunday, which was very good. Besides, the game requires Krypton gold, and Yang Bo is not going to use the points. When I got home at night, I was a little tired, so I took out the battery to charge it. Yang Bo charged it directly on the charging equipment provided by the property. It took 10 minutes to fully charge, and it cost 50 credit points each time. You still have to eat, and then enter the game. Yang Bo carefully learned that the rocket backpack has the highest maintenance cost. This thing can instantly push more than 100 tons of mecha to a maximum of 3 times the speed of sound, and break 6 times the speed of sound in 3 seconds. Compared with the advanced mecha that breaks 10 times the speed of sound in 1 second. It is the garbage among garbage. But no matter how garbage it is still a mecha. Most of the primary and intermediate mechas use nuclear batteries, and the advanced mechas use solid energy. That thing has super explosive power. The first target is mice, and the second target is flying birds. Yang Bo did not plan to leave the fortress too far, so he just walked around nearby, because it would take time to go too far. However, there are no large animals nearby, just some birds, rabbits, and other small animals. Yang Bo did not dislike it. As long as it can increase skills, it is good. Pa! 1 foot stepped on a bush. Dynamic vision +1. That's right. A mouse was crushed to death with 1 foot. Because time is money. The mecha needs maintenance when it moves, which also costs money. So Yang Bo did not attack rabbits and other animals. And the radar only tracked birds and mice. On the game map, you can see a lot of green dots, which are searched by the radar based on Yang Bo's facilities. The mecha becomes smoother and smoother with use. The plasma knife in his hand is like the sickle of the god of death. 1 knife kills a flying bird, under the instantaneous thrust of the flight backpack. The entire mecha directly pushes the mecha weighing more than 100 tons to a height of 80 meters. With a wave of the knife in Yang Bo's hand, a bird was cut in half. Then, under the force of the rocket backpack's reverse thrust, it landed safely. Perfect. Base number 16 is an all-metal base with a diameter of 1 kilometer and a height of 800 meters. Built on hard granite. Yang Bo spent 2 hours cleaning up the rats and birds within 1 kilometer around the base twice. And then left the game. Yang Bo naturally didn't know that he was a little famous in the Mecha World Game Forum. Today, Yang Bo's performance around the base was captured again. Tell me where this place is. I want to report this idiot. TSK. This guy is so frustrated in real life. In reality, he is definitely a coward and a loser. Brothers, I know where this guy is. Wait for me to scout and report. Yang Bo has never been to the game forum. He doesn't have that habit. And playing for 2 hours every night is already the limit. It seems that I need to buy something to test my strength. Yang Bo finished charging and felt the changes in his body. Let's look at the skills again. Flight, Advanced, 265/1000. Dynamic Vision, Advanced, 375/1000. I don't know where there are electric eels or fluorescent poison frogs. It would be perfect if I could find a cave with thousands of bats. Before Yang Bo went to sleep, he was still fantasizing in his mind. In an apartment 3 kilometers away from where Yang Bo lived, a blonde young man looked at the information in his hand, then threw it away, turned on the communicator, and asked sarcastically for such a person, a resident, just the lowest level employee of Anziji Company. Is it worth it for you to ask someone like me to take action? A mechanical voice said in the communicator, Sir, do you want to answer or not? Yes, but the time limit here is 40 days. The yellow-haired young man looked at the reward and agreed directly. Why? The communicator asked another question. Don't ask something you shouldn't ask. The yellow-haired young man stood up and said while looking at the huge building in the distance. Okay. The other side of the communicator answered. There are still 38 days left. A feast. And we are the protagonists who deserve it. The yellow-haired young man looked at the huge building in the distance, with a row of shining words on it. There are still 38 days left before the 32nd stop of Li Duai's federal tour. The red words made the yellow-haired young man feel a little excited. Chapter 20 Crazy Ideas. In an unknown place, the bald supervisor from last time turned off the intercom, and the subordinate asked curiously, Supervisor, why do we need to invite the Red Earl's people to handle our company's internal affairs? The Red Earl's people have a bit of a problem with their stance, and they have a bit of anti-human tendencies. It's because the intelligence department of the headquarters sent a sea-level gene enhancer last time. He had rich experience in executing missions, but he died inexplicably. The headquarters brought the body back, but found nothing. The biochip was full of garbled codes. It is suspected that it was the work of Anziji Company, the bald supervisor said with a smile. The subordinates came to their senses. No wonder this mission was assigned to us again. Isn't this asking us to take the blame? We can't say anything about the struggles at the top. But it's not appropriate for us to go against grey giants like Njijia. These grey giants hold countless secrets, although Njijia dare not disclose them. But it's still easy to cause trouble for us. Red Earl is very good. It's just credit points. When has our company ever lacked credit points? It's just a string of numbers. And my personal intuition is that the A-level members of Red Earl appeared in Wall City. And something must have happened. As the saying goes, fish in troubled waters. The more chaotic it is, the better it is for us. You go and ask the field department to send people to Wall City and pay attention to receiving orders. The bald man stood up and walked towards the window. It was dark outside the window. Obviously, this was somewhere in the starry sky. When the subordinate heard this, he immediately flattered him and said, Boss, you are wise. We should prepare for both situations. You also deserve credit for the success of the Red Earl's people. If the Red Earl makes trouble, our people will take advantage of the chaos and take action. It is also a sure thing. Hey, do you know why organizations like the Red Earl still exist after so many years? The bald supervisor said with a chuckle. The subordinate asked in confusion, Supervisor, what do you mean? Let me tell you a story. Once upon a time, there was a city where a group of thieves robbed a bank. The bank manager cooperated very well and gave the thieves money. When the thieves returned home, they found that they had robbed 5 million. At this time, the media reported that the bank was robbed of 50 million. And the thieves were all dead when they were arrested. The supervisor said. The subordinate heard this and asked thoughtfully, Does the supervisor mean that the Red Earl's people are trying to cover up something? Hey, what is the eternity of the world? It is darkness. Just like this starry sky. Although there are countless stars, darkness still occupies most of the position. Stars will go out one day, but darkness is eternal. What the supervisor said is full of philosophy. Get to work, and let the people who are watching the target pay attention to safety. And Jijia is not easy to mess with. Understood. Yang Bo works normally here, mainly doing some simple cleaning work. He earned 900 points on Monday, plus 500 basic salary points. Not enough money. Yang Bo, who returned to the dormitory, was in a dilemma. For the time being, there will be no E-level professional assessment. It is great to play games, but the game consumption is high, an average of more than 1,000 credit points per hour. If you fight with monsters and mutants, the mecha will be more damaged. The mode of this game is very simple. You can get rewards by killing mutant animals or mutants, or hostile mechas. As for how much the reward is, there are two types. One is a fixed reward. Each enemy unit has a fixed reward at different levels. And the rest is the evaluation of the spoils. Are those mutants the materials for making genetic medicines? Are the mutants in the enemy units another kind of genetic evolution? What are the enemy mechas? Yang Bo consumed his own force while taking a bath or using the method of boiling water with his palms. Yang Bo now doesn't know what this force on his body is. It can not only be converted into electrical energy, but also into light energy. After consumption, continue to charge, and charge again after the game is over. Entering the game, the mecha has been maintained, and Yang Bo hurriedly ran out of the base. Time is money. The way the mecha moves is walking, and it usually doesn't open the rocket backpack. Fortunately, the roads around the base are all repaired. Yang Bo is ready to enter the plains, because the radar detects rats and birds around the base. The number has been reduced a lot after he was hacked yesterday. There are grasses on the plains. Some of these grasses are similar to reeds, but taller. The grass is 7 or 8 meters high, and the mecha cannot see through it. How about starting a fire? Yang Bo looked at the grass on the plains, which had thick dead leaves. If you want to do it, do it. However, Yang Bo will not do it recklessly. He first observed the terrain and chose a high-lying place. The radar showed that there were many rats and birds here. There was water or moisture in the low-lying places. Then the sharp blade mecha was like a lawn mower. The 5-meter-long plasma cutting knife directly cut a 20-meter-wide firebreak around this high-lying place of hundreds of acres. While Yang Bo was mowing the grass, some people were taking photos and posting them on the forum. Brothers, Brother Bird is out and is mowing the grass. Oh my god. This is a psychopath. Customer service. Call customer service. Plasma cutter, Brother Bird. Are you polite? Haha. This Brother Bird has some tricks every day. TSK. The game environment is terrible. Why does the official keep giving up and not updating the version? Yang Bo certainly didn't know that someone was taking a photo of him. These weeds may have grown for many years, and a thick layer of them dried up last year. The energy shield was used as a shovel, and in 20 minutes, all the fallen grass was thrown on the grass in the middle, and then a big torch was made. The rocket backpack was ignited. Many people on the forum were curious about what Brother Bird was doing, and they were even more confused when they saw Yang Bo igniting the fire. There were thousands of rats in the more than 100 acres. The weeds burned, and the billowing smoke confused the managers of Base 16. But there was no danger. A gust of wind blew, and the dead leaves piled under the grass burst into flames. The burned areas were like the burning of sugarcane fields in the west of the earth. Dynamic vision +1. Flight +1. Dynamic vision +1. Infrared vision +1. Yang Bo felt the information appearing in his mind, looked at the huge plane, and wanted to set it all on fire, but thought about it and gave up. It would be bad if he was fined or punished by the authorities. This small area is just an experiment. If the authorities don't care. Hee hee. But we can use the mission to cause damage. Yang Bo soon thought of another point. This is shabby. TSK. This is simply. Many people on the forum cursed. Yang Bo was watching on the side, holding a plasma long knife in his hand, wondering if he should find another piece of land since the authorities didn't move. At this moment, a huge black shadow suddenly rushed towards Yang Bo's mecha in the fire scene. Yang Bo had been paying attention to the fire scene to prevent some birds from escaping. Seeing this black shadow, he subconsciously turned the wrist of the plasma knife mecha in his hand and aimed at the opponent. Then the screen went black. Fuck. Yang Bushing was disappointed. The cost of damaging the blade mech was an astronomical figure. Chapter 21 Stealth plus 16. Dynamic Vision plus 1. Dynamic Vision plus 1. Thermal Vision plus 1. Flight plus 1. A series of information flashed through his mind. And Yang Bo was not happy at all. After thinking calmly, Yang Bo felt strange. His radar searched the area of the fire. And there should be no one of his own? As for whether this is the enemy's target, Yang Bo felt that it would not be. This is next to the base. On the mountain 800 meters high. The high-energy ray emitters, laser cannons, and high-energy particle beam emitters on the base are crazy. And the base's reconnaissance system can detect clearly thousands of meters underground. Not to mention the ground. Just when Yang Bo was worried, suddenly there seemed to be an extra message in his mind. Invisibility plus 16. Could it be that the black shadow just now was a B-level target? Yang Bo was a little surprised. And then he figured it out all of a sudden. Invisibility? Yang Bo silently recited the skills in his mind. And found that there was indeed an invisibility. Intermediate, 16 out of 100. Yang Bo quickly opened the game. And the game screen had, and in the distant starry sky, on a planet. The people in Base 16 were a little confused. Just now they saw a mecha mowing the grass. And then, they saw a mecha burning a fire? The next second, the defense system of the entire base started instantly. And the laser cannon and high-energy particle weapons started instantly. Alarm! Alarm! High-threat target found. Defense system activated. Target cleared. A shrill alarm sounded in the base. And then in less than a second, it disappeared again. The management in the base finally reacted. Orders were issued in an orderly manner. And the wreckage hit by the laser cannon was brought back soon. Yang Bo had the game screen. But it was still black, showing that the mecha was damaged. Yang Bo used the battle replay and looked carefully. It was a mecha that rushed out of the fire. This mecha was also humanoid. But the material looked strange. The knife of his mecha was inserted into the opponent's mecha. And then, there was a dazzling light. That's right. The mecha controlled by Yang Bo was blown up by the base's defense system. Sir, in view of your discovery of the B-level lurker, the game official will replace you with a new blade mecha for free. I wish you a happy game. Then Yang Bo was dismissed by this sentence. Yang Bo wanted to ask something else. But he didn't know how to ask. Since others said it was a game. It must be a game. Then the game screen was in the mecha again. And then Yang Bo opened the warehouse and found 500,000 gold coins, which was equivalent to 500,000 credit points. Then, there were 3 emails in the mailbox. The first one was a warning, asking players not to set fires that will and destroy the natural environment. Otherwise they would be severely punished. The second one was an apology. The base alarm system blew up the player's mecha. Now I apologize to the player. If the player has any needs, he can communicate with the customer service. The third one was a reward. If you find a B-level lurker, you will be rewarded with 500,000 gold coins. Yang Bo first watched the battle replay carefully. He did not kill the opponent. It was just his mecha's knife that hurt the opponent first. And then the opponent was blown up by the laser cannon. It seems that as long as I hurt the opponent first, I can also get a reward. Yang Bo did not communicate with the customer service immediately because he was not sure what he needed. In addition, the fire was out. Yang Bo wanted to check the rewards he had received and silently recited the skills in his heart. Yang Bo felt very hungry and tense. He stood up and moved around. His bones were crackling. He went to the bathroom and took off his shirt. His perfect figure showed that he had explosive power. Charging. Drinking milk while charging. My body has evolved. Yang Bo looked at the battery that had consumed 35% of its power. How much did he charge when he got off work? 2 master-level skills. I wonder what kind of impact will it have on me. There is money in the game, so I am not short of money for the time being. What should I do next in the game? In what direction should my abilities develop? I will still focus on auxiliary abilities first. In this world with highly developed technology, no matter how strong the combat power is, it cannot compare to the laser cannon in space. Then what is the benefit of looking for the game official? Although I know this is not a game? Yang Bo wore pajamas and came to the window, looking at the huge airport in the sky, under the shining of the stars. It was always so dazzling. This thing is not only beautiful, but also deadly. It has various weapons on it, and can easily destroy a city. There are many questions in my mind. Since there is such advanced technology, why does the world in the game need mechas to deal with targets? Wouldn't it be enough to launch attacks in space? So what organization developed this game? The military? What is the military for? Genetic medicine materials? Or something else? There were many questions in his mind, which made Yang-Bo feel that the world he saw was so beautiful. But underneath this beauty, there was an endless abyss. Let's improve our strength first. And there is no rush to buy a house. Yang-Bo had an impulse just now. That is, to buy a house with game credit points. Now that he had a direction, Yang-Bo took action immediately and opened the game to communicate with the customer service. Customer service? Yang-Bo directly went to the game to communicate with the customer service. Dear player, what do you need? The customer service's voice was mechanical. I was hit by the laser cannon of the base, which caused me great mental damage. I asked for mental compensation. Yang-Bo decided to cheat first. Sorry, player. When you enter the game official had already told the player that the mecha world is a highly free game. Players have to face various possible events. If it causes harm to the player, our company expresses regret. The customer service quickly replied. Yang-Bo was speechless. The meaning of this customer service was very clear. You can play it if you like. Then I asked for the distribution map of animals in the radiation range of the base. Yang-Bo was not afraid of embarrassment and quickly raised the question. That's okay. But given the player's low level, we can only provide the distribution map of the highest level D creatures. The customer service agreed immediately. Yang-Bo was surprised that the customer service agreed immediately. And he muttered in his heart, is this customer service a real person? And his authority level is not low. Otherwise, he wouldn't agree so readily. I also need various ordinary animals, including small animals. Okay. But animals are active. And the official data can only be the data at that time. No problem. Yang-Bo didn't want to waste time searching with radar, as the radar detection range of the mecha was not very large. Opening the map in the mailbox, Yang-Bo quickly found what he needed. The electric eel. In a lake 280 kilometers away from the base in the direction of the plane. See if there are any bombs for sale? Yang-Bo looked at the lake data carefully. Although the mecha can fight in the water, he is an honest person. Or make some poison. Arson is okay. So why can't poisoning? Although he was warned for arson this time, the gains were huge. And the game officials didn't prohibit it anyway. Chapter 22 Fried Fish. The world is big. Eating and sleeping are the most important. And the rest is to take one step at a time. The next day, I cleaned a small warehouse filled with various books, with shameful illustrations, pictures, and some old CDs. It is relatively normal. The cleaners of Ansiji Company, the low-level ones, deal with some shameful things of these celebrities and dignitaries. Yang-Bo guessed that Ansiji Company is a company that does dirty work. Cleaners with higher authority may also do illegal and criminal things. After get off work, I took the bus home and passed by a huge building. Someone was decorating something. A closer look showed that the singing Queen Liidwa was holding a concert here. It would be held in this dome entertainment city. Liidwa. A baby face. Good figure. Petite body. The key is that the voice is very good, with an ethereal feeling. But some people speculate that Liidwa has awakened the gene point in this aspect of voice. The original owner was a fan of Liidwa. But it was a pity that he was a rookie before and didn't even join the fan group. After Yang-Bo took over, he stopped chasing stars. He just sang well. After returning home, Yang-Bo followed the usual routine and took a bath first, releasing his own energy. Yang-Bo clearly felt that his strength had increased too much, because the water in the bathtub had boiled a lot. Fortunately, the faucet was always open. Otherwise it would have boiled long ago. 35%. Which means that my body now has about 1,750 degrees of energy stored. Which is not too much. Yang-Bo muttered, entering the Mecha World game. Yang-Bo didn't know that he had become completely famous in the forum, and the name of Brother Zhanyao had spread in the game. Brother Zhanyao first debuted as a 5-meter-long mecha that used a knife to cut tiny flying birds. Then he used the mecha to cut grass, burn grasslands, and destroy the environment. Then he forced out a B-level lurker. It would be perfect here. Then unfortunately, the base's defense system blew up the lurker and Brother Zhanyao together. There are people who are accidentally injured by the defense system in the game, but the number is very small. Finally, According to data analysis, Brother Zhang Yao will get at least 500,000 gold coins for cutting grass this time. Yang Bo also checked the B-level lurker. Lurkers are a professional branch of the hostile forces, good at lurking, camouflage, and sneak attacks, and the opponent uses biological mechas, which are cultivated with biological organisms. They can amplify the genetic evolutionist's own abilities. Biological mechas are prohibited from research in the Federation. I don't know why. Yang Bo carefully studied the game mall, and then opened the internet to search, and finally chose a shock bomb, which is used for monsters hidden in the cave. The bomb will cause a huge shock wave. Yang Bo bought 3 of them at 10,000 gold coins each. In fact, Yang Bo wanted to buy a miniature hydrogen bomb, but it was a pity that it cost 100,000 gold coins each. Of course, Yang Bo would try this impact bomb first. If it didn't work, he would buy another miniature hydrogen bomb. However, Yang Bo didn't buy the miniature hydrogen bomb to explode it. He was going to disassemble it and use the toxic and harmful substances inside to harm small animals. Didn't the game officials say that it was a highly free game? Then it depends on who is free. He also pretended not to know that this was remote control. Yang Bo set off with 3 impact bombs. The lowest mecha had no flying ability, so he could only stride forward with long legs and rumble towards the target. The endless plain was full of weeds and shrubs. There was also a swamp here, but for the mecha with a rocket backpack, there was no fear of any swamp. Moreover, the mecha has a radar system, which will give suggestions on where to go. Yang Bo was discovered as soon as he left the base by controlling the mecha, because there are very few low-level mechas, and many mechas have been modified. But Yang Bo's mecha is the most basic one. Yang Bo also wants to modify it, but it will cost a lot of money, such as installing flight thrusters, which are disposable and will be thrown away after use. Besides, Yang Bo will not hunt mutants, genetically contaminated creatures, or bully ordinary animals, and he will modify it. It took half an hour to travel more than 200 kilometers. Yang Bo felt painful, and it cost at least 500. This is a dangerous area. Be careful. Yang Bo looked at the map. This is already a dangerous area. The danger is assessed according to Yang Bo's mecha level. A lake. You can't see the edge of the glance. There are weeds all around here. Almost no one comes. Although the mecha is waterproof, it is not recommended to use it underwater. All functions will be discounted. There are special underwater mechas. Damn. If this kind of biological search radar is brought to Earth, fishermen will fight for it. It can not only detect the size of fish, but also the species. Yang Bo turned on the radar. The detection distance and depth of small radars such as mechas vary depending on the environment. Electric eels live in freshwater rivers. Yang Bo detected it, and soon found one in a lake 50 meters away from him, and 3 meters deep. It's a bit difficult. An electric eel can't use bombs. How about a new energy fishing system? Observe it first. Yang Bo is not in a hurry. Just walk around and take a look. What Yang Bo didn't know was that less than 1,000 meters away, in a bush, a small gray bird was staring at Yang Bo's mecha. And in an underground space hundreds of kilometers away, the shadow of Yang Bo's mecha was displayed on the virtual screen. General, do you want to do it now? The underground space was very neatly trimmed, and a man with horns on his head asked loudly. No hurry. This guy must have his reasons for discovering our senior spies. These shameless guys actually let people remotely control the mecha. We have lost real people over the years, and the other side has only lost some machines. The general's man is a tall middle-aged man, at least 2 meters tall, with bulging muscles all over his body. The difference is that he has yellow and black hair on his face, a big nose, and a beard, looking like a tiger. If Yang Bo saw it, this is the genetically mutated mutant or mutant promoted by the game official propaganda. General, I'll go catch them alive. This kind of low-level mecha is better than a pile of raw materials, a woman with a curvy figure said in a delicate voice. But this woman's hands seemed to be claws, and she had gray hair, but the rest of her body was normal. No hurry. Wait a little longer. The general waved his hand and said. Yang Bo walked a distance by the lake at this time. It's difficult to deal with these electric eels here and there. The key is that Yang Bo wants to deal with them at the lowest cost. Killing them one by one is a bit too slow. There is no way. If someone else sets a fire, it will lead to 2 master-level skills. Now there is no point in soloing. It's a pity that I don't drive a battleship. Otherwise, I can get a battleship and destroy this lake with one shot. It seems that the only way is to poison it. I seem to remember that the raw materials in some bombs are highly toxic. Yang Bo is ready to take a look and then think of a way. Some chemical substances are very toxic. But he has to walk around first. He has come. Chapter 23, Bombing the Nest. So many fish. Yang Bo piloted the mecha for a while and found a huge school of fish. The lake was covered with a large black mass. But Yang Bo did not recognize this kind of fish and did not know what species it was. Then the radar scanned and found that there were more than 10,000 fish in this school. Yang Bo smiled and took a blue shockwave bomb from the external part on his chest. This bomb was hung on the mecha. The size of this thing was about the same as a 500-pound bomb on Earth. The mechanical explosive device twisted. The mecha retreated a distance and then threw it out with force. Of course, this bomb was nothing compared to the 8-meter-high mecha. The shockwave bomb flew more than 500 meters away. Fell into the water. Boom! The lake is more than 10 meters deep. First, the ground shook. And then, there was a water column tens of meters high. Swimming +1. Dense information flows flowed through his mind. And Yang Bo in the room clearly felt the huge changes in his body. As if invisible power was erupting in his body. And his whole body was undergoing huge changes. Feeling extremely hungry, Yang Bo quickly quit the game. Charging and drinking milk at the same time. 10 minutes later, Yang Bo looked at the battery with less than 10% power left. And then saw that a box of 1-liter milk had been finished. Yang Bo clenched his fists, feeling like he could crush steel. Play the game first. Yang Bo didn't bother to check his skills, and hurried to play the game. If he encountered other things and the mecha was damaged, it would be more trouble than gain. The lake was densely packed with fish. All of them turned up their bellies. And the range was so large that it was hard to describe. It can be seen that some fish were shattered. And even the water in the lake changed. We can wait and see. Yang Bo's heart moved. Let's see if there are any other fish coming here after these fish make nests. Yang Bo first turned on the radar alert and then checked his skills. The biggest change is swimming. Grandmaster 11450/100000. There is another big change. Camouflage. Advanced 142 out of 1000. Yang Bo touched his head. What kind of animal was killed by the explosion? Could it be a fish or other creatures that can be camouflaged at the bottom of the lake? However, Yang Bo gave up after thinking for half a second. This is alien. In addition, another skill was added. Slap. Intermediate 12/100. Dynamic vision. Flight. And electric energy control have all been increased. Because there are also electric eels in this lake. This is exactly where the water flow converges into the lake. The strong smell of blood spreads with the water flow. And soon Yang Bo found big fish one by one. Some of them are like killer whales on Earth, using their tails to slap other fish that snatch food into the air. So it's you, little Karami. Yang Bo didn't recognize this kind of fish. It looked much smaller than a killer whale, and a bit like a dolphin. An hour later, Yang Bo looked at the radar, which showed that there were already tens of thousands of fish in the lake, some of which were 10 meters long, and some were the size of a palm. Game. Hee hee. Yang Bo smiled, then took out the second impact bomb and threw it far away. The ground shook again. The mecha shook, and the water column was tens of meters high. Yang Bo was ready and bought a larger battery with more capacity, which could store 50,000 kilowatt-hours of electricity at a time, and replace the old one. The milk is also in place. A huge force. The body is instantly empty. Yang Bo quickly recharged and drank milk crazily. 10 minutes later, the feeling of emptiness disappeared, and the battery was a little hot. The discharge speed was too fast. 22% of the power was consumed. Fortunately, this battery is a big brand. Yang Bo's operation made many people confused. First of all, in the so-called game base, when Yang Bo's first shockwave bomb went off, it was live broadcast by a space device. Is this person crazy? Someone in the base looked at the white fish floating on the lake and frowned slightly. Let's take a look. The base manager was also puzzled. But Yang Bo had a criminal record. A lurker actually lurked in the innermost warning range of the base. Fortunately, the wreckage was obtained, and the other party's secret could be cracked soon. Mutants were also confused. Mutants also need food to survive. Large-scale hunting on the ground is unrealistic. So the biggest food source for mutants is the creatures in the water. At least no one will record the growth and changes of the creatures in the lake. In the underground space, the general also frowned. Yang Bo's behavior was too strange. He used shockwave bombs to blow up fish for fun. What's wrong with him? Is he mentally ill? Or did he not have the opportunity to play when he was a child? Yang Bo looked at the swimming skill. He was only more than 30,000 away from 100,000. Yang Bo did this to see what changes would happen when the skill reached the top. General, the blood smell is stronger. More fish will be attracted this time. What should we do? A mutant in the underground space asked loudly. Let the hunting team drive away the gathered fish. The general thought for a moment and spoke. Yes. The man immediately gave the order. The mutants have many abilities. The hunting team in the lake can move underwater and release a kind of sound wave, which can gather fish and drive them away. Yang Bo was very happy. The official had not sent him an email yet. So it must be fine. There will be no next time. The most increase in these fish is swimming. What's the use of this thing? Yang Bo did not understand this skill. So he had to see. As for the other skills, Yang Bo felt that it was a waste of time. Radar search. Looking at the fish that began to approach in the distance, Yang Bo decided to wait. But it was a pity that waiting here was a waste of time. In the bushes in the distance, a bird jumped back and forth. Yang Bo did not feel that there was something wrong. But the next second, that's not right. With such a big noise, this bird should not be more than 200 meters away. Is this thing a conspicuous bag? Yang Bo felt a little strange. Yang Bo didn't intend to care about it. But the bird was jumping up and down on the bushes and looking at him. How could he tolerate it? The rocket backpack was activated instantly. And the whole person jumped and slashed. Huh? But at the moment of jumping up, the bird actually flew up, then turned back and flew in the direction where he was just now. Yang Bo was a little surprised. However, the shield in his hand was smashed out instantly, and the bird was directly knocked to the ground by the shield. Little guy. Yang Bo jumped and slashed to the ground. Feeling proud? No. Why didn't it increase the flying ability? Yang Bo felt a little strange and went to pick up the shield. At this time, Yang Bo felt that there seemed to be a strange sound in the lake. He picked up the shield, looked at the bird's body first, and then started the scanning system of the mecha. It was found that the bone density of the bird was a little abnormal, and the composition contained a variety of unknown materials. Isn't it a spy of the mutants? Yang Bo muttered to himself, and then threw the bird's body into the mecha's built-in loot storage compartment. Oh my god! Why did all my fish run away? Yang Bo came to the lake again, and found that the fish that had gathered in the nest just now had actually run away. Is this going against the fisherman? He had worked so hard to make a nest? Chapter 24 The First Grandmaster Skill. The mech flew into the sky, and Yang Bo felt something was wrong. Most animals would eat the corpses of their own kind. Not to mention fish, chickens, pigs, etc. These animals were stimulated by blood and only knew how to eat. Even though this was an alien planet, and even though some fish with high IQs knew the danger. What about the others? Sound waves? Yang Bo flew in the air, and the rocket backpack allowed the mech to hover in the air. Looking at the fish displayed on the radar, it seemed that they were being driven away by some animals, and Yang Bo could hear strange sounds. But the mech did not detect it, and the fish on the radar clearly showed signs of being driven away, which could be seen from the swimming formation. Using sound waves to attract and drive away fish. Some animals in the sea can do it. No matter who you are. If you dare to touch the fisherman's nest, you are dead. Yang Bo was furious. But he would not act impulsively. Yang Bo listened carefully, moved a circle in the air, and roughly heard the place where the strange sound occurred. The rocket backpack started again. This time Yang Bo flew directly to a height of 10,000 meters. Then he took out the shockwave bomb, adjusted the time, and then the mecha dived, and the rocket backpack accelerated. 3 times the speed of sound. 4 times the speed of sound. 5 times the speed of sound. 6 times the speed of sound. Yang Bo looked at the lake getting closer and closer, and threw the bomb in his hand directly. The mecha made a beautiful U shape and flew into the sky again. The rocket backpack can fly, but the time is short, and it is impossible to fight in the air. The impact bomb was thrown into the lake at a speed of 6 times the speed of sound, with only a small splash. Boom! The next second, The water below the lake shook. Boom! Then, there was a water column several dozen meters high. Sound wave control +8. Sound wave control +8. Sound wave control +8. For sound wave controls in a row. Followed by information about swimming +1. As well as camouflage. Etc. Are there really mutants or hostile targets? Yang Bo was just guessing. But he didn't expect that there really were. And at least sea level. What Yang Bo didn't know was that the general in the underground space didn't know that Yang Bo was dropping bombs from a high altitude because the bird that was monitoring Yang Bo was shot dead. Of course, it was too late to know. Looking at the schools of fish, they began to gather towards the dead fish again. Yang Bo thought to himself, buy some shockwave bombs? Buy! Yang Bo ordered directly from the game mall and bought 5. 50,000 game coins were gone. And there was still 10,000 delivery fees. That's right. Here we deliver it directly to your location. The farther away from the base, the higher the fee. The base delivered the goods in less than 5 minutes. It was an aerospace plane. An aerospace plane is a plane that can fly directly from the planet to the space. It is also an important armed force in the battle for the planet. Just like the mecha. The fish began to gather. Yang Bo flew high in the sky, aimed at a huge school of fish, and dropped the shockwave bomb. Boom! 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 5 shockwave bombs were dropped in one breath. And then Yang Bo turned around and left. I just killed several guys who were at least sea level on the other side. What are you waiting for if you don't run away quickly? Who knows if the B-level guys we encountered yesterday will emerge from under this lake? This time the mecha was damaged. So I have to pay for it myself. Damn it. Damn it. These cunning bastards of the Federation. Give me an A-level hunting order. In the underground space, General Tiger Face roared in anger when he learned that the hunting team suffered heavy losses. 8 people died, and 4 were seriously injured. General Tiger Face was furious. Yang Bo killed a B-level lurker with a fire, so that the new type of biological mecha fell into the hands of the opponent, forcing his side to develop new ones. The second is the bird, which is also the most advanced biotechnology. The mutants in the hunting team have the ability of sound waves, which is very useful in war and other aspects. General Tiger Face couldn't believe it. If Yang Bo continued to toss, what would happen? Yang Bo was very happy. He just came back to hand over the body of the bird and gave 300,000 gold coins. It was said that it was a new biological reconnaissance equipment cultivated by the enemy. After recharging himself, Yang Bo had the opportunity to see his skills. So the final skill is Grandmaster, which is level 5. But the Grandmaster swimming ability is a bit useless. Right? It can be said to be useless? Yang Bo looked at the Grandmaster swimming ability and shook his head. But this experiment is still very perfect. And it has only been a few days. The sound wave positioning is gone, replaced by sound wave control. Download a fighting training software tomorrow. Yang Bo looked at his hands, and the stainless steel spoon for eating was like soft noodles in his hands. Yang Bo didn't dare to go to the physical fighting gym for training, and he was probably going to be exposed. The next day when he arrived at the company, Yang Bo was called to the office by Lu Jijia. Yang Bo, our company has received a big order this time. Liidwa is coming to our place to hold a concert this time. Many big companies have taken this opportunity to come here for exhibitions, and our company has received some orders. Lu Jijia said. Yang Bo asked in confusion, shouldn't we use robots? Yang Bo, what I want to tell you is that the most important information for mankind is all paper-based, without any data. Among the major companies participating in the exhibition, there are many high-tech companies. Who dares to use robots? Do these robots have any hidden detection equipment? Even some genetic evolutionists have many incredible abilities, some of which are perspective, similar to X-rays, and can see through other people's equipment. So this kind of large-scale exhibition, high-tech things have a cordon. There is no need to be afraid outside this cordon. Inside the cordon, a resident must be a security guard. The security guard's job is to prevent anyone from crossing the cordon boundary. If someone crosses the boundary, just press the alarm directly. Lu Jijia's words made Yang Bo a little stunned. Boss, there are such gene evolvers? Of course there are. You can go back and check the biggest theft case in history. A certain gene evolver reached out and touched the most advanced air-to-ground fighter at the time, and then gained authority, and then drove the air-to-ground fighter away. His whereabouts are still unknown. Not only you, We have also transferred people from other branches. Here is a software. You can go back and familiarize yourself with the content in the next 2 days. If you pass the assessment, you can take this task. During the task period, you will get 2,000 credit points a day and triple salary for overtime work on holidays. Lu Jijia took out a card and gave it to Yang Bo. Boss, I heard someone talking about mutants on the bus yesterday. What is this? Yang Bo took the card and asked curiously. Chapter 25 Blow Up His Mecha. How should I put it? They can also be called genetic evolutionists. But these people are a little paranoid in order to become genetic evolutionists. The genetic evolution we are using now always retains the human-oriented principle. Mutants are more accurate to say that they are the losers of genetic evolution now. Of course, this is what the mainstream thinks. However, judging from some news, the mainstream is correct. Mutants adopt genes from some polluted creatures, and their personalities are close to beasts, not humans. You probably heard about it from people who play games. There is a game that has mutants. There are still mutants in the real world, but they are very rare. Once mutants are discovered, they will be directly destroyed. Lu Jijia said. Yang Bo is now an employee of the company, so it is necessary to tell him some things. Oh, thank you, boss. I'll go back first. Go back. There are many big shots here this time. No one likes people with chips when serving big shots, Lu Jijia said. Yang Bo was very curious about what the virtual training was like this time, and he went back happily. Then I realized that it was the service standard. Of course, I can understand the employee code, such as not looking directly at the other party, not revealing the whereabouts of the party A, not asking for signatures, and of course not speaking, what to do in case of emergencies, how to shout, and what measures to take. For example, what to do if someone breaks into the security area you are responsible for, and warn loudly, "Sir, this is a warning area. Please leave." If the other party does not stop, then shout a second time immediately and press the alarm you carry with you. And then, there is no more. The rest just watch those who broke in were beaten up by high-level special security personnel, and then taken away. Just shout twice. No need to do anything. Because people like Yang Bo have no law enforcement power, and taking action will bring trouble to the company. As for encountering people with weapons, run away first. In the face of irresistible danger, running away to protect yourself is the first priority. As for serving big shots, such as cleaning the place where big shots live, don't look directly at anyone. Just keep your head down and do your own thing. Even if others fight or something, don't care, because it is not within the scope of the company's service. Then there was nothing. Yang Bo was a little disappointed. He thought this training would train himself how to be a qualified security guard, and it would be best to have some violent training. But that was all. The process. Yang Bo trained for an hour and memorized the process, and then did not take the assessment, because this virtual helmet belongs to the company. Yang Bo guessed that Lu Jijia could see whether he had taken the assessment. So why can't he fish openly? Yang Bo found a paid combat training software online. He chose to pay because paying means the contract is established, and the risk of privacy leakage is very small. As Lu Jijia said, big companies that develop software will not sell their handles to others for a few small people. Of course, Yang Bo played mecha games and this combat training with his own virtual image transmitter and auxiliary equipment, and did not use the virtual helmet issued by the company. There were only 2 training software on it, and nothing else, which was considered internal to the company. No matter what internet company, they all say that privacy is important and respected. But only large companies will not easily touch this bottom line, because the risk is too great. As for small companies, the worst that can happen is bankruptcy. What can you do? Yang Bo first did an evasion training. The training difficulty was automatic. In a room, balls flew over from various angles. The evasion training began. At the beginning, Yang Bo felt strange. These balls seemed to be very slow in his eyes. He easily dodged 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Yang Bo had some understanding. This was the ability of dynamic vision. The training intensity was upgraded once a minute. After 10 minutes, there were balls everywhere in the field of vision. The speed of these balls was inconsistent. If the speed of the balls was the same, the distance of these balls could be easily calculated. However, some of them accelerated, and some of them slowed down. This made Yang Bo feel very difficult. And his brain was also running fast. 18 minutes. Yang Bo was hitting the vitals. And the first training ended. Yang Bo wiped his sweat. This was the first time he sweated so much since he came to this world. Recharged some electricity, and continued to train refreshed. This time he trained the attack mode. It was still the same room. A dummy. This dummy could dodge. The speed was slow at the beginning, and the speed was fast later. Yang Bo chose fists. In the high-tech world, if you dare to show off your weapons, the drone police will shoot you in less than 30 seconds. No matter how big your excuse is. No matter how innocent you are. Once you hold something that the drone police judges as a dangerous action, they will shoot you first. The third part is to fight against a dummy. The dummy is very fast. Yang Bo only defended it first, and then slowly started to counterattack. Then the opponent had two dummies. According to the software developer, combat training has no moves or routines. What is trained is subconscious reaction. Yang Bo didn't know if his training was useful in this technologically advanced society, but it was good to be prepared. As for entering the mecha game, Yang Bo could only play for 2 hours a day because it was too expensive. I can't go to the lake I went to yesterday. So where should I go next? After dinner in the afternoon, Yang Bo entered the mecha game. He had just killed a few people yesterday, so Yang Bo would definitely not go there today. He carefully looked at the data provided by the official customer service and found that there was a Class D contaminated creature more than 500 kilometers away. Yang Bo decided to go and see it. This Class D contaminated creature was a big rat that lived in a rock crevice near the mountains. Many newcomers had gone to encircle and suppress it. But unfortunately, the rat didn't know what ability it had and escaped every time. The rock crevice was very deep and not big, so the mecha couldn't get in. What Yang Bo didn't know was that he had just been targeted by someone less than 100 kilometers away from the base, because there were very few sharp blade mechas in the base, and the others were all modified, equipped with stronger rocket backpacks, more powerful laser swords, etc. Yang Bo was also thinking about the map along the way. He went to the D-level polluted rats just to take a look. The main target was the bats in the caves nearby. The data showed that there were many of them. How could he swipe ordinary animals? But how could he swipe powerful polluted creatures? Repairing mechas doesn't cost money? General, give the order. In the underground space, General Tiger Face looked at the mecha driven by Yang Bo in the distance, and his subordinates shouted one after another. Bloodbat, leave it to you. I want you to take your people and blow up this bastard's mecha. In the future, as long as this bastard comes out, blow up all his mechas. As long as this bastard's mechas are blown up one after another, we will go bankrupt. As long as we go bankrupt, we can find this bastard in reality through the court judgment, and then I will eat him. General Tiger Face was holding his breath. He was actually hurt by a sharp blade mecha. Chapter 26 got blasted. In addition to the Tiger Face King, there was another group of people who were also paying attention to Yang Bo, and they were the people in the base. The people in the base were curious. Yang Bo seemed to be doing this randomly, but he earned hundreds of thousands of credit points in a few days. Was he really doing it randomly? So Yang Bo didn't know that someone was watching him at an altitude of tens of thousands of kilometers. Of course, from Yang Bo's perspective, the sky was always white, and it had been processed. This crappy game company took an hour to get there. Yang Bo complained while he was on his way. If the game officials heard it, they would probably roll their eyes at Yang Bo. There are so many flight plug-in parts in the game mall. Why don't you buy them yourself? Yang Bo really wouldn't buy them, because in his previous life, Yang Bo liked to play games for free. Game malls, go to hell. And of course he was poor. This time, Yang Bo brought 4 shockwave bombs and a miniature hydrogen bomb. 2 on the chest of the mecha, 2 on both eyes, and 1 on the arm. Miniature hydrogen bombs carry energy shock waves, while shockwave bombs do not. Shockwave bombs are used in small spaces, while miniature hydrogen bombs are used in the open air. Yang Bo's walking is a little strange. He looks at the radar and sees any small animals. He steps on them. Dynamic vision +1. Dynamic vision +1. Yang Bo has already experienced the benefits of dynamic vision. In combat training, he can quickly calculate the opponent's attack speed, distance, etc., and form a complex movement trajectory in his mind. Just like an interception system, the one that intercepts first and the one that intercepts later are very dangerous. Bloodbat and his 3 subordinates are shuttling between mountains and ridges. The 4 of them are wearing tight armor, referred to Iron Man's. The difference is that this armor blends in with the surrounding environment. The surrounding area is green. The entire armor is also green. And the surrounding area is stone. From the outside, one of the 4 people is a woman. And the rest are men. It is unclear what they look like. But they are all very tall. Several people are light and fast. And they are walking in the kind of place where there are trees and shrubs in the ravine, giving people the feeling that they can do light work. Finally arrived. Several people came to a cliff and looked at the plain below. At the junction of the mountain and the plain 1 kilometer away, one of them spoke. "Sir, give the order. No hurry. Since the other party has come out. It must be for the mutant creatures. When this guy fights the mutant creatures, it won't be too late for us to take action." Bloodbat heard this and said confidently, "Sir, this bastard won't want to kill the Shadow Mouse." Someone continued to ask. "Definitely. According to intelligence, the Federation has classified the Shadow Rat as a D-class mutant. These people never know how to adapt. The Shadow Rat's concealment ability is comparable to that of the A-class. But its combat effectiveness is indeed not high." Bloodbat nodded. "Commander, the target is still 50 kilometers away from us." The woman in the team spoke, her voice a little hoarse. "I will assign the tasks. We must blow up this mess of mechas. I will be the main force and cut off his retreat. You 3. Bloodbat issued a series of orders. "Yes." Several people carried out the plan separately. Yongbo looked at the terrain in front of him and was speechless. On one side was the grassland. The wild grass here was taller than other places. The detection showed that it reached 10 meters. On the mountain on one side, there were huge cracks. And some of them were damaged by humans. You can't find a mouse in this place. Not to mention a mouse. Even a tiger. Yongbo was just visiting on the way. His goal was a cave several dozen kilometers behind the mountain, where there were many bats. Yongbo took a look and turned to the mountain. Yongbo's turn made Bloodbat and others confused. The place where Bloodbat and others were ambushing was far away from Yongbo. The mecha had radar. And in such an open place, once exposed, it would be immediately attacked by the space weapons of the federal government. This bastard. Bloodbat was confused. Because the sky was controlled by the government army. It was very difficult for Bloodbat to communicate. By the time Bloodbat received the message, it had been 10 minutes. The rocket backpack started, and Yongbo jumped from one mountain to another. In less than 5 minutes, Yongbo arrived at the destination. The mecha radar is not good. Yongbo arrived at the place. There were many gaps and caves of different sizes in the mountain. But the mecha radar was limited, so the detection depth was not good. Yongbo soon heard a strange and noisy sound. This was Yongbo's ability to control sound waves. Although the mecha could not detect it, the waves received by the mecha would be transmitted to Yongbo. But it was not so stable, and not so clear. He chose a small cave. Of course for the mecha, which was actually about 5 or 6 meters in size. This cave was still downward, and a shockwave bomb was taken out, adjusted the time, and then thrown in. Yongbo avoided the cave entrance, and after more than 10 seconds, there was a bang. A stream of black dust sprayed out of the cave entrance. Sound wave control +1. Sound wave control +1. Dense information appeared in his mind. Oops. But the next second, Yongbo found that the bats in other caves were startled and flew away while screaming. He didn't care about that much. So he chose a few caves with loud noises, and then threw shockwave bombs into them one by one. Boom! 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 The loud noises one after another shook the entire mountain. And some rocks on the mountain were shaken and fell. Thousands of bats in the other caves were shaken and flew out. But these bats were like headless flies during the day. Yongbo looked at his sound wave control skill and found that it had reached master 9750/10,000. Not so close. Yongbo looked at the remaining miniature hydrogen bomb on his body, and then looked at the bats that kept flying out of the cave and then landed in various places. There were more in a valley not far away. The 4 blood bats finally saw Yongbo's mecha, which was standing on the opposite mountain. "Let's go!" The blood bat gave a low command, and the 4 people flew towards Yongbo. The biological mecha was so camouflaged that it was impossible to see it, as if it was invisible. Just as the 4 people flew, that is, just when they reached the sky between the 2 mountains, there was a loud bang in the valley. The huge shock wave was mixed with countless debris, and the four people seemed to be rushed into the air by an invisible air hammer. Yang Bo just threw the miniature hydrogen bomb in the area where the bats were dense, and then ran to a safe distance to admire his masterpiece. Oh my god! Who knew that at the moment the hydrogen bomb exploded? For many mecha-like guys suddenly appeared in the air. The mechas were shining with various lights, as if they were covered with rainbows, and were directly rushed into the sky by the huge shock wave. Bastard. The blood bats had never thought that Yang Bo actually had a hydrogen bomb. When they were flying in the air just now, they were not prepared at all and were blown away. Moreover, the hydrogen bomb had an energy shock, which made their biological mecha camouflage unable to adjust, and they were exposed all of a sudden. The blood bats burst out with energy, got rid of the huge shock wave, and four figures slashed at Yang Bo with a residual image. When Yang Bo saw the figure, Yang Bo instantly activated the rocket backpack, jumped, and ran away. Who knew that just after flying, the blood bats turned gracefully in the air, and several strangely shaped long swords swiftly slashed at Yang Bo. But at this moment, a huge ball of light fell from the white sky, and then Yang Bo's virtual screen went black again. Chapter 27 Compensation Plan. Numb. Yang Bo was numb. Stupid. The people at Base 16 were stunned. They watched Yang Bo's mecha and several mutants being hit by the orbital laser cannon. One of them fled into the cave, and the other three were smashed on the spot. Bastard. Bastard. In the cave, Blood Bat vomited blood and cursed loudly. As one of the 5 guardians under the general, he was actually calculated. Blood Bat now looks like a middle-aged blonde white man, and the armor outside seems to be alive and keeps wriggling. There must be a ghost. Blood Bat vomited blood and kept thinking in his mind. After adding up 3 things in succession, Blood Bat got an answer. That is, there is a ghost. Mecha driving plus 16. Mecha driving plus 16. Mecha driving plus 16. 3 consecutive messages, accompanied by the information of sound wave control. 3 dead? What was that bright light just now? Yang Bo muttered in his heart. What kind of ability do these guys have that made them appear out of nowhere? Are these 4 guys coming for me? Yang Bo was so confused. He just wanted to treat the little animals well. But who the hell told you to hide in the grass? And who told you to touch the fisherman's nest? The screen was black. And when the email came, Yang Bo opened it. I'm sorry, dear player. Your mecha was damaged by the base's long-range defense system. Now you will be compensated with a new mecha for free. In addition, you will be rewarded with 500,000 gold coins for discovering the enemy target unit. The official email was like this. Then there was an accept button below. No appeal, let alone complaint. Yang Bo sneered in his heart and changed his place. He couldn't stay in Base 16 anymore. These invisible guys must have been targeted when he left the base. Call customer service directly. Sir, how can I help you? The customer service's voice was a little mechanical. I want to change bases. Base 16 blew up my mecha again, causing serious damage to my body, mind and spirit. Yang Bo directly put forward his request. Sorry, sir. The game has not opened the service of changing bases for the time being. What is their base for? They always blow up my mecha. This game is anti-human. I will go to court to sue you. You are contempt for human rights and trampling on the law. Yang Bo must change bases. At this time, there was a video of Yang Bo being blown up on the forum. In fact, it was the first time Yang Bo threw a shockwave bomb, which attracted other people's attention. Other people who controlled the mecha thought someone was fighting with polluted creatures. Unexpectedly, they saw 4 mutants besieging Yang Bo, and then Yang Bo's mecha was blown up, and one of the 4 mutants went into the cave. People who saw the scene didn't dare to chase him. He was hit by the base's defense weapons, but still alive. This? Oh my god! Isn't this Brother Zhang Yao? What kind of game is this? He wasn't killed by the enemy, but by his own people. Brother Zhang Yao. What's the joke? Brother Zhang Yao was blown up by the base for the 2nd time. How can this game be like this? Damn. Go report it outside. That's right. Who can stand this? The mecha is blown up at any time, and the mental damage is very great. What mental damage? These guys are just crazy. They kill small animals for no reason. This guy went to kill bats again today. The person above. Have some brains. People just cut the grass and burned it. And burned a lurker? This should be compensated for mental damages. No one can bear it. From the lawyer's point of view, this should be compensated because the player has paid the fee and the contract is established. Do you think there is a possibility that this bird-killing brother is a master? The forum is also full of discussions about Yongbo, who was blown up by the base defense system twice. The senior management of the base was speechless. The first time it was their own base that was blown up, and they admitted it. But the second time it was the orbital defense system, and the authority was not on their side at all. As for changing the base, it is very troublesome. It involves the data channel. This data channel is highly confidential and uses new technology because this confidential channel is not within the authority of the base. It is recommended that players change an IP address and re-enter the game. The customer service can only answer this way. Yongbo immediately asked, "Can the data in the game be transferred?" Players can exchange game currency for credit points. The customer service continued. Although Yongbo knew that this was remote control, he was still speechless. Then compensate me with 300 shockwave bombs and 300 miniature hydrogen bombs. This is Yongbo's ultimate goal. Shockwave bombs are okay, and miniature hydrogen bombs are at most 100. The customer service waited for 30 seconds before answering. A total of 600? Yongbo was ruthless. Since he couldn't change the base, he had to get something. At worst, I can just be more careful in the future. If it really doesn't work, can I not play games? And Yongbo has another crazy idea. It seems that the space weapons on the planet where he controls the mecha are very sensitive. So those mutants staring at him are an opportunity. As long as he attacks those mutants first and waits for himself to be blown up again, then his abilities will be revealed. Okay. Deal? Yongbo quickly agreed. What mental loss? What problems? He is not as fragile as these people in this world. It's just a black screen. What's the big deal? Looking at his brand new mecha, as well as the 500 shockwave bombs and 100 miniature hydrogen bombs in the warehouse. To be honest, Yongbo asked for a lot of money for these bombs. The price is more than 10 million gold coins. However, Yongbo also guessed that it is unlikely that the base's authority will be given to gold coins. After all, gold coins can be exchanged for credit points. But supplies are different. Yongbo's expectation is 50 shock bombs and 10 miniature hydrogen bombs. The shock wave of a hydrogen bomb carries a short energy shock, which can interfere with various systems of enemy mechas, even mutant biological mechas, as long as it is within a certain range. This is why all mechas do not use intelligent systems, because once they are interfered with, they are doomed. He happily downloaded the game and checked his skills. The biggest change was sound wave control. Grandmaster 14350/100000. Mecha driving, intermediate, 56/100. Lying in the bathtub, Yongbo carefully pondered the sound wave control, which was very different from the previous sound wave positioning. Blow a whistle. TSK TSK. For a moment, Yongbo seemed to be in God's vision. The area within 300 meters around the small building where he lived was completely covered, and the lines were more advanced than the ones at the beginning. It was completely what he saw in his vision. But there were exceptions, as if the wires and cables were blurred by shielding equipment. In the building next door, more than one young lady was taking a bath. Yongbo's heart moved, turned his head to look at the cup on the washstand, and stretched out his hand to snap his fingers. A suggestion from a big guy. Thank you, with a click. The ceramic cup for washing was instantly cracked into countless fragments. Chapter 28 Sonic Attack Training. Yongbo jumped up. Just now, he was just thinking about sound waves. There are musicians who use sound waves to shatter wine glasses. He just did it casually. Hey, it worked. He didn't care about the young lady who was taking a shower in the house next door. He got up quickly and bought things of various materials: metal, ceramics, wood, glass, and plastic. They were all small toys and ornaments. The main purpose was to experiment and see what kind of attacks these materials would have. Yongbo also realized recently that the level of the skill itself does not represent the strength itself, and it also needs to rely on its own strength to support it. Just like now, Yongbo feels that his strength is not high and cannot exert the master level sound wave control. However, his own strength cannot grow rapidly. During this period of time, Yongbo still feels very satisfied. The next day, Yang Bo mastered the attack methods of various materials in half a day. Yang Bo snapped his fingers, and a full metal ornament placed at the door instantly cracked into several pieces. Even if it was the same ornament, the cracking marks were not the same. Yang Bo snapped his fingers again. Yang Bo was now at the maximum distance indoors, 7 or 8 meters from the floor-to-ceiling window to the door. He snapped his fingers, and a glass ornament automatically shattered. Wood is the strongest material to withstand sonic attacks. There is another material that Yang Bo has almost no way to deal with. That is soft plastic or silicone. No matter how you attack this thing, it will not move. Another is composite material, similar to some toys with steel wire support, which is also not acceptable. Yang Bo is not satisfied with the method he has mastered now. Thinking in his mind, it would be best to reach the state of breaking things, but not being able to be seen from the outside. Yang Bo did it right away. He had no time to play games. The essence of playing mecha games is to improve his strength. Now Yang Bo is also training his strength. The next afternoon, Yang Bo found some tricks, but there is still a big gap from his imagination. Let's pass the company's simulation assessment first. Go to work tomorrow, and then come back at night. Find a chance to upgrade the sound wave control to the Grandmaster. Presumably, those bats will go back again. The next day when he arrived at the company, Lu Jijia took out a task list and said, "There is only this task left. You are the last one to come." Yang Bo saw that he was a real cleaner, responsible for cleaning an area. The working hours are from 10 p.m. to 4 a.m. It is the exhibition hall of a high-tech company. He is responsible for cleaning when the exhibition hall is closed. Boss, no problem. Yang Bo didn't expect that he was the last one. But it's okay. Then go ahead. Someone will arrange it when you get there. Yang Bo took the task list. This time, the other party did not come to pick it up. When Yang Bo arrived at the place, he saw that it was not far from where he lived. Dome Entertainment City, the largest entertainment facility in the city, was similar to the football field on Earth. But this one was fully enclosed. The entire dome used the most advanced virtual imaging system. There are many huge exhibition halls under the Dome Entertainment City. In fact, they are a circle of buildings outside the Dome Entertainment City, more than 10 meters high. The exhibition halls are being arranged. The person in charge here took Yang Bo to an exhibition hall. "Sir, you are responsible for this exhibition hall. Clean up the garbage on the ground during working hours. Just push this vacuum cleaner around. In addition, when you come in to clean, you need to put the watch outside. Are there any problems?" Yang Bo looked at the vacuum cleaner, which looked like a trolley. It was about 1 meter wide, 1.5 meters long, and 70 to 80 centimeters high. The entire area that needed to be cleaned was about 1,000 square meters. Now the exhibition hall was empty. No problem. Yang Bo carefully read the instructions. It was very simple. It was charged by a battery. You just had to push it around inside. If there was a lot of garbage, you had to change the garbage bag manually. Yang Bo registered here and then issued a work permit. This work permit could only be used to enter at 10 o'clock in the evening. It was said that a ticket for Li Ida's concert this time would cost at least tens of thousands of credit points. These exhibition halls were for some big companies to display their products. Yang Bo strolled home and came to work in the evening. It took more than 20 minutes to walk home. He felt that this job was good. This job would take about 40 days, starting tonight until the end of Li Ida's concert. And then the company that exhibited the exhibition withdrew. Dome Entertainment City has staff, but some companies don't like to use people with chips. In addition, Dome Entertainment City has limited staff, so such large-scale events will hire some people from outside. Working night shifts is Yang Bo's specialty. There is no way. In his previous life, he didn't work night shifts or overtime, so he didn't make much money. Although he said that his salary was several thousand, it was actually exchanged for his body. When you make money and get older, you should go to the hospital to spend money, and then you have to work overtime to make money, and then go to the hospital to spend money to save money. How can I let you save money and then give you something powerful? I wanted to test my ability outside, but I thought about it and gave up. After returning home, Yang Bo calculated that it should be no problem for him to buy a house. But buying a house would cost at least 1/10 of the various expenses every year. The free dormitory now is already very good. I never lived in such a good place when I worked in my previous life. Of course, the level of civilization is different. Moreover, the safety of Anziji's dormitory should be better than his own home. This community is a high-end community. To buy a house of the same size, Yang Bo looked at it and found that it would cost about 4 to 5 million credit points. And other taxes and fees of hundreds of thousands of credit points would be spent every year. Forget it. Let's wait and see. After thinking for 3 seconds, Yang Bo decided to improve his strength first. Enter the game. Yang Bo was ready to enter the mecha game. It was a game for others, but it would increase his strength for himself. What Yang Bo didn't know was that Brother Zhanya was very famous. This unlucky guy had his mecha destroyed by the official twice in 3 days. The first person in the history of the game. That would be fine. But this guy behaved strangely. He started by beheading a bird. He was wearing an 8-meter tall mecha, holding a 5-meter long machete, and beheaded a weak, helpless, and pitiful bird in midair. This is something a normal person can do. Then he mowed the grass. Please, mowing the grass with a mecha. Where's your brain? In the system settings, Yang Bo turned off the friend adding and invitation functions of others. And he was not going to fight mutants or mutants. Yang Bo was covered with shockwave bombs and 2 miniature hydrogen bombs. And then he set off. Yang Bo didn't know that he was recognized by other players nearby as soon as he left the base. Because Yang Bo's mecha had no modifications, commonly known as a blank board. And it was the least used ancient mecha in the game. The sharp blade belonged to the 3rd generation of mecha, and the latest one had reached more than 10 generations. Oh my god! What is Brother Zhanya doing? The sharp blade mecha covered with bombs gave people a sense of going without return. Yang Bo changed direction. This time his destination was still Bat, which was an underground entrance. There was a huge underground world under the game world, which was said to be built by underground mutant creatures. Chapter 29 Skills to Increase Physical Fitness. Yang Bo came out, and Tiger Face King also received the news. But Tiger Face King did not dare to send out people easily. Yang Bo brought psychological trauma to Tiger Face King 3 times. The first time, he lost the most advanced biological mecha. The second time, the hunting team suffered heavy losses. And the third time, 3 of Bloodbat's men. And Bloodbat was seriously injured. And a general was gone. Tiger Face King also suspected that some of his subordinates had defected to the government army. This has happened in history. Keep your troops in place and observe carefully. Tiger Face King finally issued an order to stabilize his hand first. And Yang Bo brought more bombs this time than last time. For a simple Yang Bo, 100 is nothing. But at an altitude of tens of thousands of kilometers. Unless you are an A+ or higher level strongman. You must have a strongman with special abilities. Otherwise you will be beaten into slag in minutes. It's almost there. It's almost there. Tiger Face King looked up at the sky. But it was a pity that it was just a rock. However, Tiger Face King seemed to see the orbital cannons and fleets of tens of thousands of kilometers being smashed into pieces. I will pay these bastards back double when the time comes. Tiger Face King clenched his fists. Yang Bo was very careful along the way, turning the radar to the maximum and stopping and starting. He was afraid that someone would attack him, and he would drop bombs and run away at the same time. The base looked at Yang Bo like this, and felt that he was sneaky. The base was very curious about Yang Bo. Yang Bo had done things several times, except for the one at the lake. The base had great gains in the other 2 times. The bloodbats that were smashed into pieces were also recovered by the base. The base had a lot of research, including mutant genes, mutant mecha fragments, and even mutant genes. If needed, they could use mutant genes to cultivate an identical person. But it's meaningless, because the memory can't be reproduced unless it is caught alive. Yang Bo also guessed that there are railguns and the like in the sky. But he was not afraid. With his ability, who knows? After walking for more than 10 minutes, Yang Bo felt painful, because he was entering the mountainous area. Yang Bo didn't walk, but directly opened the rocket backpack and jumped from one hill to another. So the maintenance cost of the mecha was not low. Few people traveled in this way, and many chose external flight equipment, which flew to the place in a blink of an eye. External equipment requires game currency. That is, credit points. The huge cave is about 20 meters in diameter. It is said that this was once the nest of a huge group of mutant lizards, which was later abandoned by the mutant lizards. There is a wide valley with few plants coming out of the cave. It is said that this place has been trampled by mutant lizards for a long time. So no plants have grown for many years. Opening the map. Many places have been explored by the game officials. Yang Bo walked in with a determined mind. The officials probably won't cheat him. The underground space is divided into several layers, which are divided according to the depth. 100 meters to 300 meters is the first layer. 300 meters to 500 meters is the second layer. And 500 meters to 700 meters is the third layer. It is said that the deepest is more than 10,000 meters deep. But the second layer is a dangerous area. And the third layer is extremely dangerous. This dangerous area is measured for each player. That is, based on Yang Bo's current data. The official gave a suggestion. Only fools go to the second layer. Yang Bo looked at the map carefully and found the location of the bat. This underground world is actually connected to the caves and mountain cracks that Yang Bo went to last time. The official even used an ambiguous term to express it, as if the underground passages of the entire planet are connected. Damn. This broken place actually affects radar detection. Yang Bo began to wonder why the official didn't seem to have much to do with this underground world. After entering, he found that the detection intensity of the mecha radar here was very small. The straight passage was better, but the winding up and down, the shortest detection distance, was only a few dozen meters. Damn. Yang Bo clearly saw a group of bats on the radar. And when he arrived at the location, he found that they had walked down. And then he went back and continued to walk, and found that he had bypassed it again. Finally, when he was about to reach the destination, there was only a gap of more than 1 meter wide to pass through. Never mind. Yang Bo picked up a shockwave bomb and threw it directly into the gap. Then run quickly. Boom! You can see a wave of air blowing through the passage, accompanied by a deafening sound. Sound wave control +1. Sound wave control +1. Disguise +1. A series of information flashed through Yang Bo's mind. After a closer look, he found that there were dozens of more camouflage points. Yang Bo looked carefully at the radar just now, and found that there was a group of cave lizards over there. They were underground creatures, with a maximum length of half a meter, and were widely distributed in this underground space. This ability is great. Yang Bo was still looking forward to the ability of camouflage. Now Yang Bo can change muscles. If he can change bones, height, etc., he will be able to change them. Of course, the biggest function of this camouflage is to see through other people's camouflage. In the era of high technology, Yang Bo thinks that the ability brought by this camouflage may be the greatest. But overall, Yang Bo felt that he had lost out. The increase in sonic control was less than 1,000 points. The shockwave bomb was not cheap. But once it was used, the bats in other places would fly away. It seems that we still need to make traps. Yang Bo felt that he still had to make a nest. He walked around roughly first, then chose a place. And then Yang Bo left the cave, ready to find larger creatures, kill them and drag them in, as long as a batch of them died at the beginning. Just like catching fish over there, he could maintain sustainable development. A cow was killed by Yang Bo with a plasma long sword. He hadn't used his full strength, but the cow was less than 2 meters tall. The mecha was 8 meters. And the long sword was 5 meters. Charge +1. Yang Bo didn't expect that this cow would actually have this ability. No matter what. Let's do it first. For these cows, Yang Bo killed bulls, not cows. There were many cows here. It was not clear what kind of cows they were. But they were definitely not buffaloes or yellow cattle, because they were more than 2 meters tall, with 3 horns on their heads. And they looked like a huge steel fork when they lowered their heads. Charge. Intermediate, 11/100. The reason why I killed 11 of them was to upgrade the skill to intermediate. Such a big reaction. Yang Bo felt as if the genes in his body were burning, and the power in his body was constantly being extracted. Quickly quit the game, drank milk, and charged. Half an hour later, Yang Bo was a little dumbfounded, because this time he consumed 50% of the power. You know, this is a new battery. 50,000 kilowatt hours. Charge relies on its own power to perform this skill, which means that this skill will increase physical fitness. Yang Bo had a bold guess. 100,000 cows. Damn. I don't know if there are so many on the entire planet. And there are also large dangerous areas. No. I want to raise cows. Yang Bo quickly entered the game. Someone asked, how to raise wild cows? This is not simple. Kill all the natural enemies of these cows, at least in a large area. to create a safe and comfortable environment for these cows, since cows have the ability to increase physical fitness. What about other large animals? Yang Bo stared at the radar with shining eyes. Chapter 30 Unexpected Gains. Really? Yang Bo strolled around. In a large area. Only these cows were the largest. There were no tigers or leopards as expected. Looking at the shape of these cows carefully, they were just like elephants. Looking at the horns, Yang Bo understood a little bit. These horns were nearly 1 meter long and 1 meter wide, with 3 steel forks. They lived in groups. Isn't this just like a bulldozer? A bulldozer with spikes. And a group. Alas. Yang Bo looked around and saw no large animals. He sighed and put all the bodies of the killed cows into the underground cave. But I don't have much status. Otherwise, I can just buy the tissue culture of these cows. Yang Bo thought while working. At this moment, Yang Bo had the idea of exploring the dangerous area. But then he rationally rejected this idea. His mecha was the worst. Once it was damaged, he might go bankrupt. No hurry. No hurry. Yang Bo thought about how long he had been here and had made good progress. So he made himself more rational. He threw the carcass of the cow into a place he had checked in advance. And then Yang Bo waited. For wild animals, as long as there is the smell of food, it is difficult to resist. The blood of 11 cows. The smell is constantly spreading in this underground space. Countless reptiles are attracted by the smell and rush towards the food. There are all kinds of them. Yang Bo just waited quietly on the side. The place Yang Bo chose is a long and narrow passage. But this passage is very high. Yang Bo is on a small platform above this passage. This place is very quiet. Yang Bo turned off the radar because according to official news, some mutant animals can detect radar detection signals. Since the nest has been made, Yang Bo doesn't mind what kind of fish comes. As long as it is a fish, it can enter his nest. Yang Bo turned on the sound receiver at this time. In this quiet underground space, the sound receiver of the mecha can receive the sounds made by the insects hostile to each other. This way of making nests is still a bit expensive. Yang Bo watched the time pass. It cost hundreds of credit points per hour. After waiting for 5 hours, Yang Bo could hear the sound of tearing food below. Especially the sound of cowhide being torn. And even chewing sounds. And other sounds. He took out 2 shockwave bombs and twisted them. One on each side of the left and right sides of the passage below. Boom! Even with a mecha, the huge sound made Yang Bo feel uncomfortable. The whole space shook. Of course, Yang Bo had turned on the radar. Camouflage +1. Camouflage +1. Dynamic vision +1. The dense information flow made Yang Bo's mouth bloom with joy. Looking at the corpses of lizards on the ground. The bodies of these lizards were deformed by the huge shock wave. And the narrow passage made the shock wave more intense. In the passage that was about 100 meters long, there were dense corpses of various lizards. And there were no reptiles. Because the reptiles were eaten by lizards. It's a pity that people can't get here. Otherwise there are many ways. Such as poisoning. Yang Bo sighed a little. He could only use less than 1/10 of his methods. Imagine directly igniting highly toxic chemicals several floors underground. So that the underground world would form a chimney effect. The toxic smoke and gas could kill countless animals. Yang Bo smiled. Placed a hydrogen bomb under a cow's body. Set it for 5 hours. And then returned to the base. As for whether it would blow up his own people? No. The mecha approaching would indicate danger. And there was still identification of friend or foe. Back to the base. Looking at the maintenance fee. Although Yang Bo had a lot of game coins, it was painful. This was still the lowest level mecha. The higher the level of the mecha, the higher the maintenance. Next time, I'll go to the trading center to have a look. Yang Bo thought to himself. Next time, I'll go to the trading center to have a look. After closing the game and exiting, Yang Bo came to the French window and looked at the weather outside. The sky was clear and blue. In the blue sky, the airport was always a dazzling existence. Very charming. Like a huge diamond ring in the sky. He silently recited a skill in his heart. Coming to the bathroom, Yang Bo looked at himself in the mirror. The muscles on his face changed rapidly. And even the bones changed slightly. A few minutes later, a strange and familiar face appeared in the mirror. Yang Bo touched his face. This was himself in his previous life. The skeleton can be fine-tuned. It seems that the disguise skill can turn into a stranger in the end. Yang Bo carefully felt this skill, and kept disguising himself as various people. Even a woman's face. Looking at the woman's face in the mirror. This is a female star that Yang Bo liked in his previous life. He touched her face, and felt like vomiting for no reason. Disgusting. Yang Bo even suspected that with this skill, he could turn into a woman in the end. Then Yang Bo hurried to sleep. Now, he didn't consume his own energy because there was too much. I had a nightmare while sleeping. I dreamed that I turned into a woman and went to the bathhouse with other women. I thought to myself, I am not that kind of wretched person. Why would I have such a nightmare? I woke up and saw that I had only slept for 4 hours. Suddenly, there were more streams of information in my mind. Dynamic vision +1. Camouflage +1. But in this dense crowd, there are some extra ones that shouldn't be there. Invisibility +32. Invisibility +8. Invisibility +4. Yang Bo was a little confused. Invisibility? What kind of animal is this with so many invisibility? Could it be a human? A mutant? +32. This is a Class A target. Yang Bo quickly got up, entered the game, bought a flying pendant directly, and rushed directly to the scene of the incident. Of course, the hydrogen bomb must be brought. The passage was littered with corpses, and the passage was also in a mess. A rat with silver fur that was as big as a tiger was particularly conspicuous, and the corpses of other rats could be seen in the distance. Good stuff. Hurry up and run. Yang Bo grabbed the mouse and ran away. The reason why Yang Bo ran so fast was because the reward for the A-level creature was huge. Yang Bo took out a big bag and stuffed the silver mouse corpse into it. Because killing polluted creatures was like this. There were also mutant rats that looked as big as dogs in the surrounding ruins. Yang Bo had no time to care about it. Data took it himself, carried the bag, rushed out of the underground space, and flew directly back to the base to collect the reward. Chapter 31 Military Rank? Not even a dog. Someone at the base saw Yang Bo hurried out, and they muttered to themselves that this bird-killing brother was sick. And even the people at the base were puzzled. When Yang Bo arrived at the task delivery place, the staff opened the bag and was stunned. The silver fur showed the status. The staff hurriedly called the base manager. The base manager was an NPC in Yang Bo's vision. In fact, after the base manager saw the body of the silver mouse, he looked at the third-generation simple blade mecha. This is an A-level mutant creature. Since the establishment of the base, no one has been killed. Yang Bo was bored waiting for the test results. The base didn't believe it. Just controlling Yang Bo's level of mecha, he could get such a harvest. Is this the D-level mutant mouse? Several people at the base looked at the test report and knew the identity of the mouse at once. The D-level mutant mouse has existed for a long time. Because the terrain there is complicated, it is difficult to catch. It has existed for many years. I didn't expect it to be an A-level creature. It must have unique abilities. Reported. The base manager reported it. At an altitude of tens of thousands of kilometers. On a huge warship hundreds of kilometers in diameter. A woman in a federal major general's uniform was looking at the report sent from base number 16 on the planet. Send the things here immediately. The woman's figure could not be seen clearly because of her loose military uniform. But her face was definitely a beauty. But she felt a little cold. And she uttered a few words gently. Start the S-level research laboratory. I want to know everything about this mouse as soon as possible. And use the materials to develop genetic drugs as soon as possible for testing. Don't announce this news for the time being. You can grant military ranks to individuals as rewards. Commands were issued one after another from the woman. And the warship's optical brain executed them one by one. On the warship, the optical brain also played an auxiliary role. Because those who could become captains were at least A-level gene enhancers. And they were in the direction of intellectual evolution. It is said that the terrifying computing power of the brain of such gene evolvers is even more powerful than that of the optical brain. Military rank. No. I want gold coins. Yang Bo waited for an hour, and finally got the result. It was an A-level mutant. And it was a very rare special A-level mutant. Are you sure you don't want it? The administrator of the base was a little confused. You know, if you accept the military rank, you can know a lot of things and have many privileges. Yang Bo sneered in his heart. Yes, the military rank has many benefits. But Yang Bo clearly knows that this game is not a game. It is real. Once he accepts it, his identity is a problem. And the other thing is that he can be recruited at any time. Although he is not sure whether the military rank in the game is linked to reality, Yang Bo dare not gamble. Yang Bo didn't have any feelings about the alliance. If the alliance was invaded one day, he would quickly run to other countries. No. I wonder what's wrong with you. Playing a game and being so long-winded. Yang Bo answered angrily. Then, dear players, we want to do a survey. I wonder if it's convenient for you. The base manager asked again, really wanting to know how Yang Bo killed the A-level mutant creatures. It's not convenient. Of course, I can give you game coins. Yang Bo shook his head and said, well, okay. If you hand in a Class A mutant, you will be rewarded with 30 million game coins. Since you handed in a special mutant, the reward will be increased by 20 million, for a total of 50 million gold coins. The base management also felt mixed emotions. This is 50 million. If it is said that the Class A mutants were strangled by the large teams in the base, it is understandable. After all, their mecha equipment is powerful. But this is it. A blank mecha. An unreliable player. Hee hee. Yang Bo had already checked. A-level mutants cost 30 million. A+ costs 100 million. And S-level costs 1 billion. However, Yang Bo also knew that the guys behind the game would not lose money. A-level mutants can be used to make genetic medicines. Once successful, who knows how many A-level genetic evolutionists can be created? Of course, there is also the possibility of failure. There are many types of A-level mutants. Some useless ones have no special abilities and are not worth much. Yang Bo does not envy those who use genetic medicines at all, because his ability is better than theirs. Dear player, we want to see your battle video. We are willing to pay 5 million gold coins. 5 million is too little. Yang Bo muttered in his heart. Can't you officials see the backstage? What Yang Bo didn't know was that the official could see it. But it needed to apply and have permission. It was very troublesome to operate it. It involved data security. The military was one aspect. And it also involved mecha manufacturing companies and player game terminal equipment. In the Federation, the program is always the first, as long as the program is correct. Even if 100 people are killed, there will be no guilt. Our base has limited authority. 5 million. Then 5 million. Yang Bo nodded, and then signed an agreement under the guidance of the other party, and then handed over the video of this time to the base. Ha ha. Ha ha. Yang Bo quit the game. Although he didn't understand it, he gained a lot. Looking at his invisibility. Advanced, 105 to 1000. Camouflage, Master, 8210/10,000. The people at the base who saw the video slapped their thighs, and quickly dispatched dozens of guards, and dozens of fighter planes to collect all the corpses at the scene of the incident. Even the slightest bit of animal tissue. In this process, 5 relatively complete sea-level mutant rat corpses were found. And there were other shattered corpses. It is roughly estimated that this is a group of A-level mutant rats. TSK. At an altitude of tens of thousands of kilometers. The female officer in the battleship finished watching the battle video. Yang Bo provided this battle video. And the rest of the previous ones were not provided. The iceberg expression that had remained unchanged for thousands of years finally changed. The female officer closed her eyes and kept typing in the next second. A few minutes later, the information was sent to a higher level department. The base also saw this information. The A-level mutant creature was simply fooled this time. This A-level creature has lived for so many years, and is careful, cautious, and timid. This time, it smelled the smell of food, and there were other small animals eating. This mutant mouse brought a whole family to eat. Who knew that Yang Bo, the old man, put a hydrogen bomb under the cow's body? The mouse's strong defense resisted the shock wave of the hydrogen bomb. But unfortunately, its internal organs were damaged by the huge impact force. This was related to the small space at the time. The speed of the mutant creature on the flat ground could escape. This mouse grew up from a D-level creature and developed a timid and cautious character. At this time, on the battleship, the female officer's mouth opened wide, looking at the paper report in her hand in disbelief. Are you sure the special ability is invisibility? Chapter 32 Train Your Own Abilities. Invisibility is absolutely rare in the genetic evolution sequence. Every powerful invisible genetic evolver is the trump card of major forces. In a highly technological society, most genetic evolvers have to rely on high technology to deal with high technology. Unless they are top-level genetic evolvers, most of them cannot fight against mechas or aerospace fighters alone, let alone missiles, high-frequency laser guns, and orbital laser cannons. Even if the technology can blow up a planet, it is a piece of cake for genetic evolvers unless they have special abilities. Invisibility is definitely one of the special abilities. There was once a huge group in history that was destroyed by a special invisible genetic evolver. He sneaked into the company's core laboratory, destroyed it, stole data, and leaked information, and the company was finished. So as a captain, there is also an A-level intelligence-oriented genetic evolver who would be so out of control. Yes, Captain, we passed the test, and the several intact rat corpses we found all have the ability to be invisible. As for the probability of this special gene evolution and the success rate of the manufactured medicine, we dare not continue the test. According to regulations, there must be SS-level supervision of the Alliance before the next test can be carried out. The visitor nodded. The captain heard this and nodded immediately. I will report immediately. Then the warship began to leave its original position. Because the A-level stealth material must ensure independence and safety, the warship left the airport. From this time on, until the SS-level supervisors of the Alliance arrived, no hair on the warship could escape. The warship turned on the wartime system, and any aircraft approaching without permission would be blown up. Yang Bo was already at work. He came to see the messy exhibition hall during the day, but it had changed at night, with all kinds of posters and huge words. First, he cleaned up the large pieces of garbage on the ground, and then pushed the vacuum truck. After finishing the work, Yang Bo carefully checked and found that this was an exhibition hall for displaying mechas. It shouldn't be. Mecha companies are all big companies. So why is the exhibition hall so small? Yang Bo was a little suspicious. After finishing the work and cleaning up, he took back the watch from the duty officer, returned the access card, and went home. It was not dawn yet, but the streets were brightly lit. Now you can see that those are high-end communities. It was pitch black. Definitely a high-end community. And the bright one was basically the one Yang Bo lived in before. Go back to the community and take away the charged batteries. No matter how big the battery is, it costs 50 credit points at a time. Electricity is very cheap in this world. After returning home and washing up, Yang Bo felt itchy in his heart. It was a huge sum of money. It was time to buy a house. I won't enter the game for now. I'll get familiar with my abilities first. Yang Bo opened the internet, but did not enter the game. He entered the game forum. Robbery. Yang Bo originally wanted to check the news of mutant beasts and mutants in the game, which are usually available in game forums. But when he opened it, he saw that they all required game coins. D-level swamp poison crocodile information requires 50,000 gold coins. C-level ice rat information requires 100,000 gold coins. B-level poisonous anaconda information, 1 million gold coins. Yang Bo took a look and took a breath. The price of information varies according to the level. There are no A-level creatures, nor S-level creatures. In fact, no one knows whether there are S-level creatures or not, because no one has heard of them so far. TSK. Don't try to earn a dime from me. My target is small animals. Yang Bo muttered to himself. Even if it is an A-level creature, how many points will be given? Even if it is a small animal. Even if it is a little bit. Yang Bo knows the risk ratio between the two. Then Yang Bo's face turned green. Brother killing birds? Are you talking about me? A group of people on the forum criticized me for killing small animals and being a loser in reality. There is also an animal protection organization that offers a reward of 5 million game coins to know my information and identity. Some people also said that they could not add brother killing birds as a friend. They also said that it was a disaster and retribution for being beaten up twice. Shrinking his neck, Yang Bo felt a chill on his back for no reason. No, this identity must be kept secret. Yang Bo muttered to himself. Then Yang Bo was relieved again. In this mecha game, all the players are genetically evolved, and only those with mecha licenses can enter the game. Otherwise they cannot pass the game assessment. The original owner wanted to enter the game before, but he didn't. Of course, the official will not say that residents are not allowed to enter the game. What is it? Discriminatory regulations violate the law. Just like in anime. Many people look down on people of color, but they won't say it. Instead, they will hypocritically shout for equality, and let those people of color vote for themselves. Maybe they will call those who vote for them as idiots behind their backs. So the game company uses the anonymous method to avoid being discovered that only a part of them can enter the game. Now that it is anonymous, The game company can shirk responsibility. We don't have control over these data because it is anonymous. I'm a good resident. I don't know Brother Zhang Yao. I definitely don't know him. Yang Bo closed the game forum and openly eyed his concert. This little baby face looks pretty exciting. Yang Bo muttered to himself while looking at Li Aidu's virtual image. Then Yang Bo looked at the specific activities and found that many companies participated in the event this time. Some sold anti-aging gene drugs. Some sold clothing. Some sold jewelry. And some sold luxury goods. Looking at these luxury goods that were priced at the same as a house, Yang Bo felt that they were similar to the garbage bags he used. The high-tech companies had watches, anti-gravity skateboards, anti-gravity cars, and mechas. There were 5 mecha companies, 2 of which manufactured mechas, and 3 modified them. The exhibition hall that Yang Bo was in charge of was called the Dimensional Mecha Modification Company, which ranked among the top 3 in the alliance. It is said that there was a major news release this time, and the stock price has risen. I'll take a good look at it then. Yang Bo didn't notice that the other party announced what mechas would be exhibited. After leaving the forum, Yang Bo began to train his abilities, and bought a lot of toys and ornaments made of various materials. The room was constantly snapping fingers. The ornaments were cracking. After 2 hours of training, he ate and went to sleep. When he woke up, it was more than 4 o'clock in the afternoon. Yang Bo stood in the bathroom and trained his muscle camouflage ability. He touched his abnormally large pectoralis major muscle and felt strange and not good. The current camouflage can only change the muscles, and the bones can only be fine-tuned. This is not enough to deceive some smart devices, because smart devices can scan your bones and even the special biological waves emitted by your individual. Anyway, it's very complicated. Yang Bo didn't have a chip implanted, so he couldn't know all the technologies in this world. But he knew some of them. Yang Bo mainly trained his camouflage speed. After the training, he recharged the consumed energy. When he came to the exhibition hall at night, Yang Bo found a mecha standing there. A large alloy plate laid on the ground. An 8-meter-high mecha. What a crappy company. Using a 3rd-generation mecha to make up the numbers. Yang Bo looked at the familiar mecha. Isn't this the sharp blade mecha in the game? This is like a grand auto show. And you drive a walk-behind tractor to make up the numbers. Chapter 33 Face Changing. After finishing the work, Yang Bo looked at the mecha carefully. Although it was backward and looked a little dull. It was like the mecha in the cartoons I watched before, with a square head and a square head. Unlike the advanced mecha nowadays, which looked full of artistic sense. It seems that I was scolded in the game forum for a reason. Yang Bo looked at the plasma sword with a blade of 5 meters long, and thought of the sword slashing the bird, and muttered to himself that he was indeed a little too much. Of course, admitting that it was too much is admitting that it was too much. But whether to do it or not is another matter. Just like those politicians who were still shouting slogans in meetings a few days ago, and were taken away 2 days later. TSK TSK. If this thing is taken back to Earth. Yang Bo looked carefully, and did not walk on the alloy floor because there was a cordon. After 10 days of training, Yang Bo can now quickly change his face in 1 second. Looking at himself in the mirror, he can change his face in 1 second. A man's face. A woman's face. But the bones cannot be changed drastically. And the face has more or less flesh. With the sonic control, Yang Bo can control the area within 100 meters with precise control. Yang Bo stood in front of the French window and snapped his fingers. A leaf in the garden 100 meters away was blown by the wind and shattered. The whole attack process only took 0.3 seconds. Yang Bo felt that it was meaningless to attack from a distance. This time was nothing for ordinary people. But for genetic evolutionists, it could do a lot of things. The target was the residents. Would Yang Bo use these methods? A few hammers would make the other party call the police. The ability of invisibility was simply invincible. Looking at myself disappearing in the mirror, I disappeared completely. In theory, the mirror should reflect a blank space. But what was reflected was the wall behind me. This is the change of one's own energy. Yang Bo concluded that the ability displayed by the genetic evolutionists is performance. And the real core is the energy in the body. Just like the electricity on the earth. It is converted into sound, images, wind, heat, light, etc. through various machines. This is the ability displayed by the genetic evolutionists. And the fundamental thing is just electricity. After this event is over, I will buy a house with a super large basement. And I will train myself to control electricity and light energy. Yang Bo changed his clothes and went out. Now Yang Bo doesn't need to sleep. When he is tired, he charges. When he is sleepy, he charges. When he is hungry, he eats. But he doesn't feel empty if he doesn't eat. There are a total of 6 mechas in the exhibition hall. Except for the first sharp blade. The rest are very beautiful, with an overall streamlined shape. And judging from the shape, they are all the kind that can be used on land, sea and air. The weapons on the body include laser swords, laser cannons, and missile racks. There are blue, pink, and green ones. Huh? The exhibition will start in 3 days. There are many items in other exhibition halls. The exhibition hall next door is full of things used by each mecha. I don't know what they are, and I can't get in. When Yang Bo came today, he found that there was a large display board in front of each mecha, probably to introduce it. No smart devices are used here, and there are even high-power shields. The abilities of gene evolvers are strange and bizarre, and some can control data. So generally high-tech things are exhibited, and smart devices cannot be used, for fear that others will obtain the core confidentiality of the data. This Dimension Company has been hyping up a lot recently. It is said that this exhibition will go down in history. Yang Bo muttered to himself, wondering what new technology it has. However, as a resident, he does not understand science, and even some unpopular laws. Why don't they understand? Because they are a vulnerable group. They don't have biochips, and they can't remember. So if residents break the law, as long as it does not cause serious consequences and it is a first offense, they will generally not be punished, because residents can say that they did not know they were breaking the law. Of course, unpopular laws are similar to those in Florida on Earth that do not support idle people. After snapping his fingers, Yang Bo's mind appeared the general structure of these mechas. The largest mecha was 12 meters high, blue all over, and even a huge transparent cockpit could be seen. It was useless to look at the structure, because Yang Bo did not understand. The structure of the mechas was similar, except for some special-shaped mechas. Mechas are divided into many categories. In addition to war ones, there are also work ones. The next day, Yang Bo trained his abilities during the day, and then checked the house prices everywhere, and chose a few that he was more satisfied with. The abominable thing was that because of this concert, the house prices actually rose. Yang Bo did not go into the game again, because he felt that he had strength in vain, and his body also needed to settle down. Strange. For 3 consecutive nights, the display boards of the other mechas in the exhibition hall had explanations. For example, the tallest mecha was modified with the latest generation of antimatter batteries, full-body energy shields, the latest generation of optical computer assistants, high-energy particle guns, and key parts also used energy metals, and so on. The antimatter battery, endurance, and burst capacity are all 100 times that of the nuclear battery Yang Bo used in the game. This mecha's instantaneous speed exceeded 16 times the speed of sound. After get off work, Yang Bo found so many people for the first time. There were many people waiting outside the Dome Entertainment City. It seemed that some of them were reporters. Yang Bo left directly from the employee passage. Outside the Dome Entertainment City, police wearing individual auxiliary armor were maintaining public order. Yang Bo returned home, washed up, and turned on the internet. The Dimension Modification Company was going to release a major news today. Yang Bo guessed that it was related to the Blade Mecha, because there was nothing written on the display board of the Blade Mecha. At 7:30, half an hour before the Dome exhibition, the news of the Dimension Company broke out on the internet. Yang Bo quickly opened the promotional video of the Dimension Modification Company. A man with a magnetic voice spoke in it, and a picture appeared on the screen. It's been 1,500 years since the first space jump test. It's been 1,000 years since the first manned space jump. In these 1,000 years, we have made hundreds of millions of space jumps, which has made our human society more closely connected. Today, our Dimension Modification Company is launching one of the greatest inventions of mankind, a space storage device that has appeared in countless novels and movies. This is a sharp blade mecha, and this is a space storage button. Please take a look. In the picture, a person is holding something like a car key from Yang Bo's previous life, with a crystal on it, and a red and a silver button on both sides of the crystal. A hand pressed the silver button, and the sharp blade mecha in the video disappeared instantly. Maybe some people question it. Maybe some people say the video is fake. Our Dimension Company will publicly display this greatest invention of mankind across history for everyone at the Dome Entertainment City. The voice introduced it. And then pressed the red button. And the mecha appeared. Oh my god. Yang Bo was also shocked. And then he saw a news report that the Dimension Modification Company's showroom was already full of people. And the company's stock price had skyrocketed. Of course, there were also some experts that Yang Bo didn't know who said it was impossible. Chapter 34: A Group of Bad Guys? In the afternoon, Yang Bo understood that this space button was still in its early stages and could only receive specific things. Just like this mecha button, which could only receive this mecha and could not receive the rest. It is said that the mecha is made of special energy metal, which means it is paired with the energy stone of the space button. More Dimension Company has not leaked it. After all, it is a secret. Many people have seen it. But unfortunately, you need to make an appointment to visit it. Yang Bo did not make an appointment. And there was no appointment in the next few days. And for the time being, the application scenario of this space technology is very narrow. The third generation mecha can barely be used. The rest are more related to composite materials and biological materials. And there is no breakthrough yet. The share price of Dimension Company has skyrocketed and soared. Many people call it a major breakthrough in the use of space. But some people are worried that this will increase security risks. If a criminal organization suddenly releases a mecha in a downtown area, it will be fun. Some experts also say that this technology must be supervised by the Alliance. Otherwise the spread of technology will be very dangerous. When Yang Bo saw this, he seemed to see those shameless guys on Earth. If others have some good things, they want to grab them. I didn't do anything during the day, just watched the fun. I came to the exhibition hall in the evening. Wow, it was so dirty. It doesn't seem to be anything special. Yang Bo snapped his fingers and looked carefully at the sharp blade mecha in front of him. During the day, this big mecha was put in and taken out for demonstration. Yang Bo started to work. Unlike other times, there were a lot more mecha police outside the exhibition hall tonight, because many media flocked in from all over. It was more difficult to clean today. Maybe because there were so many people. Yang Bo felt that other mechas looked better, and the sharp blade mecha was just SOSO. After cleaning, Yang Bo looked at the introduction himself. It was a black technology, and it couldn't be any blacker. After get off work, when he went home, Yang Bo would not touch these mechas. He didn't want to be famous and grow up in a shabby way. For several days in a row, this matter was still fermenting. At night, private spaceships could be seen landing with a touch of light. Apart from watching the excitement on the first day, Yang Bo continued to train sonic attacks. On this day, Yang Bo woke up from a nap and decided to go to other high-tech exhibition halls to have a look, because he had made an appointment. Entering the exhibition hall was free. However, the exhibition hall he was responsible for was not available for reservation until the end of the exhibition. The Dome Entertainment City is a huge building with a diameter of 600 meters and a height of more than 500 meters. It is the best concert venue with comprehensive performance on the entire planet. There are all kinds of luxury goods and fun things in this entertainment city. Yang Bo didn't have the opportunity to come in before, because he was a pig before, enjoying the free benefits of the Alliance. Such people entering and leaving high-end places will be criticized by the opposition of the ruling party. It's a bit like the policy that poor households cannot have cars. Now Yang Bo is not a pig, so he can enter freely. But Yang Bo prefers to look at things like mechas. After all, he is not into luxury goods. Entering an exhibition hall, here are all kinds of mecha parts. Batteries, antimatter batteries, which look like square suitcases on Earth. The shape can be customized and can provide abundant power continuously. It is said that it can be used continuously for 300 years, which is very suitable for the use of alien mining robot mechas. Laser sword, 7 or 8 meters long. A new generation of optical computers. After a tour, Yang Bo felt confused, because he didn't know what the data represented, and his cultural level was not enough. Entering the Dome Entertainment City, Yang Bo strolled around and enjoyed the natural and soft wind here. This is the ventilation system of the entire building. TSK, a store selling bionic robots. Rich people can buy a playmate for their children, and singles can also buy a partner. and the alliance law protects it. This is more exaggerated than the gender of more than 100 people in Ame. Because the alliance is a federal parliamentary system. Many strange policies and laws have been introduced. Huh? Yongbo came to the middle of the Dome Entertainment City, looking down at the scenery outside. And suddenly a person on the lower floor made Yongbo feel a little strange. The man was a middle-aged man with golden hair, who looked very handsome. But Yongbo felt that he was so fake. Disguise? Yongbo frowned slightly. He had encountered this feeling before. This person seemed to be looking outside, or looking up at the starry sky. He suddenly turned around and looked around. But there were many people at this time. Sir, is there anything I can help you with? This action of this person surprised the service staff here, and they came up to ask. Thank you. No thanks. This person replied with a smile, giving people a very sunny feeling. Yongbo had left. But not long after he left, he found another blonde middle-aged man, who gave Yongbo a dangerous and fake feeling. This man was also an old handsome man. Are the two of them in the same group? Yongbo had a feeling for no reason that the man just now was in the same group as this man. These guys shouldn't be coming for me. Yongbo muttered to himself, and then left the Dome Entertainment City. Seeing that it was getting late, Yongbo prepared to go back to the community. There were more people on the road, and there were also more people in the community, because many tourists came here to rent houses. Damn it. They are not really coming for me. Are they? A red-haired young man glanced at Yongbo casually, and Yongbo felt something was wrong. This red-haired guy was in the same group as the people he saw in the Dome Entertainment City. The way he walked, smiled, moved, and had a fake temperament. The red-haired young man glanced at Yongbo and muttered to himself, someone would actually pay a high price to catch this kind of rubbish. Do you really think that our Red Earl is a rag collector? Then catch this guy first, and see what's special about him. The red-haired young man walked out of the community gate and looked at the Dome Entertainment City in the distance with a smile on his face. It would be his home court. Looking at the people coming and going around him, the red-haired young man showed a charming smile. I wonder if these people will regret coming here if they know what will happen. I really look forward to their helpless and desperate eyes like lambs. The red-haired young man walked towards the Dome Entertainment City with a charming smile. Yongbo returned home with a bad look on his face. Although he was not sure that the other party was coming for him, he had to be on guard. Could it be that he wanted to run away? It's a pity that he has a resident status. Otherwise, he would buy a ticket and run away immediately. Yongbo frowned slightly. Move? Not appropriate. And Jijia's company has a strong background, and private places may not be safe. After all, the genetic evolutionists are too abnormal. Who knows what kind of abilities they have? What should I do? What should I do? Call the police? At this time, Lu Jijia called. Yongbo, come to the company. There is good news, Lu Jijia said directly. Chapter 35, Strike First. In order to thank us for our contribution to this event, the organizer has given us 10 concert tickets. Anyone who is interested can draw them. These are free tickets and cannot be transferred. When he arrived at the company, Yongbo saw that there were more than 20 people in the company. Boss, do you look down on us? We have already bought tickets for our family. Yes. We have already bought them. Some people spoke up, and there were still many tickets left after not buying them. How is work? Lu Jijia sent the old man away and asked Yongbo. Thank you, boss. I feel good. Yongbo nodded. Lu Jijia seemed to be the boss of a small company in Yongbo's impression before. But now it seems that this guy is a very dangerous existence. When Yongbo spoke, the sound waves were fed back, and the boss in front of him was distorted, which means that he has a strong energy field. Now Yongbo feels that the so-called gene evolutionists are not accurate. They can charge themselves. So how can they be human? But they are indeed human. How can we say that? The concert is divided into 5 days, from 8 p.m. to 12 p.m. every day. Yongbo got the ticket for the 3rd day. That's good. Work hard. The company will consider your next training plan. Lu Jijia is very satisfied. Thank you, boss. Yongbo does not plan to leave in Jijia now. Although this company does dirty work, as long as he lives comfortably, it's fine. And such a company is just right for him to hide his identity. After all, no one will come to check such a company, and no one can guarantee that the investigation will find the immediate boss. Yang Bo recently discovered that the world's class solidification is very serious. The top 500 companies in the alliance have not changed for 500 years, which can explain a lot of problems. As for those politicians' families, they are basically going back and forth. But Yang Bo has no intention of rebelling. Now that he is rich, he can get married if he wants to, as long as he pays a sum of money. There are companies that specialize in technology to ensure the health of your offspring. And there are also companies that sell female gene evolutionists' eggs. In other words, as long as you pay, any service can be done. Because if you buy such eggs, your offspring has a certain chance of being a naturally awakened gene evolutionist. As for the probability of a gene evolutionist marrying and passing on this gene to his offspring, there is no public data. But Yang Bo knows that there is. However, Yang Bo does not plan to get married for the time being. He has many secrets and many troubles. The last time he was followed. This time the red-haired man in the community. Yang Bo was absent-minded at work at night. After get off work, Yang Bo slapped his head and said, "Why am I so stupid?" The red-haired man appeared in the community, which proves that he lives here. Yang Bo felt that he sometimes thought too complicated. But the community was very large. At least hundreds of acres. Yang Bo was not good at asking where others lived. So there was only one stupid way. Waiting. Yang Bo returned to his home and came to the rooftop garden. This was the dormitory of Ansiji Company. The rooftop garden was also available to the company's people. But Yang Bo had never been there. Yang Bo thought he would spend some time. But he didn't expect that as soon as he went up to the garden, he saw a man with blonde hair and a man with red hair in the rooftop garden in the distance. The red-haired man felt someone was looking at him. So he glanced at him casually, and then said to his companion, "When we finish evacuating the day after tomorrow, the resident on the roof over there is worth 30 million credit points." 30 million? Resident? The blonde companion next to him asked in a surprised tone. But his face was normal. "Yes. I guess there is some secret on him. Let's get rid of him first, and see what secret he has." The red-haired man continued. "Well, are all the things ready?" "Of course. The feast begins. We have been silent for hundreds of years, and we should let the world know us again." The red-haired young man stood straight and spoke. Yang Bo, who was far away, saw this scene, frowned slightly, then walked around and went downstairs. "Should I go invisibly and take a look?" Yang Bo muttered to himself. Yang Bo was unsure about the invisibility ability. He looked at his game coins, gritted his teeth, exchanged them for credit points, and then bought a detector worth 3 million credit points. According to Yang Bo's understanding, since invisibility is called invisibility, it must not be easy to detect. Otherwise it is not called invisibility, but camouflage. This is a small detector without any networking equipment. It is a big brand with multiple detection capabilities. It is mainly used in some shielded places, various security agencies, various laboratories, etc. It looks like a handheld metal detector on Earth. Yang Bo read the introduction, and then took the device to the bathroom. He turned on the general mode and watched himself disappear in the mirror. But he also disappeared when he looked at himself with his naked eyes. The detector did not ring. Yang Bo restored invisibility, and then his fingers lit up. Beep beep. The detector rang. But thinking back, it would be easier for me to deal with these guys in the open. So Yang Bo didn't plan to sleep. After charging, he went to Dome Entertainment City. People like this will never come here to hang out. And there are several of them. Let's see what we can get here first. Yang Bo found a leisure tea house, which was high above, and just in time to see the direction of his community. Poor disguise. Yang Bo saw a blonde man, and saw at a glance that these guys had the same temperament. Of course, there are many blonde men and handsome men in this world. But these people gave Yang Bo a fake feeling. Their smiles were fake. And even their walk seemed fake. 1, 2. The red-haired one is here. Yang Bo saw 3 of them coming one after another, and then moved to another place. Yang Bo wanted to see what these guys were doing here. There were many people, and Yang Bo was wearing glasses to prevent energy interference. Sure enough, this time the other party didn't notice that he was looking at him. The ability of disguise is too strong. Yang Bo was very happy when he first learned this ability of disguise. Yang Bo knew that this ability would be more useful in a high-tech society as a passive skill. And he could see the disguise of the opponent at a glance. Control center? Yang Bo strolled for a few hours, and found that these guys seemed to be wandering around aimlessly, just like tourists. But there is a place that appears more frequently. The control center. Why did Yang Bo know that it was the control center? Because it was written that the control center was a key place, and tourists were not allowed to enter. Are these guys not targeting me? But this control center can be broken through by ordinary people? Yang Bo muttered in his heart. Let's go back to the community first, and see how many people live in the community. When these guys leave tomorrow, I will take the risk to sneak in and see. Yang Bo felt that the other party was a bit powerful. He actually dared to set his sights on this place. So he had to take the initiative to attack. Chapter 36 Bold Guess. However, Yang Bo did not find an opportunity, because it seemed that someone on the other side had always been in the house, and Yang Bo could not unlock it unless he climbed in from the outside. However, Yang Bo did not gain nothing. He found that there were about 8 people on the other side, but they were only in this community. He did not know if there were any in other places. Inside the Dome Entertainment City, Yang Bo took the ticket in his hand and entered the concert site. The concert started at 2 p.m. and ended at 8 p.m. Many artists performed on stage. Yang Bo looked at the concert site. The shape of the entire stand was like a huge peony flower, dividing the stand into many areas. In the middle position, there was a huge stage. The huge dome could change into countless backgrounds. It was said that the backgrounds seen in different areas were different, and even everyone's seats saw different backgrounds, which was the use of some new technology. Yang Bo didn't care whether he came or not, but later he thought, he still came to see the high technology, and this group of people came to the Dome Entertainment City. They would not come to hang out. They must have their own purpose. They knew the terrain of other places, but they had never been here. Could they be some gangsters? Looking at this grand concert, with so many celebrities, dignitaries, and politicians in it, a bad idea came to my mind. The concert started, and Lee Idwa went on stage in a princess dress. Nice figure. Yang Bo looked at the figure first. After all, he was older in his previous life, so the first thing he saw was the figure. Then he looked at the legs, which were invisible, and then he looked at the face. Such a small face. Looking at Lee Idwa, who looks like a girl, Yang Bo also felt a little excited. Welcome everyone to my home. Today I bring you. Lee Idwa turned around, gave everyone a beautiful smile, and then spoke. When Yang Bo heard Lee Idwa's voice, he frowned slightly. It looks like a Soundwave gene evolver. When Yang Bo heard this voice on the spot, he felt a little uncomfortable, and his mind seemed to be a little confused, as if the sound of the concert was a wave of sound waves, impacting his brain. Yang Bo left decisively. When a staff member asked on the way, Yang Bo said he had a private matter. After leaving the concert, Yang Bo felt much better. Looking at the concert behind him, there were people shouting wildly. No. Am I the only sound wave evolver on the scene? And there are no others? Or the arrangement of the position is different? The effect is different. And there are residents around me? Yang Bo thought of the strange shape of the stands and muttered in his heart. There were many people outside the concert, watching the live broadcast. But Yang Bo didn't have that feeling when watching the live broadcast. It seems that this Lee Idwa is not that simple. Yang Bo muttered to himself. Yang Bo came to a resting place not far from the control center, took a drink, sat down and watched the people coming in and out of the control center. Since the other party is paying attention to this place, or wants to do something here, there must be an insider. Many times, without an insider, nothing can be done. Strange. Is the timing wrong and I didn't see it? Or is the other party preparing to attack? Then if it were me who wanted to do something, what time would I choose? Yang Bo put himself in the shoes of the people who wanted to make trouble here. These people must want to make the biggest one. Suddenly, Yang Bo seemed to remember that tomorrow night, it was said that an important person from the Alliance Senate would attend. That's tomorrow. Yang Bo knew for sure that if the other party wanted to make trouble, it would definitely be tomorrow. He quickly checked the arrangements for the Dome concert tomorrow. Sure enough, a mysterious boss was there, and Lee Idwa also had important news to announce. I hope my guess is false. Yang Bo muttered to himself. At work in the evening, Yang Bo entered the workplace and subconsciously snapped his fingers. And then the next second, Yang Bo frowned, because several other mechas were turned on. The mechas were not turned on a few days ago. The internal circuits of the mechas that were turned on were powered on. and their own sound wave feedback was different. Are those guys going to use the mechas to make trouble? Yang Bo guessed in his heart. Even the sharp blade mecha was powered on. Yang Bo's feeling of uneasiness became more and more obvious. But Yang Bo did not show it. After finishing the work, Yang Bo came to the outside of the exhibition hall again, looking at the various things in other exhibition halls. Suddenly, Yang Bo found that once someone robbed the mecha, and then replaced it with various advanced external parts of the mecha in the next exhibition hall, such as high-energy particle guns, high-frequency laser cannons, etc. Not to mention, once this thing is equipped, it will be a big trouble, although there are rail guns and various weapons. But if there is really a big shot being held hostage, will the railgun blow up the Dome Entertainment City directly? I am afraid that whoever ordered the cannon to fire will end up in a miserable way. After get off work, Yang Bo did not sleep, and continued to use sound waves to detect the house where the target person was. Good opportunity. Yang Bo found that the other party had left, took off his clothes and pants, and then turned invisible. There was no way. He couldn't turn invisible with clothes and pants. Yang Bo already knew the surrounding environment because he had good sound wave detection ability. When he came to the door where those guys lived, there was indeed no smart device. Yang Bo first snapped his fingers in the stairwell to make sure that there was no one around, and then snapped his fingers again. And a key metal part inside the door lock where the other party lived was instantly shattered. As for what to do if he was discovered later, anyway, no one knew it was done by himself. What the hell? Yang Bo gently pushed the door open and found that the hall in the room was vacated. On the wall of the living room, there was an oil painting. In the painting, there was a man in red clothes, wearing a hat, and holding a sword. The temperament of this man was similar to those fake people Yang Bo had seen. Looks like those Western nobles on Earth? Yang Bo looked carefully and muttered to himself. The room was very clean, and everything was neatly arranged. Suddenly, Yang Bo saw a box. He was very familiar with this box. Every time he went to someone's house to clean, the other party would take out such a box for him to put his watch. Opening the box, Yang Bo was stunned by the things inside. Is this fake? The box contained the space button displayed by the Dimension Company. Yang Bo gently stroked the energy stone and felt the surging energy inside. Oh my god! This Dimension Company is a gang of thieves. Yang Bo was shocked. Looking at the things in the box, Yang Bo hesitated for a moment and left immediately. Yang Bo quickly returned home and spent 800,000 to buy a space button ornament. Yes, after the space button became popular, there were a lot of products, and this one was the most realistic. It is said that the energy stone is also real. In addition, he bought an accessory for the door lock. After the things arrived, Yang Bo came to the basement. There was no surveillance here. He successfully came to the other party's room, replaced the damaged parts in the lock inside the room, replaced the space button, and left quickly. Chapter 37: The Incident. However, when Yang Bo returned to his home, he trembled as he looked at the things in his hand. He could feel the terrible energy difference between the energy stone and the one he bought. Damn. Yang Bo felt his hands and feet shaking. Recharging himself to calm down, Yang Bo forced himself to calm down. It seems that the other party is a very ancient organization. Yang Bo judged that the painting was very old. Then Yang Bo had a headache. These guys have bad eyes, and I have to be on guard against them. But I was a resident before. How could I offend these people? Could it be a killer? Could it be the genetic pharmaceutical company behind it? It is related to the sudden death of my original owner. Maybe a batch of experiments have all died. But I am not dead? Yang Bo's brain is turning very fast now, and he makes bold assumptions. Many things make sense immediately. Take a deep breath. Yang Bo opens the internet to see what will happen at the Dome concert today. Sure enough, something happened. The exhibition hall of the Dimension Modification Company stopped the exhibition today. It is said that there were some minor problems, and it will continue tomorrow. What Yang Bo didn't know was that the senior executives of Dimension Company were jumping up and down because the space button was stolen. This thing was stolen in the largest hotel, under the protection of several bodyguards of a powerful security company. The supervisor who kept the button and the bodyguards didn't remember what happened. The company's senior executives were in the police station, and the hotel's senior executives were also here. If this happened in the largest hotel, it would be very troublesome once the news leaked. How do you want us to investigate the case? The hotel is not allowed to enter. And you don't have any surveillance video. We can only watch the surveillance video of the public area outside? A senior police chief heard about such a case and knew how to deal with it. In such a super hotel, which is very private, surveillance must not be installed. Otherwise, who would come to stay? And the police chief didn't want to go to such a place to check. Maybe he would meet his superior inside, cough cough. His career would be over. You can make an appointment. The hotel executive gritted his teeth and said, "What's the use? You are all residents there. Who can remember who? Recently, there are tens of thousands of people coming and going every day. The sheriff is just passing the buck. It's not that we don't want to investigate, but it's difficult. The sheriff still has some dark thoughts in his heart. The Dimension Company has become very popular this time. Maybe some mecha companies are dissatisfied and send people to take action. The peers are rivals, and there is nothing they can't do." The face of the senior executives of the Dimension Company is also very ugly. This space button is integrated with the mecha, and the cost exceeds 10 billion. If your hotel doesn't give a reasonable explanation, we will make the news public. Is there no way to change a space button? The hotel executives heard this and asked again. No. To put it simply, the two energy frequencies are the same. I believe you also know how expensive energy metals are. The Dimension Company executive's quotation is a bit exaggerated. But at this time, the other party is a well-known consortium in the alliance. Impossible. And you have no evidence that it was stolen from our hotel. The hotel executives heard this and spoke directly. You? The senior executives of Dimension Company jumped up instantly. Damn. There are still such shameless people. Our company is not afraid of lawsuits. And even if we sue, we are only 1/3 of the fault. Our hotel provides storage services. Second, the security company you hired is also responsible. Third, if you don't produce evidence, we can also sue you for false accusation. The senior executives of Dimension Company stood up and said, in this case, there is no need to talk. Let's see you in court. Don't forget, the testimony of the security company is also valid. The senior executives of Dimension Company sneered. The hotel executives took a deep breath and said, I'm going to ask for instructions. Please. The senior executives of Dimension Company also breathed a sigh of relief. Because if this matter was leaked, then their company's reputation would be gone. What? Your space button was stolen? Doesn't this mean that it will be stolen if I buy it back? The hotel executives had to ask for instructions because the background of the security company is not simple. As one of the best security companies in the alliance, it is definitely not that simple. When the court is held, the result is uncertain. The security company certainly does not want to bear the reputation of poor security. So who will take the blame? The employer Dimension Company is not okay. Because Dimension Company is the employer. If something goes wrong, you will push the responsibility to the employer. The food you cook is not delicious. And you blame the guests for not having good taste. The movie is not well made. And you say that the audience is not good? How is it possible? Whose responsibility is it? The hotel. After browsing the internet, Yang Bo studied this space button again. A pure energy stone. I wonder if I can absorb this energy stone. Yang Bo muttered to himself. This energy stone has at least 10 billion kilowatt hours of electricity. If he can absorb this, then he won't need to bring batteries when he goes out in the future. He can just bring this thing. Gently stroking the energy stone on the space button, feeling the terrifying power inside. Yang Bo's heart moved and absorbed it. It works. It seems that I need to buy energy stones as a backup, even if the quality is lower. Yang Bo felt the powerful energy in his body and was ecstatic. In this way, he would not be afraid of carrying batteries in the future. Feeling the powerful energy in his body, Yang Bo felt happy. Energy stones were also made into jewelry because they were very expensive. Energy stones are natural and artificial. To solidify energy and form a stable structure, the cost is very high. Of course, large pieces of energy stones are strategic materials and one of the necessary energy sources for warships. Yang Bo was very happy. And at this moment, the company sent a message. Settlement of fees? Yang Bo muttered in his heart. How could the fees be settled? Yang Bo talked to Lu Jijia and learned that Party A had breached the contract and needed to sign a contract and pay liquidated damages. Otherwise, there would be trouble in the future. When he came to the exhibition hall, before he got close to the exhibition hall, Yang Bo felt a little strange. as if he sensed the sharp blade mecha, as if there was some inexplicable connection with him. Sorry. The exhibition hall of Dimension Company is closed, and the service here is terminated. A supervisor of Dome Entertainment City took out a contract and said. Lu Jijia was also there, and asked curiously, what happened to Dimension Company? We don't know about this. They notified the closure of the exhibition hall. The supervisor said. Yang Bo's heart moved. Was Dimension Company colluding with the other party, or was the space button really stolen? Lu Jijia asked casually. After the three signed the contract, Lu Jijia invited Yang Bo. I'll buy you a drink and talk about your career plan. Yang Bo was about to refuse. But suddenly the mecha moved in the exhibition hall of Dimension Company, and many people saw this scene. The blue mecha instantly broke through the glass of the exhibition hall, and then several figures rushed out from the crowd in the distance. These people had golden hair and wore ancient costumes. Red Earl. Lu Jijia blurted out when he saw these people's golden hair flowing and looked at their clothes. Chapter 38 Forced to join. Yang Bo heard Lu Jijia's exclamation, and many people in the crowd jumped up, and the whole person flew out like a meteor. The next second, a dense beam of light fell directly on the people who flew out, and the whole person was blown up. Go in. Go in. And those who don't go in will be killed without mercy. The mecha shouted loudly while firing. This bunch of lunatics. Lu Jijia cursed. Quick. Go in. Although he cursed, Lu Jijia threw a word and rushed out, not caring about Yang Bo at all. Yang Bo also rushed to the Dome Entertainment City. He heard continuous explosions behind him. Looking back, he saw that many anti-gravity cars were blown up, and some even exploded into a small mushroom cloud. I don't know what type of battery it is. Yang Bo was almost squeezed in by others. In the exhibition hall, he was cleaning. He could see many people with several people, jumping dozens of meters each, and quickly came in. Some police cars and policemen were beaten to pieces. The only weapon Yang Bo recognized was a high-frequency laser gun. Everyone listen. We have hostages in our hands. Please look. Suddenly a huge voice sounded, and on the billboard outside the exhibition hall, a red-haired man in medieval armor could be seen. This man also wore an ancient helmet, and the red cape was particularly conspicuous. This man held an ancient knight's sword, but the knight's sword was glowing blue. In front of this man, a well-dressed fat white man was particularly conspicuous. This fat man was now pale. This is the Speaker of your Alliance's upper house. If you have the ability, use the rail gun. And this? See, there are several distinguished guests. Shareholders of Ping and Technology Company, shareholders of Ontai Bank, and diplomats of the Crimson Federation. Tut tut. The man in knight armor held a knight's sword and pointed at these people one by one. Red Earl. We have been silent for these years. Today I declare that we are back. Such a grand moment must be celebrated with blood. The red-haired knight raised his hands in an exaggerated manner. Then he waved the sword in his hand and pointed at the shareholders of Ontai Bank. You vampires. Die! On the big screen, the shareholders of Ontai Bank were pulled out and pressed to kneel on the ground. At this time, it was discovered that there were many people dressed in the same way, but the others were in black armor, and the red-haired young man was in silver armor. Then, in full view of the public, this shareholder was beheaded. Many people were stunned by this scene. And then, there was a surge of people. Yang Bo was squeezed so hard that he suddenly felt something was wrong. He found that he was squeezed to the side of the sharp blade mecha. Then Yang Bo felt strange. This sharp blade mecha seemed to resonate with him. It was a wonderful feeling. As if he could control this mecha? Outside the Dome Entertainment City, those who didn't have time to enter were beaten horribly by a burst of indiscriminate lasers. Yang Bo also discovered that ordinary people were hit by lasers, and the whole thing was a big hole, burned by the lasers. But the genetic evolutionists were hit and actually exploded? Is it because of the energy of the genetic evolutionists themselves? I don't know where the fire is or what. Suddenly the fire system started. Countless bubbles sprayed out. Or the fire system failed. Everyone go to the concert site. And those who don't go in within 20 minutes will die. Suddenly another voice shouted loudly. Everyone rushed to the concert site, while Yang Bo stroked the sharp blade mech and felt it carefully. Suddenly, his heart moved, and the sharp blade mech disappeared. But there was a lot of fire foam at the scene, so no one noticed it. Yang Bo was a little stunned. He could feel the mech, and he seemed to have some kind of connection with the mech. The mech seemed to be far away, but it seemed to be very close. Just like his own magic weapon in the novel. He could sense the state of the mech, and it was turned on. It seemed that he could take it out to fight at any time. Could it be because I absorbed the energy stone of the mech space button? Yongbo muttered to himself. Boom, boom, boom. At this time, there was a thumping vibration from the ground. And then the closed manhole covers of the sewers in the distance flew out. And then a large amount of smoke and dust was sprayed out. The underground pipe network was not only blown up by us, but also added a lot of good things. I don't want the whole city to be poisoned to death. I suggest you deal with it quickly. On the billboard, the red-haired knight laughed. The sins will eventually be settled. The glory will eventually shine on the earth. We are righteous, brave, and fearless. The red-haired guy held the sword upright on his chest and was mumbling something. Yongbo no longer cared about anything else and followed the crowd upwards. Through the huge glass, he could see mechas appearing in the distance. These mechas were all silver and were obviously military equipment. There were countless bright spots in the sky, which gradually grew larger. And then one by one the robots were dropped to the ground. Now the whole planet is in chaos. Because the Dome Entertainment City uses a high-tech shielding system. All reconnaissance equipment can't see what's going on inside. Originally, this was used to play backgrounds. And it uses anti-interference and anti-shielding systems. As for the control center of the Dome Entertainment City, it has lost contact. When he arrived at the control center, Yongbo's heart moved. The fire foam was no longer sprayed, but there was foam everywhere on the ground. Yongbo took advantage of the chaos to enter the store next to the control center, got under a counter, quickly took off all his clothes, and looked at himself. He was indeed invisible. There was no signal on the watch either. It was probably blocked. He turned off the thing and hid it, along with his clothes and pants. Yongbo carefully avoided the fire foam. Fortunately, there were not many here. After successfully entering the control center, Yongbo became more cautious when looking at the security door that was violently destroyed. A security guard fell to the ground covered in blood. At the end of the passage, a man wearing black armor holding a laser gun. His face was also covered with metal armor. Yongbo saw that the other party didn't notice him, and he was very careful about his feet. The man in armor looked around. Yongbo took the opportunity to enter an open room. He was shocked when he entered the door. A man was lying on his back with his eyes wide open. There was a big hole in his chest. It seemed that he was attacked by some cold weapon. This should be a department. There were 7 or 8 dead people in the room. Some had a hole in their heads, and some had other parts. It looked like they were hit by laser guns. There were also holes on the wall. Yongbo came to the tea room. Fortunately, there was no one here. He breathed a sigh of relief and hid in a hidden corner before removing the invisibility, because invisibility consumes a lot of energy. Looking at his current appearance, Yongbo wanted to get a piece of cloth to cover it, but thought about it and let it go. Wait until the matter is over. Yongbo was ready to wait until the matter was over. There were so many people. It was impossible to say that all of them had to be killed. Captain, it's done. The military will definitely send strong people here to get the control center authority as soon as possible after installing high radiation bombs. The two voices outside made Yongbo curse inwardly. Damn. Chapter 39 Untouchables? Yongbo was ready to run away. The bombs of these guys were probably not ordinary ones. You could tell from their crazy looks. Yongbo had thought about running away in stealth. It looked like an iron barrel outside. He didn't know how many masters were there. Moreover, these guys had placed some dangerous substances in the underground pipe network. In addition, there was fire foam everywhere. You follow up after installing the bomb. We will drive out the people hiding below. Yes, Captain. Yongbo heard footsteps and hurried out. However, as soon as he came out, he saw a man taking out bombs from boxes. The bomb was like a cylinder with a diameter of 10 centimeters and a height of 20 centimeters. The man carried the bomb into the house. Yongbo was ready to take the opportunity to slip away. Unexpectedly, a man came out from the opposite side, and Yongbo retreated quickly in fear. I saw a laser flash at the door, and then I heard a plop. What's wrong? A voice shouted outside the corridor of the control center. There is a person hiding. The man who installed the bomb answered. Yongbo was almost scared to death. The next second, Yongbo was about to stand up when the man who installed the bomb suddenly stopped at the door with a box. Yongbo was close to the other party. The next second, Yang Bo's hands flashed with sparks and showed his true form. The guide who was lowering his head to take the bomb was startled. A naked man. The next second, Yang Bo held his head with both hands. The man twitched all over and lost his voice. Warship maintenance +8. A stream of information entered his mind. And Yang Bo instantly understood that these people were smuggled and disguised as warship maintenance personnel. Yang Bo opened the man's helmet and found that he was completely dead. And his hair was burnt. After carefully checking the armor, he found that it was unusual. Similar to the function of the genetic warrior armor. The armor of the genetic warrior is mainly for defense. Similar to the bulletproof vests of the police on Earth, which can defend against the attacks of some small energy weapons. It's good without the chip. Yang Bo changed into the appearance of this person, with long golden hair, wearing a helmet, and stripping himself inside and out. These guys must not have biochips. Otherwise it would be easy to find out where they came from. Looking at himself in a new outfit, Yang Bo didn't feel scared at all, but rather a little expectant. The bomb still had to be placed. When Yang Bo came out, he found that his companions had already driven away the people who were hiding. And there were also genetic warriors who tried to resist, who were blown up by laser guns. These people were wearing armor and had high defense. But some were killed. Those who were killed were directly sprayed with a bottle of liquid by their own people. And the body of this person was gone. Yang Bo followed a group of people to the Dome concert. There were crowds of people, but it was very quiet. On the central stage, the red-haired guy was killing people. Sins cannot be forgiven. I declare. Behead. Red-haired has left more than a dozen people on the stage. And Yang Bo still doesn't know what happened. So one person was beheaded. There were 20 mechas in the whole concert. Yang Bo looked carefully and found that they were all exhibition mechas. How did these guys control the mechas? What organization is this Red Earl? And who did he kill? Then the red-haired man started to talk about dawn, darkness, divine punishment, and spokespersons. It seemed that this organization thought it was a night of justice, respected the orders of some great man, and wanted to restore the glory of the empire. Yang Bo's mind was full of how to escape. These guys now have so many hostages. The official didn't dare to move. But the official must have moved privately. Don't be careless and get killed by others. Yang Bo was extremely anxious and nervous now, because he was now an extremist organization. Yang Bo had seen the power of the official for a long time. Not to mention mechas and air-to-ground fighters. Even the flying sword-like things he had seen on billboards before. Don't be killed by the official then. Fuck. These dogs. Yang Bo sensed the mecha again and could release it at any time. At this time, the ground shook twice. And the red-haired guy laughed arrogantly. We have installed more than 600 high-radiation bombs in the entire building. If you have the ability, detonate them all. When the time comes, all the untouchables here will be dead. Yang Bo was stunned. Untouchables? These untouchables are a waste and a burden to live. They should become stinking mud and be used as fertilizer. The red-haired man continued. Yang Bo only realized it at this time. Damn. Isn't this talking about residents? The radiation from high-radiation bombs is fatal to ordinary residents. For genetic evolutionists, it depends on the dose. However, even with such advanced technology, there are still various rays in the starry sky that humans cannot detect. And even some meteorites, which are visible to the naked eye, but cannot be detected. The high-energy particles in the universe, cosmic storms, and the most advanced warships of mankind will all die. It seems that humans have conquered the starry sky. But in fact, no one knows how many dangers there are in the dark starry sky. Bastard. Yang Bo wanted to shoot this bastard to death. What's wrong with me being a resident? You are the lackeys of the nobles. Bastards. Follow me. The captain pointed at Yang Bo and several others, and walked towards the central stage, and then walked towards the passage under the stage. However, before entering, they were blown away by a huge shock wave. Yang Bo and several companions jumped up, and the red-haired young man was still talking nonsense. A mecha saw this scene and jumped into the entrance, violently destroying the entire underground passage entrance. The area under the stage was very wide, and it was more than 10 meters high. The blue mecha jumped in, but the next second, the mecha flew back. Yang Bo looked at his companions who were trampled to death and shuddered. Not good. There is at least an A-level ancient warrior inside. The mecha suddenly shouted loudly. Haha. These fallen ancient warriors can only become running dogs of the powerful. The red-haired young man laughed loudly, his armor shining with light, and the whole person turned into a silver light and went in. Energy metal. Yang Bo recognized it at once. The armor made of energy metal can amplify its own energy, but it is said to be very expensive. Very expensive. The next second, the man flew out, and a palm print appeared on the silver armor on his chest. Puff! The man also spit out blood, and the entire gap in the mask was sprayed with blood. Captain! The people in armor around rushed over to see how their captain was. Come out! Don't you ancient warriors pay attention to justice? If you don't come out, I will kill everyone. I give you 10 seconds. All the mechas come here and listen to my orders. The red-haired knight waved his sword, pointing at the countless people crowded around him. The elderly, children, and women. Yang Bo was behind the red-haired man, watching the 20 mechas gathered together. Most of their weapons were aimed at the stage exit, and a few were using various weapons to aim at the people in the concert stands. Red Earl, do you really want to go against our ancient martial arts association? A voice sounded from the bottom of the stage. Ha. We are all of the same generation. Others will be scared by the ancient martial arts association. But we... The red-haired knight said this. His eyes were dull, and then his whole head exploded instantly, and a man in black armor flew back. Ah! The other black-armored people woke up and realized that the leader had been shot in the head by his own people with a laser gun close to his neck, and they all raised their laser guns. The next second, a huge thing appeared, a sharp blade mecha, and countless laser guns hit the mecha. Chapter 40 Group Fight. Yang Bo didn't control himself just now and admitted that he was impulsive. He was already anxious. This red-haired man wanted to kill hostages on a large scale. The authorities might get angry if a country on Earth launched a counter-terrorism and attacked violently, not caring about the hostages. He would be finished. Because seeing the arrogant red-haired man, it seemed as if he saw how a group of people faced the developer. The developer was dressed in suits and was surrounded by a bunch of lackeys. He shouted at Yang Bo and his group of poor people, "Come and fight me. My lawyer will send you all to jail. You bought the unfinished house yourself. It's your bad luck. Don't come here one by one to make trouble, or I will sue you for disrupting the company's operations." Some people were impulsive and went to jail. Rich people are useful everywhere. Yang Bo was suppressed all his life in his previous life. He was just reborn and was disgusted by the hypocritical look of this government. Under the guise of caring for residents, they restrict residents' various behaviors. Let's not talk about consumption. Some high-end shopping malls do not allow taxes. Everyone can understand this. Otherwise taxpayers will be upset. But what about other things? They suggest this or that? And the genetic drug experiment Lu Jijia mentioned. Yang Bo knows that it is probably true. They treat residents as political tools, experimental animals, and idiots? And this red-haired man actually called residents pariahs. As if pariahs should die. And I am a pariah. In addition, this red-haired man is disgusting and arrogant. Maybe he is coming for me. It would be a pity not to take action on such a good opportunity. Then, his mind got hot, and Yang Bo's guard happened to be behind the red-haired man, raised his laser gun, and then pressed the trigger switch. Battleship driving +16. A stream of information flowed through Yang Bo's mind. Facts have proved that any genetic strongman with a laser gun pointed at his neck will be killed in an instant. Yang Bo himself was still a little confused. He had no choice but to release the sharp blade mecha. He had to pay for the consequences of his impulse. But he didn't expect that as soon as he released it. He was in the mecha cockpit, looking at the familiar control panel. The next second, the warning sound of the mecha woke Yang Bo up. It turned out that the mecha was hit by the laser gun and caused damage to the mecha. The next second, the rocket backpack started, and the 5-meter-long plasma knife flashed blue light. Boom! And the people in the stands, no matter who they were confused. Just now, they were facing the threat of the red-haired knight, and were targeted by the mecha weapon. No one knew who would be taken away by the mecha weapon in the next second. As mentioned before, unless they are some genetic evolutionists with special abilities, the rest of the individuals are nothing in front of high-tech weapons, and many of them are blown up. Then the next second, this arrogant and brutal guy who performed a trial in the middle of the stage and beheaded many shareholders of large companies was killed by his own people. Then the killer released an antique blade mecha out of thin air, and the Black Armor Knights opened fire one after another. The rocket backpack behind the blade mecha started and charged. Many people felt their scalps tingling. A group of people were hit by a 108-ton giant with 5 times the speed of sound. What would happen to these people? Not to mention a 5-meter-long plasma knife with blue light. Those people were like broken eggs. Broken. Even if they had the armor used by genetic evolutionists, it was useless. Not only were these black armored knights broken like eggs, but even the 20 mechas blocking the entrance to the stage basement were like bowling. Because the concert was held by celebrities, there was only one entrance and exit under the stage to prevent strangers from getting in and harassing the celebrities. The 20 mecha pilots heard the exclamation and realized that something was wrong. Before they could turn their weapons around, they were hit by a 108-ton giant at several times the speed of sound. The 12-meter-tall blue mecha was the most unlucky, and Yang Bo's 5-meter-long plasma sword pierced through the cockpit. Battleship Repair Plus 8. Battleship Repair Plus 8. Battleship Repair Plus 16. Battleship Driving Plus 16. Inside the cockpit of the mecha, Yang Bo didn't care about the dense information flow. In fact, Yang Bo didn't intend to smash the Black Armor Knight. Yang Bo's target was these mechas. The first one was the big blue mecha, because this guy not only had high-frequency laser cannons and high-energy particle guns on his shoulders, but also had an energy shield on his body. And Yang Bo had a feeling that his sharp blade mecha seemed to be his own body. This feeling was very wonderful, as if this mecha was a piece of his clothes. And Yang Bo was very familiar with the sharp blade mecha. After all, it was used to kill birds. The mecha waved a long sword in his right hand and slashed the left thigh of a silver mecha. The silver mecha that was about to climb up couldn't control its center of gravity and couldn't climb up. Huh? Grandma. Although I don't know the weaknesses of your mechas, but where the lines inside the mecha are the most dense, there must be flaws. While wandering around the exhibition hall, Yang Bo used sound waves to check the mecha. Although he didn't understand, the place with the most lines must be the most important. What Yang Bo didn't know was that now the whole alliance was broadcasting live. The top leaders knew about these crazy people of the Red Earl, but they had no conclusion yet. The masters of the House of Lords, the Senate, and the House of Representatives were arguing fiercely about what actions to take. The military didn't dare to give any suggestions at this time, because once the Red Earl went crazy in there, the people who made suggestions would take the blame. And the reason why the Parliament was arguing was that they didn't want to take responsibility. Whether to save or not, the Parliament will inevitably be scolded this time. And the ruling party is even more angry. What kind of character is the opposition? They are looking for trouble for nothing. And they are like mad dogs this time. You ask why the ruling party knows that the opposition will do this. Because the ruling party did the same when it was the opposition. But things suddenly turned around. The murderous devil was shot in the head by his own people. The seemingly low-level sharp blade mecha instantly destroyed the strongest mecha on the scene. That's right. According to the security department's assessment, the blue mecha is the strongest and the latest generation of mecha. Yes, the mecha has strong defense, but a 108-ton giant, 5 times the speed of sound, and a plasma knife may not be able to withstand the defense of some small warships. The blue light on the plasma knife is an energy blade that can break the energy protection. It's definitely an ace mecha master. When the masters of the Parliament saw this scene, someone immediately shouted excitedly, "Absolutely! Look at this guy's second knife. He is definitely proficient in mecha." Onbong Silver Series mecha has 68% of the system hub integrated in this leg. Some people saw Yang Bo's second knife and exclaimed, "Quiet! Quiet! Don't shout loudly." The chairman of the meeting shouted loudly, and some members looked unhappy because they were shareholders of Onbong Mecha Company. Damn it! The weakness of our Silver Series mecha has been exposed. We need to redesign it. The senior executives of Onbong Mecha Company were also paying attention to the development of the situation in their own company. Seeing that the weakness of the mecha produced by their company was exposed, they cursed and quickly called all departments to redesign the internal structure of the mecha. Then the next second, the senior executives of Onbong Mecha Company cheered again. The weakness of Ping and Company's mecha is actually here? Yang Bo made a third move and slashed the right shoulder of a gold and silver mecha with a knife. Then the mecha seemed to have epilepsy, and it collapsed to the ground and twitched. Quick! Record it. Many mecha companies shouted that every mecha has its own weaknesses, which is the core of the company. Haha. The Red Earl and his bunch of idiots mechas don't even have melee weapons. The next second, many people cheered. Chapter 41 Killing. Yang Bo actually rushed into these guys with his head held high. Because there were 20 mechas, all with long-range weapons. How could he run? If there were no troops or air-to-ground fighters outside, Yang Bo would definitely run away. But if he went out now, he would have to walk out of the mecha obediently, and then be blamed. After all, he was dressed as a black armor knight. After destroying 3 mechas in succession, Yang Bo realized that these mechas didn't seem to have melee weapons. That's right. There were so many genetic evolutionists on the scene. And if they had melee weapons, others would scatter in a hurry. What should he do? Yang Bo turned on the automatic defense mode of the energy shield on his left hand. And the moment he destroyed 3 mechas, other mechas had already climbed up. Why do I use the word climb up? Because just now these 20 mechas were like bowling balls. All of them fell to the ground and couldn't get up. Invisible high-energy particle rays hit the energy shield on the left hand of the mecha. And colorful halos appeared on the energy shield. The entire mecha jumped up. And with a jump slash, not only did the long-range weapons of other mechas miss, but also chopped the remaining most threatening mecha in half with one slash. If you want to know why Yang Bo is proficient in mecha close combat, of course he practiced it in the game. This plasma knife made of energy metal is really powerful. Yang Bo looked at the mecha that was chopped in half. The plasma knife made of energy metal by Dimension Company in his hand was very powerful. Yang Bo thought that Dimension Company was exaggerating in the introduction. The mecha's own evaluation system will evaluate the danger level of the hostile mecha. Yang Bo jumped and slashed to the ground. In the cockpit, you can see that the mecha's left hand is holding an energy shield and shaking it constantly to block the shooting of the high-frequency laser gun. Yang Bo's hand left a shadow in the cockpit. This place was manually controlled because of the powerful shielding system. Countless people saw Yang Bo split the opponent's mecha in half with a jump slash, and felt a chill from the head to the lower body, as if they were chopped in half, accompanied by an urge to urinate. The blood of the split mecha was all over the mecha wreckage. Then everyone saw the rocket backpack of the sharp blade mecha start at the same time, and the whole mecha was boosted again, and the whole person rushed towards another mecha in an instant. The opponent's pure black mecha dodged with a flash, but was instantly cut in half by the 5-meter-long plasma knife. Master. Arc Charge. This tactical action is the easiest to confuse the enemy. Ace Mecha Master. Definitely not running away. Looking at the traces on the ground. The Arc Charge is mainly controlled by 2 feet after the charge, and 1 foot exerts force to change the movement line of the mecha. At such a close distance, the operation is very difficult. The Dome Entertainment City has opened a super shield, except for the live signal channel left by the Red Earl. All other people cannot be contacted. At this time, the Mecha Master and the Mecha controls it completely by hand speed. The people who saw the scene, those who knew the business talked about it. Of course, there were many innocent people at the scene, because those mechas fired and missed Yang Bo, but hit innocent people. Quick! Shoot it. Waste. Aim a little. Hit me. I'm not familiar with this high-frequency laser cannon. This is a new product. Fire together. The opponent's mecha yelled loudly, giving people a very chaotic feeling, as if there was no command. In fact, what Yang Bo didn't know was that how could the extremist organization give up the command to others? The commander would not think of attacking his own people from behind. Right? So in desperation, these extremist organization members drove mechas and shouted publicly. However, if the group combat training is not good, it is better to fight alone. After all, the stupid teammates are the most powerful. Moreover, the mechas snatched the new weapons on display this time, and they must not be smooth to use without training. Moreover, mechas use long-range weapons to fight, just like snipers in the army, which requires special genetic evolution directions. Otherwise they can't hit the enemy mechas moving at high speed. These guys don't have good weapons. There is no unified command. And perhaps the genetic evolution direction is not the type of long-range firepower support. So the threat to Yang Bo is greatly reduced. Yang Bo found something wrong again. The information flow is wrong. Why are they all repairing warships? Could it be that these guys are not proficient in mecha driving? Yang Bo knew that the ability he randomly acquired was the strongest ability of everyone. He killed so many people. But there was not a single mecha driver? It may sound like a long time, But from the time Yang Bo killed the silver-armored knight to the time he disabled 5 mechas, it took less than 10 seconds. After killing the black mecha, Yang Bo did not stop. With the help of the instant acceleration of the flight backpack, he jumped and slashed again, avoiding the various weapon attacks of more than a dozen other mechas, mostly high-frequency laser cannons and particle guns. The power of high-frequency laser cannons is already destructive for individuals, but for mechas, the threat level is not enough. And Yang Bo's mecha is made of energy metal used by Dimension Company. That is, the material of the mecha contains energy, and the energy provided by the modified battery to the mecha can make the mecha's defense stronger. Yang Bo didn't count how many mechas the other side had, because the opponent's firepower was fierce, and the cockpit of Yang Bo's mecha kept warning, and the energy shield on his left hand flashed frequently. Jump slash, charge slash. In the end, Yang Bo chased a dozen mechas, and these 10 mechas ran around everywhere. One mecha flew up and was slashed by Yang Bo. There was no way. The height here was limited, running on the ground, because they didn't communicate with each other. They even hit each other and collided with each other. Suddenly, a big hole appeared in the huge dome, and countless dome fragments fell down. Run! Yang Bo had been paying attention to the outside for a long time. There was a big hole in the dome. Yang Bo was shocked and ran away quickly. Many genetic evolutionists saw that the dome was broken, and they turned into a stream of light and rushed to the hole. Some of them even brought their families. Among them, the speaker was carried by 2 big men and flew out. Yang Bo killed another mecha with a charge, then jumped and stepped hard on the second mecha that he had destroyed. The leg of this mecha was cut off, and it could no longer control the mecha, and even the hatch could not be opened because most of the control center was destroyed. It watched helplessly as the huge mecha leg fell from the sky. Another mecha with a cut shoulder was twitching all the time and could not be controlled at all. Yang Bo cut open the cockpit with a knife. At this time, the dome shattered again. This time it was the aerospace fighter. Yang Bo was close to the stage basement, and rushed into the basement with a start, and then quickly took off his clothes while in the mecha. In the stage basement, there were several people around the idwa, one of whom was an ordinary middle-aged man with a swollen hand, looking at the distance vigilantly. Yang Bo didn't know much about this basement. After entering, he found it was very big. With a whistle, he knew the general structure of the surroundings. On the idwa's side, the middle-aged man heard the sound of the mecha disappear and breathed a sigh of relief. Yang Bo watched himself become invisible after leaving the mecha, and he was ecstatic. Just now, Yang Bo took the mecha out on the stage, and he was in the cockpit. This time, he put the mecha back into the alien space. He didn't open the cockpit, but directly became invisible and landed. The mecha also entered the alien space, so that others would not be able to see him when he put the mecha back in the future. As for the black armor suit that he took from others, he put it in the cockpit of the mecha, and then put it into the alien space together with the mecha, because Yang Bo was not sure whether there was his own DNA on the armor. The invisible Yang Bo came to the stand smoothly according to the image of the sound wave detection just now. At this time, several air-to-ground fighters were flying over the dome concert. Those mechas that were not killed by Yang Bo had been blown up, and some unlucky audiences were affected by the blown-up mechas. Chapter 42 Ace Mecha Master? Don't move. Don't rush. Everyone listen. Everyone wait patiently. We have dismantled half of the anti-radiation bomb, and there are still 5 minutes. Gene Evolvers are not allowed to fly either, and those who fly will be regarded as members of the Red Earl extremist organization. A huge voice sounded in the dome. Yang Bo hid aside and thought carefully. Today was really unexpected. He just came to settle a salary, and then killed a few people by the way? Or a dozen people? There will definitely be reports later. An hour later, Yang Bo was wearing his clothes and waiting for inspection outside the Dome Entertainment City. Just now, when they said it was safe, a group of people swarmed and ran away. Yang Bo took back his clothes and watch, and then took advantage of the chaos to come out. Boss. Suddenly, Yang Bo saw Lu Jijia. This guy was talking to a policeman and looked very familiar. Yang Bo immediately shouted, Yang Bo, are you okay? Lu Jijia was thick-skinned. When he saw Yang Bo, he immediately came over and asked, Boss, it's all your fault today. If you hadn't asked me to settle the salary, I would have almost died here. Yang Bo complained. Lu Jijia whispered, Dome Entertainment City will compensate everyone for mental damages. And the company will also compensate. I will fight for a chance for you to be promoted. Yang Bo muttered in his heart. Could it be that the fat man's company suffered heavy losses this time? Let him do the dirty work. It's wishful thinking. I will just be a cleaner at the bottom. And I don't necessarily have to do anything unscrupulous if I move up. Boss, your job is too dangerous. Yang Bo did not agree, but said with some fear, you should take a good rest for a few days, with paid leave. This time it was really an accident. The Red Earl and these bastards. Lu Jijia gritted his teeth. Yang Bo is a resident, and his face and watch were scanned, and he was searched manually because residents could not stand the security check of the machine. It was said that there was radiation, and it would cause harm to the residents' bodies. Then Yang Bo was released. How about I buy you a drink? Lu Jijia looked at Yang Bo and came out after the inspection. And then he opened his mouth. Okay. Yang Bo originally wanted to go back to see the bases of these guys in his community. But when he thought about it, many criminals were caught because they liked to go back to the scene to see the situation. He came to a leisure tea house far away. Before he sat down, Yang Bo heard the live interview on the virtual TV in the tea house. Yes. The person who controlled the sharp blade mecha this time is a senior executive of our Dimension Company. This senior executive not only knows the weaknesses of various mechas, but is also a mecha master. As for the specific level, it is a company secret. A middle-aged man with a big belly, a senior executive of the Dimension Modification Company, said to the camera. Yang Bo was speechless. He came out to grab the credit so quickly. What Yang Bo didn't know was that the Dimension Company was instructed by the government this time. The person who controlled the sharp blade mecha must not be the Red Earl's man, because then the government would be in the dark, without any light. And the government also wanted to find this person. After all, an unknown person who can release a mecha anytime and anywhere would have a huge security risk. And the person who controlled the mecha might be an ace mecha master. Would the dignitaries still feel safe? First, let Dimension Company take the blame. Dimension Company actually doesn't want to, because it means that it has made enemies with the extremist organization Red Earl. But it has to take the blame. First, Dimension Company's mechas have participated in the killing of so many people, which is a handle. Second, Dimension Company does not want to go bankrupt. If it announces that the blade mecha was stolen, the company will go bankrupt. Dimension Company's senior management is going bankrupt. And there is a choice between being hostile to Red Earl. Everyone knows which one to choose. Otherwise the government may suspect that Dimension Company is colluding with Red Earl's people. Lu Jijia whispered, don't believe this. It's all nonsense. Ah. All of this is nonsense. Those politicians and celebrities are all nonsense. Lu Jijia continued. Lu Jijia took a sip of tea and said, the space button of the sharp blade mecha was stolen yesterday. So the exhibition hall of Dimension Company was closed. I just found out about it. And can a company like Dimension Company afford an ace mecha master? Do you really think that ace mecha masters are weeds on the roadside? Lu Jijia put down the teacup and continued. Yang Bo was very surprised. The one driving the mecha is an ace mecha master? Yang Bo was really surprised. He was an ace mecha master? How come he didn't know it? There are many levels of mecha masters. Look at this one today. A lowest level 3rd generation mecha, who played a record of 013. Although there are many reasons, the record cannot be changed. The identification of mecha masters does not refer to anything else. Just look at the record. Because there is no fairness on the battlefield. It only looks at the record. And this mecha master knows the weaknesses of other mechas very well. The stock prices of these two companies will definitely plummet. Lu Jijia said with an admiring tone. Yang Bo pondered for a moment, and soon understood that he used sound waves to control the mecha in the exhibition hall. When the mecha was not turned on, it relied on the mecha's own materials to prevent others from detecting it. There is an interference shielding system in the exhibition hall, so other means cannot detect it. His sound wave is just an exception. In addition, the tactics of this mecha division were very good from the beginning. The first one to kill the opponent's commander was impossible to transfer the command to others in such an extreme organization as in the army. The reason why the mechas behind did not form a queue to attack was because they could not cooperate with other companions and had no unified command. Of course, these mecha divisions of the Red Earl also made a fatal mistake. That is, they did not bring melee weapons, because their target was humans without any protection. If the commander had equipped 2 mechas with melee weapons, it would not be so miserable. But if 2 mechas were missing, there might be loopholes in the plan. Lu Jijia looked out the window. The rising and falling lights. Those were air-to-ground fighters. Yang Bo understood what Lu Jijia meant. The attackers had limited manpower and mechas. In order to obtain the maximum number of hostages, they had to equip all the mechas with high-frequency laser cannons, etc. Yang Bo now recalled that his control of the mechas did not seem to be controlling the mechas, but rather controlling his own body. Could it be related to the space button? Didn't Dimension Company say that the space button and the energy metal of this mecha use the same frequency? Yang Bo also picked up the teacup and pondered while drinking tea. There were too many surprises today. At this moment, a jaw-dropping scene was shown in the virtual TV. After Yang Bo went down to the stage basement, a man flew down from the dome. This man was surrounded by a crescent-shaped red blade, which was not big, only a dozen centimeters long. This dozen centimeters red blade, like a flying sword in a novel, instantly penetrated the cockpits of 3 mechas, which were holding a large number of hostages. Split the sky. Yang Bo looked at this light and shadow in astonishment. If he ran later, the end would be the equipment of the Planet Guardian. This thing is not affordable for ordinary people. And without the special communication satellite of the military government, don't even think about playing. Lu Jijia answered calmly. Chapter 43 Energy Weapons. Yang Bo put down the cup and asked curiously, why? The sky splitting itself is not complicated, but the energy stone on it is complicated. This energy stone is called the homogeneous energy stone. Lu Jijia shrugged. Then Lu Jijia sighed again, but those who can afford it are really amazing. Take our planet for example. The Guardian can kill any target that is locked anywhere on the planet within 10 seconds. Homogeneous energy stone? Yang Bo asked the boss with a curious look on his face. Lu Jijia nodded, pointed at the virtual TV and said, the armor on the Red Earl this time is an energy armor. And it is a homologous energy armor. Energy homologous. As the name suggests, this energy is the same as the user's own energy attribute frequency. Weapons like the Sky Split require huge resources to manufacture homologous energy stones, so that the user can control the Sky Split. Homologous energy armor is armor made of energy metal. The energy metal of this armor is homologous to the user. At least the degree of fit is very high. Homologous energy armor. How to say it? The user has what ability? This armor has what ability? You can imagine it as a part of your body. Whether it is homologous energy stone or homologous energy metal. The manufacturing process is highly confidential. And once the homologous energy stone is manufactured, all the user secrets will be known. The Sky Split is very famous. But there are not many users. First, the cost is very high. Only some big families and big conglomerates can afford to use it. Because these big families and big conglomerates all make it themselves. The second is the people of the country. Just like the guardians of each planet. They all have this weapon. And the country equips these people with the sky-splitting weapon. The third is the support of remote confidential communication data. Yang Bo understood. And his mind moved. My mecha uses the same energy metal. So will my mecha be invisible when I use it? I am looking forward to it. If the mecha can be invisible, I will try it out at that time. Who is this Red Earl? Yang Bo asked. How should I put it? They are descendants of nobles from the ancient empire. On the one hand, they want to restore the aristocracy. On the other hand, you know that the nobles in the past did not treat civilians as human beings. So on the one hand, they wantonly kill those they think are guilty, such as those engaged in finance, who they think are vampires. You also know what kind of people financiers are in today's society. On the other hand, they treat residents as non-human beings. Every time they appear, a large number of residents will die. The status of residents is very low. But who dares to say that? You say that you don't know what these people are thinking. And they are still superstitious. This time, thanks to the Ace Mecha Division. Otherwise we might have died. The Red Earl suffered a great loss this time. The Commander's silver energy armor has been thoroughly studied by the Alliance. In the future, the Red Earl's people will not be able to escape, as long as their energy properties, frequencies, etc. are studied. It will be easy to find them. Lu Jijia shook his head. Why does Yang Bo feel that this is a cult? Otherwise, how dare these guys say in a live broadcast across the entire league that the untouchables should die? Just like Amy on Earth? In fact, White people have always discriminated against people of color. But whoever said that would go to jail until death? Red Earl's people are also unlucky. The mainstream fighting method of mecha is close combat. Long-range weapons are originally auxiliary. If the distance is really a few kilometers, railguns, space-based laser weapons, and warships will have already hit them. And there is no direction for intellectual evolution. Long-term trained long-range mecha divisions are simply useless. Someone joked that the brain computing power of each long-range mecha division is comparable to that of an optical computer. These guys are new weapons. They are okay against unarmored targets. But against mechas? I'm just curious. Is this an internal conflict of Red Earl? Or someone has lurked in? At this time, a woman's voice sounded on the virtual TV, emergency news. According to the Alliance Security Department and the military's investigation, it was found that the members of the Red Earl extremist organization were employees of the Red Crystal Logistics Company, the second largest logistics company in the Alliance. And a small-scale conflict broke out at the airport. Hitting 130 extremists were killed, and a large amount of evidence was obtained. It proves that the Red Crystal Company is the property of the Red Earl extremist organization. The Union Parliament issued a wanted order for all members of the Red Crystal Logistics Company and listed the Red Crystal Logistics Company as a target. Looking at the wreckage floating above the airport, Yang Bo finally understood why the people he killed were all battleship drivers and battleship repairmen. It turned out that these guys were really... No. This is a transport ship. Could it be that the people he killed were serving in a certain fleet of the military? Yang Bo took a breath of cold air. Had the people of the Red Earl infiltrated the military? Should he run away quickly? Lu Jijia looked at Yang Bo and thought that Yang Bo was shocked by the news. He shook his head and drank a sip of water. I didn't expect it to be the Red Crystal Logistics Company. Now there are many unlucky people. And our business will be very good. Why did the boss say that? The industries of the unlucky people must be cleaned up before others take over. The judicial authorities will not intervene in these industries. Do you know why? Lu Jijia asked. I don't know. Because they are afraid that too many contraband will be found. When it is made public, many people will resign. If it is unlucky, the leaders of the law enforcement agencies may all resign. The new buyer will definitely not be involved in these. Isn't it that we have to take action? Anyway, we are all residents. There are so many contraband in the entire alliance. We don't have a chip. How can we know them? Lu Jijia said in a low voice with a smile. Lu Jijia said, I hope I can get a homologous energy stone and an energy weapon to play with in my lifetime. Split the sky? Not split the sky. Split the sky needs data support. You can understand it as a cold weapon made of energy metal. Lu Jijia said. Yang Bo nodded, thinking that the knife made of energy metal on his mecha can also be regarded as a cold weapon. Mechas are mainly used to fight for resources, such as energy mines, etc. They cannot use railguns or long-range energy weapons, which will destroy resources. So the mainstream of mechas is close combat. By the way, are you buying a house? I can lend you some money. Lu Jijia suddenly asked Yang Bo. Yang Bo quickly shook his head, not for the time being. I will save money myself. Yang Bo is ready to run away. These crazy people of the Red Earl may have joined the army. I am crazy to buy a house here. He quickly changed the subject. Boss, it should be okay for you to buy energy weapons? If you want pure energy weapons without energy stones, you can go to the market to have a look. After all, many weapons of predecessors have been left behind over the years. Maybe there are weapons of the same origin, or those with similar compatibility. The key is the trouble of energy stones of the same origin. Lu Jijia took a sip of tea and shook his head in reply. Boss, what do you mean? Can you use the energy weapons used by predecessors? Yang Bo asked in astonishment. And this expression was half fake. Chapter 44 Lu Jijia's calculations. This depends on the degree of compatibility. Both of them are fire users, so the weapons are at least 60% compatible. They can use each other, but they can't exert their strongest strength. However, the price is cheap. Basically, it costs tens of millions of yuan. Just go to the weapon market to choose one by one, and then come back to embed the same source energy stone. Of course, this one doesn't have the long-range ability of Likong. It's just for holding in the hand. Lu Jijia explained. Yang Bo almost understood, and then asked, this ancient martial arts association is really powerful. It repelled the leader of the Red Earl with a slap. But I'm curious. Why did the genetic evolution of ancient martial arts decline? Yang Bo. Such a simple question. I ask you. Give you two choices. The first one can become a genetic evolutionist with an injection. And the other one needs to practice hard for 10 or 20 years before it may have superpowers. Who do you choose? Yang Bo suddenly realized that ancient martial arts were defeated by human nature. Yes, one can be easily obtained, and the other requires thousands of hammers and may not succeed. Boss, my injection of genetic medicine failed, and the success rate of the second injection is very low. What should I do? Yang Bo asked. Lu Jijia rubbed his forehead. Your case is difficult, because the raw materials of genetic medicine are different, so the output is different. Although you did not succeed, the genetic medicine from the last time remains in your body. If you inject it a second time, it may cause conflict or even death. In fact, Lu Jijia already has a plan in mind. Ordinary residents can retire as long as they work for the company for 15 years. Or even 10 years. The life expectancy of residents is only 120 years. But even the lowest level of gene evolvers can live to 180 years old. Which means they can work for the company for 80 years. As for you not wanting to work, the company has a lot of good things to attract you to keep owning the company. Luxury houses, beauties, a group of children, and ways to upgrade to a higher level of gene evolvers. However, Lu Jijia deliberately said it more seriously, and Yang Bo asked anxiously, then is there no way? Yes, but the price is too high. Secret arts and ancient martial arts both require a lot of money. But you work hard. And when the time is right, I will report to the head office. The head office will reward outstanding employees. That is, let you become a gene evolver first. The company will give money. And if you succeed, you will pay it back. Without interest. And if you fail, you will not be asked to pay it back. Lu Jijia's little calculations began to be dialed. Yang Bo smiled in his heart. This was obviously a lie to himself. But it was good to know that. He immediately said with emotion, Boss, I will definitely work hard. This time it is too dangerous. If I were an evolver, I might have run away. Yeah, Lu Jijia agreed, but muttered in his heart. I didn't run away. You? First, I will give you a week off. I still have to talk to the government about mental compensation. And the Dome Entertainment City. They all have to compensate us. We can get more compensation as residents. If they don't get more compensation, we can sue them for discrimination. And the company will compensate you. Lu Jijia nodded and said, looking at Yang Bo's back. Lu Jijia was relieved. The company was seriously understaffed because few residents were willing to come out to work. They were just workers. If they hurt a small animal, they would have to see a psychologist or something. This Yang Bo can be cultivated vigorously. But the company will do it step by step. Otherwise the employees will feel that it is too easy. I don't know how many people the company has lost this time. Lu Jijia rubbed his forehead. The number of casualties has not yet been announced. Lu Jijia left Yang Bo and ran away. He was afraid that Yang Bo would be dissatisfied and quit. Lu Jijia suspected Yang Bo. He suspected that Yang Bo was a genetic evolutionist. But the direction should be very mysterious. Otherwise the mutant creatures that Wu Bing did not find that time would be discovered by Yang Bo. Such talents are exactly what the company needs. Yang Bo left. It was dark when he returned home. He was checked several times on the way. There were still many robots working. And it seemed that they were cleaning the underground pipe network. Everything was normal at home. And there were air-to-ground fighters patrolling over the community. Lu Jijia solved a lot of doubts today. Yang Bo had a deeper understanding of this world, and silently recited skills in his heart. This time, battleship maintenance and battleship driving were added. There is no hope of using these two abilities for the time being. Yang Bo was lying in the bathtub, thinking that he was right to act decisively in the Dome music venue. If he had been any later, the Planet Guardian might have taken action. He was afraid that he would be killed without any preparation at the speed of the cracking space. Yang Bo looked at the space button of the mecha in his hand. The energy stone on it was the same source energy stone. The mecha was in a different space. Yang Bo sensed that the place where the mecha was hid during the battle was slowly repairing. And it was estimated that the repair would be completed in a few days. This is the benefit of energy metal. Tut tut. Yang Bo was very happy. If it needed maintenance, it would be difficult to find a place for maintenance. Not to mention that it was not affordable. Do you want to see the energy weapon Lu Jijia mentioned? and then embed this homologous energy stone. And you will have an energy weapon? Yang Bo decided to take a nap first. After all, there were too many surprises today. When Lu Jijia returned to the company, he learned that 3 subordinates had died and 2 were missing. He didn't know if they were blown up, and he needed to wait for news. Lu Jijia also participated in the company's internal high-level meeting. In recent years, various hidden extremist organizations have been making trouble, and branches in various places have been asked to pay attention to safety. In addition, more people are recruited. This time, the incident may make many residents feel a sense of crisis. The news media reported one after another, and people in the 3 empires knew that the Red Earl could be said to be famous in one battle. But his reputation was not very good, because according to the results of the Red Earl's previous troubles, the Red Earl almost suffered heavy losses this time. The Eden Alliance immediately announced that it would study the armor left by the Red Earl commander with the other 2 federations, as long as the energy properties of the Red Earl and his people are found. Other Red Earls can be found quickly. Yang Bo got up the next day. He had a week off, and he didn't know what to do for a while. Or maybe he had too many things to do. Buy a house? But maybe all the people of the Red Earl have joined the army, so it's a waste to buy one. But if I don't buy one, I can't train the mecha. The more dangerous it is, the more I need to improve my strength. Yang Bo was a little entangled. It's a pity that it's difficult for residents to leave the planet. After eating and drinking and charging, Yang Bo opened the internet and searched for energy weapons. He found that there were many energy weapons for sale, and they were available in all shapes. Do you want to go and have a look? Disguise? Yang Bo looked at these cold weapons and felt a little tempted. Chapter 45: A Thorny Problem. However, after careful investigation, the nearest one is more than 10 kilometers away, and because of this incident, the entire planet is blocked, and residents are not recommended to go out. Anyway, take the money. Take a walk around the neighborhood first to calm your mind. Yang Bo did not plan to enter the game. Yesterday was too fulfilling, and Yang Bo had not yet figured out what to do next. Buy a big house to improve strength, or leave the money ready to run away at any time. It looks prosperous, but who knows what dangers will come. Yang Bo went out and looked at the air-to-ground fighters patrolling the sky. Air-to-ground fighters? Air-to-space fighters? Air-to-ground fighters are from space to the ground, and air-to-space fighters are from the ground to space. What is the specific difference? It seems that they belong to different affiliations. Air-to-ground fighters belong to the space fleet, and air-to-space fighters seem to belong to planetary defense. Yang Bo did not go far, just strolled in the community. There are all kinds of trees here, as well as flowers and plants. There are many people in the community, because the entire planet has been completely blocked. Anyone who flies up at this time will be immediately locked by countless weapons. Mechas are not very useful in this civilized world, according to Yang Bo's guess. The reason why mecha companies are all large companies is that there may be powerful enemies in some places. The mecha game he plays is probably a planet in contention. Is it just for those exotic beast materials? Yang Bo boldly guessed in his heart that the reason why exotic beasts are valuable in the game is probably to be used as raw materials for genetic drugs. When he came to a small lake, he heard someone humming before he approached the lake. Yang Bo frowned slightly. When I came to the lake, I saw a girl wearing a loose sweater. Her face was covered, and she was wearing sunglasses. This kind of dress is very normal, because many residents in this world dress like this when they go out. Because the residents almost never contact other people, and their home attributes are almost full. Although the rhythm of the song sounds very beautiful, Yang Bo inexplicably felt irritated. So he turned his head and walked to the other side, when he was still several meters away from the woman. The woman who was humming stopped all of a sudden and turned her head to look at Yang Bo. The woman was very surprised. This person was originally walking towards her. What made this person turn his head and walk to the other side? She knew her own abilities very well, and it shouldn't be. Sir? The woman couldn't help shouting. Yang Bo heard the woman behind him calling him, and he hummed and looked back at the woman. The woman was startled when she heard Yang Bo hum, but still asked, Sir, did I disturb you with my humming? No. I like a quiet environment. Yang Bo shook his head, then turned his head and left. As he walked, Yang Bo was a little surprised. I didn't expect to meet her here. Yang Bo felt something was wrong just now. The song she hummed was obviously popular in this world, and he had heard it before. But why did he feel uncomfortable? When the woman asked just now, Yang Bo felt that her voice was a little harsh. And he suddenly remembered that at Li Idwa's concert. He felt uncomfortable as soon as Li Idwa opened his mouth. Just now, he used the sound waves of the answer to detect that the other party was indeed a genetic evolver. Looking at the height and body shape, 99% of it was Li Idwa. Li Idwa looked at Yang Bo suspiciously as he left, and frowned slightly, thinking of the whistle he heard in the basement of the stage at the Dome Entertainment City yesterday. He was very sensitive to sound, and as long as he heard someone's voice, he would never forget it. Later, the police also told him that the mysterious Ace Mecha Master had mysteriously disappeared. Some are too young. The Ace Mecha Masters I know are not so young. Li Idwa frowned slightly. Then he got up and left, and several bodyguards in the distance slowly followed. Li Idwa also lived in this community and was temporarily resettled. The hotel was a bit messy this time. Back to where he lived, Li Idwa picked up a pen and started drawing. He finished the drawing quickly, and the drawing turned out to be Yang Bo. Yang Bo strolled around and thought about it. Buying a house first and increasing strength is the first priority. When facing real danger, no matter how much money you have, it is useless. Only strength. Yang Bo is not going to brush in the game for the time being. To transform skills into actual combat capabilities, it still requires some actual combat training. After returning home and checking around, I found that real estate transactions and other businesses have stopped processing. Sitting on the sofa, Yang Bo touched his forehead. There is an unknown person who is thinking about me. I don't know who it is. The Red Earl organization has infiltrated the military. Don't use warships to attack the planet directly when the time comes. It will be a big trouble. And in Jijia Company, Fatty Lu is obviously setting a trap for me. The more I know about this world, the more insignificant I feel. Alas, what is freedom? Yang Bo stood up and looked at the house where he got the mecha space button. He just passed by there and checked it out. The things in the room were not moved. Yang Bo was not sure whether that place would be targeted by others. And Yang Bo himself was in a bit of trouble. That was the ornament that Yang Bo bought that was exactly the same as the button of the space mecha. Originally, he wanted to make the Red Earl suffer a loss. But if it was discovered by the Planetary Security Agency, it might be easy to check it. After all, it was possible to find out who the ornament was sold to. Damn it. What Yang Bo was hesitating about now was whether that place would be targeted by the security department. Yang Bo was upset, but he had to deal with it. He came to the basement, which was the parking place, and also the place where Yang Bo charged. He coughed and there was no one around. He found a hidden place, took off his clothes and pants, and then went invisible, and went directly to the place he went last time. In the stairwell, Yang Bo snapped his fingers and felt it carefully, but did not find anything unusual. And the internal structure of the door lock was destroyed in an instant. This was also a BUG, and the material could be checked. Entering the house invisibly, Yang Bo carefully looked at the traces he left and found that no one had been there. Did I kill them all? Yang Bo muttered to himself. He took the fakes he bought and was about to leave. Suddenly, he saw the ancient oil painting. Yang Bo's heart moved. This thing must be important. Once it is discovered by the authorities, they may have to investigate it strictly. He was not sure what traces he would leave. I actually helped these guys clean up their butts. Yang Bo carefully checked it and took it down. It was not a picture frame, but a hanging scroll. He looked at the others and found nothing suspicious. So he left quickly. If someone saw it, they would find that there were paintings floating through the aisle. When he came to the basement, Yang Bo's scalp was numb. What should he do with this hot thing in his hand? I don't know if I can put it in the mecha. But where should I put the mecha out? Yang Bo had no choice but to take the hot mountain back to his home. Chapter 46 Being Abused. In the bathtub, the painting was placed inside, and a bucket of strong detergent was poured into it, and many bubbles suddenly appeared. The detergent in the high-end community can be used casually because it will pass through the sewage treatment plant. Yang Bo used to live in a government house, and used environmentally friendly detergents and sorted garbage. High-end communities don't use it because sewage treatment and garbage are paid for, so they can be thrown away casually. What is the material of this canvas? It seems to be metal? Yang Bo looked at the remaining canvas, and the scissors didn't work. Yang Bo added another tank of water, and then held the canvas with both hands, and the electric energy surged. Soon the canvas turned red, softened, and then melted and fell into the bathtub, forming small particles, which were directly washed away by the water. Yang Bo's hands were protected by light energy, and nothing happened. The scrolls of the two paintings seemed to be made of jade, and the hardness was still very high. Yang Bo heated them in the oven, and then used water to stimulate them, and they broke. After several times, they all broke into small particles. Yang Bo finally breathed a sigh of relief. The reason why he took the painting from someone else's room was that he was afraid that someone would find out that the painting was related to the Red Earl. In that case, the security department might conduct a strict investigation of the entire room, building, or community. Yang Bo was not sure whether his invisibility would leave any traces, as long as it was not related to the Red Earl. In such a chaotic situation, no one would investigate small matters. Maybe the community property would solve them themselves. After all, if someone disappeared in the community, the reputation of the community would be ruined. As for the people living there, how could he know? In such a big mess. Maybe he died, maybe he left, or went to other places. It's better to have less trouble than more. What Yang Bo didn't know was that no one knew what the leading commander looked like. He was wearing a silver helmet during the live broadcast. He was shot in the head by a laser gun. After the high-energy laser was shot, even the bones could not be pieced together. They were almost all powder, so they could not be restored to their original appearance. The low-level ones carried liquid that dissolved corpses on their bodies. They were hit by the mecha and dissolved themselves. There were very few people who could be identified. The luxury space button bought for 800,000 was returned by Yang Bo again. This energy stone was too inferior. The other party still wanted to refuse to return it. Yang Bo directly said that he was a resident, and the other party returned it in seconds. House prices had plummeted. Good. After Yang Bo cleaned up everything, he looked at houses online. Mecha training was to be carried out, and there were still many things to be verified. House prices continued to plummet, because the Red Earl suffered such a big loss here. Who knows if those crazy people will come back? However, the government has not started working yet, so houses cannot be traded for the time being, which has led to cheaper house prices and a lot of listings. Let's train online first. Yang Bo opened the mecha game, but did not enter the game, but mecha training. Now Yang Bo's training results in the game are just qualified, so he was given the worst blade mecha when he entered the game. The mecha assigned depends on the results of the simulation training assessment. This time Yang Bo is going to do mecha combat training. He is a blade mecha, and the opponent is also a blade mecha. Yang Bo controls the blade mecha in the game, and feels that it is not as fast as the actual mecha. To control the mecha, the left hand is a joystick, which controls the most basic walking, running, and jumping of the mecha. There are several buttons on the joystick to control the radar, flight backpack, etc. On the right hand is a touch keyboard, connected to the optical computer. The instruction set can be set by yourself, or you can use the official one. Mecha is actually cannon fodder in the war sequence, at least as Yang Bo understands now. Just like the infantry in the current war, it is mainly a ground battle. When mechas fight, electronic interference and electronic suppression will cause the intelligent system to make wrong judgments and slow reactions. Even the airborne radar may not be used, and only human eyes can be used to judge. When various forces compete for certain resources or other things, they all default to a result. Whichever side's mecha wins the battle, the resources belong to it. Because if you don't comply, then everyone will not comply. Just use the battleship to blow it up at the beginning. Why bother to invest in resource competition? Boom! In the simulation training, the opponent's strength increases once a minute. After 5 minutes, Yang Bo was kicked by the opponent's mecha and kicked out directly, fell to the ground, and then the screen went black. Come again! Yang Bo felt that the mecha opponent in the simulated training had smooth and graceful movements, and his movements were clean and neat, as if he was performing. The first 2 minutes were fine, and Yang Bo could still parry, but he was in a mess afterwards. After training again and again, Yang Bo learned a lot from it. The opponent could turn quickly at 5 times the speed of sound. How many commands would he need to give? Fortunately, the upper limit of the function of the sharp blade mecha was so high. Yang Bo came up to train every day when he had nothing to do. In the end, Yang Bo treated the mecha as 2 people fighting, and designed a lot of commands himself. Mecha battles are fast and accurate. There is no other way. Fast, Fierce and accurate are two aspects. The first is hand speed, and the second is to design some commands by yourself. And you can edit 1 or 2 buttons for one action. However, the instruction set is a complicated job. If you change one instruction, you need to change a lot of other instructions, unless you discard some instructions that you think are not important. The original instructions of the mecha are balanced. Each mecha master is good at different things, so he will design his own preferred side. 10 minutes. Yang Bo breathed a sigh of relief. He finally persisted in the training for 10 minutes. If he persisted for 10 minutes, he could choose a higher level mecha in the game to continue the simulation training. Yang Bo saw that there was a long-range combat training, and his heart moved. Try this. I'll go. The opponent was a long-range version of the Sharp Blade mecha. Yang Bo went into the screen in less than 30 seconds. The position of the opponent's laser gun affected the most basic control of the robot, and the prediction ability was very strong. You couldn't avoid the opponent at all. A long-range mecha master needs some intellectual evolution direction, which can predict your actions, so that every time you feel that you are bumping into the muzzle, it's like playing a game, and the opponent is cheating. You will die anyway. Come again. Yang Bo came again, this time charging directly, charging with the energy shield, and the opponent's laser gun hit Yang Bo and made him hear crazy alarms. Then in less than 30 seconds, the screen went black, and the mecha lost some of its ability to move after being hit repeatedly in some vital parts. Forget it. It's still close combat. For a whole day, Yang Bo was very frustrated. The opponent's prediction was too strong, and he could only last for a minute at most. No wonder there are few models of remote auxiliary special mechas, and they are all very expensive. There is a reason for this. Yang Bo shook his head, and he was still a common mecha master, a close combat mecha master. The Red Earl announced a retaliatory attack on the Eden Alliance. Yang Bo quit the game, opened the news, and found a shocking headline, and quickly opened it to take a look. In a video, a man wearing golden armor and 11 people in silver armor were around him. These people had golden and red hair, and their faces could not be seen clearly because of their helmets. It can be seen that they were inside an ancient castle. The man in golden armor announced a retaliatory attack on the Eden Alliance and warned other countries not to interfere in this matter. Should we run away quickly? How should the residents run away? Yang Bo felt very uneasy when he saw the news. Chapter 47 Lost. These guys are crazy. Yang Bo doesn't want to confront them. Moreover, Yang Bo guessed that they had infiltrated the military. If they really controlled the fleet, it would be a lot of fun. First, I will improve my strength in the game. When the house can be traded, I will come to see my Sharp Blade mecha. I haven't even taken a good look at it. Yang Bo has no choice now. He found out that residents can leave the planet, but they need special seats. Generally, only private spaceships have them. Yang Bo entered the game and decided to camouflage first to see if he can completely become another person in the end. Threatened by the Red Earl, Lu Jijia also cursed while watching, and Jijia Company, on the surface, adopts a branch model, but in fact it is a broker model. That is, the number of people in the hands of people like Lu Jijia is determined by the size of the territory given by the head office. The remarks of the Red Earl's extremist organization made everyone panic. The key is that the blockade on the planet has been extended. Many powerful people want to leave, but it is very troublesome. Private spaceships can be released, but the application and review are too troublesome. Moreover, these people have not disposed of their assets yet, and they are unwilling to leave like this. What makes Lu Jijia angry is that the company cannot operate normally. He will lose a lot of money. Recruiting new people is not going smoothly, and those residents seem to be indifferent to the threat of the Red Earl. The company has no tasks, and the subordinates are also very anxious, and money is needed in all aspects. Damn. If it doesn't work, apply for a change of place. This damn place is not going to work anymore. Lu Jijia directly asked the headquarters if there were any other planets with places, and he might as well move. Not only Lu Jijia, many companies are preparing to move. Red Earl lost a general here and wants revenge. What if it happens again? Red Earl's people are all crazy and everyone will die. Yang Bo, this big scoundrel, is still preparing to buy a house. But Yang Bo has entered the game. Where should I go? Yang Bo looked at the information given to him by the base. He couldn't go to the lake because he killed the opponent's people. He couldn't go to the baths either because he also killed the opponent's people. Let's go to the underground entrance. Yang Bo thought of being bullied by the long-range mecha in training, and he felt a little nervous about the open space. The underground entrance is the entrance to the underground cave group in this game world or the planet. There are mutant beasts and mutants. Yang Bo brought 4 miniature hydrogen bombs and 4 shockwave bombs. Yang Bo prepared to carry at least 2 miniature hydrogen bombs with him as glory bombs. The underground world is small. If you encounter a tricky guy, the worst case scenario is that you will die together. It's a pity that I don't have money. If I had money, I would just hang all the miniature hydrogen bombs on me and kill my way into the mutant's lair. Hee. Yang Bo was so happy that he was imagining while hurrying on his way. The mutant's lair was very hidden. No one knew about it. Otherwise, the railgun would have opened fire directly. After successfully reaching the underground entrance, Yang Bo sighed in his heart. This is where he made his fortune. This time, he mainly brushed camouflage. After entering the underground entrance, Yang Bo still planned to stay on the first floor and definitely not go to the second floor. Yang Bo looked at the narrow environment of the underground passage, and then looked at the bombs all over his body. He had an idea, and the energy shield in the left hand of the mecha was placed on his back. And then he took out a miniature hydrogen bomb and a plasma sword in his right hand. Be prepared to drop a hydrogen bomb and run away at any time. He began to explore slowly. Yang Bo still had to make a nest first and look for larger animals. What Yang Bo didn't know was that he was targeted by mutants not long after he left the base this time. The reward offered by Tiger Face King was still very tempting. Yang Bo hadn't come out recently, which made Tiger Face King's men a little anxious. The underground passages were connected in all directions. Tiger Face King's subordinates saw Yang Bo enter the underground entrance from a distance and hurried back to report. Tiger Face King received the news and passed it on. So many mutants started to set off along the underground passages. However, these people misjudged a little and thought that Yang Bo was on the second floor or below the second floor. After all, there was nothing on the first floor. Yang Bo found that he was lost. The radar was obviously not easy to use in this underground passage. Yang Bo was a little careless. After all, he was familiar with using the radar. The more he walked, the more he felt something was wrong. He turned back to look for traces of the mecha walking. But unfortunately, there was water in some places. Boom! Suddenly, there was a loud bang, which startled Yang Bo. The ground was shaking, and the small animals were all scattered and fled. How did this explode? Yang Bo was still wondering what kind of explosion this was. In fact, it was the mechas on the second and third floors below that encountered the men of the Tiger Face King. These men came to find Yang Bo and ran into these mechas. Yang Bo hesitated for a moment and quickly ran in the opposite direction of the explosion. He didn't want to pick up the leak, nor did he want to destroy his mecha. If this thing was broken, the repair cost would be a lot. Boom! Then, there was another explosion in the direction of the explosion, and the ground shook. Yang Bo was relieved. He didn't know what it was, but it was definitely not a good thing. Yang Bo deliberately walked in the water to cover his traces, but he was completely lost. It looked like a big passage, but he couldn't go any further. Boom! It's the 8th time. Who is so unlucky? Or is he encircling some powerful mutant beast? Yang Bo heard another sound. It was like this underground, and the sound was transmitted very far. Huh? Suddenly Yang Bo's eyes lit up. A sinkhole. It didn't matter. The sinkhole was surrounded by clouds and mist. In the jungle below, there were bison. These bison looked similar to the bison he saw, but they didn't have horns. Yang Bo zoomed in and found that the horns of these cows seemed to have been sawed off. Could it be that they were fed by mutants? Yang Bo scanned with the radar, then turned off the radar and looked carefully at the data just now. 1221. Yang Bo looked at the data and drooled. The ability of the bison can improve physical fitness. If all these bison are killed, can he be like Superman? But I didn't see any mutants. Yang Bo looked at the Tianqing carefully. The diameter was about 80 kilometers. The depth was unknown. The sky was not visible. Yang Bo's own mecha was more than 30 meters above the ground of the Tianqing. Yang Bo searched carefully. Radar was useless for some mutants, and some mutants were sensitive to radar detection waves. 1 hour. 2 hours. Yang Bo was a little anxious. There was no one watching so many cows. At this time, Yongbo suddenly found a silver-white color. He zoomed in, and found that it was a man carrying a 5-meter-long mecha arm. This thing weighed at least 10 tons. A man in black armor, nearly 3 meters tall, was carrying it so easily. This man's face looked like a pig's face, a bit like Zhu Beiji played by Su on Earth. Then the second, third, fourth, and fifth all carried the parts of the mecha: legs, arms, and heads. TSK. This mecha doesn't look cheap. Yongbo muttered to himself. Suddenly there was a low sound. And then Yongbo saw those hornless bison slowly gathered in one direction. What kind of method is this? Beast control or conditioned reflex? Yongbo widened his eyes, and found that a mutant was holding something and blowing it. Chapter 48 Interesting? Yongbo felt that he couldn't handle it. With so many cows, would the increased physique make him explode? These cows gradually gathered together, looking carefully at the bottom of the Tianking. The plants were not low, and the grass on the ground had obviously been eaten up. It should be moved to other places. Could these cows be one of the food sources for mutants? Yongbo had some guesses. There were more than 20 mutants carrying mecha parts. The mecha parts carried by each guy were not light, and the lightest one weighed at least several tons. Yongbo was not afraid of mutants. These mutants were only qualified to walk underground. Dare to show up and try one? Seeing that some of the cows had already entered a huge passage on the other side of the Tianking, Yongbo couldn't help it. Putting the mecha button aside, Yongbo was ready to gamble. Last time he used electricity to restore it. This time he would use the homologous energy stone of this mecha space button. One heaven and one hell. The main reason was that the situation here was not very optimistic, and it was estimated that such an opportunity would be difficult to encounter. People like Yongbo are actually small-timers. Big-timers are generally very calm and will not take risks. Small-timers can do anything when their brains get hot. There is no other way. Small-timers have nothing to do but fight hard. The rocket backpack suddenly exploded, and Yongbo's mecha shot out from the middle of the mountain. If it weren't for the dynamic vision, the mecha's explosion speed would make it impossible for ordinary people to see the scene in front of them. The explosion of the rocket backpack alarmed the mutants. Looking back, they saw 4 hydrogen bombs flying towards them. Roar! One of the 3-meter-tall mutants swung a mecha arm and smashed it at the hydrogen bomb. The rest of the guys also threw out the mecha parts in their hands. Boom! The first hydrogen bomb exploded when it touched the mecha arm. A huge energy shock wave instantly erupted, blowing more than a dozen mutants who had just jumped up into the air. At this time, the other 3 hydrogen bombs had already fallen into the herd of cattle. Boom! 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 This is the mutants' misjudgment. Yongbo's target is the cattle in the Tianking. Collision +1. Collision +1. Yongbo grabbed the mecha space button with his right hand, and the violent energy of the energy stone quickly rushed into his body. Yongbo felt like his blood was boiling. He pushed the joystick with his left hand suddenly and flew directly into the sky, cursing provocatively, "Idiots! You bastards!" Roar! Mutants hate being called bastards because some animal genes appear in their body genes. A group of mutants jumped up. However, these mutants ignored one point. That is, the powerful shock wave brought by the 4 miniature hydrogen bombs, which rushed the fog in the sky out of the Tianking. The energy impact of the explosion of the miniature hydrogen bomb was captured by the orbital cannon at an altitude of tens of thousands of kilometers, and waited until a group of mutants took off. The orbital cannon emitted dazzling beams of light. At this time, Yongbo was close to the stone wall of the Tianking, looking at the laser beams as thick as buckets, and his whole body shuddered. Yongbo was blown up by the orbital cannon twice, and it was the first time he really saw the true face of the orbital cannon. Awesome. The high-frequency laser gun that Yongbo saw at the Dome concert was just a small laser, and this thing was as thick as a bucket. The mutant was beaten to ashes. In reality, Yongbo was sweating all over. The violent energy in his body just now made Yongbo feel unable to move, although it was only for a short time. Now Yongbo felt like a volcano in his body, containing terrifying power. Mecha Repair +16. Mecha Repair +16. Mecha Repair +32. Mecha Repair +8. Yongbo was dumbfounded. This mutant can repair mecha? Does it mean that I can't use the superpowers of these mutants? Just like the people of the Red Earl who were killed in the Dome concert. These guys can't have superpowers. And what I got is battleship repair and battleship driving. In other words, There are still individual factors in the superpowers? Yang Bo thought carefully and had a rough guess. But it was hard to say whether it was true or not. After all, his ability was a bit weird. Roar! Roar! In the cave, there were still many mutants, roaring at Yang Bo in the cave opposite the Tianking. But they didn't dare to come out at all. At this moment, several air-to-ground fighters roared in, and missiles were fired at the mutants who had just screamed. The mutants ran away in fear. Yang Bo saw the air-to-ground fighters coming, breathed a sigh of relief, and hurried down to pick up things. The mutants dismantled the mechas, which were not valuable. But the melee weapons of the mechas were probably valuable. Unfortunately, some were hit by laser cannons. The officers of Base 16 were speechless. This sharp blade mecha would cause trouble every time it went out. This time, the orbital cannon killed more than 30 mutants, one of whom was suspected to be the leader, because he persisted under the orbital laser cannon for 0.5 seconds. The missiles just now also hit and destroyed a mutant's underground passage. Tracking +8. Tracking +4. Disguise +1. Disguise +1. Sound wave control +1. Yang Bo saw that the air-to-ground fighters were constantly releasing missiles into the underground passage where the mutants had just shouted. Some of these missiles penetrated deep into the underground space and exploded. And the underground passage was constantly collapsing. How did these count on me? Is it the first wave of damage caused by the shock waves of several hydrogen bombs? Yang Bo carried a few mecha weapons and flew out of the Tianking, only to find that the Tianking was as deep as 2,000 meters. It was usually surrounded by clouds and mist, so it was not discovered. Let the mecha return to the base by itself, and Yang Bo will watch. The mecha can travel by itself, provided that there is no interference. Somewhere underground, the tiger-faced king trembled all over and felt the vibration of the ground. Could this bastard be the disaster star that people in ancient times said? Bastard. Come here. The tiger-faced king was about to withdraw the bounty. But suddenly he had an idea. Since this is a disaster star, can he use this disaster star to harm the annoying guy next door? Come here. Issue a bounty order. Whoever kills this bastard, I, the tiger-faced king, will reward a fire energy stone mine. Anyone. The tiger-faced king issued an order. This disaster star made him lose 2 warriors. It must be extraordinary. Some guys have long coveted his energy stone mine. What? Mecha weapons are not valuable. Yang Bo thought he had found a bargain, but he didn't know that this thing was worthless. Yes, dear player. Each set of mecha weapons is matched, unless these weapons are used to customize the mecha. The answer given by the other party made Yang Bo speechless. What about long-range weapons? No. The weapons activated by each mecha can only be used by the mecha itself, and other mechas cannot use them. It's embarrassing. Yang Bo felt that those guys on the forum might give him a nickname again. Chapter 49 Rich Harvest. Yang Bo's guess made sense. On the game forum, Yang Bo brought several pictures of mecha melee weapons, which attracted people's attention. Haha. Does this guy have a collecting habit? What do you know? This weapon can kill birds without any problem. But this luck is also unmatched. I encountered mutants several times when I went out. That's right. I wasted time and got nothing. Poor guy. Pick up more mecha melee weapons, and it will be no problem to kill birds and rats. In the eyes of other game players, Yang Bo did not gain anything. The players did not know the news of obtaining A-level mutant beasts last time. In the eyes of other players, as long as mutants or mutant animals are not caught, there is no gain. Yang Bo still chose to put these mecha melee weapons in the warehouse, because Yang Bo wanted to see if his current skills were too busy to go out and throw away garbage. Yang Bo looked carefully and found 2 new abilities, mecha repair and tracking, both of which reached advanced levels. The tracking ability was probably the mutants who were shouting at the entrance of the cave, who were injured by the hydrogen bomb and then killed by the air-to-ground fighter missiles that destroyed the underground passage. Camouflage and dynamic vision also reached the master level. It was estimated that the hydrogen bomb shock wave was restricted in the Tianking, and then the powerful impact force rushed into the underground passage. The collision reached the master level. Yang Bo picked up a metal ornament, which was used to train sound wave control. With a light pinch, the metal was like dough. Then, there was a jade ornament, which broke into pieces with a pinch, and then turned into powder with a rub of both hands. TSK. TSK. Yang Bo looked at his hands. full of strength, and felt that even if there was a mecha in front of him, he could punch it out, floating. Yang Bo knew that this feeling was caused by a sudden increase in strength. Yang Bo was even more curious about how much electricity his body could absorb with such a strong physique. But there was no way to test it now. There was no place to discharge electricity, and it was impossible to boil water again. Yang Bo was very careful when washing up, fearing that his strength would be unstable. Fortunately, nothing bad happened. Yang Bo walked around in the room, thinking about the things in this game, especially the 2 times he killed mutants. He didn't give them special superpowers. Is it because I have the power to control this superpower, which conflicts with the superpowers of other mutants? Or is it that my individual is different from the individual mutants, so I can't get superpowers? Yang Bo had no answer. This time he gained a lot. Last time he was thinking about luring those mutants out, but he didn't expect them to come out this time. This mutant seems to have a problem with his brain? Yang Bo thought of the mutant who flew into the air when he was provoked. He felt that he was too easy to anger and was not rational at all. After Yang Bo moved around for a while, he looked back at the battle video and found that the leading mutant had reached a speed of 5 times the speed of sound. This was not a mecha or something. No wonder the mecha was blown up by these mutants in the underground world. These mutants are much smaller than mechas, and are more flexible than mechas in the underground world. Yang Bo analyzed carefully, and found that these mutants were very strong. Stronger than himself. Yang Bo didn't know if he could fly, or if his body could break through the speed of sound. In fact, as long as you are fast enough, gravity doesn't matter. While Yang Bo was thinking about his new ability, 2 people stood in the office of a gene pharmaceutical company in the Alliance, and the board members questioned remotely. When did the company get in touch with the Red Earl extremist organization? I don't know where the director is. A trace of angry voice sounded in the audio equipment in the room. There was a bald man who was questioned, and a middle-aged man in a suit. The man had golden hair and looked very charming. Mr. Director, the security department failed to supervise this matter, and the main responsibility lies with the New Drug Supervision Group. The middle-aged man in the suit said. New Drug Supervision Group. What do you say? Someone asked immediately. The bald man said in a voice without any emotion, please take a closer look. Directors, our company's security department failed in its mission, so it delegated the task to our supervision team. The security department fails with so much funding every year, let alone us. I think the security department's assessment of the target is not accurate enough and provides wrong information. As for the Red Earl, we just issued the task according to the process, but we didn't expect that the Red Earl's people took the task. The blond middle-aged man shouted coldly, you lied? We have your call records. The bald man laughed. Where is the evidence? Is it just based on the conversation? If so, I still said that you are a member of the Red Earl extremist organization, and the security department will not talk about the evidence. I think your supervision team should be abolished. It can't even track and observe a resident. We didn't make the early warning system. The company gave different parameter values based on different drugs. That's enough. The company paid a great price for this matter. We need to know whether the new drug is effective as soon as possible. If the problem is not solved within a month, we will kill you too. Agree. Agree. The other directors agreed one after another. Then the door of the conference room slowly opened. The bald man and the blond middle-aged man looked at each other. And then the bald man said, I didn't expect to cooperate with you. A scumbag. Hee hee. You are not much better. Those who tested the new drug, you watched their deaths frame by frame. Scumbag. What good plan do you have? Our security department doesn't like to cooperate with incompetent guys. Hee hee. It depends on who catches the target first. I forgot to tell you that our special operations personnel are still on the planet where the target is. I don't know if you are safe. Is there a way for the whole department to enter the planet? Ha ha. Son of a bitch. Why didn't you say it just now? Because I'm not sure either. You are a senior manager, and I am a mid-level manager. If you don't work harder, we may both become ordinary employees. Who will lose more? Ha ha. Yang Bo's mouth was wide open because he had just tested the sound wave detection and found that it was 10 times better than before. It was like God's vision. The range was expanded 5 times, and the clarity was more than 10 times. Moreover, the genetic evolutionists in the next building did not notice his detection. Chapter 50 New Direction of Sound Wave Control. Different. Bo now realizes that genetic evolutionists are completely different from ordinary residents. What ancient martial arts, what genetic medicine, are all dregs in front of me. In a fight, we must be fast, fierce and accurate. One day, when our speed is so fast that technological weapons cannot lock on us, we will be invincible. But it seems that my invisibility also has this ability. Bo was suffocated in his previous life, and he urgently wants strength in this life. He clenched his fist. Bo didn't know how strong he was, but he could knead a solid metal ornament into dough, which must be very difficult. More importantly, it's not just strength, but also skin, muscles, and bones. There is no discomfort when kneading metal, as if it were just kneading that kind of plasticine. Bo stood in front of the mirror. The person in the mirror was himself in his previous life. He was 1.7 meters tall, a greasy middle-aged man, and had a big belly because he liked to get drunk. I still like this one. Bo looked at his appearance in his previous life. His disguise had reached this level. He could fine-tune the whole body skeleton, and his height could be controlled. Of course, some parts could be controlled. Ahem. What should I do to leave this dangerous place? Bo restored his original appearance and looked at the air-to-ground fighters patrolling the sky. With this thing, unless the individual strength reaches the legendary S level, it's basically a piece of cake. With invisibility, I can sneak out. But where should I go next? Bo was a little confused. Just like the first time he went out to work. He didn't know what was ahead and what he was facing. Then he shook his head and began to adapt to his own strength. He did 500 push-ups in one breath, as if nothing had happened. How can I accurately control my strength? Bo thought about it, but couldn't think of a good way. The last time Bo went out, he met Liidwa. So this time Bo went out. He also wore a mask. More than half of the people in this world wear this thing. Most residents have social phobia because they don't have contact with people. Bo didn't wear it last time because he didn't have this habit in his previous life. When he went out for a stroll, he saw a place where robots were on alert from a distance. So he quickly hid away. I don't know what the Red Earl released underground. It's probably something bad. And he's been cleaning it up. As long as there is no interference. Most of the work is done by robots. Occasionally, some special operations are remotely controlled by people. The mecha is manually controlled because the situation faced by the mecha is much more complicated than this simple work. Boss. When Bo went out today, there were few people on the bus. Bo received an email from Lu Jijia asking him to come to the company. Lu Jijia rubbed his forehead and asked, Bo, how are you doing recently? Do you feel better? Thank you, boss. I feel much better. Bo didn't know why Lu Jijia wanted to talk to him. Lu Jijia sighed and said, because of the threat of the Red Earl. The alert level of the entire planet has been raised, and there is no intention to change it in the short term. As you know, the house price plummeted and many employees suffered huge losses this time. Several employees are missing, and the company is facing difficulties. Boss, you don't want to work anymore. Do you want to terminate the contract with me? I have no objection. Bo thought Lu Jijia was quitting, so he spoke up. Lu Jijia shook his head and said, this planet is not safe anymore. Extreme organizations, like the Red Earl, may launch crazy revenge at any time. The most serious incident of the Red Earl was the release of a harmful substance, which killed half of the people on the planet. Bo did not doubt that the Red Earl could do it. These guys were a little abnormal. Lu Jijia said again. So I have an idea here. To leave this planet and develop in other places. The head office has agreed in principle. But the specific place to go is still waiting. I came to you today. I want to ask what you think. As long as you are willing to follow me. Then when you get there, the company will provide you with a free genetic medicine or a secret technique. And you don't need to do anything extra. When Bo heard this, his heart moved. Did this fat man sense any danger? Is he going to run away? I'll think about it when I go back. Bo did not agree immediately. He really didn't expect Lu Jijia to have such a problem. Lu Jijia nodded, of course. We can't leave in a short time. Boss, is everything okay? Bo looked at Lu Jijia and asked after hearing Lu Jijia's answer. Lu Jijia looked at Bo's back and rubbed his forehead. Bo's performance did not want to go to other planets. And each administrative planet will definitely not allow a large-scale population decline. Otherwise the politicians' data will not look good. and they will have to go through a lot if they want to leave smoothly. Although the baby factory can produce, it takes time. As Yang Bo walked, he pondered, can sound waves be used for directional destruction? Yang Bo did not take the bus, but walked slowly. This time, Yang Bo wore a mask. Yang Bo had ignored this point before. But Yang Bo was going to go to a nearby weapons store today. There were energy weapons used by genetic evolutionists. After a look, it was only open today. As he walked, Yang Bo tested his sound wave control. Suddenly, Yang Bo's mind moved. Footsteps? Isn't the detection of oil on the earth using the shock wave of the explosion? I can do it myself. So Yang Bo's footsteps were slightly amplified. And at the same time, he carefully felt the feedback of the footsteps on the ground. Sound waves can actually be transmitted very far. But different creatures have different hearing and different hearing distances. If someone shouts at you 100 meters away, you can hear it. But if he shouts at you 500 meters away, you can't hear it. It can only be said that you can't hear it. But the sound waves will still exist. 3 meters? Yang Bo sensed it little by little, and found that he was at most 3 meters deep under the ground. If it was deeper, it would be more vague. If you can use sound waves to destroy things 3 meters deep. Yang Bo's eyes lit up, and he turned around to do experiments at home. If sound waves can really be transmitted 3 meters and destroy things inside, this trick will be very useful. Yang Bo kept experimenting. The footsteps were a little loud at first, but then they became normal. However, Yang Bo did not try to destroy anything underground for the time being, because it might attract the attention of some people. Energy weapons. The place where energy weapons are sold is different from what Yang Bo thought. It looks like a place on Earth that sells hardware accessories. You can see that the store is full of various energy weapons, with various shapes, and it feels like a pile of junk. Customers choose by themselves. No refunds after sale. Choose carefully. A person wearing a virtual helmet and virtual control gloves on his hands, not knowing what game he was playing, saw someone enter the store and spoke. Yang Bo was a little confused. How can I choose by myself? Chapter 51. Hey. Of course, it can't be seen on the surface, because I'm wearing a mask. Energy weapons are very diverse. There are countless gene evolvers in human history. Even if only 1/10 of them have energy weapons, the inventory is still a large number. Energy weapons need to match their own energy to activate. You don't know who the original owner of these weapons is. It may be a low-level evolver, or it may be a high-level, or a top-level one. Of course, there are also those that have been passed down. That is, who has used them, and how many generations have passed them down. The price is very high. Most gene evolvers keep their abilities secret. Even if they have the same power, they may be proficient in different directions. More energy weapons are like these piles of rags, placed here. This is the knowledge Yang Bo has learned. Don't look at these as rags, but 10 million credit points apiece. That's right. The price of energy metal itself is not low, let alone making it into a weapon. And there is another point. You don't need to register to buy it here, but it is not recommended for ordinary residents to buy it, because energy metal has a certain amount of radiation, because many energy weapons are picked up from the battlefield, most of which are space battlefields. The company that sells energy weapons is Sama Resource Recycling Company. This company is responsible for recycling space garbage. It is a company with a military background. Although its market value is not large, it is said to be very powerful. Yang Bo feels that the Eden Alliance is like an enlarged version of the American system on Earth, with various consortiums and large companies controlling all aspects. Yang Bo looked at a hammer, which seemed to be Thor's hammer. He took it for a while, but he couldn't lift it up. I pushed a little harder, but it didn't move. I pushed harder, but it still didn't move. Yang Bo took a deep breath. How heavy is this thing? If it weighs several tons and moves at a slightly higher speed, the mecha will explode. Right? It was another knight's sword. Yang Bo took it and felt light and fluttery. There were also javelin-like energy weapons, machetes, short swords, and metal whips. There were more swords and the like, and the shapes were also different. There were at least 500 or 600 weapons in the whole store, including big ones like knight's guns, and even a 2-meter-high giant axe. Huh? Yang Bo touched an energy weapon like a tang sword. As soon as he touched it, he felt as if the energy in his body was about to surge out. But the whole knife looked like it was cast in bronze, without any patterns, words, or symbols. It was simple. And the handle was also bronze. Yang Bo slightly input his own energy. And the knife actually emitted a faint fluorescence. Congratulations, sir. This energy weapon is very suitable for you. The degree of fit should be more than 90%. At this time, the shop owner opened the virtual game helmet. Just like the sunscreen mask on the motorcycle on Earth. It was a middle-aged man. And it seemed to be a yellow-skinned bald head. Thank you. I want to continue to watch? Yang Bo nodded and asked. Of course. The middle-aged man nodded and continued to play games. In this world, as long as you see a bald head, it is not an ordinary person. Genetic drugs can't grow hair, which means that these people have some kind of superpowers. Yang Bo touched them one by one, and there was nothing in the weapon. There were also many armors on one side. These armors were of various types. They were not the ancient ones, but modern ones. They were more close-fitting. Like Iron Man. Is this the skin of an alien beast? There was leather inside the armor. And Yang Bo touched it. Hey! That feeling came again. And Yang Bo left calmly. Because buying armor requires real name registration. Let's put it this way. The current technology is not afraid of you using weapons. But it is afraid of you having defense. Just like on Earth. Ame. The police may not be shocked when they hear you holding a gun. But if you hide a heavy bulletproof vest, the consequences will be serious. That is to say, if you have armor, the drone police will most likely not be able to catch you. So Yang Bo is ready to give up? How is it possible? Isn't Lu Jijie going to leave? Just come and get it yourself before leaving. Just come and get it in stealth. If the Red Earl attacks again, I may be able to take it in the chaos. Yang Bo took the purchased Tang sword and paid directly with 10 million credit points. Some people say that it is possible for someone to find out about an individual through payment. It is possible. But it is not usually possible. Because the financial system in this world is known to be the most private. Unless the other company wants its stock price to plummet or be sued by the government. For Yang Bo, these financial companies are not worth doing this. To put it bluntly, there are so many A-level gene evolvers in these financial companies. Someone may ask, what if other companies ask for it? The probability is also very low. Don't forget, who is the biggest enemy of capitalists? Your peers. Do you dare to guarantee that the other party will not kill you immediately after giving the information? Unless Yang Bo's influence makes the financial companies take it seriously. Then Yang Bo is still afraid of being exposed? Don't be funny. Yang Bo carried a long backpack, which contained weapons. The boss or staff who played the game didn't even look at Yang Bo. Yang Bo suspected that these weapons might have been selected. Just like gambling on stones. But no matter what, it's better to have weapons than not. After getting off the bus, Yang Bo felt something was wrong. Someone was staring at him. Yang Bo walked to the door of his community. And he must have someone staring at him. This feeling was very mysterious. Yang Bo went straight back to the downstairs where he lived. While opening and closing the door, Yang Bo found that it was a woman. The sound of the woman's walking followed him all the way. Who is it? Yang Bo returned to his place. The woman was wearing a sweater and a mask. It could only be seen that she was a woman. But she couldn't see what she looked like. Yang Bo came to the window, snapped his fingers, and then closed his eyes. Soon he saw the trace of the woman. The woman also lived in the community, in a building about 150 meters away from him. Very good. Very good. Yang Bo decided to find out the details of this woman. And it has been several times. The style of doing things should not be that of the Red Earl. Those guys are mentally ill. Yang Bo decided to take a look at the energy weapon in his hand first. After taking it out, he slightly input the energy in his body. Not too much. Because energy weapons are highly integrated and compressed. The energy fluctuation will be more obvious. Huh? Yang Bo took a closer look and found that the back of the knife handle seemed to be empty. Twisted it, and found that it was empty inside. Looking at the size carefully, Yang Bo slapped his head, took out the mecha space button and pried off the homologous energy stone. As for how to pry it, he broke it hard, and the mecha space button was deformed. The homologous energy stone was stuffed into the handle of the knife, and the whole knife slowly turned gray. And then Yang Bo's heart moved. Hey! The knife in his hand disappeared, but he could feel that it was with the mecha. Then his heart moved. Hey! It appeared in his hand again. Then if I get that battle armor, do I not need to take off my clothes to be invisible? Chapter 52 Stalemate. Anyway, Yang Bo felt very comfortable, since he was not working. He was getting his salary, and doing his own things. Moreover, the compensation for this incident should be quite large. As a vulnerable group of residents, they received more compensation than citizens. How should sound wave control be done? Yang Bo was monitoring the people who were following him while thinking about how to further explore the ability of sound wave control. In theory, isolating things and destroying the subsequent goals should be successful. Yang Bo had no other way but to conduct experiments bit by bit. Yang Bo first conducted a solid experiment. Put something in a box. And first conducted a sound wave control experiment. The difficulty of this experiment was relatively high. After experimenting for most of the day, he had no clue at all. But several boxes were broken. Headache. Yang Bo did not enter the game. Entering the game was to improve his strength. But now his strength could not be fully exerted. Even Yang Bo did not know what his current ability was. For example, what kind of skill effect is this collision? And how strong is his current strength? He did not have an accurate measurement in his mind. For 2 consecutive days, Yang Bo's experiment had no progress. And he had no idea where to start. As for searching online, Yang Bo did not do so. Because every genetic evolutionist basically kept his abilities secret. Unless there were records of various abilities inherited from the family. It is said that the military has more information on this. But if you want to get the military's information, you must first join the military. Yang Bo was unwilling. Who would be willing to accept constraints? It would be great to be a free man. Go wherever you want. If it seems that this place is going to be ruined, he will run to the other 2 countries. If a country wins, he will go to that country. Why doesn't this woman go out? I have been waiting for 2 days, and no one came to contact me. Is my suspicion wrong? After monitoring the woman for 2 days, Yang Bo had some self-doubt. Is there something wrong with his intuition? Although Yang Bo felt that maybe his intuition was wrong, he was still cautious. This energy weapon has the effect of gathering energy. Such a small amount of energy has such a powerful ability. Yang Bo held the energy weapon in his hand and injected a little energy. The sharpness of the weapon was extremely high, and the entire all-metal ornament was cut open like water. Yang Bo felt that his equipment was not bad now. He had energy weapons and mechas. If anyone thought he was unarmed and targeted him at this level, then he would let them know what a surprise was. Yang Bo could imagine the surprise of his enemies when they saw him take out the energy weapon. Of course, if he couldn't defeat them with the energy weapon, he would have to release the mecha. Be low-key. Let the enemy underestimate you. And don't know who is watching you from behind. Probably because of the original owner. Yang Bo didn't know who was watching him from behind. And it had happened several times. This time should be the 3rd time. Not counting the time with the Red Earl. If the Red Earl was counted, it would be the 4th time. What Yang Bo didn't know was that he was waiting for the woman to go out. And the woman was also waiting for Yang Bo to go out. The 2 of them just stared at each other. Yang Bo's efforts were not in vain. There has been progress in isolating things for sonic attacks. That is, snapping fingers with both hands at the same time. Using the sound waves of the 2 hands to gather behind the things. And then attacking the target. It's just that the success rate is too low. Because it involves distance. The material of the isolated object. Wood, metal, rubber or other. And the material of the attacked object. Fortunately, Yang Bo's brain computing speed is not very low now. Otherwise such complex data will definitely not be remembered. Each different combination of attack methods is different. Someone is coming. After nearly 10 days at home, Yang Bo found that another man appeared in the target house he was staring at. The 2 seemed to have a quarrel. But he couldn't hear what they said. And they seemed to be in conflict. What means did the 2 use? Yang Bo was a little puzzled. Because Yang Bo could hear what these people said through the passive ability of sonic control. But now, he couldn't hear the 2 talking. And the sound waves fed back were a little noisy. There should be some interference measures. In a building 150 meters away from Yang Bo's room, the woman Yang Bo was staring at was arguing with a man. The woman said in a threatening tone, "This is the target of our supervision department, not your security department. It is very impolite for your security department to interfere in our affairs now." The man shrugged. "These rookies in your supervision department haven't even dealt with a resident. If our security department had taken action earlier, this rookie would have been sent to our laboratory and the test analysis might have been completed long ago. Isn't it embarrassing for your security department to say this? Last time you didn't complete the task. So you delegated the task to us. Now you see that we are about to succeed. And you come to snatch the task again. The level and authority of your security department are very high. But don't forget that this is not your security department's territory. The woman said angrily when she heard this. In a big company, the emphasis is on tasks. Whoever does the task well will be rewarded. Now the woman is watching her task being completed. And someone is snatching her task. No one can accept this. The man took out a piece of paper and said, "This is given to you by your department manager. Take it and have a look. If your department hadn't begged our security department would not care about these things." The man said again, "I think you should know how dangerous it is to enter your planet now. And this time, the company's board of directors has issued an order. If the task is not completed, then we will all suffer together. I don't think you want to be an ordinary employee at the bottom of the company. Damn. These incompetent superiors." The woman opened a piece of paper and said angrily after seeing it, "Okay. Now I give you two choices. The first is to cooperate with my work. And the second is to stay away and don't interfere with my work. I want to show you what professionalism is." The man sat down on the sofa, looked up and down at the woman's figure, and said, "Go to hell. Your security department has failed once. I will wait for your bad news. Bastard." The woman turned her back to the man's eyes, looking a little annoyed, and went into the house to pack up, while cursing angrily. The weak can only use words to attack others. The man shrugged, then stood in front of the window, looking at the room where Yang Bo lived in the distance. And there were dozens of ways in his mind to get the target's biological samples. Chapter 53 Fighting Plus 16. Is this woman gone? Yang Bo was a little embarrassed. The person he was staring at just packed up and left. It seemed that this woman had a big conflict with the newcomer. Although he couldn't hear their voices, he could tell from their body movements. Should we force it? Yang Bo felt a little embarrassed, because the technology in this world was too advanced. If a person was killed, the official had many ways to do it. In his previous life, Yang Bo had studied traceology in detail. He had some ideas in his mind. But after reading traceology, Yang Bo abandoned some of his ideas. Traceology is a subject for investigating crimes. If this subject is used well, investigating crimes is too easy. The technology in this world is more advanced. And there must be many ways. Yang Bo has no idea of wandering in the interstellar space. Although there are many pirates in this interstellar space. And these pirates do evil in the interstellar space. Although Yang Bo has no feelings for this country, it is impossible for him to become a pirate for no reason. You bastard. I want to see what tricks you have. I hope you won't let me down. Be a coward at home, like the last woman. Should I lure the snake out of its hole and find a way to get into the other party's room? As soon as he said it, Yang Bo packed up, put on a mask, and went out. Sure enough, that guy moved. As soon as Yang Bo walked out of the residence, he used sound wave detection to detect that the man also hurriedly opened the door. Yang Bo left the residence and walked towards the small lake behind. Although it seemed that Yang Bo was walking randomly and his trajectory seemed to have no target, Yang Bo always used sound wave detection to lock the other party. Oh my god! He actually found his way into my house. What surprised Yang Bo was that the other party actually found his residence. The clothes this guy was wearing seemed to be a little different. And there was a weak energy response when the sound wave was detected. Brother, I'm sorry. I'll go to your house to take a look. When Yang Bo thought of this, he turned around and walked towards the underground parking lot on the side. The parking lot of the high-end private community here is very spacious, and there is no surveillance inside. There are people patrolling here. This is not the first time Yang Bo has come to the parking lot, because he often comes here to charge the battery. I must find a way to get the energy armor. Yang Bo took off his clothes and put his clothes in a hidden corner. There are time points for cleaning and collecting garbage here. Yang Bo waited outside the room where the man was in stealth, just waiting boredly. The place where this man lives is obviously higher than where Yang Bo lives. There are only 2 households on this floor, and no one is at home in the other household. After waiting for about 10 minutes, Yang Bo found that the man had returned. The man was wearing a gray sweater jacket, gray pants, and gray shoes. On this gray jacket, Yang Bo felt a faint energy fluctuation. Very weak. Very weak. The man looked around, then took the key to open the door. After pushing the door open, The man first carefully looked at the mark he made on the ground. Then he opened the door and went in. Yang Bo went in from behind the man with a light body. Yang Bo didn't know how to unlock the door, so there was no way to open the door. Moreover, this guy made a mark before leaving, and Yang Bo couldn't guarantee that the mark he made was the same as the other party. After the man entered the room, he took off his coat and took out a device from his pocket. This bastard actually installed a camera to spy on me. Yang Bo was next to this guy and saw that the guy's device showed his room. After the man turned on the device and saw the picture inside, he muttered in a low voice, "I really don't know what the minister was thinking. He actually sent someone like me to catch resident-level task targets. The company is getting bigger and bigger, and the people working are getting less and less attentive. The supervision department should be abolished. But it's strange that this resident didn't have any biological targets in the room. Not even a hair. Does this guy have mysophobia or something?" The man complained in a low voice. Yang Bo also found that if he washed himself before, it would be normal to lose 2 hairs occasionally. But since he became stronger and stronger, his hair basically stopped falling. It can be said that he hasn't seen a single hair for a long time. I really don't know how the fat boss's hair fell. What company is this guy talking about? Do you want me to torture him? Yang Bo tried not to touch other things, looking at the man's appearance and remembering it firmly. The man looked ordinary, with black hair, blue eyes, white skin, a high nose bridge, and ordinary eyes. He didn't look like a bad guy at all. The man felt something was wrong, looked up and looked around carefully, then took out a mini energy detection device. When he turned on the device, there was no response. So he got up and checked the room one by one. "Supervisor." Just after Yang Bo waited for half an hour, the man turned on his watch, and a ray of light shot out from the watch. Inside the ray of light was a virtual screen, and a man was sitting in the seat. Hearing the man respectfully call the other party's supervisor, Yang Bo's heart moved. Is this guy his superior? How is it? Is the mission completed? The person in the virtual screen on the watch asked lightly. "Supervisor, it's quick. I just installed the equipment in that guy's house. But that guy's house is very clean, and no useful biological materials were found. Next, I plan to create an accident when he goes out." The man expressed his thoughts. "Complete the mission as soon as possible. You are smuggled in this time. You must complete the mission within 2 days and leave with the smuggled spacecraft. Otherwise, it will be a big trouble if you are discovered. Those masters of the Alliance are furious." The other supervisor said. "Supervisor, I will do it tomorrow." The man agreed immediately. Yang Bo looked at the virtual screen carefully and saw an icon in the corner of the virtual screen. This icon seemed very familiar, as if it was the icon of a large company. "If possible, after getting the biological sample, make the target disappear," the supervisor said lightly again. "Understood. I have the black potion," the man answered casually. When the man hung up the watch communication, he suddenly felt something was wrong, and saw a gray energy weapon next to his neck, which was emitting a faint energy light. "You?" The man tried to turn his head to see who the other party was, and asked. But the next second, his eyes went black and he lost consciousness. Fighting plus 16. Since he sneaked in, I won't have any burden to kill him. Yang Bo looked at his hand. The reason he took the energy weapon was to make the other party unable to move, and to make the other party have a fluke mentality, thinking that his life was not in danger for the time being, which made it easier for him to take action. The biggest reason was that this person wanted to kill him. This can be tolerated? And Yang Bo was interested in this guy's equipment. Just now, this guy sneaked into his house and took out a tool and went in. It's time to learn how to destroy the body and cover up the traces. Chapter 54. The Man Behind the Scenes. Yang Bo looked at the guy on the ground, turned over carefully, and found a lot of things. How should these things be used? Does it mean that a teacher is needed? Yang Bo found that the other party unlocked a small mechanical device, a very sophisticated one. He carefully looked at the structure and put it back. Yang Bo did not move the body because the guy had a lot of things. There were various kinds of medicines in the gray clothes. The sound wave detected energy fluctuations inside. 5 hours later, Yang Bo waited for the master who destroyed the corpse to come. The woman who followed Yang Bo gently opened the door, pushed the door open, took out a mini device, and carefully explored it. The device did not respond, and the woman came in. The woman was tall, wearing a sweater and a mask. Yang Bo had expected that the person had died just now. And the organization he belonged to must know it, because the watch has this ability. The woman walked around with the device, and did not find anything abnormal. The sound of water in the bathroom made the woman take out a small bottle, open the bathroom door with one hand, and held the bottle with the other hand. When I opened the bathroom door, I saw a man in the bathtub. He was just soaking in the bathtub. And there were clothes and other things thrown on the ground. Yang Bo couldn't see the woman's face, but he was very surprised by her movements. The woman first reported to some supervisor, and there were two supervisors. One was the supervisor of the security department, and the other was the supervisor of the new drug tracking and supervision group. The two supervisors also quarreled. What kind of garbage did your security department send? He died so quickly. This is all your new drug supervision group, which didn't give an early warning. I think you should stop being a senior executive. Who on earth dared to go against our company? From the looks of it, it should be Ngijia's method. These wild dogs wandering in the gray area are the best at doing these things. Ngijia. These bastards. Don't let me find evidence. Otherwise. Haha. Only your security department dares to cause trouble for Ngijia? Believe it or not, your whole family doesn't know how they disappeared. You new drug supervision group still has the nerve to say that. The target must have awakened superpowers. Otherwise Ngijia wouldn't do this. Let's not talk about this for now. Get rid of the body first, and then listen to the next order. After listening to the dispute between the two supervisors, the woman began to deal with the body. Yang Bo watched from the side. The woman first took out a bag, which was very thin and gray, and put the man's body and some things in it. She took out two of the small metal bottles, pressed them, and threw them into the bag. After the bag was sealed, the two metal bottles inside began to melt quickly, and the various items in the pocket began to break, and even the corpse seemed to be weathering rapidly. In less than 5 minutes, a grown man and many things, including metal, turned into powder. The woman directly flushed the powder into the bathtub and washed it away. It's so advanced. Yang Bo watched the whole process, and felt that this was much more advanced than what he saw on Earth. At the same time, he secretly thought that he was right to be careful. Yang Bo did not move this woman. Now the enemy is in the open, and he is in the dark. In addition, the other party misunderstood Ansiji company, which was just right. As for causing trouble to the company, Yang Bo had to apologize. The woman went to Yang Bo's room again and dismantled the equipment installed by the man. It turned out to be this company, the Gene Pharmaceutical Company. Yang Bo waited until the woman left before he emerged from the basement. When he got home, he checked the rankings of all companies in the alliance. It turned out to be the Sihai Gene Pharmaceutical Company, the 9th-ranked Gene Pharmaceutical Company in the alliance. This bastard used the original owner to do gene pharmaceutical experiments, and then took advantage of it. I'll record this account. At this moment, Yang Bo figured out why he was being followed. He also guessed the reason for the original owner's sudden death. There must be something wrong with the gene medicine that the original owner injected. TSK. In his previous life, Yang Bo was still wondering why Ame didn't believe in the government's vaccination. As a result, he checked and found that those pharmaceutical companies were testing drugs on ordinary people. In fact, although the alliance is a parliamentary system, it is also controlled by large companies in all aspects. These guys want to get their biological samples back to the laboratory for analysis. When will they be dealt with? Individuals are powerless in the face of these super companies. We still have to improve our own strength. Yang Bo carefully checked the company and found that the other party was too strong, and it was difficult for him to take action. The key is that Yang Bo's knowledge of the power system of this world is not very complete. Due to his identity as a resident, the information he received before was layered. Although he has superpowers now, Yang Bo has not gone to those core companies. The superpower of invisibility seems very strong now, but the core departments of these large companies must be well defended. I don't know if Ansiji Company provides training in this area. Invading other people's laboratories, and then stealing test data? The company that does the dirty work should be involved. I thought a lot in my mind. Regarding killing, Yang Bo felt that he was quite cold-blooded. He didn't seem to feel anything. Instead, he felt a little happy. I don't know if it was because the other party was an enemy, or because he was too frustrated in his previous life. The person I killed this time was given a fighting skill. This person must have superpowers. But I don't have them. which means that there is a high probability of conflict with my superpowers, or with myself as an individual. The materials used in genetic drugs are different, which causes differences in the genes of each individual. I don't know what genetic drugs the genetic drug company uses for me. What raw materials are used? Yang Bo thought a lot. But there was nothing he could do about these big pharmaceutical companies. It was somewhat similar to the feeling of powerlessness in his previous life. How much influence do these big companies have in the political world? And how many thugs and killers do they have in secret? By the way, if I leave this planet, what should I do with the mecha game? Yang Bo was ready to enter the game, not considering this powerful enemy for the time being. The more he thought about it, the more frustrated he felt. When he entered the game, Yang Bo thought of a problem. Yang Bo carefully learned that the game data can be transferred. The user sets a locked transfer password. When he arrives at another place, he just needs to enter the password. It is very simple. This bunch of little black guys. Yang Bo saw himself again in the forum. He was driving a mecha with a lot of mecha weapons. And someone called him to go pick up junk somewhere. He was also rewarded by several animal protection organizations. And some people called him a pervert, a coward in real life, and a rubbish who was looking for a sense of existence in the game. Damn it. Yang Bo entered the game with a very bad mood. Can't mess with mutants. What kind of rubbish abilities do they give? Yang Bo was determined not to touch mutants. What's the point of mecha repair? It's not as good as the ability given by a mouse. And mutants are very dangerous. Sound wave control. Yang Bo decided to focus on sound wave control. In the real high-tech world, auxiliary abilities are much more useful than head-on abilities. Yang Bo decided to go to the cave where there were many bats last time. What Yang Bo didn't know was that not far from the base, Tiger Face King received the news. And then some guys who wanted to get Tiger Face King's energy stone mine also received the news. Chapter 55. The Tiger Face King watched the fun. This bastard actually tortured small animals. That's right. I changed hundreds of IPs before I came to this base. This guy is definitely a villain in reality. That's right. Although we can't kill this bastard openly, we can attract other mutant creatures. I bought some detailed information about mutant beasts nearby. Please take a look. This guy's target must be the place where he killed bats last time. There are so many small bats. And this guy actually used a hydrogen bomb. Ming, you go and drive the bats away first. Yes, gang leader. Let's do this. As long as his mecha is blown up several times in a row, he will most likely go bankrupt. He is operating the lowest level blade mecha. This pervert is probably also a low-level mecha master. As long as he goes bankrupt, the game company will sue him. Our goal is to make this guy spend the rest of his life in prison. Yes, gang leader. What Yang Bo didn't know was that a group of players gathered in his base from all directions to clean up himself and dig a hole for himself. Yang Bo looked at the mecha flying in the sky and was envious. These mechas are so beautiful. They look very advanced at first glance. It's not that Yang Bo can't afford to change mechas. If there were no cheapest mechas, Yang Bo would have changed to the cheapest ones long ago. After all, he just kills small animals. Of course, these mechas are advanced and expensive to use. They are used to hunt and capture exotic animals. But rich people play games. That's just playing. They don't care about maintenance costs, or whether they make money or not. Ah! This? Yang Bo arrived at the place, and searched with the radar. He was dumbfounded. Where are the bats? Did they move? Did they go on a trip? Or did they run away with a bucket? Unwilling to give up, Yang Bo entered the cave entrance and searched with radar again, but still found no trace of bats. This? Yang Bo hesitated. Just come back like this? Looking at the data, Yang Bo hesitated. The data showed that there was a place with more bats in the dangerous area. Let's go! He looked at the ammunition. Hydrogen bombs and shockwave bombs hung on his mecha. There was no reason to go back. The mecha walked over automatically. When traveling, as long as there was nothing else affecting the mecha's intelligence system, the mecha could reach the destination by itself. Sound wave control. There are thousands of bats in a cave, and the probability of them colliding when flying is very low. This means that the sound waves of bats have their own frequencies, just like my sound waves superpowers. In other people's ears, they hear their own whistles and footsteps, and these sound waves are fed back to me, which is another way. This may be the reason why those detection devices did not discover my superpowers. Yang Bo knew too little about superpowers. And he was just guessing. Yang Bo really wanted to know. But he had no way. And in Yang Bo's opinion, it was not very important to know or not. As long as the superpowers could be used. They were good abilities. There was no need to expose the fact that he had superpowers in order to know the details. He was a resident, not a citizen. What did killing people have to do with me? I was a vulnerable group. The mecha system prompted that it had entered a dangerous area. And Yang Bo immediately took control of the mecha. Fortunately, the place where the bats were was not deep into the dangerous area. Yang Bo arrived at a valley carefully, turned on the radar, and was dumbfounded again. The information given by the base is inaccurate. There are no bats. No, not at all. Just when Yang Bo was dumbfounded, 7 or 8 beautiful mechas flew over his head. Yang Bo looked at these beautiful mechas, with graceful lines and the unique light of some rare metals. They were high-end products at a glance. Then he looked at his own mecha, which was square-headed. Little did he know that in a valley behind Yang Bo, a group of mutants were watching from afar. Where did these mechas come from? The leading mutant looked at the beautiful mechas in the sky and whispered to his companions. I don't know. They suddenly appeared. They stopped. When the mechas were flying at high speed in the air. The mutants did not dare to act easily because of the existence of rail guns. These high-level mechas actually stayed on the distant mountains, as if they were waiting for something, or looking at something. Let's go! The leading mutant looked at these advanced mechas greedily. The rare metals in these advanced mechas were the target of this mutant. This leading mutant was a metal superpower. He absorbed different rare metals and expanded his abilities. This mutant was also a hegemon in the mutant camp. These mutants entered the cave and touched the advanced mechas in the distance. No one knew the underground world better than mutants. The tiger-faced king, who was watching the excitement from a distance, was a little surprised when he saw these advanced mechas. Could they be the companions of the target person? It shouldn't be. King, this is the latest intelligence. These advanced mechas injured a B-level silver-armored rhino. These advanced mechas seemed to deliberately lead the rhino to the disaster star. At this time, Tiger-Faced King received the latest news. After all, this is Tiger-Faced King's territory. Tiger-Faced King was dumbfounded when he saw the news. This mecha companion actually wanted to deal with him. Why? King, according to the news, this disaster star has been rewarded by many people in the human world. There is a small animal protection organization on the government side. This organization seems to be very angry about the disaster star killing small animals. This is a bit incomprehensible to me. A mutant next to Tiger-Faced King said. Tiger-Faced King shook his head, and then laughed. See, this disaster star went out alone. If we go, we will not only encounter a lot of advanced mechas, but also encounter silver-armored rhinos. Haha. My neighbor probably doesn't know yet. King is wise. This disaster star is a disaster star. And it is clear that he went out of the base alone. TSK. Let's just watch the fun and let the people below stay away. Tiger-Faced King laughed. His neighbor has special abilities and has always had conflicts with him. Yang Bo was looking for bats while sighing that there were so many rich people in this game. Suddenly, a silver light flashed and a shrill alarm sounded inside the mech. Yang Bo's dynamic vision had already seen what it was. A silver giant beast that was 6 meters tall and 7 or 8 meters long, like a double-decker bus, had just rushed out 50 meters away from his mech. Yang Bo quickly turned his head and saw a giant beast on the hillside opposite the valley turning its head and looking at him with big red eyes. Silver-armored rhinoceros. Yang Bo took a breath. Wasn't this thing hundreds of kilometers away? This rhinoceros was covered with silver scales, and a single horn with golden patterns on its head was shining with energy light. Run! Yang Bo instantly got into the cave next to him, and then dropped a hydrogen bomb at the entrance of the cave, leaving a shadow on the keyboard. Boom! Yang Bo controlled the mech to flee in a panic, and the alarm sounded inside the mech. On the other side, a group of advanced mechs stood on the mountain. Through the team's drone, they saw the sharp blade mech chased by the silver-armored rhino enter the cave like a mouse. The shock wave of the micro-hydrogen bomb directly blew the silver-armored rhino out. And then the next second, the silver-armored rhino roared and rushed into the cave. Haha. This guy is unlucky. That's right. This pervert still wants to escape. In the mech team channel, everyone was excited. The next second, a piercing alarm sounded in everyone's mech. and more than a dozen shadows rose into the sky behind these mechs and pounced on them. Chapter 56 Metal Control. Inside base number 16. A piercing alarm suddenly sounded in the control room. The commander did not need to operate it, and it was seen on the big screen. 8 mechas stood on the ridge, and more than a dozen shadows suddenly pounced on the 8 advanced mechas. The 8 advanced mechas were hit by the huge impact of the shadows and rolled to the valley on one side. More than a dozen shadows followed closely, and the alarm system kept locking more than a dozen shadows. But unfortunately, these shadows were too close to the mechas. What are you waiting for? Attack! It's a good deal to exchange 8 advanced mechas for these mutants. Someone in the control room shouted anxiously. This is a planetary orbital cannon. The authority is not on our side. The base commander shook his head and replied. Damn! The voice of the complaining person stopped abruptly. In just a few seconds, the 8 mechas had been destroyed. More than a dozen figures tore open the mechas, took away some of the mecha parts, and then disappeared into the cave in the valley. Everyone in the base frowned. And the commander said, why didn't the fleet commander intervene? The previous 2 sharp mechas were blown up. Captain, could it be that these high-level mecha masters are not ordinary? It shouldn't be. Just what everyone was wondering. Suddenly many caves in the valley spewed out a violent energy wave. Although no sound could be seen, it was obvious that it was not simple to see the ground shaking. Then a familiar sharp mecha flew into the sky from a cave. The base commander was dumbfounded. Replay the video? Sorry. This is a non-sensitive area. There is no video. Besides, when Yang Bo saw the rhino, he knew that he couldn't fly even if he wanted to. So he went straight into the cave next to him and dropped a miniature hydrogen bomb at the entrance of the cave to try to stop the other party from chasing him. Silver Armored Rhino. A B-level mutant beast. This beast is very strong and can be metallized. In addition, the horn of this rhino can release a kind of energy ray. The ability of this energy ray is very strange, which can increase the fatigue of metal. It is the most dangerous mutant beast in this area. This guy usually lives underground and occasionally comes out for a stroll. As for why this guy is still alive, it is because the game officials require him to be captured alive, and no game coins will be given if he dies. According to Yang Bo's understanding, this thing is probably a very rare mutant individual, and it is probably that the military wants to use it for experiments. According to what Yang Bo knows, this planet can be destroyed by warships and railguns, but it has not been destroyed. It is estimated that it relies on mechas to compete for resources. Before Yang Bo came, he must have checked the information. This strange ray of the Silver Armored Rhino is too terrible for mechas. In the virtual cockpit, a quick alarm sounded in his ears, and there was a loud bang behind him, and Yang Bo ran quickly. But the mecha was very large, and where the mecha could run, the armored rhino behind it could also run. So after entering, Yang Bo quickly threw out 2 shockwave bombs. Boom! In a small environment, 2 shockwave bombs had the effect of dropping a bundle of stun grenades in a room of about 10 square meters. Although the mecha shielded the sound, the mecha weighing more than 100 tons was shaken and issued a more piercing alarm. Yang Bo saw flying sand and rocks through the virtual screen. Roar! The silver-armored rhinoceros behind him roared continuously. 2 shockwave bombs made the silver-armored rhinoceros angry. The silver-armored rhinoceros was shining with silver light. The whole body ignored the various stalactites and stones on the ground and accelerated instantly. All obstacles were crushed into countless particles. Danger! Danger! The mecha detected the huge energy fluctuations behind it and made a sound directly. It took a long time to say it, but it was only a few seconds. With a push of the left-hand joystick, the rocket backpack started and rushed to a passage on the side. As soon as he rushed into the passage, he saw on the radar that a red dangerous energy shot from behind directly brushed past his mecha. Yang Bo saw the camera behind the mecha. It was the silver-armored rhinoceros with silver energy light all over his body. Just now, he hit him. He accidentally started the rocket backpack. Otherwise he would be hit by this guy like a bowling ball. Run! Fight a few times. Can his mecha beat this B-level mutant beast? Hydrogen bombs are useless. The joystick in his left hand controlled the power of the rocket backpack, and his right hand controlled the 2 mecha hands, holding 2 hydrogen bombs. Then the next second, Yang Bo heard the piercing alarm of the mecha, and there was a high-energy fluctuation in front. Oh my god! So fast! Yang Bo had no time to distinguish what was in front of him. He threw out 2 hydrogen bombs, and then quickly turned into another passage. Boom! The whole cave seemed to collapse. 2 miniature hydrogen bombs. Damn! Yang Bo was ready to self-destruct. And there were 2 shockwave bombs and a miniature hydrogen bomb. Then the next second, Yang Bo saw a bright light, and the rocket backpack started instantly. The mecha seemed to hit a shadow in the middle of the journey. Because of the dust from the impact of the micro-hydrogen bomb and the energy impact of the hydrogen bomb, Yang Bo's mecha radar was temporarily interfered, and the mecha video was not very clear, with flying sand and rocks. Metal control +8. The moment Yang Bo's mecha flew out of the hole and appeared outside, there was an extra piece of information in his mind. Then Yang Bo, who was suspended in the air, found that there seemed to be a pool of mud in front of his mecha. The mecha hand dug it and found that it was a mutant's body. This. Yang Bo was still in shock, and saw the mecha wreckage in the valley again. Yang Bo was dumbfounded. What's the matter with these mecha wreckages? Looking at these wreckages, you can tell that these mechas are not cheap. Metal control +8. Metal control +8. Yang Bo controlled the mecha and then landed on the top of the mountain. His mind was full of confusion. Who did he offend? Seeing Yang Bo's sharp blade mecha on the top of the mountain. Not only the people in Bay 16 were confused, but also a certain underground space. Tigerface King was also confused. He was furious just now because he saw 8 advanced mechas being attacked by his neighbor. His neighbor has metallized his body to absorb different metals to expand his abilities. Watching his neighbor take away the rare metal parts on the mecha, Tigerface King cursed. Before anything happened, he saw the sharp blade mecha rushing out, and it seemed that the followers brought by his neighbor were also hit into a pool of rotten meat by the mecha. Tigerface King was also confused. How did this disaster star escape the silver-armored rhinoceros? This is a silver-armored rhinoceros. Even Tigerface King himself is not sure he can kill this strange beast. My lord, do you think it is possible that our neighbor has encountered a silver-armored rhinoceros underground? Tigerface King's subordinates speculated. Tigerface King heard this and looked at the sharp blade mecha in the image. TSK. If our neighbor encounters a silver-armored rhinoceros, I'm afraid it will be a disaster. This silver-armored rhinoceros can age metal. Our neighbor. Come with me. I want to give a gift to the neighbor. Chapter 57 Shameless. The Tigerface King took people to the neighbor's house to see if there was anything he could help. If the neighbor was good, he would be a guest. If the neighbor was not good, then the Tigerface King would be the host. He would take what he should take, move what he should move, and kill what he should kill. Yang Bo looked at a string of metal control +8. He counted carefully and found that there were already 9. Suddenly, the mecha sounded an alarm. Yang Bo looked at a hole below the valley. The silver-armored rhinoceros showed half of its head. It lowered its head and arched its head. A figure was picked up by the horn of the silver-armored rhinoceros. The man trembled all over on the head of the silver-armored rhinoceros. Who did this silver-armored rhinoceros collide with? Could it be a mutant who attacked these advanced mechas? Yang Bo's mind has now recovered some clarity. The short 10 seconds just now were really terrifying. At that time, Yang Bo forgot that he was playing games and seemed to be really running for his life. It is normal for mutants to be underground. Once these guys fly up, they will be locked by the rail gun. Yang Bo has the most say in this. Controlling the mecha. Putting the energy shield in front to prevent the silver-armored rhino from attacking. Looking at the silver-armored rhino, someone had an idea in his mind. The game officials require that it be captured alive. Other players do not come to kill the silver-armored rhino because there is no profit. But I don't need profit. I have been spending money to play the game, and I am satisfied with killing small animals. So if I lure the silver-armored rhino out, will the railgun fire? Try it. If the railgun does not fire, then in the future, when I encounter some mutant beasts that the game officials announce to be captured alive, I will stay away. The reason why Yang Bo is not afraid of mutants is that the biggest reliance is the railgun. The last time he killed the cow, what happened to the mutants that flew up? They must have helped him kill monsters. Looking at the remaining shockwave bombs in the mecha, Yang Bo controlled the mecha and threw a shockwave bomb at the silver-armored rhino fiercely to provoke this guy. Boom! Unexpectedly, the silver-armored rhino's horn emitted energy light, and the shockwave bomb exploded halfway. This guy has strange abilities. The alarm of Yang Bo's mecha sounded. Then Yang Bo was dumbfounded, and saw that the silver-armored rhino put the mutant in front of him, stepped on it fiercely with its thick silver-armored feet. and even turned it over and stepped on it. Brother, you don't think the mutants are on the same side as me, do you? It's very likely that I'll have to provoke this mutant and let this silver-armored rhino kill him to see what he can do. As soon as he said it, Yongbo controlled the mecha and landed in the valley. He quickly dismantled a mecha arm. How come I'm so proficient in mecha construction? Could it be that the mecha repair ability worked? Yongbo looked at himself dismantling this advanced mecha arm in less than 5 seconds, and pondered for half a second. Then he swung the arm of this advanced mecha and smashed it hard at the silver-armored rhino. This time, the silver-armored rhino retreated, and the arm fell hard on the mutant, who was stepped on by the silver-armored rhino, and the mutant twitched from the smash. The next scene made Yongbo dumbfounded again. From his current position, he could almost look at the cave where the silver-armored rhinoceros was. He saw that the silver-armored rhinoceros actually opened its big mouth and swallowed the mecha arm into its stomach in just 2 or 3 bites. Just like a spicy strip. Yongbo saw this scene, and after being surprised, he had an immature idea. This guy's IQ is not high. He knows to create a mutant to provoke me. But if it is high, it is obvious that this mutant is not in the same group with me. Which means that this guy is probably a bit stupid. This guy may be one of the important resources of this game, or this planet. Otherwise, he would not have lived so long. There is a general idea in his mind, but it is a bit immature. And this idea is a bit whimsical. That is, to make good friends with this idiot. Of course, the main reason is that these abandoned mechas are free, and they were stolen by mutants when they were thrown on the ground. If you pick them up, you will be laughed at for picking up rags. Damn! So Yongbo began to dismantle the mechas. 8 advanced mechas, legs, and arms. After dismantling them, he threw the mecha wreckage to the silver-armored rhinoceros. The silver-armored rhinoceros really ate the mecha wreckage. Not the kind of angry biting and anger. In less than 10 minutes, all 8 mechas were dismantled and thrown to the silver-armored rhino. They were all eaten by the other side. The remaining ones were the batteries used by the mechas. Batteries are useless. Each mecha is equipped with a matching battery. Others cannot be used because of safety procedures. After throwing a battery over, the silver-armored rhino stopped eating it. It looked at Yongbo with a pair of eyes. Then it kicked the mutant at the entrance of the cave and flew towards Yongbo. Then the mutant fell to the ground dozens of meters away from Yongbo. The mutant looked very strange. Stiff all over. As if he was sick. The mutant glared at Yongbo. Unfortunately, the mutant was a very strong metal mutant. But he met the silver-armored rhino. The energy released by the silver-armored rhino can age the metal. After this group of mutants successfully attacked the advanced mecha, they entered the cave and heard the noise inside the cave. They just gathered together to see what happened. Yongbo misunderstood them and stuffed 2 hydrogen bombs directly into the passage. The mutants were stunned. The 2 hydrogen bombs almost collapsed the mountain. These mutants had superpowers after all. They just released their superpowers to avoid the attack of the micro-hydrogen bombs. And they were discovered by the violent silver-armored rhinoceros the next second. Then this group of mutants was abused. If the mutants were sure to kill the silver-armored rhinoceros, the silver-armored rhinoceros would have been killed long ago. In the narrow underground space, the mutants had no place to hide. Except for a few who ran fast. The rest were killed by the silver-armored rhinoceros. In the eyes of the silver-armored rhinoceros, the 2-legged ones are all in the same camp. And they are also resentful of Yongbo's mecha. This is not to leave the most powerful one to provoke Yongbo. Who would have thought that Yongbo actually gave the mecha medal? Which was exactly what the silver rhino needed. This idiot might have thought that letting the mutant go was a favor to Yongbo. So he kicked the mutant out and gave it back to Yongbo. Yongbo actually didn't know how to choose. Who was this mutant? What abilities did he have? Fortunately, Yongbo was struggling for less than 10 seconds. And a silver mecha landed next to Yongbo's mecha 20 meters away. Boom! At this time, there was a loud bang in the sky. Yongbo was shocked. Oh my god! The peach picker is here! With a move of the joystick in his hand, the mecha waved a 5-meter-long plasma sword and chopped down the mutant fiercely. Metal control plus 16. The silver mecha was dumbfounded. He rushed to catch the mutant leader alive. But he didn't know that the sharp blade mecha went crazy. At this time, in the cave in the distance, the silver rhino kicked another dying mutant in front of Yongbo. I can't afford to play. Yongbo was about to start. But the screen went black. And Yongbo was so angry that he cursed. After cursing, The game resumed, but the living mutant was gone, and there was only the shadow of the silver mecha taking off. Shameless. 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 I want to complain. Dirty tricks. Chapter 58 Martial Law. Yang Bo lay in the bathtub happily. Not angry anymore. Why? Because the game has given him enough benefits just now. The B-level mutant leader, who was killed, and the body handed over were rewarded with 5 million game coins. It is said that he is a rare mutant. The one who was captured alive was rewarded with 8 million game coins. The customer service also said that the living B-level leader was worth 30 million game coins according to the identification results. What shady deal? No. It was the game official who helped him stop the loss. Yang Bo is a bit headache now. Among his abilities, he only has sound wave control and invisibility. He knows what effect it has. He has used electric energy control twice. And he has no idea about light energy control. Yang Bo also conducted a series of experiments in the early stage, such as heating water with light energy and treating paintings that cannot be destroyed with electricity. But that's all. Why? Because in this world, it is illegal to easily show your superpowers. Otherwise, why didn't you see any genetic evolutionists flying around on this planet? Because they dare not. It is illegal to show your superpowers on the planet. And the punishment is quite severe. As soon as Yang Bo moved into this community, Lu Jijia told him that it was very safe because this community had a warning system to prevent outsiders from entering. This warning system was a laser cannon, which was part of the planet's warning system. If anyone wanted to fly around for no reason, they would most likely be attacked by the laser cannon. If Yang Bo made a big noise, the drone police would come immediately, and the tens of thousands of kilometers of orbital cannons would lock on him. The orbital cannon is composed of many laser cannon devices, surrounding the entire planet. If this thing fires down, even the top mecha can't stand it, let alone you. It's not that there are no genetic evolutionists who think they are awesome, but then they are code. No one knows how many laser cannon equipment there are in this community. When you know, you may find that there are at least 3 or 5, 7 or 8 or more laser turrets. Humanity must have some powerful enemies. Yang Bo thinks that humans don't need to build such a powerful defense system to deal with themselves. Yang Bo bought a house some time ago because he wanted to buy an independent manor, and then add energy shielding equipment to the basement so that he could train his abilities. The ability of invisibility is very powerful, but also weak, because after invisibility, the most physical strength is used. Once it is replaced with other things, such as electricity, invisibility will fail. Of course, this running away and doing something secretly is still very useful. Of course, Yang Bo is not in a hurry. Electric energy control and light energy control, such powerful abilities, are used on this planet, which is asking for trouble. Yang Bo doesn't want to expose himself. This society is dark. Look at the gene pharmaceutical company that wants its biological samples because of drug testing. Is this the only gene pharmaceutical company doing this? Don't be funny. Everyone is doing it. Assistance is still the most important. Yang Bo has been clear about himself since the beginning. That is, to be the boss and try not to expose himself. Are the guys in the security department of the genetic pharmaceutical company awesome? They were killed by him in a head-on confrontation. Yang Bo estimated that his chances of winning were slim. After all, they were professionals. Let others think you are a casually pinched glutinous rice ball, and then they will find out that it is a Gundam. This information gap has allowed Yang Bo to avoid danger several times. If people really knew Yang Bo's current strength, they would be taken away for investigation if they reported him casually. Metal control. After taking a shower, Yang Bo came to the window in his pajamas. This kind of window can see outside from the inside, but you can't see inside from the outside. At this moment, the watch rang. Yang Bo came to the sofa and picked up the watch, and saw that it was an email. It was officially released. The planetary chief executive will announce the investigation report of the Red Earl incident in 10 minutes. And there will be some legal changes. Please pay attention to it. Yang Bo opened the virtual screen to see how the matter went. While thinking about metal control, he already had a crazy idea in his mind. Dear citizens, I am the chief executive of Pato Star. Lei Bo. Here, we mourn for 17,850 citizens. In the virtual image, there is a white man nearly 2 meters tall, with black hair and blue eyes. He looks like a middle-aged man. 5 minutes later, Lei Bo continued to speak. The security department and the police have found out that this incident was an attack launched by the Red Earl extremist organization. This attack is anti-human, anti-social, and anti-civilization. In this incident, the confirmed death toll reached 14,200, and the rest are missing because the laser weapon carbonized human tissue. The specific identities of those killed are no longer known. Here, we express our deep regret for the deaths, disappearances, and other citizens affected in this attack. The government has given certain compensation. Yang Bo did not expect so many people to die this time. Of course, if it were not for him, not to mention all the deaths, at least a lot of people would have died. Now announcing the new decree of Pato Star. The Alliance Parliament has decided to upgrade the planetary defense system of all administrative stars of the Alliance to the military level, and raise the planetary alert level to red. And the judgment authority of the intelligence system will be increased by 20%. For individuals or organizations that violate the ban, the alert system will automatically choose a disposal plan. It is strictly forbidden for any citizen to use superpowers in unauthorized areas. It is strictly forbidden to use superpowers in any public area. Yang Bo was a little confused. What is the military alert system? Yang Bo quickly checked the internet. And then he understood that in the civilian alert system, people are prioritized over things themselves. That is, as long as you don't cause serious impact, the alert system will not easily kill you. Just like the police, the military system is based on the priority of things. As long as you do this prohibited thing, it will be directly The instructions of the alert system are divided into two parts: people and intelligence. In the civilian alert system, when the commands of people and intelligence systems conflict, the command level of people takes precedence. This time, the authority of the intelligence system has been increased, which means that if there is a conflict between human and intelligence system commands, there is a high probability that the intelligence system has a higher priority. As for the specific priority authority allocation, this is a secret. In other words, if you used to fly with superpowers, you might just be fined or sentenced. But now if you fly, the intelligent warning system will determine that you have violated the ban. And then the surrounding laser cannons will be directly activated, without giving you a chance to reform. Yang Bo didn't know about these laws before. And of course, he couldn't remember them. But he only knew that the government did not allow genetic evolutionists to show their superpowers in front of residents. Yang Bo continued to watch. And this change was because the Red Earl killed the most celebrities and politicians. And the Speaker of the Alliance almost died, and was laughed at by the other two major countries. In addition, the Red Earl announced revenge on Pato Star, and the Alliance was not allowed to announce an order similar to martial law. Chapter 59: The Biggest Change. At this moment, Yang Bo saw from the corner of his eye that several beams of light were falling from a far distance. It seemed that they were not in his city. Some unlucky people were hit by railguns. Then he saw lasers attacking the air from the ground. It was probably a ground laser cannon. Yang Bo shrank his neck in fear. At this moment, there was a doorbell. Yang Bo came to the door and found through the video that the property staff was downstairs. "Sir, this is the new community notice. The community will be renovated in the near future and the security alarm system will be upgraded." Yang Bo went downstairs, and the property took out a paper document and handed it to Yang Bo. Yang Bo nodded, "Thank you. Sir, you are polite." Then Yang Bo found that there were two more people in this dormitory. The other two were serious. One had yellow hair, black eyes, white skin, and a cold face. The other one had black hair, black eyes, yellow skin, and a paralyzed face. The property staff gave them all notices. The three did not say hello to each other. The other two lived upstairs. "It looks like the fat boss is going to run away." Yang Bo returned to the room and touched his chin, looking carefully at the notice. It means upgrading the community alert system and requiring superpowers to report. Which means that if you didn't report before, you should report now. If you don't report, then once the alert system detects your abnormal behavior in the community public area, you will bear the consequences. It feels a bit like that. Yang Bo felt like it was the various bases of Ami on Earth. In the past, if a car approached the base without following instructions, it would have to be warned. Later, when it saw a car trying to break in, it would just clatter, regardless of whether it was here to cause trouble. Metal control. Advanced, 103 out of 1000, Yang Bo looked at this skill, thinking silently in his heart. And then the skin of his fingers slowly turned into black metal. Then one hand. And then the arm. Looking at the mirror, his body skin gradually turned into metal. And even his hair turned into metal. When the skin of his whole body turned into metal, Yang Bo looked at his dark skin. Damn. If I had this in my previous life, I wouldn't have to worry about food and drink. Yang Bo looked at his current appearance. Because his skin was black. His eyes were still the same. And his teeth were white. Yang Bo's heart moved. And he called for skills. And then, he was dumbfounded. All skills were gone. Only 3 question marks. And the last one was 5%. Gone. Nothing. Was sure. Yang Bo quickly recovered. Then he checked the skills again. Everything was the same. And the skills were displayed. 30% of the body's energy has been consumed. Yang Bo soon found something wrong. He only metallized his skin. And the energy consumption was so great. If the whole body was metallized, how much energy would it take? Yang Bo's idea before was not to use metal control to attack the enemy. Summon swords or something. Or make some weapons. Because under modern technology, any weapons are useless. Yang Bo's crazy idea was to metallize himself completely and treat himself as a humanoid mecha. He could control electricity and charge it, which was equivalent to a mecha battery. And he could also discharge it. Dynamic vision. Sound wave control. These can act as radars, etc. But he didn't expect that his skin would be metallized and his skills would be gone. Yang Bo metallized his skin again and blew a whistle. Oh my god. Yang Bo found that after the skin was metallized, the scene fed back to his mind was enlarged tenfold. And the details were pulled to the level of 100 million pixels. Could it be that the metallized skin received a stronger feedback sound wave signal? Just like a sonar antenna? Yang Bo knew that his sound wave control was similar to sonar. It sounded like a normal whistle to others. But it was different on his side. Submarines on Earth are like this. Unless you know his voice print, you can easily find the other party. If you don't know the other party's voice print, as long as the other party's noise is covered by the sea noise, you won't know that the sound is made by the other party's submarine. Just like bats. Many bats fly together. Why don't they collide with each other? It's because only they can understand the passive sonar they receive. And it's useless for the rest to receive it. Otherwise, a group of bats can receive each other and collide with each other long ago. What's wrong? Yang Bo used the sound wave control attack in this state again. And the power was unexpectedly 10 times greater. Looking at the metal ornaments that turned into powder. After recovering, Yang Bo found that his energy consumption was greater than that of his current physical body. That is to say, the metallization of the skin does not increase my strength, but the increase of my body's explosive power, which is equivalent to an increase. Yang Bo quickly understood. The output of superpowers in this body is not as strong as when the skin was metallized. After the skin is metallized, can I fly? A thought flashed through Yang Bo's mind. But it was immediately dispelled. If he wanted to fly now, he would most likely be shot into ashes by laser weapons. And his DNA would not be detected. And he would be listed as an unlucky missing person. It seems that the mutants who killed the mutants before were indeed the ones whose superpowers were not suitable for him. This time, the mutants gave him superpowers. Yang Bo also knew another answer through this incident. Yang Bo now just wants to work steadily, and then brush all his skills to the Grand Master, so that he can live well in any other place. Don't be arrogant. Yang Bo warned himself that he couldn't even beat an air-to-ground fighter with his strength. Of course, more than 90% of the mechas can't beat them one-on-one. Because in the war sequence, mechas are the lowest level. And there are very few advanced mechas that are all energy metals. But mechas are the most important. Because many resources need to be fought for by mechas. Sometimes the battleship wins, but loses the war. In the resource competition, the mecha on his side loses. You can't open the battleship's main gun and destroy the resources. Continue to train the metal body. The speed is getting faster and faster. At first, it took 1 minute for the skin to metallize. But now it takes 2 seconds. TSK. This metal skin is very strong. Yang Bo felt that his skin was metallized. Just like wearing a battle armor. I don't know if the battle armor in the energy weapon store is still there. If I put on that and metallize my skin, it will be equivalent to 2 layers of armor. Then I can drive the mecha, which is 3 layers of armor. It's a pity that there is no place to put the mecha. Sigh. Do you want to follow the fat boss? If you don't leave, Buy a house as soon as possible and build a basement with energy shielding. Not only can you train superpowers, but you can also operate mechas. However, the fat boss didn't send an email or call to ask. And Yang Bo would never take the initiative to ask. Forget it. Enter the game. The only thing Yang Bo can do now is to enter the game and brush up his skills first. These game companies are really shady. They actually asked for 1.8 million credit points to repair mechas. Yang Bo entered the game and looked at the items that were deducted from him. He thought to himself that there is no cheap mecha, because mechas are monopolized by several large companies. Take this sharp blade mecha for example. You can't buy it in reality. It is only supplied to the military. If it is collected privately, the price is 10 times that of the military supply. It can't be started yet. You can only look at it. Chapter 60 Continue to swipe bats. When Yang Bo entered the game, hundreds of senators in the Alliance Senate looked unhappy. The speaker cursed without grace. What is your security department doing? It has been so many days, and there is still no trace of the missing mecha? Speaker, our security department has tried its best. In order to protect customer privacy, the Dimension Modification Company has cleared all the energy data of the energy mecha before the mecha is displayed. The security department official explained weakly. The faces of the senators below looked even worse. From the legal point of view, customer privacy, and corporate confidentiality, it is correct for the Dimension Company to destroy the energy frequency data of the energy mecha. But now the senators have no sense of security and dare not go out to have fun. What if a mecha suddenly appears accidentally, and it is controlled by an ace mecha master? How many lives will the senators have for this guy to come and bite? Just like the Alliance restricts superpowers from showing their superpowers on the planet. Is it for the sake of the common people? Wrong. It is entirely for the safety of the gentlemen themselves. If superpowers fly everywhere, how can the gentlemen guarantee their own safety? The senators can't beat those professional superpowers. So it is forbidden to use superpowers on the planet. Of course, it is allowed in the permitted areas. It is precisely because of these regulations that the senators can show a friendly look in public places. Otherwise, superpowers can show their superpowers at will. Do the gentlemen need mecha guards when they go out? How can the senators show their friendly image? This time, the Alliance martial law is not about the threat of the Red Earl. The real threat is Yang Bo. And Yang Bo was absolutely brutal in the Dome Entertainment City. When he ran away, he actually killed 2 guys who had no ability to resist, and even trampled them to death. The senators now feel as if a huge mecha foot will fall from the sky at any time when they go out. Investigation. Haven't you found any yet? Too many people are missing this time. But after the new decree was issued, some clues were indeed found. But they are useless. What about Dimension Company? Is there any solution? Not yet. Dimension Company has 3 new shareholders. Ping and Technology Company, Anbang Bank, and the military. When the congressman heard this, they glared at a group of people, secretly cursing these dogs in their hearts, who were faster than themselves. And Dimension Company claims that the energy frequency of each Dimension mecha is completely different when it is manufactured. So, I will give you 1 month. We want to know the whereabouts of this mecha. The speaker is also in a big headache. I want to impeach the chief executive of Pato Star for hindering the normal migration of citizens within the Alliance. Suddenly, the congressman stood up and said loudly. Others looked at it and thought, okay, let's get down to business. In the interstellar era, population is also very important. No matter what level of citizens, genetically evolved people have to consume and pay taxes. Even a bunch of waste residents are useful, because the more residents there are, the greater the welfare invested. As for the inability of residents to immigrate, first of all, there are many fake residents like Wu Bing, and the welfare of residents is good. In addition, as long as you have money, even if you are a real waste resident, you can still travel to the stars. It just depends on the price. Otherwise, what about the children of those high-level citizens? Residential renovation, residents' food packages, residents' clothes, residents' water and electricity bills, internet usage fees, public transportation investment, etc. The more waste residents there are, the more taxes are used. So the money passes from your hands, cough cough. At worst, find someone to start a company to take over a certain project, and it is no problem to get subsidies within 3 days of establishment. This kind of residents are the long-term benefits. Decades of benefits. A group of counselors started to quarrel, and even wanted to use force. And they almost took off their shoes and hit people. After Yang Bo entered the game, he did not go to fight the small animals directly because he felt that it was a bit abnormal. He just wanted to brush the small animals several times. What's wrong? What's wrong? Set a fire and release a B-level lurker. Bombing fish blew up a group of mutants. Bombing bats blew up some guys. And I got lost last time and encountered mutants again. Yang Bo carefully reviewed the video. The last time he was chased by the silver-armored rhino was completely because of those advanced mechas. These advanced mechas flew over his head. And then the silver-armored rhino appeared? At that time, he was in the valley. And the silver-armored rhino was obviously chasing in the direction of the advanced mechas, and had passed him. But when he saw him later, he stopped and turned around to chase him. Those advanced mechas became wreckage in the valley again. And then the silver-armored rhino inexplicably confronted the mutants. Could it be that those mutants and advanced mechas are targeting me? Yang Bo thought about it carefully. And a conclusion came out. Mutants are understandable. After all, everyone is hostile. So why would the advanced mechas target me? Are they just bored? Putting this matter aside, Yang Bo decided to study the game information carefully first. He was not sure whether all the game information was true, but some of it was definitely true. Right? Players remotely control mechas to plunder resources, which is the real purpose of this game. So some real information must be provided. After a careful study, Yang Bo found that this game only provided information on some areas, including maps, rather than the entire planet. Then the enemy is the mutants. Mutants are in Lord mode. A mutant boss has subordinates. And there are wars between mutants. There are also mutant monsters. Some of these monsters are in Lord mode. And some work alone. We still have to kill bats. Yang Bo's first target is still bats, with auxiliary abilities such as sound wave control. In addition, bats are easy to bully. There are a group of them in a cave. The electric eels are not only deep in the water, but also not in groups. As for light control, there are no fluorescent poison frogs or the like. Yang Bo carefully watched the video of his mecha last time. When he went to find bats, an advanced mecha flew in front of him. Could it be that this bastard drove the bats away? Yang Bo suddenly thought of a possibility. Since there is a guess, Yang Bo has a plan to deal with it. Scum. Scum. This bastard. What Yang Bo didn't know was that the 8 players operating advanced mechas outside the base were about to collapse. Last time, 8 high-level mechas were destroyed by mutants. Some of these players were so scared that they went to see a psychiatrist. Mechas are a small matter. The key is that these guys live broadcasted on the forum to beat up the perverted birdcutter, who knew that birdcutter was fine. But the mechas of several people were destroyed. The money lost for the mechas was nothing. Just pay the money. But face, these people can exchange hundreds of IPs to beat up birdcutter. It can be said that they are at least rich second generation. So these 8 people are waiting here. Here. The pervert is out. Good news came. And several people immediately became energetic. This time, he must be good. That's right. This dead pervert. His real address must be exposed. Chapter 61 Era. Yang Bo still had bombs all over his body. Anyway, he hadn't used up the bombs he had used to compensate himself last time. He thought about it, and took the mecha weapons he had picked up last time with him, and took a look at the silver-armored rhino. Awesome. This time, Yang Bo bought a mecha flight pendant directly, set the destination, and was on the dedicated platform of the base, which was similar to an electromagnetic catapult. The mecha was ejected instantly. The flight pendant was activated, and the mecha disappeared in a flash. Asshole. This dead pervert. Ah! 8 high-level mecha players looked at the unique blade mecha whooshed away in a flash. And they were all crazy. Boss. Boss? The others were surprised to find that the boss did not respond. Yang Bo came directly to the silver-armored rhino's territory. This was a valley with a lake of several hundred acres. This was the silver-armored rhino's territory. When Yang Bo landed on the top of the mountain, the mecha sounded an alarm. Following the radar, he saw the silver-armored rhinoceros at the entrance of a cave, revealing half of its head. Era. Yang Bo felt that the silver-armored rhinoceros looked a bit like Era. It was smart, but not smart either. After shouting, he took off the mecha flight pendant, which was usually thrown away after use. Then he jumped and landed hundreds of meters away from the silver-armored rhinoceros, and threw the pendant to the sky. The silver-armored rhinoceros looked at Yang Bo's mecha vigilantly. And when he saw the mecha flag pendant in front of him, he bit it in one bite, and then ate it up voraciously. TSK. Yang Bo was amazed at the flying pendant, which was made of unusual materials. Here it comes! Yang Bo shouted again, and then threw out a mecha weapon. The mecha weapon is made of better material, and contains more rare metals. Yang Bo guessed that this silver-armored rhinoceros on this planet can only eat pure metals if it gets a scrap mecha. Otherwise it is difficult to eat. Not to mention some metals that are not on this planet. Let's go! Yang Bo didn't know why, but he felt that this silver-armored rhinoceros had a crush on him. He definitely didn't think that the other party was a little silly and wanted to fool him. No. Absolutely not. Yang Bo used the flying pendant today to catch two groups of people off guard. One wanted 8 high-level mechas, and the other was the Tiger-Face King. The Tiger-Face King went to visit the neighbor next door. Seeing that the neighbor didn't come back, he just treated it as his own home. Later, he learned that the neighbor was killed by Yang Bo. What a guy. He directly looted all the things in the neighbor's house, and made up for the previous losses in one go. What are you doing? Why don't you know to keep an eye on this disaster star? If you make a mistake again next time, I will make you into jerky. A bunch of trash. Bastards. I have raised the reward to 2 energy mines. The Tiger-Face King cursed his subordinates, wishing he could cook this group of bastards right now. Why don't you go and see what this disaster star likes? We have several neighbors. This time, Yang Bo found the bat cave, and he was very happy when he saw the densely packed bats hanging on the top of the cave. A miniature hydrogen bomb was directly placed deep in the cave, and then another one was placed at the entrance of the cave. The ground shook for a while. This was the miniature hydrogen bomb deep in the cave. Then a few seconds later, the miniature hydrogen bomb at the entrance of the cave sounded again, and the entrance of the cave collapsed. Sound wave control +1. Sound wave control +1. Densely packed, and mixed with a lot of dynamic vision. Should I go to the underground world and get some powerful bombs to collapse all the layers, so that I can gain more? Yang Bo muttered in his heart. At this moment, the radar alarm sounded, and Yang Bo quickly activated the rocket backpack and flew into the air. Then Yang Bo was dumbfounded. The silver-armored rhinoceros appeared in the direction of the radar alert. This guy was covered in silver light, and half of his head emerged from the cave. The cave was still emitting dust. None of this mattered. There was another mutant under this guy's feet, and it seemed that he was still twitching. The silver-armored rhinoceros looked at Yang Bo with 2 small eyes. Era? Yang Bo shouted tentatively, and the sound was transmitted through the mecha. The silver-armored rhinoceros kicked the mutant out of the cave with 1 foot, shook his head, and disappeared. After disappearing, the cave collapsed. Not only Yang Bo was dumbfounded, but even the people in the base were dumbfounded. The next second, Yang Bo's screen went black again, and he was very satisfied with Era's reaction. I won't cut off my own financial resources. Yang Bo was a little crazy. He would not provoke the mutants if he didn't know what superpowers they had. If the superpowers of the other party didn't match his attributes, it would be safer to exchange them for game coins to give him some rubbish abilities. How did this mecha master do it? Why don't we give it a try? The Sharp Blade mecha used the wreckage of 8 advanced mechas. Are you sure you want to try it? How much are 8 advanced mechas worth? How much is the reward? At base number 16. Everyone in the control hall was dumbfounded and talked about it. But the commander's words made everyone know that ideas were just ideas, and would not work at all. After running to several places, he finally upgraded his sound wave control to the Grandmaster level. Sound wave control, Grandmaster, sound wave attack amplification 200%. Sound wave detection amplification 200%. Sound wave shielding interference amplification 200%. Looking at the skills, Yang Bo's eyes lit up. He already knew how to detect sound wave attacks, but he hadn't yet realized the sound wave shielding interference attribute. A small profit of 800,000 game coins. After exiting the game, Yang Bo was very happy. Yes, this mutant was worth 800,000. Of course, if it was sold at the price of the mecha weapon thrown to the silver-armored rhino, 800,000 gold coins would not be enough. But that was what he picked up from scraps. Yang Bo bought a speaker online, and then a recording device, and placed the two at a certain distance, trying to figure out the ability of sound wave shielding interference. Carefully feeling the sound waves coming from the speaker, Gradually, these invisible sound waves seemed like water in Yang Bo's perception, and the whole room was covered by the sound waves of this speaker. Yang Bo subconsciously whistled, but it didn't work. However, he could feel an invisible wave interfering with the recording equipment and the sound system. He quickly stopped the sound system and turned on the recording equipment. Zzz. A section was indeed interfered with, and the beautiful singing was gone. Yang Bo was so excited that he almost jumped up. Since it can be interfered with, can it be simulated or changed? Then Yang Bo's eyes lit up. Of course, to simulate and change other people's sound waves, you must first know the frequency of others. In fact, sound waves can be used as radar. Everyone has voice prints when walking and talking. That is, the sound of everyone's heartbeat is different. If you know this thoroughly, no matter how the other party disguises, you can instantly identify it, and you don't need to actively detect it. Yang Bo found that he could hear some movements upstairs without sound wave detection, and his passive hearing range was greatly expanded. Chapter 62. It's not certain who will pit whom. Yang Bo had this idea, which was actually related to the current environment. Now, if he actively released skills, there was a chance that he would be detected, and his passive collection ability was much safer. However, the application scenario of this passive ability was not large, so Yang Bo just tried it, and then continued to test the active attack ability of sound waves. There was a method for sound wave to attack through objects, but the progress of the test was very slow, because it involved the attack distance and material. It required two hands to snap their fingers at the same time to let the sound waves meet at different points to form an attack force. This thing is too complicated. Yang Bo experimented for a while, and his head was buzzing. This required a lot of calculations. First of all, the target distance, material, and what material was in the middle. The sound waves of the two hands met at a certain place at the same time, and the type of medium for the sound waves to transmit. After testing the sound waves attack through the mountain, Yang Bo began to test metal control. Yang Bo found that the skin was metallized, which was the most basic of metal control. When holding the door handle, he could clearly sense the metal structure inside the door lock and control it. In other words, you can weld the door lock inside, or you can open the door easily. King Bomb. Yang Bo suddenly had many application scenarios in his mind. As long as there is metal, this ability reaches the highest level, and he is the king. Your mecha is powerful. Just stretch out your hand and let your metal structure be directly linked together. Unable to move. Your fighter is powerful. Directly change the structure inside your engine. And can it fly? Pick up the soup spoon. Watch it turn into a fork in your hand, and then turn into a shovel, a mini pot. Starting from the simplest control, the experiment gradually increased the difficulty. The upper limit of this ability was beyond Yang Bo's imagination. The Mecha Game Forum was very hot. A famous small animal protection organization started a live broadcast to kill the bird-killing brother. Unexpectedly, the bird-killing brother did not die, but they suffered heavy losses. For a time, they were divided into two factions. One faction believed that it was immoral to cheat players in the game, which was worse than the bird-killing brother. The other side believed that the bird-killing brother was a pervert and a useless garbage in reality. He would kill small animals, which were so cute. For a time, they cursed each other on the forum. The mecha game had a bad reputation on the internet. Many people thought that the anonymous IP was useless for their mecha and changed the address. However, if the next resident came in and wanted to play this game and found out the situation inside, he would report to the game customer service. In this society, it is too easy to check your user. Many people receive court judgments to compensate for the mecha. In fact, this game is just like the game consoles in the game hall. One game console can be used by many people. The only difference is that the mecha in the game is broken and needs to be repaired. As for those who have their own IP, they can remember the login password. That is, they can log in from other places with one password. Of course, if you don't want your own mecha, you can enter the game, pass the assessment, and receive the mecha. Of course, if someone knows that this is remote control, it is estimated that they will curse even more. After all, this is a double-edged sword. This is shameless. Alas, many people have doubted it. But the official said that what we do is real. The more they argued, the more people wanted to join. So the original 8-person advanced mecha team suddenly increased to 20 people. The first task of these people was to kill the perverted bird-killing brother. Because in this game, no one had deliberately killed small animals. This group of people called themselves the Justice Gang. But it also aroused the rebelliousness of some people. You are not allowed to kill. Right? We have to kill. It's okay in reality. But you still come to nag about it in a game. Then another group of people came to Base 16. Controlling advanced mechas, and hunting small animals with laser guns. Such as flying birds and mice. This group of people called themselves the Bird-Slaying Gang on the forum. Yang Bo practiced metal control for a while, and was ready to continue to enter the game. After all, he was getting a salary now. And it was so fun to play games. After entering the forum, Yang Bo's face turned green. And he cursed these guys in his heart. Why did they target him? Is it not allowed to kill small animals in the game? If I hadn't used up the miniature hydrogen bombs and shockwave bombs, I would have changed my IP right away. Yang Bo gritted his teeth. These guys actually wanted to kill him. Very good. We just need advanced mechas and Iron Bull to increase our relationship. Yang Bo entered the game and walked over this time because he was going to trick people. The last time I fried fish, there were mutants under the water, so I didn't dare to go there. This time someone wanted to trick me. Hee hee. Isn't this a shield? As long as the operation is good, let these guys fight against the mutants. Isn't it good? So this time Yang Bo controlled the mecha to walk over, flying too fast for others to catch up. As Yang Bo was walking, the Justice Gang followed him with a high-altitude drone, guessing where Yang Bo was going so that they could make plans in advance. This group of people had money and bought a lot of information. They didn't know Yang Bo's destination yet, so they didn't take any action for the time being. The members of the Bird-Slaying Gang also found Yang Bo, but they didn't plan to follow him. The Bird-Slaying Gang didn't think much of Yang Bo. After all, he was just a third-generation mecha, a blank slate in the game. It was hard to control such a mecha master in the real world. The Bird-Slaying Gang targeted the Justice Gang, so the Justice Gang didn't move. And neither did this group of people. Yang Bo stepped on mice and killed birds along the way, having a lot of fun. What's the use of the flying skill? Logically speaking, I can't fly either. Even though I and birds are both carbon-based creatures? Yang Bo never thought he could fly. But what exactly is this flying skill like? There is also limited information reception. The information received by F-class citizens is incomplete, which makes many things seem contradictory. Yang Bo also knew that he didn't know a lot of things, because there is no source of information. The fat boss can't tell you everything he knows, because the information you don't know is priceless. When he came to the lake, Yang Bo didn't want to fry the fish. After all, his swimming skills were full. But sometimes he had to do it on purpose. Haha. This disaster star really went to the lake last time. I wonder if our neighbors know about it. The Tiger-Face King was in his nest, looking at the virtual image transmitted back, and found that the Blade Mecha was right beside the lake, laughing. King, our neighbors are very powerful. Will they blow up the Blade Mecha? The subordinates of the Tiger-Face King asked worriedly. No, because I received news that the human base dispatched 40 advanced mechas, and the target direction was exactly the disaster star. It seemed that it was the group of humans who lured the silver-armored rhinoceros last time. The Tiger-Face King waved his hand, and a group of advanced mechas took off on the virtual image. Meanwhile, Yang Bo was watching the results of the first impact bomb, and then he looked at the drone that had been following him in the sky, thinking to himself, the people who are trying to screw me should be here soon. Will the mutants be too late to make it? Chapter 63. A head full of questions. Yang Bo muttered, his eyes fixed on the radar, which showed the traces of fish activity underwater. Although he didn't know what happened last time when the fish were blown up. The only way to sneak close to him was underwater. The mutants didn't detect it on their radar last time, but from the distribution map of the fish school, he knew that there was someone below. The perception of the fish school was much stronger than the radar. Sure enough, after a while, Yang Bo discovered the changes in the fish school. The flesh and blood of the fish that had just been blown up attracted a lot of fish. These fish were scattered here, but now some fish can be seen quickly avoiding, leaving a blank. What is this? There must be something going on. Seeing the other party getting closer and closer to him. At this time, Yang Bo saw the mecha behind him on the radar, so he flew to the other side of the river at once. Yang Bo chose the place where a river enters the lake. After landing, Yang Bo took out 2 miniature hydrogen bombs. and then saw that more than a dozen advanced mechas fell on the opposite side of the river where he had just stood. And several others were unknown. Pervert. You dead pervert. Suddenly, a red mech from the other side. The whole thing seemed like a ball of fire. A sissy voice was broadcast through the mech's voice, and the mech's finger was pointed at him, scolding him. Yang Bo shook the miniature hydrogen bomb in his hand, then hung it on his body, and then gave the other side a middle finger. Pervert. Scum. Beast. Asshole. Several mechs from the other side scolded together. At this time, another wave of mechs came. Seeing this, Yang Bo activated the mech's rocket backpack and flew into the air. Then he dived, holding 2 miniature hydrogen bombs, pulled to safety, and when he was 100 meters close to the lake, the mecha turned and the 2 hydrogen bombs quickly fell into the water. Ha ha. Ha ha. Cool. Brother is so awesome. Blow it up for me. The people of the bird slaying gang laughed in the mecha channel when they saw this scene. Boom. Boom. 2 miniature hydrogen bombs exploded underwater, and Yang Bo seemed to feel different at this time. Just now I was controlling the mecha, and the flying felt so smooth. Could it be due to the flying skills? Yang Bo had an idea in his mind. The people of the Justice Gang were broadcasting live, and countless viewers saw that Yang Bo actually used hydrogen bombs to blow up fish. And their first reaction was that he was sick. Oh my god. This guy is crazy. Walking to fry fish. This miniature hydrogen bomb doesn't need game coins? I think he's crazy too. He must be a psychopath. That's right. Maybe some celebrities in real life come to the game to vent. I heard that some celebrities are very perverted. TSK. Something's wrong. But the next second, everyone felt something was wrong. Because in the water waves of the miniature hydrogen bomb, more than a dozen figures rushed towards the Justice Gang. Mutants. Advanced mutants. The people watching the live broadcast were dumbfounded. How could mutants appear here? Damn. It's actually a mutant in the danger zone. The Zhanyo gang originally came to watch the fun, but they didn't expect a reversal. Brother. What should we do? We can't shoot? These people are entangled with the Justice Gang. Brother is right. Let's fly higher. That's right. We are not long-range snipers. The players of the bird-slashing gang brought laser cannons, and said they were not long-range. Yes. Fly higher. Then they flew even higher to watch the excitement. The Justice Gang lost 3 advanced mechas in one encounter. This group of mutants. Their arms changed into 2 large sickles like mantises, shining with green light. And these people were more than 2 meters tall. Brother. The Justice Gang is a group of brats. They lost 3 mechas in one encounter. TSK. Haha. These guys said advanced mechas to lure mutant creatures. But they didn't expect that they would be in trouble first. The mecha channel in the sky was very lively. These people jumped out of the water very quickly. The 3 strongest ones jumped directly onto the 3 advanced mechas. The first one was red, and the sickle was shining with green light. It pierced the mecha cabin in an instant, and the mecha head was also chopped off. The mecha head integrated a lot of equipment, and the mecha head was also made of the hardest metal, which was directly chopped off by this mutant. These mechas were just insulting Yang Bo, but who knew that more than a dozen mutants would rush out in an instant, and the alarms in the mechas would ring through their eardrums. Some players subconsciously pushed the operating lever, and the entire mecha flew up, or retreated, escaping the disaster. Others were killed in an instant by 2 or 3 other mutants who jumped on the mecha. Then the next second, these people went directly into the water on the ground and disappeared. The waves of the 2 hydrogen bomb explosions just now were several meters high, and huge waves rushed towards the shore of the lake. Yang Bo did not move the mutants. Because first, Yang Bo was not sure. The opponent was too fast. Second, in his eyes, the open enemies were not scary, and the mutants might give some rubbish skills if they killed themselves. So it was better to stimulate these mutants and continue to pit these guys. Yang Bo recorded the voices of several people scolding him, just in case he had a chance to meet him. If he was a good person in real life, it would be fine. But if he was a little bit bad, he would let him know what a bird-killing brother is. However, what surprised Yang Bo was that this group of people seemed to be divided into 2 parts. A dozen people at a height of several hundred meters, all holding laser guns and laser cannons, just watched him die without helping. Brother, you are awesome. These dozen mechas didn't look very high-end. They were mechas of the 7th or 8th generation. One of these mechas turned on the sound speaker and gave Yongbo a thumbs up. Yongbo was a little surprised. What was this for? Ah! Shameless. Despicable. Bastard. The people of the Justice Gang were crazy. This time they lost 11 mechas. All of which were high-end mechas. And they were blown up by mutants. It's what they deserve. That's right. A bunch of idiots. They keep nagging even when playing games. That's right. Brothers. Go offline to the forum. The idiots of the Justice Gang are so disgraceful. Yongbo looked at a group of mechas holding laser guns and laser cannons, and flew away directly. You bastard. Just wait. The first group of people left after saying a word. Looking at the mechas on the ground. Yongbo shrugged. And Tainyo's rations were ready. Yongbo directly spent 100,000 game coins to rent a flying transport plane and transported 11 broken mechas to the territory of Silver Armor Rhino. The people at the base were speechless. The price of the flying transport plane was based on the dangerous area. Yongbo's transportation distance this time was far. But most of it was in the safe area. So the fee was very low. Commander. The analysis is out. According to the video data analysis, these mutants should be the mysterious Black Blade tribe. At the base, someone reported to the commander. Black Blade tribe? I didn't expect the Black Blade tribe to live in the water. So how did this sharp blade mecha know? The base commander frowned. Is everything a coincidence? Commander, do you think it is possible that the player in this sharp blade mecha is a veteran? We have retired veterans here. Although some interference measures have been taken to make the veterans have no such memories. Measures are measures after all. Someone asked. I don't know what happened recently. I can't contact the fleet commander. The base commander looked at the starry sky and hesitated. Yongbo threw the wreckage of the mecha at the entrance of Tainyo's cave. Tainyo's little eyes looked at the mecha like a hill in disbelief. After the transport plane flew away, Yongbo shouted, Tainyo, I came to see you. How are these things? Tainyo heard Yongbo's voice and immediately understood. Then turned his head and went into the cave. Yongbo muttered in his heart, what good things will Tainyo give this time? Chapter 64 The Fatty Boss's Decision. Yongbo was also looking forward to what good things Tainyo would bring him. Taking advantage of this time, Yongbo opened the forum to see what happened and why it was different from what he expected. After opening the forum, Yongbo was dumbfounded. There were actually two groups of people fighting on it. One group was the people who pitted and killed him. That is, the people who scolded him. And the other group was actually supporting him. This group of people were the mechas with long guns and short guns. However, Yongbo took a closer look and found that the people who supported him didn't care about him. They cared more about the group who opposed pitting him. The two groups of people were scolding each other on the forum. Seeing this, Yongbo smiled and said, someone should have come out to manage it a long time ago. This is just a game. Are you still so crazy in the game? However, Yongbo also knew that some people are confident. There is a country on Earth where women say that men harass them as long as men approach them. Later, a special subway car was opened specifically for these women. Some people don't even know that the women's carriage is not for the protection of women, but for the protection of men. Similarly, the laws of this world are also very strange. There are more laws protecting small animals than protecting people. Yongbo has seen clearly that as long as it is a society composed of humans, there is no such thing as utopia. Everyone has their own ideas, and it is impossible for someone to serve others willingly. In the past, Yongbo thought that the country he was in was a real parliamentary system. Now that he has learned a little, he found that it is not a country managed by major forces, major families and major financial groups. Opposition parties often oppose for the sake of opposing, and don't care about the matter itself, or whether it is reasonable or not. After watching for a while, Yongbo quit the forum. At this time, Tainyo appeared at the entrance of the cave again. But this time, the thing Tainyo kicked over made Yongbo a little dumbfounded. A single horn. It seems to be Tainyo's horn. But the back is empty. As if it was shed? Or something? Well, I'll go first. Yongbo saw Tainyo looking at him with his little eyes. So he picked up the horn, and then left after saying hello. There were not enough bombs on him. And there were those unknown mutants hiding somewhere. Yongbo always had a feeling that he was targeted by mutants as soon as he left the base. Otherwise the mutants would not come so quickly. The last time he killed a bird, there was no skill, which was already a problem. The biotechnology of these mutants has reached a very abnormal level. Uh-huh. It's really a disaster. Our neighbor is seriously injured this time. Let the guys keep an eye on this mecha and send news to our neighbor at any time. Our neighbor will definitely go out again after he recovers. Our neighbor is a petty guy. He suffered such a big loss this time. If he doesn't get it back, everyone will laugh at him. In an underground space, the tiger-faced king laughed loudly. This time, his neighbor was also injured, and was seriously injured by the impact of 2 miniature hydrogen bombs. The shockwave damage caused by hydrogen bombs in water is much greater than the damage caused in the air. Of course, it is mainly because these mutants are too close to the range of the hydrogen bomb explosion. When the Justice Gang has finished replenishing their mechas, I will take them to the underground world for a stroll. Hee. Yongbo controlled the mecha back to the base and logged off. Yongbo didn't dare to go deep into the dangerous area before, because he had a lousy mecha. But now he has teammates. Although this teammate is a parenthesis. When something happens, as long as he runs faster than his teammates, it's fine. The reason for planning to go to the underground world is that advanced mechas can fly. If something really happens, you can't run faster than others outside. Good guy. Yongbo didn't know the value of the things Tainyo gave him. The game official said they wanted to identify them. After Yongbo got off the game, he practiced camouflage, looking at himself in the mirror. He looked like Stallone, with tendons and bulging muscles. Yongbo prepared a few more templates so that he could change quickly when needed. After eating, Yongbo was thinking about continuing to practice metal control when he received a message from the fat boss. Then he went out and found 2 tall iron pillars in the community with a sphere on top. Construction was in progress. When he arrived at the community, he saw that it was an energy detection device, and it was military grade. Shaking his head, Yongbo went to the company. When he arrived at the company, the fat boss took out a document and said, "Yongbo, this time the government will compensate you with 1.25 million credit points, including mental damages and other expenses. And the company will compensate you with 800,000 credit points. In addition, the Dome Entertainment City will compensate you with 300,000 credit points, as well as your recent salary, etc." Yongbo looked at it carefully and then signed. The fat boss said again, "Yongbo, I am going to leave this planet. Not only me, but also many people. What do you think about what I said last time?" "Boss, where are we going?" Yongbo asked. "March Star. There is a new immigration planet. There are many opportunities there. And the biggest landscape, there is the 3 huge moons. If you go there this time, the time on the road will be counted as wages. And the money you are compensated is enough to buy a big house. And the new immigration planet is more relaxed about fertility." The fat boss took out a document and gave it to Yongbo. Then the fat boss seemed to be talking to himself. Now there are tens of thousands of energy detection devices added on Pato Star. If people with superpowers do not take the initiative to report, and then are detected by this detector, it will be a big trouble. Yongbo's heart moved. Wu Bing also said last time that many people seem to be residents, but actually have superpowers. "Boss, why can people like us also have factory babies? According to reason, if we fail to inject genetic drugs and our genes are contaminated, we can't have children?" Yongbo asked a question he had wanted to ask for a long time. The fat boss sighed, because the injected gene medicine, as long as it is successful, the direction of gene evolution can be basically determined. Gene medicine is also divided into many series and many types. More than 99% of those who evolve with fire energy gene medicine have fire energy superpowers. And when the contaminated genes combine with each other, there is a certain probability that new superpowers will be born. Although this probability is very small. Many celebrities are factory babies. The fat boss continued to explain. Yongbo understood. Everything made sense. Because of the materials, the gene medicine, as long as it is successful, the superpower is probably in a certain direction. If you want a new series of superpowers to appear, you can only rely on natural awakening. How about it? Do you want to go together? This time the head office will give you a chance for gene evolution, ancient martial arts or secret arts. Of course, the company will also try its best to find out what gene medicine you injected, so that you can choose a gene medicine that does not conflict with the gene medicine you injected last time. The fat boss looked at Yongbo and asked, "Chapter 65 answer?" Yongbo suddenly understood. No wonder he heard last time that many celebrities and politicians did not need genetic drugs or chips. They just needed to manage companies or consortiums. No need for any systematic professional knowledge. Just like the big bosses of big companies on Earth. They don't need to understand specific technology. As long as they know how to manage people. Maybe the boss graduated from a rubbish school with a rubbish major. But the employees need professional skills. Maybe they have a bachelor's degree or a doctorate degree from overseas. Go. Yang Bo decided to leave. The energy detectors in this city are a huge threat. And the crazy people like Red Earl may come again. Then Yang Bo asked worriedly, how can we residents go? Space travel is very dangerous? Yang Bo. The reason why residents are not allowed to travel in space is because the cost is too high. If residents want to travel, the cost is 5 times that of other citizens. Do you think these residents will think it is discrimination? In fact, residents can travel at the beginning. But many residents objected. It is the same journey. Why is the cost high for us residents? Some opponents took the opportunity to make trouble. And then, there was no more. Residents need to wear special protective clothing and sit in special cabins for interstellar travel. Many citizens' children and infants can travel in Interstellar. Don't worry about us. I can't take you all the way there without taking good protection on the way. The fat boss thought Yang Bo was worried and said at last. Yang Bo asked in some confusion, Boss, there are no residents on March Star. Why do you want to bring people there? The fat boss shook his head and said, Yang Bo, before you, I recruited 9 residents. But they all quit after working for 1 day. And 3 of them reported the company. Oh! Lu Jijia didn't say anything else. That is, March Star has reached an agreement with the company. And it will give a certain amount of money for bringing 1 person to settle down. And once the data of residents come out to work, the planetary data will look good and have political achievements. In addition, companies like Jijia, which are all residents, receive large subsidies from the government every year. Politicians on March Star can also attack Pato Star, saying that so many residents from your side have come to our side. And your side is terrible. There are also subsidies for residents from the country. And how much subsidy is given to each resident? Yang Bo coughed, and then asked, Boss, why do you say that the genetic drug can be 100% successful? But I failed? Yang Bo had some guesses about this question. But he was not sure why. So he asked today, without residents, how should the tax be used every year? Who will use the huge taxpayers' money? The parliamentarians take it themselves. Do the taxpayers have any objections? Of course they have objections. But if it is transferred through residents, although a part of it will be used up, it is safe. How many companies are involved in the welfare of residents? Food, clothing, housing and transportation? If taxpayers are dissatisfied at this time, it means discrimination against residents. Without waiting for the parliamentarians to speak, the residents will oppose it first. Of course, in order to make taxpayers feel more balanced, some actions to restrict residents will be taken to make taxpayers feel superior, such as sitting in a high-end cafe and looking at residents who cannot enter from outside. Do you feel superior in your heart? Yang Bo, do you think the government will compensate those missing residents who have no heirs in this incident? And do you think these people will be included in the official data? The fat boss looked at Yang Bo and asked. Yang Bo pretended to be a little surprised. He had already guessed this. The fat boss finally said, and we have to test the medicine. Who knows how many people are needed to test a new gene drug? Just like us residents, we still have to pay taxes every year. Houses, family members, etc. Who will manage the huge taxes? So it is impossible that there will be no residents. It will never be possible. When you learn about the other 2 countries in the future, you will know that our country is still good compared to the other 2 countries. You signed such a document. You will need to accompany me to handle some documents later. We can leave this planet in about a month. The fat boss took out another document and handed it to Yang Bo. Yang Bo took a closer look. It turned out to be the official application document of March Star. Yang Bo applied to go to March Star. After Yang Bo left the company, his salary was still paid as usual. He set off a month later and stayed in the Interstellar for about 3 months before arriving at the new planet. Sure enough, the boss likes to talk to people alone. Yang Bo muttered to himself. In fact, what Yang Bo didn't know was that other employees owed the company a large sum of money. And the fat boss gave them 2 options, pay the money or leave. And the others did something they shouldn't have done. Want to leave the company? Uh-huh. Some businesses, once you enter, don't think about leaving. If Anziji company doesn't take action, the people Anziji serves will take action, fearing that you will say something nonsense. It's too easy for a company to trick an employee. Just like Wu Bing said, lend money to Yang Bo to buy a house. Yang Bo found that there was a notice on the bus, and the bus also had to install a small energy detector. It shouldn't be like this. A Red Earl scared people like this? Yang Bo muttered to himself. After getting off the bus, Yang Bo looked at the starry sky. The huge airport was so charming under the shining of the stars. Finally, I can experience the underground vacuum tunnel? It is said that the whole tunnel is vacuum, and the whole tunnel uses electromagnetic technology, and the speed reaches tens of thousands of kilometers per hour. There are also space elevators, huge and charming airports, and warships. Yang Bo is an F-class citizen, so he can't know more about a lot of information. Even if you browse it online, it's what you can see at your level. You can only imagine what the airport looks like. It's probably like some companies on Earth that strictly prohibit employees from leaking salaries, fearing that people at the lower level will be jealous. Back home, Yang Bo looked at the energy detector under construction and was very worried. To really check whether a person is a genetic evolver, you have to draw blood to be sure. There shouldn't be blood draws on other planets. Otherwise Fatty and Wu Bing would be the first to be exposed. Enter the game. Since there is no way to perform, then do virtual training. Yang Bo didn't dare to experiment in reality, but he could do virtual experiments. Mech combat training. This may seem useless, but it can train my reaction ability and hand speed. My biggest reliance is the mech in the space. My own strength is nothing in front of high technology. Yang Bo thought about it and decided to do mech combat training. When the Justice Gang's advanced mechs are gathered, he will enter the game. Anyway, these guys are on the forum, bragging about themselves. Chapter 66 Ahaha. Mecha Combat Training. This is a virtual training content that comes with the Mecha game. Mecha Combat Training is mainly to train game players' operation methods and increase game players' adaptability. Of course, this is what the game official said. Yang Bo once conducted Mecha Combat Training. Mecha Combat Training is a virtual opponent. The opponent's speed will get faster and faster, and the opponent will show many superb skills. At the beginning, Yang Bo can easily defeat the opponent. But once he is in a stalemate with the opponent, the goal of training will be to increase his strength by 1 level per minute. The speed is visible to the naked eye. Yang Bo imagined the mecha as himself. But the mecha is not as flexible as a real person after all. The elements of mecha combat are fast, ruthless, accurate and predictive ability. If you can predict the opponent's actions, then you win. Yang Bo's dynamic vision has this ability, which can predict the opponent's actions and where the opponent will attack him. In this kind of fighting, there is no such thing as 100% no injury. Yang Bo uses a fighting method of exchanging injuries for injuries, and he will be slightly or seriously injured, and then kill the opponent. The high-intensity training allows Yang Bo to only train for half an hour each time, and only play 2 or 3 games, and then he has to rest. Otherwise he will have a headache. This is the side effect of dynamic vision, caused by the high-speed operation of the brain. Energy detector. Yang Bo recently discovered a channel to see more secrets of the world. That is a shopping website. Yang Bo planned to buy an energy detector to detect the energy fluctuations in his body. As a result, when he looked carefully at the shopping website, he found that the energy detector can only detect known energy fluctuations, and those unknown energy fluctuations cannot be detected. That is to say, my sound wave detection and invisibility. These energy fluctuations are not detected and recorded. Yang Bo had read some popular science articles in his previous life, and he knew that no matter what kind of energy it is, it has a frequency or wavelength. Humans on Earth also discovered gravitational waves and the like through continuous exploration. Yang Bo looked at some other things and found that energy stones are divided into many categories. Energy stones are divided into artificially manufactured and naturally mined. The categories of artificially manufactured energy stones are not as many as those mined naturally. Many naturally mined energy stones cannot determine what type of energy they are, while artificially manufactured energy stones can determine what type they are. Another advantage of energy stone jewelry is that when genetic warriors encounter danger, they can absorb energy stones of the same series. Although it will cause some damage to the body, it can save the situation in danger, because his is only an energy stone of the same series, not the same source. After absorbing non-homologous energy stones, the damage caused to the body is unknown. So this method is generally not used until the critical moment. I'll call you Phantom from now on. Yang Bo looked at the energy weapon in his hand, which was the Tang sword-like weapon he bought last time. Under his superpower of metal control, it slowly turned into a saber. So he gave this weapon a formal name. This change almost made Yang Bo laugh out loud. Because in this world with highly developed technology, as long as the true appearance is revealed at some point, it will definitely be found out. Then the mecha in the space is even more of the same metal as mine. If I take it out and change its appearance in the future, won't it have many identities? Ha ha ha. Yang Bo thought of another possibility and almost jumped up in excitement. The third generation mecha was too conspicuous. Once this thing came out, the Red Earl would immediately shout and kill him. But when I changed to other mechas, ha ha ha, I have countless vests. Yang Bo now has the ability to camouflage, can change into other people's appearance. The weapons in his hands can also change, and the skin on his body can be metallized, so that outsiders can hardly find him from his appearance. The main thing is to be a 6-year-old. It is not suitable for this high-tech society to fight head-on, secretly, wretchedly developing, stabbing in the back. Just like the last Red Earl incident, he is the biggest beneficiary, but others can't find him. Next, I will work hard to train in mecha combat while getting familiar with metal control. The weapons in my hands can be transformed into various shapes. In addition, my own people also change into various appearances, focusing on a poor appearance, and then metallizing the skin after the appearance changes, so that no one can recognize me. In the garden of a manor on Pato, 2 middle-aged men in suits were sitting on a bench. One of them asked, "Now there are more than 20,000 citizens applying to immigrate to other planets, among which March has the largest number, reaching more than 9,000. Will our chief executive allow this behavior? Dear Minister of Finance, why do you say this? Citizens are carrying out normal immigration activities within the Alliance, which is in line with the requirements of the Alliance law and does not violate any laws. The other person is the chief executive of Pato." Leibo hearing this, he looked at a white cloud in the sky with interest and said, "Mr. Chief Executive, you know that the law is the law, but this involves our fundamental interests. Among the more than 20,000 citizens, more than 10,000 are tax-paying citizens, and the rest are residents who enjoy welfare benefits. If we let this situation go on, I think it won't be long before our tax revenue will drop significantly, and then our fiscal deficit will continue to expand. If the annual increase in the fiscal deficit reaches a dangerous number, the Alliance may investigate us." Another person spoke again. Leibo turned his head to look at his finance minister, shook his head and said, "Yes, my dear finance minister, we abide by the laws of the Alliance, but some people cannot abide by the laws of the Alliance, such as the interstellar pirates wandering around the interstellar channel. I think immigration is a very dangerous activity. This immigration may be just the beginning. The immigrants behind may want to stay in our Pato star and continue to live." Oh, this is really good news. It seems that our chief executive has made a perfect plan. This is very good news for all of us. The Alliance compensated us with a large sum of money for this attack. This large sum of money is enough to comfort the people who were attacked by pirates among the immigrants. The other person whistled and said proudly. Leibo nodded, and we can also criticize the chief executive of March Star. It is because of his rude behavior that these immigrants have suffered. I think we can file a lawsuit against the chief executive of March Star on behalf of these immigrants and file a claim. This is really good news. But why haven't those idiots in the security department found the mysterious mecha yet? These departments get a lot of money every year. Another person heard the news and said with shining eyes, "Yes, the security department is idiots. They should be sent to the mineral planet instead of wasting our taxpayers' money. Yes, this is a great day. I think this is the best news I have heard in recent times. Let's wait for good news. Of course. Are you interested in going to my study and having a drink to celebrate for these immigrants?" Of course. The two left here and walked towards an ancient castle a few hundred meters away. Chapter 67 Brother. Change your career. Yang Bo followed the fat boss to the administrative department twice and completed the immigration procedures. There was no physical examination, and nothing else, because Yang Bo had not had a physical examination for less than a year. It was within the period of exemption from inspection and visa exemption, And Marchstar also officially accepted Yang Bo's file. From now on, Yang Bo is an F-class citizen of Marchstar. All that was left to do was to take the spacecraft to the administrative planet where Marchstar was located, which would take about 3 months. The fat boss was still handling the procedures for other people. The procedures for other people were more complicated than Yang Bo's, because these people had loans, and they could only apply for immigration after the loans on the local administrative planet were processed, because the financial strategies of each planet were different. Marchstar was a new administrative planet, and its financial strategies had many preferential policies, while Patostar, as an old administrative planet, had fewer financial preferential policies, and the business was also different consortiums. This made Yang Bo feel like Ami on Earth. Each state in their country had its own legal documents, and some were completely opposite. It was illegal in one state, but legal in another. It seems that the original owner's talent was too rubbish. After so many trainings, the mecha driving skills were still the same. In other words, even if I have the skills, I want to learn to increase the experience of this skill. It is completely impossible, because the body itself is limited, and it can only be continuously enhanced through plugins. Yang Bo didn't know when the spacecraft would depart, and he would notify him in advance. When he returned home, he would continue the mecha training and get familiar with the metal control. Is the Justice Gang here again? Just when Yang Bo received the notice that there were still 10 days before he left Patostar, the Justice Gang gathered again in the mecha game, and cursed each other with the bird-slashing gang on the forum. Entering the game, looking at the Justice Gang members from a distance, there were more than 30 people. Yang Bo sighed, tisk tsk. These guys actually have 1/3 flying mechas and 1/3 long-range mechas. But my brother is going to the underground world this time. You are sure you have brains to take these things with you? Oh, by the way, you don't know where I'm going. Yang Bo was covered with bombs. When he went out, the mecha gave the Justice Gang 2 international friendly gestures with both hands. Ah! Bomb him to death for me. Take bombs, hydrogen bombs, plasma bombs. The leader of the Justice Gang found a good way this time. This game does not allow mutual attacks. Mechas cannot lock their own mechas, but bombs can hurt them. This time, the Justice Gang has made a strict plan to use bombs to kill Brother Bird slashing, and someone specifically took action to take the blame. Because under normal circumstances, if a mecha accidentally injures someone else, it has to pay compensation. But those who take the blame are not afraid. They have no money, so they can do whatever they want. While walking, Yang Bo also controlled the mecha, beheaded birds and rats, and provoked the drones in the sky. Quick! Quick! Go and deliver a letter to our neighbors. In the mysterious underground space, the Tiger-Faced King was a little bored, and received the news. Why did the Tiger-Faced King recognize Yang Bo directly? First, there is only this 3rd-generation mecha in this base. Of course, there may be a second one. Second, who the hell uses a mecha to behead birds and step on rats? Third, there are very few mechas that walk to their destinations. If these 3 points are met, then it is 100%. And there is only one thing. Tiger-Faced King will also tell his neighbor. After all, he is not looking for the disaster star. The other party is not the disaster star and was killed by the neighbor. It is better. It is the disaster star. Tiger-Faced King looked at the route of the disaster star and immediately guessed that the disaster star should go to the underground world, and quickly told his good neighbor. It seems that after playing for a while, I will reevaluate and change a mecha. Why Yang Bo is not afraid? Because he can change mechas. As long as the evaluation meets certain requirements, he can change to other generations of mechas. Of course, you have to repair this mecha to its initial state. Haha. This pervert actually went to the underground world. Let's go. Bring plasma bombs and hydrogen bombs. This dog is looking for death. The leader of the Justice Gang found Yang Bo entering the game. Both sides are calculating each other. You want to cheat me. I want to cheat you. The bird-slashing gang also sent people to follow. More than a dozen 7th and 8th generation mechas with different equipment followed the Justice Gang. Brother, let's change our business. The live streaming business is very profitable. It's much better than the business we're doing. That's right. Now more than 70,000 people have paid for it. We've earned 7 million. Brother, why don't we change our business? Those bastard consortiums only give us 10% off the price when we make some good stuff. Shut up and wait and see. We can't let Brother Jean-Yo die. Otherwise no one will watch the live streaming next time. Got it. Brother. We earned 16 million credit points from the live streaming last time. No wonder so many people play this crappy game. Brother. If Brother Jean-Yo is caught in reality, let's get him out and let him play the game every day. It's been so long since he played the game. That's right. Okay. Don't talk. Brother Jean-Yo is going in. As soon as Yang Bo entered the entrance of the underground world, the people of the Justice Gang fell directly to the ground. There was nothing they could do. They were advanced mechas that could fly. Boom! But just as they arrived at the entrance of the cave, there was a strong impact. And more than 30 mechas were hit by the impact and alarms were set off one after another. Bastard. Kill him! The leader of the Justice Gang was a sissy, screaming with a distorted voice. Yes! The reason why Yang Bo placed the bomb was to anger the Justice Gang and tell the mutants that he was here. The number of viewers of the Jean-Yo Gang's live broadcast suddenly increased from 70,000 to 80,000. To watch it, you have to pay 100 credit points. Which is nothing. Haha. Brother Jean-Yo has taken action. Quick! Go in and take a look. These two groups are fighting each other. That's right. Last time Brother Jean-Yo took away 11 advanced mechas in one wave. It made me excited. Quick! Give me 10,000 credit points. Go in quickly. Yang Bo moved quickly in the underground world. The super high reaction brought by the dynamic vision allowed Yang Bo to drive the flying backpack in the underground passage. The radar can see each other's traces. Yang Bo is going to the last sinkhole. If there are no mutants there, he will go back. If there are mutants, he will just run back. Huh? Suddenly the game screen surprised Yang Bo. The traces on the ground were obviously different. As if something had been active frequently. Tracking ability? Subconsciously, Yang Bo thought of his tracking ability. Then he controlled the mecha, twisted his body, and walked towards the trace. The underground world was dark, but the mecha had high technology, and it looked no different from being bright. Chapter 68 Going Deep Underground. These traces reminded Yang Bo of the scene he saw last time, which was the scene of mutants grazing. Yang Bo had a feeling that these mutants could survive until now because the Alliance did not fight them with all their strength. Because he could think of many perverted means to clean up the mutants. Of course, maybe the mutants have some unknown means. The mecha moved quickly in the passage of the underground world. In the underground world, sometimes there is a bad thing. That is, some places are narrow. And the more you walk, the smaller they are. And the chance of encountering a dead end is very high. This is why Yang Bo has to follow the traces. Because there is basically no dead end in the traces of walking like this. As for whether he will get lost, Yang Bo now has some ways to get out of the ground smoothly. Mainly to pit the Justice Gang behind him. This group of guys is simply unreasonable. It is obviously just a game. But they still want to control themselves. Maybe it's because of the reason in the previous life. I hate this kind of guy who talks without any pain. Sure enough, there is something fishy going on. In less than 10 minutes, Yang Bo heard a faint sound. The frequency of which was somewhat similar to the horn sound he heard in the Tianking. That is, someone was driving away or attracting these creatures. As for the fact that sound waves can attract or drive away creatures, Yang Bo knew that some people on Earth used these methods to hunt birds or other animals. Or drive away wild beasts. What communication method does this mecha game use? Why doesn't my radar work well down here? But the game screen has no delay or anything else? The communication method of this world made Yang Bo feel a little magical. The planet of the mecha game was unknown how far away from the planet he was on now. And the screen had no delay at all. This underground world had a huge impact on radar detection, but no impact on communication. Yang Bo was fast. And the Justice Gang was not slow either. These guys were able to control advanced mechas, which was a sign of something. However, in this underground world, it was more difficult to operate them. And they could not move at high speed. The people from the bird-slashing gang behind them seemed to be very familiar with the situation below. And their mechas moved smoothly. Brother bird-slashing is going to go down. Shall we go? Let's go. What are we afraid of? We can't outrun those mutant creatures. Let alone the Justice Gang. Yes. Let's go. 90,000 people have watched this. And we have earned 9 million game coins. Which can be exchanged at will. Yes. In the past, we had to wash our money before we could use it. In the channel of the bird-slashing gang. Everyone was talking about it. Yang Bo, who was at the front, relied on his ability to control sound waves to determine the approximate position of the other party, and rushed directly in the approximate direction. There were traces on the ground. Suddenly, Yang Bo saw the densely packed creatures on the radar. 10 seconds later, Yang Bo looked at a huge underground cave, which was densely packed with cave lizards. These lizards were moving in one direction, and at the same time, the radar issued a piercing alarm. Ha ha! Yang Bo laughed in the room. These lizards have camouflage ability. As for the alarm, it was because the mutants discovered him. He threw the hydrogen bombs in his hand, and then the mecha rushed to a passage on the side. Roar! A dozen mutants were stunned when they saw Yang Bo's mecha, and rushed over quickly. When they saw the hydrogen bomb, they roared continuously. Energy lights of various colors emerged from these mutants, and they chased after Yang Bo in a flash. But the next second, several advanced mechas appeared, and the radar of the Justice Gang also found mutants. They thought to themselves that it was just right to block Brother Zhanyo and blow up his mecha. But the mutants rushed over as soon as they met. But the advanced mechas all turned on the automatic attack system. Lasers and high-energy particles poured out instantly, and the mutants did not find the advanced mechas. Boom! At this moment, several hydrogen bombs exploded, shaking the earth. After Yang Bo dropped the hydrogen bomb, he turned and entered a passage on the side, immediately left 2 shockwave bombs, and then ran away. The earth shook. Even if it was remotely controlled, Yang Bo felt that his mecha was unstable all of a sudden due to the huge shockwave, and the entire mecha was pushed out of the passage. Disguise +1. Disguise +1. Yang Bo simply closed his eyes, because the mecha had lost control. Yes, the shock waves of several hydrogen bombs are equivalent to being in a relatively airtight place. The mind is full of camouflage +1. Densely packed. When Yang Bo controlled the mecha, he found that he had fallen into a turbulent underground river. The huge impact force made it difficult for Yang Bo to control the mecha. The mecha alarm sounded continuously, indicating that there were dangerous creatures in the water. Yang Bo quickly climbed ashore. Looking back, there were groups of black shadows in the turbulent river. He quickly dropped a shockwave bomb and ran away. Electric energy control +8. Electric energy control +8. A series of information made Yang Bo astonished. Was it a group of electric eels just now? It's a pity that there are not so many bombs. Otherwise, alas. Wow. Yang Bo looked at the map and found that he should be 1,500 meters deep underground. Did he roll so far just now? Mark this place. Yang Bo hurried away, and there were camouflage +1 information constantly appearing. What is this place? Looking at the passage in front of him, Yang Bo was a little suspicious, because this passage seemed to be built by humans, left and right. Yang Bo looked around and decided to go there. Call the troops and generals. Call. Yang Bo looked around, muttered, and walked to the left. At worst, the mecha will be scrapped. Yang Bo thought very open-mindedly. Anyway, it's already like this. What can he do? Just after walking for a while, Yang Bo's radar became worse and worse, and he was even more unsure. Ding ding dang dang. Ding ding dang dang. A rhythmic sound was transmitted into the ears, and the radar was increasingly interfered with. Mine cave? Soon Yang Bo found that in a wide cave, at least thousands of square meters and more than 20 meters high, there were many people working, knocking on pieces of stone, and then selecting something from it. On the stone wall on one side, there was also a man-made hole, and more ding-ding-dang sounds could be heard inside. At this moment, Yang Bo suddenly heard a rumbling sound. Looking back, he found that it was actually water flow. The water flow was very turbulent, and soon turned into a flood. Oh my god! Did I collapse the underground reservoir? Yang Bo was smart and ran up quickly. The turbulent water flow swept to the place where those people were. These people hurriedly shouted and fled, and black shadows kept swimming in the water. The electric eel just now. Yang Bo watched the turbulent water flow sweeping the place that seemed to be a mine cave. The slow runners laid down with their bodies stiff, and then were dragged away by the creatures in the water. Chapter 69. More live broadcasts like this. Yang Bo was still a little confused. What was going on? Was it really because of him? Soon, the water flooded the cave that seemed to be a mine, and there were bursts of wailing from it. What kind of mutants are these? They seem to be very weak. Yang Bo didn't understand that mutants are all strong. Why do these mutants seem to be the same as ordinary people? Run away. Yang Bo didn't have time to look carefully at where he was, and was ready to run away directly. At this moment, the alarm of the mecha suddenly sounded. Boom! There was no time to react. The alarm sounded in the passage where he climbed up. He pushed the joystick hard with his left hand, and started the rocket backpack at the same time. The mecha crashed forward. But this time Yang Bo put the energy shield of the mecha in front of his body. A mutant was squeezed against the rock wall by the huge mecha. Because Yang Bo was going uphill, and this guy was going downhill. Yang Bo saw that the mutant's head was in front of his mecha's head. Poof! The mech's head subconsciously smashed down hard. And the mutant's head was smashed into pieces. Biological summoning +8. A message made Yang Bo stunned. What kind of skill is this? At this moment, Yang Bo found that the upward passage was full of alarms and a series of mutants. So he turned back decisively and threw a shockwave bomb. Huge water flow. Yang Bo simply let the mech rush along with the water flow. God bless. God bless. Yang Bo listened to the alarm in the mech and prayed in his heart. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. And Yang Bo realized that the mech had rushed out of a very high waterfall and was falling down. The next second, Yang Bo activated the rocket backpack. And the mecha flew quickly into the distance. What is this place? The rocket backpack carried Yang Bo's mecha and landed on the hard ground. It looked so strange here, as if it was artificially excavated. But it seemed that it had not been used for a long time. The detection range of the radar is very small. Only a few dozen meters, which is equivalent to a super nearsighted human. Fortunately, the visual system is still intact. There are steps here, which are definitely not naturally formed. The steps lead to the depths of the ground. Yang Bo heard a sizzling sound behind him. After a closer look, he found that some mutants were rushed into the huge underground reservoir under the waterfall. Electric eels were attacking these mutants. And electric sparks could be seen on the mutants. Looking at the only hydrogen bomb, Yang Bo picked up the mecha weapon, cut one end first, and then cut the other end. There are radioactive substances inside the hydrogen bomb. And the hydrogen bomb will not be contaminated only after the explosion. Hee hee. Yang Bo laughed and threw the disassembled hydrogen bomb wreckage with explosive energy rays into the water. There were electric eels biting the things he threw down. It's a pity that my mecha still needs to be operated. Otherwise, Yang Bo almost dismantled the nuclear battery of his mecha. But unfortunately, the mecha could not move after the battery was dismantled. Let's go! Yang Bo hurriedly left. The water level was getting higher and higher. I don't know what was going on. When Yang Bo was looking for a way out below, the Zhanyo gang and the Jingyi gang were completely destroyed. The Zhanyo gang followed the Jingyi gang. The teammates behind the Jingyi gang used the mecha voice to curse the Zhanyo gang members. And the Zhanyo gang members also used the mecha voice to curse. At one time, the live broadcast on the forum was watched by more than 300,000 people. And the people of the bird slashing gang earned more than 30 million game coins. At this time, the Justice gang and the bird slashing gang were hit by a hydrogen bomb. In the narrow underground space, the advanced mechas were unstable due to the huge shock wave, and were even blown out of the passage. At one time, the number of viewers exceeded 1 million in an instant. The long-range weapons of the Justice gang's advanced mechas were automatically turned on, continuously firing lasers, killing the mutants who approached. At this point, the Justice gang did not lose a single mecha, but killed more than a dozen mutants. Although these mutants were hit by the hydrogen bomb and could not exert their strength, it was also a bargain. The mecha teams of the Justice gang and the bird slashing gang mixed together and cursed each other. For a while, the forum live broadcast was about to explode. However, in less than a minute, fluorescent figures rushed out of the darkness. These mutants were like samurai, with two samurai swords in their arms, emitting green light. In the small environment, the mechas can't show their strength at all. The melee mechas of the bird slashing gang can't swing their weapons at all. Some mechas want to rush out, but they hit the stone wall too fast. And then the player's screen goes black. On the forum, the live broadcast was very excited. 100 game coins. Worth it. More than 40 mechas. All exploded in less than 10 seconds. Classic. Classic. This is the first time in this game that mutants kill so many high-level mechas. Exciting. When will it happen again? That's right. But the underground world is indeed not suitable for large-scale mecha teams. This is common sense. Actually, I was too slow to react. These guys are cursing. Where's Brother Jean-Yao? I guess he was the first one to die. Didn't you see the dozen powerful mutants rushing over there just now? That's right. Haha. A third-generation mecha caused the biggest tragedy in the mecha game. Haha. It's great. More of them. I'll watch more of these live broadcasts in the future. Wow. So many mechas. The members of the Jean-Yao gang and the Justice gang started cursing each other on the forum. And some people who didn't mind getting involved were also cursing. In the underground passage, Yang Bo saw more than a dozen creatures summoning messages one after another. And his head was buzzing for a while. Wow. It's actually more than 4,000 meters underground. Yang Bo took a look. This is an approximate value, measured based on air pressure. Yang Bo no longer expected to go back, but still wanted to gain more experience. Unfortunately, there didn't seem to be any other creatures here, and the radar was severely interfered with. Underground city? Soon Yang Bo found a bright light, and then saw an underground space several hundred meters high, with bright lights inside, many mutants flying around, and some buildings. Wow! Yang Bo decided to leave quickly, and the next second, several mutants more than 2 meters tall appeared in front of the mecha, wearing energy armor. What? The Disaster Star is here? The Tiger-Faced King looked at his first General King Kong with a look of astonishment and asked. Yes, General. It's over there. King Kong was also depressed, and was touched by a human mecha. Where did this dog come from? It seems to have come from the Death Reservoir. I have sent people to check it out. Let's go and have a look. The Tiger-Faced King thought for a while, and asked with his eyes rolling. King! The neighbor next door was attacked, and all the countless cave lizards summoned by the neighbor died. Ha ha. Good. Good. Our neighbor is going to starve. What's going on? That Disaster Star somehow found the route for the neighbor to summon cave lizards, and dropped a few hydrogen bombs. You know, there are advanced mechas behind the Disaster Star. Our people were crushed to death, and only a few small things escaped. In addition, it is said that an underground reservoir was destroyed, and the mine of the neighbor next door was flooded. Ha ha. I roughly know. The Tiger-Faced King recalled the map around him, and suddenly understood how the Disaster Star appeared on his side. Chapter 70 Immigration begins. Beep! Beep! The mech sounded a rapid alarm, and Yang Bo simply turned off the alarm. A group of mutants. At least dozens of them. These guys have energy weapons, energy armor, and are more than 2 meters tall. But their faces look a bit like gorillas. Yang Bo didn't dare to move. The radar prompted these guys to be extremely dangerous. Extremely dangerous. Extremely dangerous. Energy weapons cut his mech like cutting tofu. A man in golden energy armor came from a distance. Why does this man look a bit like a tiger? The mutants around were shouting something respectfully. Yang Bo guessed that this was their unique language. Disaster Star. Nice to meet you. Just when Yang Bo was surprised at how these people dealt with him. A mutant wearing golden armor. This guy was nearly 3 meters tall, although he didn't bring energy weapons. But a pair of golden gloves were particularly conspicuous. Do you know Interstellar language? Hearing the other party shout, Yang Bo quickly typed and sent the language. He was a sonic mutant. Of course he wouldn't use his own. Yang Bo used the voice module of the leader of the Justice Gang. Hee. Ha. Of course. We are also interstellar citizens. Tiger-Faced King looked at the 8-meter-high third-generation mecha, which was just a pile of junk in his eyes. Yang Bo continued to type. You won't kill me? It's just a pile of junk mecha. Ha. Forget it. I won't say more. I will send someone to send you back to the ground immediately. Tiger-Faced King wanted to say that you guys are not playing a game. But when the words came to his lips, he gave up. This Disaster Star is good. In addition, Tiger-Faced King thought Yang Bo was very interesting. Yang Bo was not a real person, and what he broke was just a pile of junk. It was not worth it for him to do it himself. So he let this guy go out and continue to harm his neighbors. This time, another neighbor of mine was unlucky. Every time he came out, his neighbor would be unlucky. Why? Yang Bo continued typing and asked. No reason. I like it. Ha. King Kong. Take this guy out. The Tiger-Faced King was happy when he thought that his neighbor would be hungry again. without mines, and losing population. It turns out that the underground world also has territory. These mutants will release many creatures, such as cave lizards. Why can cave lizards reproduce so much without predators in the food chain? It is because the predators have been cleared by the mutants. The mutants will use special means to summon these cave lizards to a place as food reserves every once in a while. A large area needs to be cleared at a time, and generally a wave is collected every few years. The Tiger-Face King is ready to take action. The mutant tribal system. Once the tribe has no food, there will be civil strife in the tribe. A 2-meter-5-meter tall man, holding 2 long machetes in his hands. One of them pointed at a place. Yang Bo was dumbfounded, puzzled, confused. What's going on? Disaster? Yang Bo was a little confused. Why did they call him that? Why did they let him go? Half an hour later, Yang Bo looked at the sun, then looked at the cave behind him. Brother John Yu is back. Brother John Yu is back. Fuck you. Yang Bo controlled the mecha back to the base, and was heartbroken when repairing it. And the forum went crazy. The Justice Gang and the Zhan Yao Gang both hated Yang Bo. Why don't you just die? Why don't you just die? Yang Bo first looked at the forum to see if the Justice Gang had been cheated. Oh my god. Yang Bo looked at the most exciting clip of less than 10 minutes. From his escape, the Justice Gang encountered mutants, killed more than a dozen mutants, and then had their mechas blown up by the mutants. The most people on the forum were those who just wanted to watch the show, saying that there should be more live broadcasts like this. How could it be so good? So good. And that the mutants were so powerful. TSK. These guys were attracted by me in the lake last time. The Justice Gang lost almost half of them last time. And this time, they were all wiped out. It met expectations. Yang Bo was in a good mood and played the game. He silently recited the skills in his mind, and his eyes lit up. There were 2 biggest changes. Disguise. Grandmaster, obtain the biological sample of the disguised object, and cannot distinguish the true from the false from the biological characteristics, but cannot disguise the memory and ability of the object. Yang Bo almost laughed out loud. Which means that as long as you obtain the biological sample of others, you can become the other person, and become the other person genetically. But you cannot disguise the memory and ability of others. Then if it's a biological sample of a woman. Ugh. Disgusting. Continue to watch. Add a biological summon. Advanced, 162/1000. It already has 3 Grandmaster skills. Swimming, sound wave control, and camouflage. The future is promising. Yang Bo charged himself first, and now he had to charge slowly. Otherwise the battery would probably self-ignite. I need to get some homologous energy stones. With that thing, I can go anywhere. I wonder how to make homologous energy stones. Yang Bo went out for a stroll, ready to take another look at this planet. There were traces of lasers falling on this planet every day. In fact, many people with superpowers did not report to the government, because this is something you took the initiative to report. Also, welfare residents like Yang Bo used to need regular physical examinations, but other normal residents will not be forced to have physical examinations. Huh? Yang Bo found a feather on the ground, and his heart moved. This biological sample? However, this is a public area, and Yang Bo muttered in his heart. But he still didn't take it. When he returned home, Yang Bo went online to look at some accessories, mainly to see if there were any animal materials or something, and then slapped his head. Whether the meat he bought counted. What a pity. After getting the meat, Yang Bo tried it, but there was no reaction, and it couldn't be disguised. What Yang Bo didn't know was that the meat he bought was processed, and the cells had no activity, and even the most advanced technology could not clone it. Next, Yang Bo did not enter the game, but first got a game password. When he arrived at a new place, he could use the password to obtain his own game information, mainly because there were hydrogen bombs and shockwave bombs in stock. Otherwise Yang Bo would not have bothered to do this. More Yang Bo was training metal control, mainly controlling the changes in energy metals and mastering the tricks. Finally, it was time to leave. The fat boss came to Yang Bo's house in person and took care of the dormitory. So many people? Yang Bo found that the fat boss actually had dozens of subordinates, and with family members. There were 500 or 600 people. One guy actually had 3 wives. This is a civilized society. Yongbo. The residents take this kind of energy protection cabin. Now let's go to the airport first. Unlike what I imagined, the fat boss actually booked an aerospace transport plane. Everyone has a seat, which is fully enclosed, with a transparent shield. What kind of energy protection cabin is it? After a person sat down next to him, his head was covered by a transparent helmet, and then a blue liquid came out from the outside and wrapped the whole person. After Yongbo sat down, a transparent helmet appeared, and his body was wrapped in a warm liquid. Yongbo found that this transparent helmet can watch movies and adjust the temperature of the energy protection liquid. No wonder you have to change into special clothes when you get on the transport plane. Yongbo voice commanded the helmet to display the scene outside the transporter, muttering in his heart. Chapter 71. What I saw. The transport plane slowly took off, then accelerated, and accelerated. When passing through the atmosphere, the energy shield of the transport plane rubbed against the atmosphere, forming a magnificent view. TSK. TSK. This speed? Yongbo knew that to be able to rub against the atmosphere at such a high speed during takeoff, astronauts on Earth need to undergo long-term special training, and many people will be injured after several trips. Soon the transport plane passed through the atmosphere, and the huge airport appeared in front of Yongbo for the first time. It looked like a stiff crab. Originally, Yongbo thought that the light of the airport was the light of the reflected stars, but it turned out not to be, but lights. TSK. TSK. This energy system is awesome. But it is also true that the most advanced mechas have antimatter batteries, and the third-generation machines in my game have nuclear fusion batteries. The transport plane landed on a crab leg in a graceful posture. The liquid in the energy shield cabin disappeared. How long has it been? On the ground inside the airport, there are green arrows. Yongbo and others are riding in a car similar to a small train, which is moving along the arrows. Yongbo and others are still wearing the clothes they wore when they came up. The fat boss said, interstellar travel is very dangerous. Silent particle storms and super energy rays. Of course, there is a high probability that they will not happen at all during a single voyage. But there is a record that a spacecraft was hit by more than 280 high-energy rays in 1 month of sailing. Gene evolvers have superpowers in their bodies and are very resistant, but they have to wear protective clothing when encountering such frequent shocks. The fat boss looked at Yongbo differently. First, it was because Yongbo had no psychological burden to kill small animals. If such a person was trained well, he would be a capable general. Second, the fat boss suspected that Yongbo was already a genetic evolver. Otherwise, Wu Bing would not have noticed that he ran fast during that mission. The fat boss was still looking forward to having a subordinate with mysterious abilities. The small train was in this airport, and there was no gravity, so you could see small trains running on the walls around the passage, and the ones on top would not fall off. Our clothes have a gravity effect, forming a force with the ground, making us feel like we are on a planet. The fat boss looked at Yongbo suspiciously, looking at the small train passing by overhead. We are riding a gravity car, and each gravity car has its own independent gravity frequency, forming a kind of suspension with the bottom of the passage. The fat boss continued to explain. That's the spaceship we're going to take. It's 18 kilometers long, 9 kilometers wide, and the height of the transport ship reaches 500 meters. It all uses a honeycomb ceiling structure. Even if it encounters an unknown meteorite collision during interstellar travel, it won't have much impact on the overall situation. The fat boss pointed to the transparent window outside, where a flat spaceship was on a crab leg in the airport. 18 kilometers. Huge. However, the spaceship can only travel in space and cannot take off and land on the planet. Otherwise, the huge gravity will cause this big guy to break itself. There are space elevators and transport planes between the airport and the ground. That's the space elevator, which uses full magnetic propulsion. We residents can't withstand the high speed of the space elevator. The fat boss said seriously. It was indeed fast. Yongbo looked at a shuttle-like thing, which came up in a flash. There were ropes of some material around the space elevator, and there were lights on it, as well as some equipment. It was probably to form a magnetic levitation channel. It felt like an electromagnetic gun, but this one could control the elevator suspension, acceleration, deceleration, etc. through the space elevator. Okay, we will live in this area. This is a cabin for residents. Don't leave this area. After entering the transport ship, We arrived at a place that looked like a big shopping mall. The middle was empty, about 50 to 60 meters high, and the dome was a blue sky. That was simulated. The living place was about 10 square meters, with a bathroom and a large double bed, just like those express hotels. Yang Bo was reading the manual. When taking a shower, he took off his clothes after entering. The shower room was sealed, and the water would atomize and wash the body. At this time, because there was no clothes, he would feel weightless. You can also play games. Yang Bo found that he could play games here, including mecha games, and the equipment here was better than that in his dormitory. There are also various places, entertainment cities, zoos, and if you are alone, you can adopt a robot pet. You can also rent robots, and the key parts are guaranteed to be unused. And there are various models. TSK, TSK, TSK. Yang Bo knew after reading the instructions that this is just like an independent community. And this community is an independent closed structure. Because in the Interstellar, there are still many things that humans cannot detect. Every year, many meteorites hit warships or planets, and human detectors cannot detect them at all. When a closed cabin of a transport ship is hit by a meteorite, the rescue robot will stuff the guests into the lifeboat in the shortest possible time. And then the maintenance robot will repair the transport ship as quickly as possible. If it cannot be repaired, the lifeboat will become an escape hatch. And the escape hatch will choose the nearest planet or fleet to fly over. The room where you live has a community outside. It looks like a window, but it is actually a screen, simulating the day and night on the planet. This gravity suit is interesting. Yang Bo looked at everyone wearing a gravity suit for travel. You can eat and drink as you like here. There are no restrictions. But you have to eat in a special place. And the food residues will be sucked away by the exhaust system. What are you doing now? Yang Bo didn't know what to do now. Forget about the mecha game. Who knows if there is any backdoor in the system on this battleship? This world strictly prohibits the study of neural networks because a horrific thing happened in the early days. A hacker attacked the system and transmitted some bad memories through the neural network. It is said that after that incident, all the humans attacked died in the next 3 years. All by suicide. As for what memory was transmitted, there is no clear statement. Maybe Yang Bo himself does not have enough authority. And subsequent research found that once the neural network is attacked, even a small increase in voltage will not be tolerated by human nerves. Yang Bo. Here is a book. Take a closer look. It is about the basics of ancient martial arts and secret arts. You can also practice it first to get a feel for it. When you arrive at March Star, the company will give you a chance later. You can decide which secret arts and ancient martial arts to choose. Just when Yang Bo felt that he had nothing to do, the fat boss took out a paper book and handed it to Yang Bo. Remember, this cannot be seen by outsiders. I'm leaving first. Just take it as a rest at home and relax. The fat boss said before leaving. Yang Bo nodded and was about to open the book when he heard the broadcast saying that the spacecraft had started sailing and it was expected to take 3 months and 12 days. On Pato Star, someone received a message. A sneer appeared at the corner of his mouth, and then entered a game and sent a message to someone. Chapter 72 Life on a Transport Ship. In the vast starry sky, it is very difficult to accurately intercept a spaceship, because you don't know its speed and route. Maybe you arrive, but it is tens of millions or hundreds of millions of kilometers away. How can you chase it? Brother, the fat sheep are dispatched. But according to the list, there is a sea-level agent from Ngijia company on this spaceship. In the dark starry sky, in a 1,000-meter-long warship, a man quickly took the deciphered information and reported. What's wrong with Ngijia? Just a bunch of underground rats. We have energy armor, mecha, and fighter planes. If anyone doesn't obey, we will kill them directly. This batch of fat sheep has been reserved by someone. The price is not bad. As long as they are not particularly irritable, they will stay. Moreover, most of the shitty residents of Ngijia are genetic evolutionists. These people will pay higher prices to buyers. The leader sneered and said, Yes, brother. Do you want our people to play as Brother Jean and start live streaming in the game? We lost a lot last time. Our mechas are worth a lot of money. No wonder some people criticize this broken game. The compensation price can buy mechas in real life. Huh? This is a good idea. Brother Jean has those routines anyway. But who can choose the 3rd generation mechas? We are all elites. There must be fat sheep this time. Let's keep a few. That's right. The Justice Gang is a bunch of bastards who are scolding us on the forum. Don't let me know who it is. Otherwise, I will kill these bastards. Just the people who were in real life. Young Bo is having a headache now. The book was given by the fat boss. I won't talk about the secret method. This one is to break through your own limits, such as holding your breath, meditation, and life and death. Damn. I am sick. I have superpowers now, and I want to die. What if I really die? Ancient martial arts are obscure. Just some basic moves. 1 or 2. One-handed handstand. Meditation. And some hand seals. I don't understand. I really don't understand this stuff. It seems that my individual talent is not good. If I don't have mysterious abilities, I will be a pig for the rest of my life. Yang Bo threw the book aside. This stuff is just like reading advanced mechanics and advanced algebra. I really can't understand it. People are like this. Those with talent can understand it. And those without talent can't understand it. Forget it. Just take a break. Yang Bo went out for a stroll and looked around. There are restaurants, bars, entertainment cities, and gambling machines. Real-life gambling. When he came to a gambling machine, Yang Bo tapped the machine lightly and found that it was purely mechanical. He looked at the instructions carefully. It turned out that the gambling company avoided the suspicion of cheating and used pure machinery without any circuit boards or anything, which means it was purely based on luck. Earn some money to spend? Yang Bo just stretched out his hand and clapped it, and the sound wave discovered the structure of the machine. When he touched the machine, he found that the metal control could sense the more complex and delicate design inside. Machinery is machinery, but the probability of machinery can also be adjusted. However, Yang Bo did not gamble. This thing is addictive, and those who can open such a company are shameless. If you lose, you will walk slowly, and if you win, you will also walk slowly, cough cough. When he came to the game area, Yang Bo's eyes lit up. There were entertainment facilities similar to the Earth Gun game machine. He entered a separate small room, put on a game helmet, held a simulated laser gun in his hand, and then began his adventure. This game is free and is a standalone game. Yang Bo entered the small room, closed the door, and then followed the prompts. Put on a helmet, and picked up a laser gun. So this is how to use a laser gun? Yang Bo now knows how to use a laser gun. What's more, he didn't have access to these things before, but now he has access to them in the game. Many toys are made according to real things. Awesome. There is no sound when shooting a laser gun, but the game is equipped with sound, and it is an adventure on a planet. The ground is a setting similar to a treadmill, but it can turn 360 degrees. People are walking on it, turning and walking, etc., which will be reflected in the game. At first Yang Bo was not familiar with it, but gradually he became familiar with it, and the dynamic field of view came into play. The laser gun also has a lead time for different distances, but it is very small, and it is not easy to master it. An hour later, Yang Bo exited the game thoughtfully. The standalone game is a standalone game, but the game settings seem to be real, because some things have been seen in mecha games. But there are no mutants, especially hunting some mutant beasts. Some beasts have special abilities. You have to hit their weaknesses, and you can't just fight hard. Looks like we need to play more. Yang Bo's eyes lit up again. There are also mecha games, and the operation room looks the same as the mecha operation cabin. TSK. These game companies are domineering. This reminded Yang Bo of the Ami toy company on Earth, which dared to sell nuclear reactor toys, causing a naughty kid to almost destroy the city. It also sold nuclear submarine toys, which let people know the internal layout of the submarine. It even sold luminous glass when radium just came out. Could it be that these game companies are also the layout of the government? In case mutant creatures appear one day, at least a group of people will master some skills? However, Yang Bo's brain is working quickly now, and he quickly thought of another possibility. He chose another doomsday game, which had all kinds of mutants and creatures, and he had to collect supplies to survive. I don't care if these games will happen in real life. I don't have anything to do anyway. Yang Bo was not familiar with the other subordinates of the fat boss, and the others seemed to look down on him. After all, other old employees might have cooperated with each other, and Wu Bing was not here, and he didn't know where he was, and he was the weakest. And any enterprise, company, And old employees would not be too friendly to newcomers. Some old workers even deliberately took away new workers, fearing that the boss would not want them anymore after having new workers. The fat boss watched Yang Bo playing games every day, and there was nothing he could do. He would talk about it when he arrived at March Star. Even if Yang Bo did not have the talent for genetic evolution, the company had enough ordinary task lists. So how could he lose money? However, the fat boss still planned to talk to Yang Bo. So the two sat together again. And the fat boss asked, "How is it? Is the interstellar travel okay?" "Thank you, boss. It's much better than I thought." Yang Bo picked up a drink and took a sip and said. The fat boss asked again, "Do you have any experience in reading books?" "Boss, I don't understand. I know individual words, but I can't understand them together." Yang Bo shook his head with a distressed expression. The fat boss chuckled, "That's right. Secret methods and ancient martial arts need to be taught by people. This is why ancient martial arts are becoming more and more decadent. It requires too much individual talent from people. But there is no limit to the growth of ancient martial arts and secret methods. But there is a limit for genetic medicine." Yang Bo was surprised to hear this and asked, "Why is this?" "Because the raw materials of genetic medicines themselves have an upper limit. And the genetic changes stimulated by these raw materials also have a limit. Ancient martial arts and secret methods rely on their own power to activate. Of course, most people don't need to worry, because everyone has an upper limit, and there are very few people with a high upper limit." The fat boss continued. Yang Bo nodded. "Yes, everyone starts to think that they are different. But what is the result? Most of them are mediocre." Yang Bo took the opportunity to ask a question he had wanted to know for a long time. "Boss, what are the differences between the levels of genetic evolvers? And how are they determined?" Chapter 73. Hello, everyone. Gene evolutionists. This is actually not accurate. It should be said that they are superpowers. The reason why they are called gene evolutionists is that they don't want other people without abilities to think that they are not in the same world as superpowers. Superpowers are mainly determined by blood tests. Cell strength, cell energy, and biological cells have many incredible abilities. Some organisms are extremely poisonous. Some emit light. Some emit electricity. And some release sonar, etc. Superpowers are roughly divided into three categories. The first is strength, which means overall physical fitness improvement. This distinction is much simpler. Directly test strength. E-level punches can reach a minimum of 1 ton of strength. Of course, some awakenings are 3 tons. And there are 4 tons. D-level has a minimum of 5 tons. C-level has a minimum of 30 tons. And B-level has a minimum of 150 tons per punch. The minimum punch of A-level is 500 tons. Of course, there are others. A-level strength attributors have abnormal physical defense and incredible speed. It depends on the individual because each person is different. Some are more inclined to speed, and some are more inclined to defense. There is also an element controller, who controls fire, water, electricity, earth, air, ice, metal, and other material things. Be careful when you meet this kind of people in the future. This kind is the most troublesome because these guys are likely to test their strength when they register for the test. So when you think the other party is an E-level gene evolver, the next second this guy may hit you with a ball of fire. This kind requires blood drawing. And there is no strict definition for blood drawing. For example, I know a superpower with wind attribute. In one word, fast. Most mechas can't catch up with him. But element controllers are only about 5% of all evolvers. So you have to run as fast as you can when you encounter them. The last type is the mysterious ability users, which means that no one has the ability so far. This type of people is the most troublesome. Didn't I say before that someone gained permission by touching the fighter plane? So since then all the weapons and equipment exhibition halls have been shielded, and the energy sources have been dismantled at night, such as the batteries of the mechas. Some of these people are probably extremely rare electronic superpowers. It's okay for such people to control fighter planes. But if they control people, especially those with chips, do you think it will be easy? Yang Bo was surprised to hear this. Chips shouldn't be so fragile? Uh-huh. You also said it was a chip. If the voltage is high, there will be problems. Even if it is a biological chip, let alone a chip. The human brain can't stand the high voltage. This is why energy armor appeared. The human brain is the most big weakness. Look at those guys of the Red Earl. Why do they wear helmets? The high-energy rays and high-energy particles in the universe also damage the brain. Unless it is a mysterious evolver in the direction of wisdom. Yang Bo. You may not know that there is a kind of people who can release several tons or dozens of tons of pressure with their mental power. I know someone destroyed a mecha with mental power. The rating of this kind of people is A+. A level that does not exist on any paper. The barrier formed by the mental power of this kind of people is comparable to an energy shield. Yang Bo heard this and nodded. It's terrible. There is another kind of people. The legendary S level. It is said that there is one such person in each of the 3 countries. I don't know if it is true. This kind of people is said to have been completely energized. Think about it. How fast the energy is transmitted. Even if there is a fleet, you can't do anything. Because you can't lock on the other party. No matter how advanced your weapons are. You are blind if you can't lock on. The reason why the fat man was willing to say so much was to let Yang Bo know more. Then when he arrived at the new place, the company would start to use tricks. What was the purpose of companies like the fat man's? Such as exchanging points for things and company training. Wasn't it just tricking you? Yang Bo was shocked and asked, the body is energy. Isn't it immortal? I don't know. But with my many years of experience, it shouldn't be. Because the energy in the body is limited. Even the energy of a star will be extinguished one day. Let alone a human. The fat man shook his head. Yang Bo thought about it, and it was right. He had to recharge himself. If there was no energy in the body, he couldn't use any skills. Without energy, any superpowers could not be exerted. This is also a major shortcoming of superpowers. The energy of mechas and warships is almost unlimited. How can people compare? You should read more books. The main thing is that you have to choose by yourself. Whether it is secret method or ancient martial arts. The success rate is not very high in one time. The one over there succeeded 9 times. The fat man looked at a person. Yang Bo took a look and realized that it was the guy who lived on the floor above him. He had spent so much money and credits on this big bastard. Now that guy can earn tens of millions of credits a year. The fat boss would often make big promises to Yang Bo. Yang Bo was also envious. But of course he was pretending. He had been made big promises many times on Earth. But big promises are just big promises. If you can't go to March Star, you can terminate the contract with the company. After all, you are a resident. And the penalty for breach of contract won't be too much? Yang Bo was ready to live a good life. The fat guy was doing dirty work. If he got into the circle and quit, would there be any accidents? The company will train you in a planned way. You have to work hard. There are many benefits to becoming an evolver. These employees all failed to get injected with genetic drugs before. You have to believe in the company's strength. The company will not treat excellent employees unfairly. This time, we will let you undergo genetic evolution as soon as possible. If you succeed, you can take advanced orders. This time, the company will not charge you any points or money. So you should still read books. Especially the basic ones of ancient martial arts. And tell me if there are any abnormalities. Yang Bo pretended to be excited and said, thank you, boss. Since I came out with you, I will work with you in the future. Okay. 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 The fat man was very satisfied with Yang Bo's reaction and said yes repeatedly. In a month, Yang Bo got used to it. He had free food and drinks, free games, and went home to sleep at night. Although this night was shown on the big screen. What happened? One night a month later, Yang Bo was sleeping and found that the fake window, which should have been dark, suddenly lit up. Hello, everyone. I'm glad to see you all here. We are the Silver Moon Interstellar Pirates. We have now taken control of the entire transport ship. We hope you will cooperate with us on the journey ahead. I know that many of you have superpowers. But we have armor, mecha, and fighter planes. The most important thing is that we also have a warship. We don't want to hurt anyone, because we sell each of you at a good price. The original window turned into a big screen, and there was a person wearing black energy armor inside. Even the helmet mask was black, with a silver crescent logo on the chest. Yang Bo was stunned, and quickly got up and rushed out of the door. Fortunately, the door could be opened and was not locked by the system. He found that there were already many people outside. The fat boss looked at the big screen with a black face. No. All the screens were showing this picture. Chapter 74 Brutal Pirates. Everyone's face was dark, looking at the warships in the distance. Warships are divided into large and small. But this transport ship is no match for the warships, no matter how big it is. Don't look at the small size of the other side's warships. The other side has energy shields, laser cannons used by warships, and even other energy weapons. What Yang Bo couldn't figure out was why these pirates got on the transport ship. What are they playing for? Is this really not a trap? How difficult is it to intercept a transport ship in the vast sea of stars? This is not on the ground. There is only one road. Boss, I suspect there is a conspiracy, a young man said. And Yang Bo saw that it was the guy who lived above his dormitory building. The fat boss took a deep breath. Mostly those bastards from Patostar. I said why it was so easy to approve this time. These bastards. Boss. Our company? You all wait here. I will try to negotiate. If it doesn't work, we will do it again. Lu Jijia thought about borrowing the company's reputation to see. At this time, the big screen started live broadcasting. And the pirate inside shouted arrogantly, "There is a top cabin below. There are 2 B-level gene evolvers registered here. And more than 20 other levels of gene evolvers. Let's see who objects." The pirate opened the cabin. And Yang Bo took a look. Wow! There was a lawn and a garden inside. The space was at least 400 meters high. And there were several castle-like buildings with an area of 4 or 5 square kilometers. There were some pets on the grass. I don't know if it's real. It's the world of the rich. Surrounded by blue sky and white clouds. One of the pirates hit a cow with a laser gun. And the cow was broken apart. It was found that there was a metal structure inside. The bandit leader was followed by a mecha. And there were more than a dozen pirates wearing energy armor. I'll give you 1 minute. If you don't come out in 1 minute, we'll kill you. I'll smash the cabin and let these garbage go into space with you and become a pile of space garbage. The bandit leader said arrogantly. Silver Moon Pirates, the most mysterious pirate group. The transport ship robbed by this pirate group has disappeared. Lu Jijia said. There are still 30 seconds. There are still 20 seconds. The bandit leader shouted on the big screen. I have money. I have a lot of money. Someone came out of the castle and shouted loudly. Everyone come out. Just when Yang Bo and others thought that the people inside would come out to surrender, 2 figures suddenly rushed out of the castle. The speed of these 2 figures was extremely fast. Energy armor. Energy weapons. The fat boss exclaimed in a low voice. That's right. The 2 were like medieval warriors wearing leather armor. The armor on their bodies was very close to their bodies, emitting a bright light. And the one-handed swords in their hands were like flames burning. The 2 were extremely fast. And they covered a distance of several hundred meters in a flash. But the next second, a series of lasers appeared. The thickness of the lasers was known to be the laser cannons of the mechas. The lasers of the mechas hit the energy armors of the 2 people. And the 2 people were hit and stopped in the air. In less than a second, the 2 were hit by the mecha laser cannons and exploded. The laser cannons fired at least hundreds of lasers in this short time. This is the power of technology. There are also high-frequency laser cannons. How can the energy of the human body fight against technology? 2 B-level gene evolvers with energy armors and energy weapons were gone. This kind of positive ability is not good without assistance. After watching, Yang Bo was more certain that it was not a solution to confront the mechas head-on. And some special abilities were still needed. Yang Bo watched, and then thought in his mind, what should he do in this situation? What method should he use? Time is up. The bandit leader was very calm, watching the time and shouting loudly. Then the big screen turned, and the pirate warship outside was seen. And the laser cannon on the warship fired a laser. The next second, a big hole broke at the bottom of the space of this rich man that Yang Bo envied. The vacuum environment of space burst out with a huge suction force. And everything in the entire cabin was instantly sucked out of space. Many robots flew out. And there were lifeboats behind these robots. And people were stuffed into the lifeboats by the robots. The castle, grass, and trees were sucked into space in an instant. However, as soon as the lifeboat was turned on the automatic mode, it was directly blown up by a whistling space fighter with lasers. Some gene evolvers opened the lifeboat, but they were also blown up the next second. Gene evolvers have energy in their bodies. Once hit by lasers, they will explode. The robbers have energy armor and mecha, so they are not afraid of this vacuum environment at all. Yang Bo saw women, children, and more than 160 people just gone. The lifeboat system is independent. Once there is a problem in each sealed cabin, The lifeboat system will put people into the lifeboat before they suffocate. Unfortunately, the lifeboat has no defense against the space fighter. The rest of the people took a breath of cold air. More than 100 people are gone. How much wealth do these people have? These people also have energy weapons and energy armor. Unless we have mechas too. This is definitely a conspiracy. The transport ship's guards have mechas. I just don't know where the mechas are. It's probably destroyed by pirates as soon as possible. It's useless to have mechas. They all have key systems. Alas, we're done for this time. Everyone was talking while watching what the bandits were doing next. Very good. Next one. The bandit leader looked at the empty cabin. Except for the screen on the top and the light. The rest of the black metal walls. The bandit leader shouted coldly. The transport ship is a honeycomb structure. Just like a watertight cabin. The damage of one cabin will not affect other cabins. This is because there are some high-speed moving objects in space. And it's no big deal for the transport ship to be hit. We are actually very busy. We originally wanted to destroy the transport ship. But someone offered to buy you. Do you know why there are no survivors in our pirate group? Because they have all become space junk. Maybe in a few hundred or a few thousand years. Someone will find these space junk and take them back as antiques for research. Don't think that a warship will come to rescue you. It's impossible. The transport ship has changed its route. As for the escort you are asking about, please see. On the big screen, you can see dead people thrown into space one by one. It seems that they are indeed wearing the uniforms of the transport ship staff. There is definitely a traitor. Lu Jijia took a deep breath. These people look solemn. The Silver Moon pirates were ruthless. If people in one place did not follow the instructions, they would be killed. Everyone. It seems that we can only resign ourselves to fate. I will find a way to destroy the system. Such a large transport ship has places to hide. And the lifeboat is a separate system. The design of the lifeboat itself has taken into account the threat of warships. In fact, the survival rate is very high. Lu Jijia took a deep breath and said, "Boss." The others were confused. Didn't the boss see it just now? Survival rate? Chapter 75 Reappearance of Li Kong? See you at March Star. I will destroy their system first. Lu Jijia's heart was bleeding. But when he thought about the death of his subordinates, the compensation would be a large sum of money. Whether he went to March Star or the transportation company, he could claim compensation. And the loss would not be too much. Boss, this is not right. Once we anger the other party, everyone in our cabin will be finished. That is, the other party sold us. And our lives will not be in danger for the time being. We should find a way to take the risk of confronting these ruthless pirates. What about our families? Boss, don't act rashly. These pirates sold us. They should have sold us to other pirate groups. Our lives will not be in danger for the time being. Yes, boss. We are the first batch of immigrants. The planet that received us should have received the news. A warship will come to rescue us soon. As soon as the fat man finished speaking, someone immediately objected. And it was the fat man's subordinates. Yang Bo was not panicking, but felt eager to try, and felt that he could use all his abilities. However, Yang Bo did not speak. He had the lowest qualifications and the lowest strength here, so it was not his turn to speak. You know what you were talking about. These pirates can easily control the transport ship. This is premeditated. It is very likely that they are those guys from Pato Star. And you don't know what we are doing. In order to keep it secret, those dignitaries may want to kill us. The target of these pirates may be us. When the fat boss heard this, he immediately got angry. Without waiting for others to answer, the bandit leader on the big screen said loudly, "Fatty from Ansiji Company. You'd better not play tricks. We also know your details. You'd better be honest and don't try to run. We have arranged space fighters around the transport ship. None of you can escape. And we know where your family is. If you ruin our good deeds, believe it or not, we will go to find your family." The pirate leader said loudly again. When the fat boss heard this, he knew that he had been monitored and said loudly, "In this case, please let us go. How much money do you want?" "Fatty, this is not a matter of money. This is related to our reputation. Here I can tell you one thing. The buyer will not hurt you if he buys you. Instead, he will treat you with good food and drink." The pirate leader refused. "You want to sell us to the rebels?" The fat boss asked when he heard this. "That's right. The rebels want to buy you. You are lucky this time. Otherwise you would have become space junk long ago. And your every word and action is under our surveillance. Who made this transport ship so well designed? The system on it is so intelligent. And we can control the transport ship silently. You don't think we can easily invade the transport ship system? Do you? Think about it again. If we can do this, will anyone come to save you? Even if a warship comes, it will definitely go in the wrong direction. Hearing this, everyone was indifferent. Yang Bo saw that everyone's face was not good. And the pirate's words directly eliminated the resistance of these people. Everyone wanted to resist because they thought that warships would come to rescue. Black. Damn black. Yang Bo complained in his heart. Damn it. Maybe some people on Pato Star were involved in the Red Earl's attack. Otherwise, how could the Red Earl easily control the world's most advanced entertainment city? Yang Bo thought of another possibility. Everyone below, come out of your room so that I can see you. If the number of people in any cabin does not match the registered number, then we will eliminate the entire cabin. The pirate leader issued a new order. Don't think that there are more than 10,000 of you. But in front of our mechas, we can kill them all in less than a minute. This time, we don't want to kill people. Don't force us to throw you into space. Maybe someone will find you in space garbage hundreds or thousands of years later. You all have families, lovers, and children. In fact, it is also very good to go to the resistance army. You can live well there. There is another opportunity. That is to join us. We need some people here now. The lowest level mecha divisions. We need 3 to 5 people. And the families of these 3 to 5 people can live with us. The words of the pirate leader made Yang Bo feel that not resisting was the best choice. The key is that the transport ship is controlled by someone. If the opponent's warship starts fighting, everything in the entire cabin will be sucked out by the vacuum of space. Superpowers are also people, not cold machines. Moreover, the temperature in space is low. There are various dangers, and it is still a vacuum environment. Even if superpowers can only adapt to this environment for a short time, their own energy will be exhausted, and they will become a corpse. Very good. The people in this cabin are very good. The pirate leaders entered a room where all the people were waiting. This is a collar bomb that imprisons superpowers. Once the superpowers use energy exceeding a certain value, the bomb will explode. The pirate leaders took out collars one by one and put them on the people in the cabin. Everyone looked unhappy, but no one dared to say anything. Yang Bo didn't know what to do in public. Everyone watched the pirates put collars on people one by one. Yang Bo keenly discovered that some children were not wearing collars, while the rest of the men and women were wearing them. But this was understandable. These people were driven away, escorted by the pirates, carrying their own luggage, and they would probably be sent to the warship, facing the mecha, facing the pirates wearing energy armor and holding energy weapons. No one dared to resist, because everyone knew that the result of resistance would be being cut into pieces. In the technological age, unless the strength of an individual reaches a perverted level, it is impossible to fight against technology. The number of people with abnormal superpowers is very rare. If superpowers can crush technology, then the world would not be so peaceful. The world has long been ruled by superpowers, and now it is still ruled by technology. You know why? What should I do? What should I do? Yang Bo was also anxious, looking at the faces of the people around him, who seemed not to be prepared to resist. Why is there no one resisting? If these guys resist, I can fish in troubled waters. Yang Bo didn't know how long it would take for the other party to reach him. But the collar was definitely not a good thing. Wow. Everyone is very cooperative. Very good. Very good. There are many pirates. You can see that there are 5 or 6 pirate teams with about 100 people, opening cabins one by one and putting collars on the adults inside. Of course, there are mechas watching covetously on the side. The pirate leader is in a good mood and claps his hands. At this moment, the big screen shook for a while, and the next second, the screen changed to another picture, and saw the huge transport ship suddenly moved, suddenly accelerated, and directly hit the warship on the side. The warship was visibly dented by the huge transport ship, and the transport ship was also hit by a huge force and flew out. At this time, the warship was ready to pick up the hostages. So it was not only close to the transport ship, but also the energy shield was not turned on. One of the 2 cruising fighters was afraid of the transport ship rolling and exploded. A large part of the transport ship was also damaged. Robots were rescuing people. And then dozens of lifeboats flew out in all directions. The remaining fighter plane of the pirates chased after them. And then the screen flashed. Silver Moon Pirates? Didn't you ask who opened up March Star? Accompanied by a voice. The screen displayed on the big screen showed that in the main control room of the transport ship, an ice blue light flashed. And the 7 or 8 pirates wearing energy armor in the main control room were instantly cut into countless pieces. Split the sky. Yang Bo exclaimed. Chapter 76. Sudden change of event. Planet Guardian. Someone also exclaimed. On the big screen, a blue sky-splitting sword shone with an intoxicating light. Sky-splitting sword? That's what Yang Bo muttered about when he saw the advertisement last time. Something more powerful than a flying sword. Yang Bo knew it was sky-splitting sword. And he didn't know anything else. It's not the Planet Guardian. This sky-splitting sword is probably a super evolved one. Probably some high-ranking military officer of March Star. The fat boss shook his head and said, We are saved. Yes. How powerful is this? Yes. It seems that we should go to March Star. Everyone was talking about it. And Yang Bo was relieved. With such a powerful person, there would be no problem. However, when he saw the fat boss's face becoming more gloomy, his heart skipped a beat. The fat boss shook his head and said, The narrow environment of the spaceship is not suitable for splitting the sky. The automatic laser cannon system of the mecha reacts faster. At this time, a voice sounded, Dear citizens of March Star, I am sorry that I have brought danger to you this time. Please remember what I said. Next, I will open all the channels connecting the cabin to the cargo hold. Everyone should try to go to the cargo hold to avoid the pirate attack. There is a pirate insider on the transport ship. I dare not trust anyone now. I have no choice but to take the following measures. I have released the distress signal star mark. It is expected that a fleet will come to rescue us within 3 days. During this period, I will turn on the transport ship's spin system to prevent the pirate warships from approaching the transport ship. In addition, I will destroy the warship's main system optical computer and cut off all intelligent monitoring equipment to prevent pirates from using the intelligent monitoring system to find everyone. Everyone can open the escape pod as a last resort. When the rescue fleet arrives, everyone will take the lifeboat and leave. No warship or fighter can get close to this transport ship. It will keep spinning. There are only about 100 people in the Silver Moon Pirates on this transport ship. Facing the huge space of the transport ship, everyone still has great hope of survival. Silver Moon Pirates, if you want to leave now, you can only use the escape system. You have provoked someone you shouldn't have provoked. I will hunt you in the dark. Citizens, take care. As soon as the voice fell, the blue cracked sky was seen spinning in the main control room. And then the picture disappeared. Then the passage to the cabin opened. I was dumbfounded. The escape pod is an independent system. Even if the transport ship spins, it is no problem to use the escape pod. The lifeboat and the escape pod are the same thing. Everyone was dumbfounded. The fat boss jumped to a surveillance camera, touched it with his hand and said, It has been cut off. Everyone hurried to the warehouse. There was a green arrow on the way to the warehouse, and everyone swarmed towards the entrance. Such a large transport ship is actually mostly a warehouse. And Yang Bo also reacted. That is, March Star did send people to protect its immigrants. And the strength is still very strong. But because there is a traitor, it dare not trust others. Let this transport ship spin in space, so that the pirate warships and fighters cannot get close. Of course, given enough time, the pirate warships can also be used. In other words, within 3 days, I can only rely on myself. Yang Bo also hurriedly squeezed with others, and pulled the hair of several girls and boys to prepare for camouflage. As expected, Yang Bo was the last one to go. The fat boss was the first to disappear. The others used their superpowers and ran with their families. Huh? Yang Bo saw a sign and walked over with a sudden thought. Maintenance entrance? Yang Bo understood the standard as soon as he saw it. This is a maintenance entrance. The battleship's maintenance ability worked? Although this is not a battleship. Yang Bo put his hand on the door. The door was locked from the other side. Fortunately, it was a mechanical and electronic dual structure. With a sudden thought, the door opened. Yang Bo hurried in, closed the door, locked it, and then carefully looked at the maintenance entrance. Ah! The leader of the Silver Moon Pirates and others came to the main control room and looked at the dead members. Because all the main systems were shut down, all the elevators could not be used. The mechas and people had to climb the stairs to get here. The main control room was in a mess, and the optical computer control center was cut into pieces. Here you can see the transport ship rotating. Under this high-speed rotation, it is very difficult for other warships to get close. Generally, docking with a high-speed rotating target in space requires a docking system. The speed of both parties is consistent. But without the main system, the pirate group cannot dock with the outside world at all. Oh, third. What the hell have you been doing? The pirate leader looked at the man in silver armor and shouted angrily. Brother, I checked the cargo list and found some good stuff. More than 1,000 energy weapons and energy armor. I went to see it myself. The man called Old Third was a little depressed and explained. The pirate leader was stunned and asked, From Sanma Resource Recycling Company? Yeah. Brother. Why don't we go? Brother. Who opened up this March Star? The other members of the pirate group felt a chill on their backs. A guy who controls the sky splitting is hiding in the dark. This? The pirate leader immediately shouted, What are we pirates afraid of? Lao Wu. Go outside the transport ship and use the mecha to contact our warship. Try to synchronize the data. As far as I know, it will take at least a week for the nearest warship to arrive. Within this week, as long as our warships are docked, it will be fine. In addition, we have 76 people, 36 mechas, and a team of 6 mechas. Find the people first. Gather the people we find, and kill those who resist. What about sky splitting? Under the automatic firepower of the mecha, let him destroy at most 1 mecha. The pirate leader shouted coldly. Brother, you are this. The others thought it was right. The pirate leader said even more hatefully, after the warship docks, take the people you find on the warship, and then blow up the transport ship. Let this bastard die. He actually dared to kill so many of us. Don't go looking for him. Look for people. We have received money from the anti-government armed forces. If we don't give a group of people, these mad dogs will only entangle us. Yes. After we get out, we will specifically rob the bastard March Star. What is it? Set off. Remember? The rebels. Kill them. Yes. The pirates are divided into 6 teams, 5 of which are equipped with 6 mechas and 4 pirate members each. To find people. The remaining 6 mechas and other people are in a cabin watching a performance, looking at the people who have been wearing the confinement collar. And the rest of the people found later will be placed here. The pirate leader was also here, watching his men using laser guns to shoot horse races, and the hostages crying in fear. The pirate leader shook his head in disdain. What a bullshit animal protection law. Those bastards in the Alliance used it to fool fools. The view here is wide, and the venue is large enough to watch over enough people. 6 mechas have activated the warning system to form a crossfire network. Unless the opponent also has mechas, there is no chance. Besides, the pirate leader knows that there are no B-level evolvers here, even if there are hidden B-level ones. It's just that, as long as they are not A or A+ level genetic evolvers, coming here is to seek death. Yang Bo looked at the wide passage, which is the maintenance passage. Yang Bo looked at a hair in his hand, and his heart moved. Then the next second, Yang Bo touched himself. Feeling, Yang Bo found that he had changed, turned into a teenager. A bad idea came to his mind. If he turned into a woman, then cough, and then found that his voice had changed. It should be. After all, the vocal cord structure has changed. Let's go to the maintenance center first, and find a place to practice mecha. Yang Bo thought for a moment and changed back to his own appearance. Because camouflage consumes energy. Chapter 77 Disaster Star Constitution. Yang Bo walked in the relatively wide maintenance passage. There were automatic equipment such as elevators here, but unfortunately the main system stopped. It should have been shut down by someone. There were tall metal frames on both sides of the passage. On the metal frames were various cabins. The cabin walls were made of multi-layer composite materials and metal. High strength, good toughness, thermal insulation, various ventilation equipment, and lines all run through this maintenance passage. TSK. This is a radiation protection measure. Anti-radiation measures can be seen on both sides of the passage. A kind of filling material, a bit like sponge. Transport ships and warships have several control systems. Wireless control systems, wired control systems, and even the most primitive hydraulic manual control systems. In the beginning, humans actually achieved wireless control systems. but later found that cosmic storms, high-energy particle rays, etc. were even more powerful. In these areas, using wireless control was useless. Then the fiber optic control was restored, and it was found that in some areas of space, it would also be interfered with. So the oldest hydraulic manual system was finally arranged in a key position. In 99% of cases, there is no problem with fiber optic control. The entire transport ship relies on the fiber optic system to transmit information, and the signal transmission system is also used. Now the signal transmission system is cut off. Therefore, the various cabins have lost contact with each other because of the super strong anti-shielding measures. Even the radar of the mecha cannot detect further. Another key point is that the Silver Moon pirates did not carry biometric radars on their mechas. After all, they came out to rob. Wouldn't it be better to replace the biometric detection radar module with something else? This led to the fact that the various teams of the Silver Moon pirates acted alone, and there was no way to connect through wireless signals. Otherwise, the boss would not let the mechas go outside the transport ship to contact the warship because the communication system had been damaged. Yang Bo didn't know this yet. After all, Yang Bo was a resident before and had limited information. Yang Bo came to a maintenance hub, where various tools and robots were stored. But unfortunately, the robots were no longer usable. He took off his clothes and hid them, and changed into a set of spacecraft maintenance workers' clothes. Most of the work here can actually be done by robots, so there are not many actual staff. The maintenance workers' clothes have the same function as the previous clothes. Yang Bo chose a warehouse where accessories were piled up, and with a thought, he released his mecha, then opened the mecha cockpit and came out. 8 meters high, 108 tons, a little lighter than the original factory, because it was modified. The mecha has a gravity system, so it won't float. Of course, it will float if the gravity system is turned off. TSK. With this guy, Yang Bo felt a lot more secure. Yang Bo's heart moved, and he put his hand on the mecha. Metal control. Oh. Yang Bo originally thought that the transformation of this mecha should be very difficult, but he didn't expect that once he got started, the appearance of this mecha would change as long as he thought about it. Originally square-headed, it now looks streamlined, like a smaller mecha of the 10th generation. Of course, it's just the appearance, and the interior is still a 3rd generation machine, just like that tie. From a distance it looks like a Porsche, and from a close distance, cough. Okay. Yang Bo watched the mecha successfully change its appearance, so that he would not be afraid of being recognized when doing bad things in the future. Looking at the Red Earl set of armor in the cockpit, Yang Bo was suspicious. This thing was put away with the mecha last time. I tried it on, but it didn't work. That is to say, you can put things in the cockpit of this mecha and then put them away? What about the storage box of the mecha? Yang Bo also knew that mechas have storage places. In this way, if you get some good things in the future, you won't have to throw them away. Yang Bo didn't understand the reason, but it didn't prevent him from using it. Looking at the Red Earl's armor, put this thing in the storage place of the mecha. This thing may be of great use in the future. After entering the cockpit, Yang Bo suddenly found that he and the mecha seemed to be one. This is the effect of metal control, and the same source of energy. Get familiar with it first. Walk. Run. 5-meter-long energy weapon. Yang Bo thought it was the plasma knife of the 3rd generation machine last time, but it turned out not to be. This is also energy metal. The power is hundreds of times higher than the plasma knife. The Red Earl's attack is not simple. The stock price of Dimension Company has risen a lot. The key is that after this incident, Dimension Company has several super shareholders. It is not ruled out that someone knows the super technology of Dimension Company and set a trap. Or is there a conspiracy among the politicians on Pato Star? Yang Bo now thinks that the last Red Earl incident is not that simple. But it is just a thought. I will hide here for a few days. After training for 2 hours, Yang Bo put away the mecha and entered the duty room of the maintenance staff. It is hidden and open here, and the rest room conditions are also good. Yang Bo also found that his energy weapon can be invisible, but the mecha cannot. It seems that the battery energy in the mecha is different from his own energy. You can also charge here. There are many batteries for robots, and you can also absorb some electricity to replenish them. What is this? Yang Bo looked at the safes in the duty room, which were actually the old manual ones, with a thought. The energy weapon Yang Bo bought appeared in his hand. Although this safe is the hardest metal, it is like tofu under the energy weapon emitting blue light. Inside the safe, there are transparent containers with a diameter of 100 millimeters and a length of half a meter. There is a blue viscous liquid inside. In this liquid is a fixed triangular column with a diameter of 50 millimeters and a length of 30 centimeters. Battleship Energy Stone. Yang Bo recognized it at a glance. This is the battleship maintenance skill. At the same time, Yang Bo also understood instantly that this is an energy stone only on the battleship. One weighs up to 10 kilograms. The battleship usually uses a nuclear fusion energy system. When encountering a battle, the energy shield, laser cannon, etc. are fully powered, and energy stones are needed to support them. The battleship's energy shield defense method is automatic. The greater the external attack, the stronger the energy shield released. If the enemy's attack intensity suddenly reaches saturation, the energy shield system will instantly release a powerful shield. At this time, a large amount of energy needs to be extracted. This kind of explosive extraction cannot be provided by the reactor system, so it can only rely on energy stones. Fuck. It's not right. This thing is banned by major alliances. Yang Bo suddenly found something wrong. At this time, Yang Bo heard a movement, and quickly took off his clothes and stuffed them into a corner. Then the whole person floated on the side of the ceiling invisibly. Because this is a space environment, without the effect of clothes, people floated invisible. Just after I became invisible, I heard someone open the door of the duty room. I'm so unlucky this time. How could I meet such a strong man? Of course I am. This job has become more and more difficult recently. I might as well do a live broadcast. I made tens of millions in half a day last time. I don't know how many people I can catch this time. Battleship Energy Stone. 3 people wearing energy armor came in. The 3 were talking and suddenly stopped because they saw the cut safe. Something is going on. The 3 shouted at the same time, and the energy armor on the 3 people instantly burst into fluorescence. Hurry up and see if the energy stone is lost. This is most of our belongings. One of the 3 retreated, and one of the other 2 shouted. The 3 couldn't see what they looked like, and their helmets were all covered. Yang Bo was cursing in his heart. No wonder I didn't have time to go out when I heard the noise. They are all superpowered people. I don't know who provided these pirates with such strategic materials. And the parliament. Maybe the big financial groups are behind these pirates. Chapter 78. What kind of world is this? Nothing is missing. The people who checked quickly opened several other safes, and they were all filled with this stuff. Yang Bo took a breath of cold air. There were so many. Who was so brave? Take it away quickly. Hearing this, the other party's companion shouted quickly. No. We have to find the person first. Otherwise I will be exposed. I have a big family. If they find my trace, they can find the source of the energy stone. The person in the house said quickly. The incision was just made, and the person must not have gone far. Hurry up. The person in the house looked carefully at the incision of the safe and shouted. Move the things first. This thing is most of our brother's wealth. The person at the door disagreed and said loudly. The person outside shouted, there are traces here. I don't know what the traces are. Yang Bo was speechless. It was probably the place where he had just trained the mecha. Hurry up and report to the eldest brother. The 2 of us will look for someone first. Take the energy stone first. Maybe someone will come back to take it. The traces on the ground are probably that they were going to use equipment to transfer the energy stone. And they ran away when they found us coming. Then we should find someone. Yang Bo heard the fierce quarrel outside, so he sneaked out and prepared to run away. No. The people on the ship can't stay. We will take the escape capsule and then blow up this transport ship. Otherwise our material channel will be exposed. Okay. Throw the energy stone out with the escape capsule as well. Yang Bo was about to leave. But when he heard this, he didn't want to leave immediately. If these guys really did this, he would be finished. He cursed the bastards in his heart for looking for death. So he returned to the small house just now. The 2 reached an agreement to take the energy stone first, and not look for anyone. You go find a transporter. I'll go in and move the things out first. One person came in to move the energy stone. And this container can make people unable to detect the fluctuations of the energy stone. The man was about to open the door of a safe. And suddenly, he was stunned. A floating naked man? Then his eyes went dark. Because the energy weapon was just 1 millimeter in front of the eye socket on his helmet. Warship maintenance +8. Yang Bo's hands were shaking slightly, and he quickly took off the man's armor, and then stuffed the man into the locker in the duty room where clothes were stored, and changed his energy weapon to the same as this man's, pulled off a hair of this man, and moved his heart. Disguise. Look at yourself. Changed. Then put on someone else's armor, and then through the door of the safe that he had just cut open next to the door of the locker where the body was hidden. Do you want my help? The person who was looking for a transporter came outside and asked. Yeah. Yang Bo hummed. And then the two began to move. A full 100 hairs. After the two men finished moving, Yang Bo asked another person to control the car. Yang Bo hadn't figured out what to do next. Should he follow these people to the pirates' warship? It seems possible. At least it's safe. Yang Bo regretted it a little. He thought there was no one here. But who knew there was a traitor here? No wonder the damn pirates could control this transport ship. It was too easy for the maintenance worker to do something. Soon, 2 mechas and 4 people in armor met up with Yang Bo and the others. And a group of people escorted these things. Yang Bo didn't know where to go. He walked for half an hour. Because everyone was a genetic evolutionist and walked very fast. It was difficult for ordinary people to move around in this 18-kilometer long and hundreds of meters high warship with their legs. Where is this? When Yang Bo emerged from a passage, he saw what looked like a stadium layout, with many people squatting in the middle. 12 mechas around, and about 20 people. Yang Bo didn't know what to do next, and saw a person in the stands from a distance. Yang Bo was surprised. Pirate leader? Ahem. Yang Bo saw the person who had just been with him say something to the pirate leader. So he coughed and used sound wave detection to listen to what the two said. We can't leave now. Just kill him. This good brother of ours has eaten a lot of our brother's money in these years. After I get out, I will send a message to the other party, and his whole family will disappear. The pirate leader whispered, which Yang Bo heard. Although the distance was at least several hundred meters. The voice was very low. But unfortunately Yang Bo's voice control was already at the Grandmaster level. Yang Bo's face turned green. Why was he so unlucky? He said he would sneak onto the other warship and find a chance to run again. At this time, the driver of a mecha that had just come together got off and walked to the side passage. I'll go too. Yang Bo looked at the channel sign and saw that it was the bathroom. So he shouted quickly and then went with the other party. Yang Bo thought that the other pirates would be suspicious. But they didn't. Because the pirates had been together for a long time and had a good relationship. Just like close friends. Poof! As soon as he entered the bathroom, Yang Bo swung the energy weapon in his hand and killed the other party. Mech driving +8. Damn it. Let's wait and see. Then Yang Bo ran away. Directly returned to the place where he had just moved things. Returned the armor to the other person. And then released the electric energy to charcoal the man and destroy the body. Otherwise, if the other party found the body later and died first, it might expose his ability. Now others would think that this guy came back for something and was attacked. What Yang Bo didn't know was that just 10 minutes after he left, the guy who was going to deal with Yang Bo's disguise was wondering why he hadn't come back yet. So he was going to the bathroom and followed his brother's instructions to deal with him. Unexpectedly, when he entered the bathroom, he saw the mecha pilot who was hacked to death. You idiot. This son of a bitch. The eldest brother was going crazy in the bathroom. A mecha master. A mecha master. And still his good brother. The key is that the mecha is basically configured according to the user. What habits? What command procedures? Etc. Although the pirate group doesn't have the key, it's inconvenient to use someone else's. Brother. Kill the traitor first. Brother. This guy knows too much. Yes. Brother. Leave 3 mechas and 5 people. And the rest must find this bastard. If it doesn't work, clean up the cabins one by one. Break them one by one. And let these damn bastards become space garbage. The eldest brother gritted his teeth and said, Brother. This is a good idea. Yang Bo came to the warehouse. The warehouse was huge. And the goods were piled up like a mountain. The goods here were fixed because they were floating in space. The warehouse was very high and large. There was a spiral staircase around the warehouse. The elevator could not be used. The warehouse was transported by robots. Find a container to hide. Yang Bo prepared to find a container to hide. Yang Bo also heard the sound of people arguing, and cursed in his heart, and then stayed away from these people. Yang Bo used metal control to randomly open a container, and was dumbfounded. Many energy weapons were fixed on the shelves inside the container. Yang Bo saw the armor he saw in the energy weapon store at a glance. My luck has come. Yang Bo hurried in to get the armor, which was a good thing. Chapter 79 Abnormal Ability. Yang Bo put on the energy armor, which is not easy to find. Generally speaking, the combat energy armor of the genetic evolutionists is the easiest to be damaged. The damage rate of the genetic evolutionists' armor is the highest, because when they are attacked by mechas or other attacks in battle, they will hit the armor first, and the chance of energy weapons being preserved is much greater. With a thought, the energy armor fits tightly on his body. With the energy armor, he does not need to wear gravity suits and can walk freely on this spaceship. Yang Bo controls the energy armor to change, which is exactly the same as the armor of the pirates outside. In addition, the appearance of his energy weapon after the change. He is just another pirate. Yang Bo has thought about how to target these pirates. But what should he do with dozens of mechas and dozens of people? These people are professional in this, and their strength must be not low. Yang Bo himself has 2 super skills, camouflage and invisibility. But if these 2 skills are exposed and the news is leaked, then the people on the entire spaceship will probably be checked one by one, and they may be locked up somewhere. Yang Bo would never expose these 2 skills. He turned back to deal with the maintenance worker just now because he was afraid of exposing his disguise skills. If these 2 skills were exposed, Yang Bo would have to become an interstellar wanderer. Besides, there must be powerful characters among so many passengers, and the person who controls the sky must have his own perfect plan. He will not make empty promises and put so many people in danger. And to put it bluntly, if these people died, it would not have much to do with Yang Bo. The most important thing is to protect himself. At worst, I will be captured by the pirates and taken to the warship, and then I can find a way. It is easy to survive if I have a mecha. Yang Bo looked at the many energy weapons in the container, and his heart moved. Quick! Just in front, there are more than 1,000 energy weapons and energy armors. These are all good things. Brother, you are really not looking for good things in the container first. Those hostages are not easy to bring, and are not worth much money. At this time, a voice came. Was sure. Yang Bo was really speechless. He felt that his physique was a disaster star physique. How could he encounter such things? He just stayed here for a while, and encountered pirates again. Oh no! Someone got there first. After a cry of surprise, a man in silver armor appeared at the door of the container. This man's energy armor was obviously more advanced than the other pirates around. There were 3 people behind the silver armor. The 4 of them couldn't see what they looked like. The energy armor wrapped these people tightly. One piece of armor is missing, the man in silver armor said after taking a closer look. Third brother, it's just an energy armor. It's not a problem. Let's move these things away first. Third brother, that's right. These things are worth a lot of money. Even on the black market, they can be sold for millions. Third brother, let's do it. If the eldest brother doesn't like it, we can do it ourselves. That's right. We pack these energy weapons and throw them out in a lifeboat. The brothers outside will definitely intercept the lifeboat, and then we will directly divide the money. Yang Bo hid in the corner, listening to the conversation of these people. And then he realized that these people came here to make extra money without the knowledge of the pirate leader. Hearing that these energy weapons only sold for 1 million on the black market, Yang Bo was speechless. He bought them for 10 million. But there was no way. Sanma Recycling Company was said to have a military background. Otherwise, how could it collect so many energy weapons? Every time the battlefield was cleaned up, this company went first. Be careful. Someone took the energy armor. So someone must have energy weapons. I told my eldest brother that I would leave first. I will not do business this time. He insisted on arresting people, said the man in silver armor. Third brother, your worry is also reasonable. Those guys in the anti-government armed forces are unreasonable. In fact, we should not do business with them. It is much better to do business with the big consortiums on the alliance side. Although the price here is lower, there are no such troubles. The 3 people who followed began to move the energy weapons and put them in a special container. The man in silver armor shook his head and said, Big brother must have his own ideas. Let's do it first. There is another person using the sky split on this ship. Everyone be careful. Third brother, I feel that the guy using the sky split is not very strong. If there is really a planet guardian with such strong strength, we would have been killed long ago. Another person said, while holding an energy weapon. The sky split is good, but there are many restrictions on its use. First of all, it requires a lot of hardware conditions. There is no problem with the communication system on the planet. On this transport ship, the conditions for the use of the sky split are limited. And the key is to look at the user himself. A C-level evolver and an A-level evolver have completely different effects when using the sky split. Brother San. I wonder if the mecha docking with the warship outside can succeed. If it can succeed, we can move a lot of things. It's too troublesome to use the lifeboat to move things? It should be no problem. Since the eldest brother does it this way. Yang Bo hid in the corner. When he heard this, his heart skipped a beat. Once the warship docked with this spaceship, it would be a big trouble. There must be a steady stream of pirates on the warship. Damn it! Yang Bo cursed in his heart. The three of them moved quickly. The more than 1,000 energy weapons and energy armor in the container were all packed into boxes. However, because the machines and equipment could not be used automatically, these people manually controlled 2 machines to transport dozens of boxes. Yang Bo did not intend to take action. But the guy with the silver armor kept looking at the armor around him vigilantly, and also faintly emitted fluorescence. This was the armor charging state, proving that this person was always vigilant. Yang Bo can certainly attack from the invisible state. But if one of the 4 people escapes, then the news that he can be invisible will definitely be leaked. Yang Bo entered the maintenance channel again. After getting the armor, he directly controlled the energy armor, so that the energy armor no longer reacted to gravity. He was in a weightless state in the channel, and went directly up. Coming to the exit of the transport ship, Yang Bo took a deep breath. He was also conducting a very important experiment here. Enter the sealed cabin and close the door on the maintenance channel. Afterwards, Yang Bo metallized his skin. Then, he took a deep breath and gently opened the hatch outside. Ah-ha-ha. After a few seconds, Yang Bo almost laughed out loud. Now this sealed cabin can be said to be a vacuum environment. But he didn't feel uncomfortable at all. And suffocation did not exist. In fact, Yang Bo had this feeling a long time ago. After his skin was metallized, he should not be considered a real person. Then as long as there is energy in his body, he can definitely survive in a vacuum environment. There is another very important experiment. Yang Bo took a deep breath. Chapter 80 Mechanic? Controlling light energy can really increase my energy. That is to say, if I wander into space in the future, I can completely absorb the light of the surrounding stars to provide myself with energy. Yang Bo stretched his hand out of the spaceship and felt the scorching heat of the sun on his hand. At the same time, he also felt a trace of energy entering his body. I wonder what state it will be like after the whole body is metallized. Yang Bo now called for skills, and could only see a 5% with a series of question marks in front. Yang Bo thought this might be a super awesome state. But where did this 5% come from? Is it his metal skin? First, deal with the mecha that is communicating with the pirate warship outside. Yang Bo returned to the place where the maintenance channel just appeared, looked around, and did not find the other party. So it must be in several other places. Looking at the signboard in the maintenance channel, Yang Bo moved quickly in the channel. The speed of the genetic evolver was extremely fast, and Yang Bo was now in a state of weightlessness. The energy released by the energy armor made Yang Bo swim quickly in this maintenance channel like swimming in water. Yang Bo felt that he had activated his swimming skills. He came to another place where he could reach the surface of the spacecraft, gently opened the hatch, and saw a place in the distance where a mecha was standing. Yang Bo quickly retracted his head and returned to the maintenance channel. 10 minutes later, Yang Bo felt that the position above his head was where the mecha was. What should I do next? Yang Bo has not figured out how to solve it. It is not in line with his idea to destroy this transport ship for this mecha. After it is destroyed, the air inside will circulate quickly, which may cause huge damage to the entire spacecraft. At least in the next few days. Yang Bo does not want to become an interstellar wanderer. The key is that this mecha is equipped with long-range weapons. When Yang Bo was training in the mecha game, he had fought with mechas equipped with long-range weapons, and was beaten like a chicken. He had some psychological trauma about long-range weapons. Got it. Yang Bo had seen other people's mechas, and knew what the other party's mecha looked like. So he changed his mecha into the other party's. No. The other party's mechas all have energy cannons. And I have a big knife. Yang Bo put his hand on the metal and carefully sensed the position of the mecha on it. Huh? This time, Yang Bo felt a little strange. As if he could control this mecha? Yang Bo metallized his whole body to increase his perception. But he didn't expect that there would be such an unexpected effect. This illusion made Yang Bo feel a little incredible. This is someone else's mecha. How can he control it? Then, Yang Bo ignored the mecha and hurried to a maintenance hub. After Yang Bo metallized his whole body, he gently put his hand on a maintenance robot. Yang Bo got the permission to use the robot. It felt like he could control the machine to do anything. Fuck. Yang Bo thought of the story about the fighter plane stolen by the fat boss. The guy who stole the fighter plane must have some superpowers in metal. At this time, Yang Bo found that his skills had changed. Originally a series of question marks, followed by a 5%. Now it has become mechanic, 5%, non-complete. The complete form can control any metal machinery and metal life. In other words, now I can get the permission of some machinery? Yang Bo understood instantly. Yang Bo left here, and the robot that had just obtained the authority returned to its original state, as if no one had ever been here. Good stuff. Yang Bo looked at a row of mechas. These were the mechas of the spacecraft escort team. In fact, each large spacecraft like this hired security guards from a security company, all equipped with mechas. Unfortunately, it was betrayed by an insider. These mechas are not very advanced. Only the 7th or 8th generation. Basically the same as the pirates. But there are as many as 10 of them here. As soon as he stretched out his hand, Yang Bo felt that it was a little more difficult to obtain the authority for this mecha. But the continuous output of energy allowed Yang Bo to obtain the authority of this mecha after 3 minutes. This mecha has a laser cannon. Awesome. At this moment, Yang Bo felt that he had completely mastered the use of this mecha. It took 3 minutes for the unmanned mecha to obtain the authority. So it is estimated that it will be very difficult for the manned mecha to obtain it. But how do I upgrade this 5%? Will I be able to instantly obtain the authority of these warships when I upgrade to 100% in the future? But after using these mechas, they must be destroyed. Otherwise my ability may be exposed. Yang Bo looked at the other mechas and muttered to himself. Yang Bo didn't know how he was so proficient in the structure of this transport ship. His skin was metallized, and he was in the state of a mechanic. This mecha seemed to have been used for a long time, with various commands and buttons inside. I don't know how I got this ability. It's definitely not just metal control. Could it be related to my several Grandmaster skills? The mechanic can control the armor's optical brain. Will it be a bonus to control the electrical energy? After all, the optical brain is also data. And the energy is also electricity? Yang Bo came to an exit and carefully opened the sealed cabin, which was the transition point between the exit and the outside world. He slowly opened the door outside. The mecha jumped up. The rocket backpack started instantly, and the entire mecha rushed towards the enemy's mecha instantly. The pirates on the mecha outside the transport ship were a little bored. The mecha itself was on this spinning transport ship, transmitting the movement speed and angle data to the warship. After the warship calculated, it could dock with this at the same speed. That is, everyone came to spin and reach a relative speed. After all, the rotation has an axis. Let's put it this way. In two large trucks that are both driving side by side at a speed of 100 kilometers per hour, the two relative vehicles are like being stationary, and the warship can dock at this time. The driver was a little bored. After all, there was no mecha on this transport ship, and it was no big deal to have a cracking sky. This kind of weapon that relies on its own energy depends entirely on personal strength. Suddenly, the alarm sounded loudly, and the mecha's laser cannon fired instantly. Before the pirate mecha division had time to react, he was thrown to the ground by a huge force. The next second, the cockpit screen went black. Through the cockpit observation window, the mecha master saw the huge mecha's feet. Ah! The mecha master screamed in despair. Yang Bo controlled the mecha and stepped hard on the cockpit, flattening it directly. Mecha driving plus 16. It's still a high-end product. Yang Bo looked at his mecha, and there were 2 holes in his shoulder, and he also took a breath. This time, Yang Bo used mecha driving, mecha repair, and flight. The moment he fell, his laser cannon hit the weakness of the mecha. Pick up the broken mecha and throw it directly. Then it was smashed by the spinning transport ship. Far away, the pirate warship suddenly lost the mecha signal and hurried to investigate. At this time, Yongbo also abandoned his mecha and directly burned the optical brain with electricity. The mecha lost its gravity system and floated up. Yongbo pushed hard, and the mecha floated out. And then it was smashed by the spinning transport ship. Keep going. Yongbo was full of adrenaline and felt like he could beat 10 people by himself. Of course, he had to do it secretly.